just said a few simple polite words, and then they exchanged hands again. The two still used mental power to attack. This time Lin Xiao used the eye of control, and Li Heiren used the mind control. Just like the first meeting, both of them were affected to a certain extent. Li Heiren still woke up before Lin Xiao, and this time, Li Heiren gave up this opportunity. Since Lin Xiao woke up first, even if it was only for a short period of time, it was enough for him to respond. At least the next spiritual skill, he released it faster than Lin Xiao. The fact is indeed as Li Heiren thought. When Lin Xiao got rid of Li Heiren's mind control, Li Heiren's new spiritual skills were almost about to fall on him. Lin Xiao's spiritual skills were directly interrupted. All he could do was dodge as much as possible, but he was still affected by Li Heiren's spiritual skills. Lin Xiao, who had just regained his mobility, was once again controlled by the mental attack. Lin Xiao was depressed in his heart. His mental strength was not weak, but compared with Li Heiren of the 6th level spiritual system, he was still inferior in the end. What he can do now is to get rid of Li Heiren's mind control as much as possible. But now in this situation, it seems that it is not a simple matter to get rid of Li Heiren's mental attack. When Lin Xiao recovered from the mental attack, he found that Li Heiren's new spiritual skills had been brewed, and the spiritual skill fell on him again, and he was controlled again. Lin Xiao, I'll go. It's endless, isn't it? Through the little gap in awakening, Lin Xiao also discovered that Li Heiren's current position had changed a little compared to before, as if he was closer to himself. Thinking of Li Heiren's previous battle, Lin Xiao had an idea. In the previous battles, Li Heiren used mental attacks to control the opponent, and then threw him into the ring at close range. Now Li Heiren may want to repeat the old trick, but this may not be an opportunity for me. Li Heiren is definitely not his opponent in close combat, and the key to the problem now is how to quickly get rid of Li Heiren's mental attack. As long as he has been controlled, I'm afraid he won't be able to exert his strong combat power. Is it going to lose like this? Lin Xiao didn't think he would lose, but he really didn't want to lose in Li Heiren's hands. The battle here is seen by the people around it. Luo Yao looked at Lin Xiao with a worried face. She and Li Heiren were familiar with each other after all, and he also knew some of Li Heiren's methods. According to the current situation, Lin Xiao was afraid that he was not Li Heiren's opponent. She was completely worried about Lin Xiao now, and if she could, she didn't want Lin Xiao to lose. Lin Xiao can lose, but he must lose in his own hands. Li Heiren can't. Zi Mouse and the others also looked at Lin Xiao with a worried face. They all hoped that Lin Xiao could create a miracle. He Yun and the referees he brought were closely observing the competition at this time. To be honest, they were already very satisfied with Lin Xiao's performance. After all, Lin Xiao's combat power has far exceeded his level. They also saw that Lin Xiao's spiritual power was very strong, and if other third-level powerhouses were attacked by Li Heiren like this, they would have been impacted by Li Heiren's mental power long ago and turned into fools. Lin Xiao was able to hold on until now, which was beyond their expectations. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao's level is still a little lower in the end, and judging from the current situation on the field, it is only a matter of time before he fails. Everyone thought that Lin Xiao would lose this game, but there was one exception, and that was Lin Xiao himself. The strong unwillingness made him not recognize such a failure. At this time, Lin Xiao woke up from Li Heiren's mental shock again, and during this period of sobriety, he found that Li Heiren was about to approach him. As long as he controlled it again, he might be thrown into the ring by Li Heiren. At this moment, Lin Xiao made a decision. Seeing that Li Heiren's spiritual attack was about to fall on him again, he immediately bit his tongue with his teeth. At this time, pain can only be used to relieve Li Heiren's mental attack. Lin Xiao had thought of this method before, and the reason why he had not taken action was that he was waiting for Li Heiren to get close to him. If Li Heiren is too far away from him, even if he gets a short period of clarity, it will be useless in the end. And now the opportunity has finally come. It turns out that the pain really keeps him awake. This time Li Heiren's mental attack fell on him, only allowing him to be controlled for a short time, and he quickly broke free from Li Heiren's mental attack. However, Lin Xiao did not show it, but continued to pretend to be controlled. Li Heiren did not notice Lin Xiao's abnormality. At this time he was already close to Lin Xiao, so naturally he would not give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He admitted that Lin Xiao was more difficult to deal with than he imagined, but that's all. He was the one who won in the end. Li Heiren quickly approached Lin Xiao, directly grabbed Lin Xiao's arm, and was about to throw Lin Xiao out of the ring. He won this game. Li Heiren's arm began to exert force, and to his surprise, no matter how much he exerted force, Lin Xiao didn't move at all. Li Heiren, sigma, degree mouth degree. How can it be? Shouldn't he be controlled by himself? Li Heiren is waiting for this opportunity. Why not Lin Xiao? Don't think you're stable. I admit you're strong, but you shouldn't think about getting close to me. I'm best at close combat. Seeing that Lin Xiao actually spoke, Li Heiren secretly said that it was not good. So it seems that Lin Xiao's consciousness is sober. How is this possible? He had been calculating the time when Lin Xiao was under control before, and he shouldn't have gotten rid of his control so quickly. It wasn't until Li Heiran saw the bloodstains left at the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth that he finally understood. Lin Xiao is using pain to reduce the time of control. Lin Xiao naturally would not give up this hard-won opportunity. He immediately began to attack Li Heiran. This was the opportunity he had finally found. He couldn't let Li Heiran react and release his mental attack again, otherwise his efforts would be in vain. Lin Xiao's attack rained down on Li Heiran, and to his surprise, Li Heiran's close combat ability was also very outstanding. Although he still had the upper hand, it was not so easy to quickly solve Li Heiran. Under Lin Xiao's stormy attack, Li Heiran was still beaten a few times in the end. Lin Xiao's strength was huge, and Li Heiran was also injured. Lin Xiao, I admit that you are very strong, but that's it, and I'm going to show my real skills next. Hearing Li Heiran's words, Lin Xiao also became nervous. He believed that Li Heiran would not be aimless. Since he said so, there must be a means that were not used. Lin Xiao knew that Li Heiran might have to give it a try, but he didn't have any good way. All he can do is make his attacks as fierce as possible. I hope to defeat Li Heiran before he makes a move. Lin Xiao's crazy attack still caused a certain amount of pressure on Li Heiran in the end. Under Lin Xiao's attack, he was punched a few times again, but Li Heiran was not angry but happy, and after carrying Lin Xiao's few punches, his spiritual skills were finally brewed. Fear and wail. Li Heiran's mouth came out of an extremely sharp howl, and Lin Xiao only felt a sense of pain coming from his brain again. He didn't expect that under the attack of his own storm, Li Heiran would be able to complete the brewing of spiritual skills. This caught him off guard. The feeling of drowsiness coming from his brain was getting stronger and stronger, and if it weren't for the constant tingling sensation on his tongue, he might have to be controlled again. But if you are always at the center of fear and wailing, it is only a matter of time before you are afraid of being controlled. Thinking of this, although Lin Xiao was not reconciled, he could only give up this hard-won close opportunity. He quickly stepped back, widening the distance between him and Li Heiran. Sure enough, the farther away he was from Li Heiran's position, the weaker the fear and wailing could control him. Now in his position, the influence of the wailing of fear on him is negligible. However, there are also problems, and he once again distanced himself from Li Heiran. It may not be that simple to get close to Li Heiran again. Everything is back to the beginning, and this should be the result that Li Heiran wants. This is exactly the case. Seeing Lin Xiao distance himself, Li Heiran immediately stopped wailing in fear. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Heiran looked at Lin Xiao. The same mistake, I won't make it a second time. You just admit defeat, because this is just a competition. I didn't use some high-level spiritual skills. I'm afraid that it will cause permanent damage to you, but now it's different. You have gained my recognition. I also admit that if you don't show some real skills, you may not be able to win you. For your own good, you still admit defeat. Anyway, this is just a tryout. Even if you admit defeat, I believe you will enter the final squad. Lin Xiao admitted that Li Heiran's words made him a little moved. He has done his best in this game. If this is not Li Heiran's opponent, it can't be helped. And his own performance should be quite good, but let Lin Xiao admit defeat like this, he was still a little unwilling. He has supported it until now, and if he admits defeat like this, he is no longer Lin Xiao. I still want to try. If I can't hold on, I'll admit defeat, and I believe that these referees on the field will not let me receive permanent damage. Li Heiran looked at Lin Xiao's oil and salt, and was also a little speechless. I really don't know what Lin Xiao is still insisting on, and in this situation, he doesn't know what hope Lin Xiao still has for victory. In that case, then I will fulfill you. Lin Xiao is actually panicked in his heart now, and now he has opened up the distance with Li Heiran, and it is definitely unrealistic to get close to Li Heiran for a long time. And even if he got closer, Li Heiran started to wail in fear again, and he didn't know how to deal with it. At this moment, Lin Xiao quickly passed through the means he knew in his mind. In the end, it was found that there was really no way to deal with Li Heiran. In fact, it is not that there is none, the means he can think of are all illegal. If Lin Xiao can have a sniper rifle in his hand now, it is not a matter of taking down Li Heiran, the key is that the rules do not allow it. Lin Xiao now looks at where his shortcomings are. To put it simply, he lacks the means to attack from a distance. In the case that the pupil of illusion and the eye of control had no effect on Li Heiran, he really didn't have any long-range means. Is it really incomprehensible? What is the way to break the game? Is it really going to admit defeat like this? Lin Xiao's brain began to run rapidly, and soon he thought of a method that was not a solution. Now all he can do is take a gamble. The means he has now, it is basically impossible to clean up Li Heiran, then he can only research new ways to attack. And now Lin Xiao has an idea, that is, Gu Wu. Wu Hen told him before that Gu Wu was actually just a means to strengthen his body, and the reason why Gu Wu was so powerful now was because of the spiritual power added to it. Although I don't know ancient martial arts, but the melee technique is very good. If I add spiritual power to it, will there be good results? This is the only way Lin Xiao can think of now. Lin Xiao has also thought about it. If this is not true, then he can directly admit defeat. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao decided to open up, and he started to warm up directly. Li Heiren was already preparing to attack, but was stunned by Lin Xiao's actions at this time. Was this guy dumbfounded by his previous mental attack? If it weren't stupid, how would such a move be explained now? After some activities, Lin Xiao played a set of boxing techniques on the spot, and he tried to add spiritual power to this set of boxing techniques. However, Lin Xiao still underestimated the ancient martial arts. If it was so simple to add spiritual power to the boxing technique, the ancient martial arts would not be learned by very few people. After that, Lin Xiao tried something else, but still couldn't integrate the spiritual power into it. Did he just give up like this? Li Heiren looked at Lin Xiao, who was constantly scratching his head, and even forgot to attack for a while. What kind of play is this? Can you still play well? Anyway, keep attacking. Li Heiren was ready to attack, and Lin Xiao was already ready to give up at this time. Sure enough, it was too difficult to add spiritual power. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly had an idea. After all, his close combat skills could not be regarded as ancient martial arts, so what about Tai Chi? He had never studied Tai Chi, but in his previous life, he had simply seen some. I still remember some mantras. It's all at this time, there's no problem in trying it, right? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately began to try. What does that mantra say? A big watermelon, cut in half with a knife, half is given to you, you don't want me to take it back. Silently reciting the mantra in his heart, Lin Xiao also began to try to play Tai Chi. In this process, Lin Xiao tried to add spiritual power to it. What surprised him was that the spiritual power that had not been able to be integrated before was very simple to integrate this time. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It really happened. At this moment, Li Heiren's attack had already fallen. Lin Xiao didn't think much about it, and subconsciously used a pusher. He didn't know why he did this, it was all subconscious actions. As for the result, just leave it to fate. What surprised Lin Xiao was that with his push, a wall of spiritual power was formed right in front of him. Li Heiren's attack landed on the spiritual power wall, which was originally a spiritual power wall formed by Lin Xiao with a casual blow. It strangely blocked Li Heiren's mental attack. Lin Xiao's whole body was stunned. This Nima is also okay? Not to mention Lin Xiao, the people around him all looked incredible. The most surprised thing is Li Heiren. What's the situation? Even Lin Xiao launched a mental attack on him before, but in the ending of the two was that both of them were controlled, and like now, their own spiritual attacks were completely resisted, which was the first time. Compared to Li Heiren, Wu Han and Qing Xian almost jumped up at this time. When Lin Xiao played Tai Chi, the shock on the faces of the two was basically uncontrollable. I thought Lin Xiao was just talking before, but now it seems that this guy really knows how to do it. And both of them saw that Lin Xiao's Tai Chi was different from theirs, although Lin Xiao's boxing skills did not seem to be as powerful as theirs, but as Lin Xiao said, they were both rigid and soft. It seems that what Lin Xiao said must be feasible, which is undoubtedly good news for them. Maybe because of Lin Xiao's existence, Gu Wu may be revitalized. Qing Xian is now looking forward to the end of this selection competition immediately. He couldn't wait to have a good discussion with Lin Xiao. No matter how big the price was, he would not hesitate to do so. Although the other people didn't see it as clearly as Li Heiren and would trace his master and apprentice, they also saw that Lin Xiao blocked Li Heiren's attack. After all, Li Heiren had already made an attack gesture, even if the mental power attack was invisible and untouchable, but looking at Li Heiren's appearance, he must have made a move. When Li Heiren attacked before, Lin Xiao would pause for a while. That was a sign that Lin Xiao was briefly controlled by the mental attack, and this time, Lin Xiao didn't seem to be controlled. From Li Heiren's shocked expression, it also completely showed that Lin Xiao really resisted his mental attack. Compared with everyone's surprise, Lin Xiao was surprised. I really didn't expect such a windfall. With the existence of this spiritual power wall, do you not have to worry about Li Heiren's spiritual attack? Isn't it easy to capture Li Heiren? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's face showed a sly smile. By the way, weren't you very arrogant before? Now I see how arrogant you will be next. Lin Xiao didn't have the idea of defeating Li Heiren at the first time, and now he had just figured out how to use Tai Chi a little bit, and he didn't take this opportunity to study it properly. He was really sorry for Li Heiren's target. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao hooked his finger at Li Heiren provocatively. Li Heiren's grievance, how did things develop to this extent? Shouldn't you have a chance to win? He was a little unbelievable. He began to hypnotize himself. It must have been a coincidence just now. Right. It must have been a coincidence. Lin Xiao also had this method, and he must have used it a long time ago. Li Heiren no longer hesitated and used a mental attack on Lin Xiao again. Lin Xiao was waiting for this opportunity, and he used a push hand again. The spiritual power wall appeared again, blocking Li Heiren's spiritual attack again. Li Heiren felt like he was going crazy. Once is a coincidence? What about now? Lin Xiao must have mastered the method of resisting spiritual attacks. Lin Xiao can now be sure that his spiritual power wall can definitely resist Li Heiren's spiritual attack, then things will be easy to handle. Now that I know that the defense of the spiritual wall is still very considerable, I don't know, can Tai Chi be used to attack? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but start trying. He gently pushed out a palm in Li Heiren's direction, a palm that seemed extremely slow, but it was actually very fast, giving people a visual illusion. And with Lin Xiao's palm pushed out, a pale blue spiritual power group appeared directly out of thin air, directly rushed in the direction of Li Heiren. The spiritual power group is the same as Lin Xiao's palm, it seems to be light and fluttering, but the speed is actually extremely fast. By the time Li Heiren reacted, the spiritual power group had already appeared in front of him. All he can do is defend as much as possible. Is it going to lose like this? In the end, the spiritual power group still hit Li Heiren, and Li Heiren was ready to be hit by the spiritual power group and go out of the ring. But the next scene was completely beyond his cognition. The spiritual power group played by Lin Xiao hit him without any surprise. But the imaginary pain and impact did not come. The spiritual power group only made a slight poof sound and disappeared directly. Li Heiren, can anyone tell me what happened? Why don't you feel it at all? Not to mention Li Heiren, even the others watching the battle were confused. This Lin Xiao was a little thunderous and rainy, he thought he was going to turn defeat into victory, but who knew that such a scene would happen? Of course, many people present still saw the trickiness, and those strong people above the 7th level present could see the trickiness at a glance. Lin Xiao's spiritual power group is actually not in vain, and it is prepared to say that the power of the spiritual power group is still very large. At least it can be regarded as a normal attack of a level 3 superpower. The reason why Li Heiren was not harmed was because the real level difference between Lin Xiao and Li Heiren was too great. The 3rd level powerhouse sent out a spiritual power group, wanting to defeat the 6th level Li Heiren, but it was still a bit whimsical in the end. Lin Xiao also discovered this, but he didn't feel disappointed. The power of the spiritual power group is not great, but it is weird. At least a strong man like Li Heiren is very difficult to dodge. He also had an extra means of long-range attack. As his level increases, the power of the spiritual power group will definitely increase. And now he has a new idea. I don't know if this skill can be fired continuously? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately began to experiment. Eat me, and the aura bomb will fire continuously. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he kept sending out spiritual aura masses towards Li Heiren. As his hands continued to wave out, the aura mass bombarded Li Heiren like a machine gun. Li Heiren was startled, although the attack of each aura mass was only at the level of a 3rd level superpower. Was this aura mass too much? It was impossible for him to dodge, the speed of this aura mass was too fast. All he could do was to open his own defense and resist Lin Xiao's attack. As long as he withstood this attack, he might still have a chance to turn the tables. The spiritual power group kept hitting Li Heiren's body, so many spiritual power groups broke out together, even Li Heiren was repelled a few steps. By the time Lin Xiao's attack ended, he was only 3 steps away from the edge of the ring. I was almost blasted out of the ring. Wu Xian and Qing Xian both wanted to abduct Lin Xiao directly now. With their understanding of ancient martial arts, they naturally saw at a glance the unusualness of the spiritual power group. What is the biggest disadvantage of Gu Wu? That is, the melee ability is strong, and the long-range attack is weak. This question has always been a major problem that plagues Gu Wu. Lin Xiao, this is completely opening a new world for them, the door. It turns out that Gu Wu can still be used like this. If this spiritual power group is sent out without a trace? What does that mean? On behalf of this trial, I am afraid that there is basically no opponent for him. And what if it is Qing Xian? That picture is simply so beautiful that I dare not look at it. Lin Xiao couldn't control so much now. He looked at Li Heiren, who was only 3 steps away from the edge of the ring, and he was also a little helpless. It's not that he doesn't want to knock Li Heiren out of the ring in one go, it's really that the speed of spiritual power consumption can't keep up. He did not guarantee that the remaining spiritual power would be 100% able to knock Li Heiren out of the ring. And the reason why there are still reservations is because Lin Xiao has a safer way. The spiritual power left behind was ready to build a spiritual power wall. Since the spiritual power wall can resist Li Heiren's spiritual attack, why should he put the cart before the horse? What is his greatest strength? Is it close combat? As long as he made good use of the spiritual power wall, he could quickly rush to Li Heiren's side. Only in this way can you be 100% sure of your victory. I tried so much before, but I didn't want to waste such a good target as Li Heiren, but now that Li Heiren has played his role, the next step is the moment to decide the outcome. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao rushed directly towards Li Heiren. Of course, he will not forget that he built a spiritual wall beside him in advance. Li Heiren saw Lin Xiao rushing towards him, and he couldn't say anything. Previously, his spiritual system basically defeated most of the superpowers. I never thought that I would also have this day when I was restrained by others. All he could do was try to dodge and not let Lin Xiao get close, and continue to use spiritual attacks during this period, hoping to drag Lin Xiao until his spiritual power was exhausted, which was also the only hope he could think of to win. I have to say that there is nothing wrong with Li Heiren's idea, but he ignored a very important point. That is, Lin Xiao also had a mental attack. Taking advantage of Li Heiren's inattention, Lin Xiao immediately used the pupil of illusion. Li Heiren's spiritual power was naturally very strong. Even if he was controlled by Lin Xiao, he could quickly lift it. But no matter how quickly it is lifted, it will definitely be controlled for a period of time. This time before was nothing at all. After all, Lin Xiao was controlled for a longer time. But not now. With the existence of the aura wall, Lin Xiao was completely out of his control. Therefore, the passive party now has become Li Heiren. Seeing that Li Heiren was controlled, Lin Xiao naturally couldn't give up this opportunity. Quickly shortened the distance with Li Heiren. The previous battle with Li Heiren gave him a general understanding of the time when Li Heiren was controlled by himself, and at the moment when Li Heiren was about to wake up, he once again lost an eye of control. Li Heiren, who had just regained his mobility, was controlled again. Li Heiren. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by a mental attack. Li Heiren was right, being controlled twice in a row was enough for Lin Xiao to get close. When Lin Xiao approached, Li Heiren hadn't even woken up from his control. Lin Xiao didn't bother to be polite to Li Heiren, and threw him directly into the ring. Li Heiren, who was thrown from the ring, also woke up at this time. Seeing where he was, he also knew that he had failed. I lost. You are indeed more worthy of Yao Yao than me. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. Do you still want to say this? At the same time, Lin Xiao was also a little afraid. He had gone a little too far before, and at the last moment, his spiritual power also bottomed out. If Li Heiren insists on a little longer, he may be the one who loses. He-Yun immediately announced Lin Xiao's victory. After the announcement, He-Yun whispered a few words in Lin Xiao's ear. Little uncle, you are really surprising. Okay, now is not the time to be polite, go on, so many people are watching below. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he got off the ring, and Luo Yao greeted him immediately. This time she took the initiative to take Lin Xiao's hand. Assert your sovereignty again. Well done. Lin Xiao smiled and said nothing. He naturally knew why Luo Yao did this. She didn't want to lose to Li Heiren herself. Fortunately, it lives up to its mission. Li Heiren looked at Lin Xiao and Luo Yao holding hands, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's better not to be amorous in the future. The third round continued, and in order to save time, He-Yun once again chose several groups to play at the same time. When he knew Luo Yao's opponent, Lin Xiao began to lament for the rat. Isn't this guy's luck too bad? I met Li Heiren in the last round, and this time I met Luo Yao directly. If nothing else, the rat will lose 2 in a row. Zi Mouse looked at Luo Yao standing opposite him, and he also wanted to cry without tears. Luo Yao looked at the rat, and she was also a little big. Why don't I release water this time? Don't. Which one present is not the old fritters? You go all out. I may still have hope of advancing. If you release the water, I may be completely eliminated. Luo Yao also knew that the rat's words were reasonable. In that case, then show all his strength, which can be regarded as respect for the mouse. The battle between the two began soon, and the best thing the rat was at speed, but the wind system was still a little lacking in front of the dark system. Although Luo Yao's level is lower than that of the mouse, Luo Yao is a double lineage. Within a few rounds, the rat was blasted out of the ring by Luo Yao, and he didn't even have time to show his true strength. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's that Luo Yao doesn't give him a chance. After being blasted out of the ring, Zi Mouse regretted it. Alas! Luo Yao wanted to release water. Why did she refuse? There are many ways to release water, so it's good to show yourself as much as possible. However, things have become a foregone conclusion, and the rat can only silently accept this result. In addition to this battle, Lin Xiao was also paying attention to other battles, and those people that Lin Xiao paid more attention to, except for the rats, all won. Even Lin Xiao looked at Tang Can, who was very unpleasant to the eye, and won a thrilling victory. Wu Trace is Lin Xiao's focus on him, and Lin Xiao will naturally watch his game. I have to say that Wu Shi's understanding is really good. Compared with before, his Tai Chi has become much softer and softer, and there is also a bit of a sense of rigidity and softness. The power is indeed stronger than before. What just puzzled Lin Xiao was that Wuhan did not use the spiritual power wall and spiritual energy cluster. Is it that difficult? I did it very simply. Is he the rare martial arts wizard in 100 years? After the third round, the referees immediately started discussing. There is no need to guess that many people will definitely be eliminated in this round. Sure enough, after discussion with these old people, half of the contestants were eliminated again. To Lin Xiao's surprise, the rat was eliminated. Lin Xiao didn't know how to comfort the mouse, so he could only silently walk to the rat and gently pat him on the shoulder. The mouse naturally felt very uncomfortable, and more was unwilling. You must know that his combat power is no worse than that of several other people in the Wolf Warrior mercenary group. The reason why he was eliminated was that his luck was too bad. Except for the first round of easy passes, the other two were defeats and did not show their strengths. Those referees can't see his strengths and it's reasonable to exclude him. Zimuz, I don't know how to comfort you, your failure is not the fault of the war. Okay, Lin Xiao, I'm not a person who can't afford to lose. If you want to say sad, or those who don't even qualify for the competition are even more sad, I can come this far, and I can do my best. It's good if you think like this, and when I find a time, I'll make a table for yourself alone, as if it were to soothe your soul. Is this true? Is there still a fake? It's a deal. Lin Xiao could see that the reason why Zishu said this was because he didn't want everyone to worry about him. All they can do is perform well next, at least to make the final squad. Compared with Lin Xiao, the members of the Wolf Warrior Mercenary Corps of Qianlong gathered in front of the rat early. None of them spoke. Zi Mouse was their eldest brother, and he had always been the leader of the Wolf Warrior Mercenary Corps, and they did not expect that Zi Mouse was the first of them to be eliminated. They are very reluctant to leave the rats, but they are soldiers and know how to express their feelings. At this time, as long as you are silently by the side of the mouse, it is the greatest comfort for the mouse. The mouse obviously understands this as well. Everyone is performing well, you are basically in sight of victory. If you guess correctly, the next round is the last round. I don't want you to be eliminated at the last moment. Boss, who do you look down on? As long as we don't encounter those demons, we still have a great chance. So what if you meet those demons? Listen to my advice. Even if you don't have much confidence in defeating your opponents, you have to show all your skills. As long as those referees see your brilliance, you can advance even if you fail. The mouse really felt it, and what he regretted most was that he didn't let Luo Yao put some water and show his methods, and he might not have no hope of advancing. I blamed myself for not listening to persuasion and playing myself to death. Everyone nodded. The lessons of the rats past were here, and they naturally knew how to do the next battle. At this time, the fourth round of trials is about to begin. Lin Xiao counted and found that only 26 people were not eliminated in the end. This number is more intriguing. 13 people will be selected in the end, and there are 26 people here. These people will not directly let the winner advance, right? Wrong. If the lottery is drawn, it is easy to have a strong showdown, and if the winner advances, it is too unfair to many people. When the selection competition began, Lin Xiao found that he still underestimated those judges, and in this round, there was no draw. Instead, it is directly the personnel designated by these referees to fight. Lin Xiao, can you still play like this? What about the fairness and openness that was promised? When all the battle situations appeared, Lin Xiao suddenly understood the intentions of these people. Including him and Luo Yao, all the things he thought were stronger, that is, the top 13 in his heart, were not separated together. Their opponents were the remaining 13. At this time, Lin Xiao understood the intention of these referees. This is also optimistic about the 13 of them, and the remaining 13 should be their last whetstone. Because there was still enough time, the referees decided to proceed round by round in the final games. This also makes it easier for them to better observe these opponents they are favored by. Because Lin Xiao was the first to appear in the first 3 rounds, in order not to disrupt the formation, Yun still decided to let Lin Xiao appear first. Lin Xiao's opponent in this round was a level 6 ice powerhouse. The battle began quickly, and now no one dared to underestimate Lin Xiao. His opponent immediately used the ice-type spiritual skill against Lin Xiao. Faced with this blow, Lin Xiao did not choose to dodge, but directly took out the spiritual power wall. He wanted to see what the defense of the spiritual wall was, although it could resist Li Heiran's spiritual attack before, but the spiritual attack and the spiritual skill attack of the 6th level powerhouse were not the same thing after all. Whether it can be resisted or not, you still have to try it to know. The ice spiritual skill hit the spiritual power wall, and the spiritual power wall was shattered at the first time. Of course, the effect was obvious. Under the blocking of the spiritual power wall, the power of the ice spiritual skill was also reduced a lot. At least Lin Xiao wanted to dodge, and there was no problem anymore. At this time, Lin Xiao knew in his heart, the defense of the spiritual wall was good, but it seemed that the defense against spiritual attacks was better. Of course, this may also be related to Lin Xiao's true level being too low. The level 3 spiritual power wall can resist the attack of the 6th level awakener, which is already very good. What else is he asking for? After knowing the attack ability of the spiritual power wall, Lin Xiao didn't bother to continue the experiment and directly began to take the initiative to attack. The pupil of illusion was activated immediately. Li Heiran can resist, it doesn't mean that others can. As soon as his opponent was controlled, Lin Xiao quickly approached, and before he could react, he threw him out of the ring. There was no suspense in this battle, and Lin Xiao won. The remaining 12 games, without much suspense, basically resolved the battle quickly. At the first moment of the game, the referees announced the list of promotions. Lin Xiao, Luo Yao, Li Heiran, Qin Sheng, Wen Ji, Tang Can, Qianlong, Snake, Rooster, Pig, No Trace, Zhang Yuan, Zhuge Li Yulai. Coupled with Dongfang Shui, who was the first to advance, the list of 14 people participating in the world competition has been decided. As for which 7 are the main players and which are substitutes, this should only be determined in the next period of time. And Lin Xiao also believes that for different lineups, he will also send different lineups on his side. To put it simply, none of these 14 people should be the absolute main force, and no one should be the absolute substitute. This is also the result that Lin Xiao wants to see. There is still a month before the world competition, and I don't know who will be responsible for training them. What is the method of training at the same time? He also wants to do the final sprint. He hopes to break through to level 4 before the world competition. You always have to work hard. What if you succeed? At this point, the final 14-man squad can be regarded as the dust has settled. It can be said that a few families are happy and a few are sad, and Lin Xiao is still very satisfied with this result. The only regret may be that the rat was brushed down. After announcing the results, He-Yun clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. The final candidate has been determined. I believe everyone has no opinion. All the eliminated personnel can leave. Of course, if you are willing to stay for dinner, we have no objection, but there is one thing: after dinner, all the eliminated people must leave the base. Speaking of this, He-Yun paused, and finally his eyes fell on Lin Xiao and the others. Next, let's talk about the 14 people you have promoted. Cherish this last rest time. We have invited several extremely strict mentors to you. Starting tomorrow, you will receive very hard training. If you can't persevere, it's not impossible for us to replace you. He-Yun's words made these people who had advanced look bitter, and they knew that things were not so simple. Hearing He-Yun say such a terrifying thing, I don't know what will await them next. Anyway, the next month will definitely not be too good. It's okay. Maybe only under such oppression can they make greater progress. After He-Yun finished speaking, he asked everyone to leave. Before leaving, he asked someone to take Lin Xiao and other promoted personnel and the people who came with them to arrange accommodation. During this period of time, unless they go out on missions, they all need to live here for close training. You can't even have a place to rest. Chu Wenchen is very cool now. Lin Xiao and Luo Yao can be regarded as giving him a long face. After knowing that both of them were in the final squad, the smile on his face never faded. Lao Wei, Lao Guo, I'm sorry, although this year's Lingyu competition, our Kyoto Lingyu lost a mess, but 2 of us in Kyoto Lingyu have entered the final list of the world competition. Compared with you, it seems that I am still better. Weian and Guo Ruolong both looked constipated at this time, but they had to admit that this time it was Kyoto Lingyu who won. Li Heiran, the first place in the Lingyu competition, lost to Lin Xiao. What else can they say? What's more, Luo Yao seems to be even more terrifying. What made them even more uncomfortable was that these 2 guys were still freshmen in Lingyu College in Kyoto, which reminded them of the fear of being dominated by Suxian before. It seems that in the next 3 years, they will most likely still live in the shadow of Lingyu in Kyoto. Lao Chu, don't be cheap and sell well, you're just lucky. That's right, if we also have such good seedlings, where can we allow you to be so noisy? But you don't, so I ask you if you are angry? Weian and Guo Ruolong were silent, really powerless to refute. I have some doubts now. You deliberately gave up the Lingyu competition? When you say that, I am also a little suspicious, aren't you? This old boy used us as guns. Chu Wenchen, degree. What are you 2 talking about? Why can't I understand? Although Chu Wenchen said so, the pride on his face revealed his true thoughts. You old Biden, don't talk about martial arts. Chu Wenchen also knew that his 2 old brothers were really a little angry. Okay, don't be cheap and good. Didn't you make a good name this time? And you think these 2 guys don't want to participate themselves? I can't help it, otherwise I will definitely send them up to beat you in the falling flowers in water. Chu Wenchen's explanation finally made the 2 feel better. It turned out that Lin Xiao and Luo Yao were unwilling to participate, so it was completely acceptable. And to put it another way, this time the 2 are unwilling, and in the next 3 years, maybe they don't want to? What's going on when I suddenly feel like I'm doing it again? Under the leadership of a special person, all the promoted personnel finally came to the resting place. 1 single room per person, although not luxurious, but still neat. In the barracks, being able to arrange such a single room for them already shows that He-Yun values them. Lin Xiao has his own room here, and the environment is better than here, but he is not going to go there. You can't do specialization, and you can get closer to Luo Yao. He was very relieved of Luo Yao, but he was not at ease with those who had advanced. I always feel that these people have ill intentions towards Luo Yao, and they have to pay more attention. Lin Xiao just knew where his room was, and before he entered, he was blocked by Qing Xian and Wu Hen, who suddenly appeared. Then the 2 of them held Lin Xiao on the left and right, and ran towards the martial arts arena again. Brother Chu, Yao girl, borrow this kid for a while, don't worry, we have no malice. Chu Wenchen looked at Lin Xiao, who was taken away, and was also a little dumbfounded. He naturally knew why the master and apprentice were so excited, and he was also curious, how did Lin Xiao know ancient martial arts? Forget it, let them go. Lin Xiao had already had the idea of discussing ancient martial arts with the two of them, so he did not resist and let the two stand. Soon the three returned to the martial arts arena. I said too, are you too anxious? Since you want to come back, why did you leave just now? Of course, there are so many people, it's not easy to leave you alone, and we also need where we live, it's just a few more steps, okay? Don't talk about those useless things, talk about your Tai Chi. I really didn't expect you to know Tai Chi so deeply, I was even a little ashamed of myself. Qing Xian said this, but Lin Xiao was a little flattered. Taoist Master Qing Xian, you're polite, I really only know a little bit of skin, I can't even play a whole set of Tai Chi. Qing Xian, asterisk, no trace, degree. Listen, is this human language? I would like to call it the top Versailles. Don't be modest, I can see that you really don't know a whole set of Tai Chi, but just those few tricks are enough for us to study hard, and please don't hesitate to teach me. Lin Xiao, Omega, just let yourself be taught? What about your own benefits? With his personality of not seeing rabbits and not scattering eagles, he definitely couldn't compromise so quickly. Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't speak, he just looked at the two masters and apprentices quietly, and Wu Hen was the first to react. They were completely conquered by Lin Xiao's methods, and they all forgot to negotiate terms with Lin Xiao. Ahem, master, that is said to be coming, have you forgotten something? Qing Xian also reacted at this time. By the way, I forgot to tell Xiao, we naturally won't treat you badly, we will teach you complete Tai Chi, and secondly, I have a few ancient martial arts, if you are interested, you can also learn it, and there is also a light skill, I think you should be interested. Lin Xiao, oh, good, you are very good. There is actually a light skill, what an unexpected joy. Qing Xian is a big man with a head and a face, a mouthful of spit and a nail. Since he said such a thing, Lin Xiao naturally knew that it was impossible for him to lie. Seeing the eagerness of the two of them, Lin Xiao naturally knew what they were expecting. It's not that Lin Xiao doesn't want to tell them first, it's that Lin Xiao knows too much about Tai Chi. What he told them before was basically all he knew. If you tell them the truth, will they be disappointed? So that he doesn't teach him the ancient martial arts? Isn't that not worth the loss? Such a result was something Lin Xiao could not accept in any way. His brain began to race. He quickly thought of a way, although he didn't know too much, but he would fool around. If they succeed in fooling themselves, the two of them may be able to find some ways. If they can't figure it out, it's also their qualifications. Have a relationship with yourself for half a dime? I am really a little clever ghost. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao knew what to do. Of course, he would not purely fool around, he would definitely have to show some real skills. Since the two of you look up to it, I won't hide my clumsiness, let me tell you some of what I know. First of all, my Tai Chi, you can learn with me to see how my Tai Chi is different from yours. Lin Xiao said so, Qing Xian and Wu Xian naturally would not object, and the two consciously stood on both sides of Lin Xiao. Seeing that both of them were ready, Lin Xiao nodded at them. Tai Chi has to have a mantra, read it with me, a big watermelon, cut in half with a knife. Listening to the mantra in Lin Xiao's mouth, Qing Xian and Wu Xian had black lines on their faces. What is this operation? If they hadn't seen Lin Xiao's methods, they would really want to clean up Lin Xiao. Forget it now, let's learn to take a look with Lin Xiao first. The two of them also discovered that Lin Xiao's Tai Chi and their Tai Chi were actually roughly the same. Not to mention, that mantra is quite vivid. They also found the nuances between the two. The biggest difference was that Lin Xiao would suddenly soften in many places. And it is precisely the softness that makes Tai Chi smooth. During the practice, Lin Xiao also expressed some feelings and told him when he added spiritual power to it. After several attempts, Qing Xian and Wu Hen finally gained something. Or Wuxian was the first to experiment with a spiritual power ball. Although Qing Xian failed to succeed for the time being, he also had some feelings. He believes that if he persists for a while, he should be able to figure it out. Lin Xiao could see that Qing Xian's cultivation level was relatively high, but in ancient martial arts, his understanding seemed to be inferior to Wu Hen's. But even so, the speed of the two of them comprehending is a little too slow, right? I just practiced it casually at that time. It seems that he is the biggest genius. Gg. The two of them were almost groping, and their eyes on Lin Xiao became even more eager. Little brother, it's almost over, let's continue, you're just a small part of Tai Chi, what about after that? Lin Xiao was silent. It's not that he doesn't want to teach, but that he doesn't. Ahem, I said that what I got was a fragment, all I learned was this one, and I wouldn't do the rest. Qing Xian and his heels were silenced by Lin Xiao again, and they would have groped so many things with these two moves. Compared to you, we are really garbage. Qing Xian is itching now. Just figured out something, how could Lin Xiao not go down? Wu Hen looked at Qing Xian's anxious intention and felt a little funny. Master, don't worry, although Lin Xiao will not behind, but we can teach this to Lin Xiao first, and then let him teach us again. Qing Xian, Omega, it makes sense, why did I forget this stubble before? Lin Xiao was waiting for this moment, not to mention anything else. What was the purpose of coming here? Wasn't it just to learn ancient martial arts? Now it's finally time to get to the point. Wu Xian, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and play a complete set of Tai Chi for Lin Xiao to see. Wu Hen rolled his eyes. His master really unloaded and killed the donkey, so he pushed himself out. But who made himself an apprentice? He really deserves to do this job. Brother Lin, I'll hit it first. You can watch it, you can try to learn. I won't explain it to you the first time. After all, we joined the spiritual power at different times. I'm afraid to tell you, but it will mislead you to a certain extent. Lin Xiao still agreed with this. If Wu Hen really told him everything he knew, it was likely to make him form an inertial thinking. This kind of Tai Chi that opens and closes is not what he wants. Oh, brother Wu Trace can start. Lin Xiao's eyes were staring at Wu Hen tightly. This time he was very serious, and even directly turned on the vision enhancement. This allows you to see the traceless movements more clearly. Wu Xian immediately began to demonstrate, probably to ensure the coherence of the boxing technique, although what he learned from Lin Xiao before seemed to have a better effect, but Wu Xian directly practiced the previous Tai Chi. It's not that he wants to hide his clumsiness. If Lin Xiao's is used in the front and the previous one is used in the back, the connected section will be particularly awkward. Only by using all the previous ones can you knock down a whole set. Under Lin Xiao's enhanced vision, Wu Xian's speed became very slow. Each action is automatically broken down into dozens of actions and then counted in the mind. Not only that, when he sees some unreasonable places, some slightly different but more harmonious movements will automatically appear in his mind. After Wu Hen finished beating him, he immediately looked at Lin Xiao. This is a complete Tai Chi. How does Brother Lin feel? Do you need me to do it again? Lin Xiao raised his hand to interrupt Wu Hen. His brain was still running rapidly. Seeing Lin Xiao's appearance, Wu Xian also guessed that Lin Xiao should have some feelings, so he didn't bother. After a short period of fusion, Lin Xiao couldn't help but start trying. Qing Xian and Wu Hen saw that Lin Xiao moved, and their eyes immediately looked over. After just one glance, the two of them couldn't take their eyes off it anymore. Lin Xiao's Tai Chi looks similar to theirs, but it is because of Lin Xiao's changes. Let Tai Chi, which seems to them to be wide open and closed, mysterious. Lin Xiao actually didn't think much. He just made a slight change to the Tai Chi that Wu Xian had just practiced according to his own ideas, and as for when to add spiritual power, it was completely at will. But it is this mentality that makes Tai Chi extremely smooth. When Lin Xiao finished work, a pattern of Tai Chi yin and yang fish appeared in the air. The pattern disappeared in a flash, and Lin Xiao saw it clearly. Tai Chi yin and yang fish have appeared, and I am considered successful, right? The pattern of the Tai Chi yin-yang fish flashed away, and Qing Xian and Wu Hen felt inscrutable just by looking at it, but they really don't know what it is. Seeing that Lin Xiao had finished his work, the two immediately came to Lin Xiao. Little friend, what is the last pattern? It looks so amazing. Lin Xiao, Sigma, turned A. No way? No way? As a Taoist person, you don't even know Tai Chi yin-yang fish? Are you sure you are a real Taoist priest? You really don't know what pattern it is? Impossible, right? Qing Xian and Wu Xian both heard the disbelief in Lin Xiao's mouth. Isn't it strange that they don't understand that pattern? Just looking at the reactions of the two, Lin Xiao knew that the two of them were definitely not clear. The leader of the younger generation of Taoism and his master didn't even know about Tai Chi yin-yang fish, which was really incredible. Lin Xiao didn't speak, but silently took out a piece of paper and a pen from his space ring. In front of the two of them, a Tai Chi yin and yang fish was drawn. This is the pattern you saw just now. I call it Tai Chi yin yang fish. The white part is yang, the black part is yin. The black circle in the white picture is called yang fish eye, which represents yin and yang, and the white circle in the black picture is called yin fish eye, which represents yin and yang. It represents the balance and harmony of the yin and yang poles in the universe. The black and white of the yin-yang fish symbolize the opposing and unified concepts of light and darkness, rigidity and softness, movement and stillness. If you understand the Tai Chi yin and yang fish, you can also understand why Tai Chi can't just be blindly fierce. Tai Chi's moves can be both fierce and unmatched, but also soft as water, and the changes are endless, making the enemy defenseless. Lin Xiao muttered a lot. This is also thanks to the lack of knowledge of people in this world. If they didn't know the Tai Chi yin-yang fish, he really didn't know how to fool them next. Now that he was done, Lin Xiao set his sights on Qing Xian and Wu Hen. I don't know what I said, do the two of them understand? When Lin Xiao saw the shocked little expressions of the two, he was also a little overwhelmed. It doesn't need to be like this, I just said some of my thoughts. In fact, Lin Xiao really blamed the two of them. Tai Chi yin-yang fish and the others were both hearing of it for the first time, let alone those who didn't know how to do ancient martial arts. It is reasonable to bring such a shock to the two of them. In the end, Qing Xian was the first to react. He came directly to Lin Xiao, the speed of a 9th-level powerhouse. Even Lin Xiao had no time to react. Fortunately, I know that Qing Xian will not have any bad intentions. Qing Xian grabbed Lin Xiao's shoulders. Lin Xiao, You don't know how much what you said today will help us. Do you lack apprentices? How about I worship you as my teacher? Lin Xiao curled his lips and came to this trick again. Seeing that he has some ability, he wants to let himself be a teacher? Wrong. It seems that he wants to worship himself as a teacher? Not good. Qingxian Taoist master, no, absolutely not. We are so much different in age. If you worship me as a teacher, it's not good, and I'm not a Taoist after all. What does it matter? The master is the teacher. What you taught today, it is not an exaggeration to let the entire Taoist people call you master. Lin Xiao, ***. Although it is quite windy to accept such an apprentice, he is also a 9th level powerhouse. But there is another problem in front of him. This Qingxian knows that he is on the same level as some seniors in the nursing home, and it may be inappropriate for him to accept him as an apprentice. How can you refuse without hurting him? He subconsciously looked at Wu Trace for help, but he found Wu Xian there with a chagrin on his face. Wu Xian didn't speak, but Lin Xiao actually understood what he meant. That was obviously annoyed that he was a step slower and let Qingxian take the lead. You are pro-master and apprentice, do you want to roll up like this? Do you even have to fight for this? Seeing that Qingxian was still looking at him eagerly, Lin Xiao was helpless. It is impossible to agree, but there is a compromise. Taoist Master Qingxian, I would never dare to accept you as a disciple. What do you think of this? How about we being called brothers? Taoist Master Qingxian was a little disappointed. How could a brother have a master? But he also saw that Lin Xiao seemed to have some concerns. Forget it, brothers are brothers, so that the relationship with Lin Xiao can be closer. Just according to my brother, I'm older, so I'll call you brother. Brother is polite, they are all their own people, no need to be so polite. I like you more and more. Do you have any intention of joining our Taoism? Don't worry, there are not so many twists and turns, there are no taboos for you. Forget it, I'm really not interested. What's not interesting? Let's do it. You can hang a false position as the deputy leader of a famous clan in our Taoist sect. You don't need to do anything, but when you need it, we will definitely help what we can. This is your token, you put it away. After Qingxian finished speaking, he handed Lin Xiao a sign, and Lin Xiao didn't know why he was confused about the next. What is the origin of this Qingxian? A vice leader who doesn't need to contribute and has real power, just give it? He won't be the leader of Taoism, right? Wu Xian saw that the dust had settled at this time, and also came to Lin Xiao's side. He first bowed to Lin Xiao. Meet the little master. Lin Xiao, degree. It's a new generation, judging from the relationship on King Suan's side, there is nothing wrong with this uncle's call. Get up, you don't need to be so polite. Wuxian is also a free and easy person, and he doesn't care about this. And just now he also had the idea of worshipping Lin Xiao as his teacher, and now he has become his uncle, which seems to be good. At least if you go to the little master to consult some questions in the future, you shouldn't be coaxed away. Wu Xian, does my brother have such a big right? A deputy leader gives it when he says he will. Is he your leader? Little master, you think too much. Master is not the leader, but the current leader is our master's eldest apprentice, that is, my senior brother, and he will also call you uncle when he sees you in the future. Lin Xiao, Omega. He. Sure enough, I am still superficial. To put it simply, Qingxian is not the leader of Taoism, but he may be like the Taoist supreme emperor. This generation is worthy of being called a brother to himself. The matter was a foregone conclusion, and the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish made Qingxian and Wu Xian feel great. The two went to study on the side, and occasionally got a set of Tai Chi. Not to mention, knowing the principle of Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish, both of them are making rapid progress. It didn't take long for the two of them to learn well. The two of them successively studied the spiritual power wall and the spiritual technology group. Lin Xiao was very anxious next to him. You are happy, what about my other ancient martial arts? And what about my light skills? Isn't it good to make me happy together? In the end, Qingxian couldn't stand it anymore. Kicked the side and was still practicing. Wu Xian is very unhappy, he is on the rise. Why is he kicking himself as a cheap master? If I hadn't been able to beat him, I would have gone crazy. Master, what are you doing? Qingxian coughed lightly twice. What did you say? I forgot what you called your little master this time? Your little master has now taught you everything. What about what we promised your little master? Now your little master is no longer an outsider, why are you still stunned? Hurry up and teach your little uncle everything you know. No trace, asterisk. Although what you said makes sense, I am now very fascinated by the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram, and sending myself over at this time is not forcibly interrupting my practice? Why don't you go? Qingxian looked at Wuxian with some disappointment. Stinky boy, do you think I don't want to? Isn't it because your ancient martial arts talent is higher than mine? Think about it, a Tai Chi can make your little master uncle create so many doorways, what about other ancient martial arts? Are you sure he can't give us more surprises? I gave you all the benefits, and you actually pushed back. In that case, I'll go. Wu Hen admitted that he had been persuaded, and judging from the current situation, his little uncle might really be able to do it. Master, I was wrong, I'm going to teach the little master. After Wu Hen finished speaking, he ran towards Lin Xiao in a fart. Little master, I'm sorry, I was a little too fascinated by what I studied just now. I forgot to promise you the ancient martial arts before. I will pass those ancient martial arts to you now. Lin Xiao had been waiting impatiently for a long time, and when he saw Wu Xian say this, he nodded hurriedly. Okay, let's get started. Okay, the same way, I'll give you a beating first, little master, and then tell you the principle. First of all, a set of swordsmanship. This set of swordsmanship comes from Tai Chi. Wu Hen took out a wooden sword and demonstrated it directly to Lin Xiao. Wu Xian's Tai Chi swordsmanship, the same problem as the previous Tai Chi. After a fight, Wu Xian stopped and prepared to explain to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao interrupted Wu Hen. In his opinion, Tai Chi and Tai Chi swordsmanship should complement each other. Instead of letting Wu Hen explain, it is better to try it yourself. Anyway, he remembered all the moves, and the rest might as well be groped by himself. Lin Xiao took the wooden sword from Wu Hen's hand and began to try to swing it. Soon he practiced Tai Chi swordsmanship again, and Lin Xiao discovered a magical thing again. Although Wu Hen did not tell him when the spiritual power would be added, during the practice, he seemed to know when to add the spiritual power. A set of swordsmanship came down very smoothly. When he finally stopped, 3 lotus flowers even appeared at the tip of his sword. Wu Xian was stunned. Master is not deceiving me. The little master is not a good person again. Wu Xian really wanted to know how Lin Xiao did this now, but Lin Xiao didn't give him this opportunity. Okay, continue to teach others. I know what you're thinking, but don't think about it yet. You first explore Tai Chi. This is naturally simple, and it will take a long time, and there will be opportunities to teach you in the future. Wu Xian thought about it. It seemed that this was really the case, so he didn't force it. Anyway, during this time, he would definitely have to hug Lin Xiao's thighs tightly. After that, Wu Xian taught Lin Xiao some ancient martial arts. Wu Xian was already numb from Lin Xiao's blow, and every time he just hit it once, Lin Xiao could get started immediately. Fortunately, except for the Tai Chi swordsmanship and the differences between himself, the others are similar to himself. Lin Xiao also saw this. Tai Chi and Tai Chi swordsmanship changed because the direction of Wu Hen's practice was wrong, and he corrected it. Although the ancient martial arts behind are not without problems, the general direction is correct, so Lin Xiao practice is not much different from those without traces. Little master, I have convinced you. You know, in the past, the entire Taoist sect said that I was a rare martial arts wizard in hundreds of years, but compared to you, I am really nothing. You are also very good, don't underestimate yourself. Go on, where is that light skill? Qinggong is what Lin Xiao is looking forward to the most. Maybe the martial arts world in his previous life was too poisonous to him. Although I don't want to fly with a sword, step on the snow without a trace, and fly on the grass, it should be possible, right? Lin Xiao's speed is not slow now. On the one hand, because of the long-term weight bearing, his physical fitness is very perverted, and under the outbreak, the speed is not slow. The disadvantage is that it is just an outburst, which is still much worse than those who are really good at speed awakeners. He wanted to know how much this light skill improved him. Little master, don't worry, isn't this ready to teach you? The light skill I learned is called Ghost Shadow Trail. This light skill is combined with several Taoist light skills such as Taiyan Zone. The same way, I will demonstrate it first. After Wu Hen finished speaking, he began to demonstrate to Lin Xiao. Ghost Shadow Trail is different from the previous ancient martial arts. This is pure light kung fu. After a few simple steps, Wu Xiao's speed began to become rapid. There were even a few apparitions. Lin Xiao simply calculated that Wu Xian's current speed seemed to be no worse than that of the wind-type rat, or in other words, it was a fight with the dark-type Luoyao. This is a bit scary. Fortunately, his ability is to strengthen his eyesight, and he can barely see the movements without a trace. After Wu Xian practiced once, he looked at Lin Xiao with an excited face. The meaning is obvious, little master, I've finished teaching, it's your turn. Lin Xiao didn't say anything, but started to try directly. This time it wasn't as smooth as before, and he was a little unsure when to add spiritual power, so he paused a few times in between. Traceless, Sigma. It turns out that you can't get started right away. Finally feel like I'm a little useful. After seeing Lin Xiao practice and play again, he was about to point out some of Lin Xiao's shortcomings. Lin Xiao slowly spoke, I see, I found the feeling, I'll do it again. Lin Xiao practiced again. This time, Lin Xiao's ghost trail was extremely smooth, and Lin Xiao even combined the ghost trail with Tai Chi. Wuxian is completely autistic, and sure enough, he is still amorous. After the practice, Lin Xiao only felt comfortable. Is there anything else? Wu Hen shook his head. He had practiced for so many years, Lin Xiao had learned all of them in such a short time, and some were hit. Gone? So be it, you continue to practice, I'll go back first, and ask me if you have any questions. By the way, I'm also the deputy leader now, so it should be okay to teach these to others, right? Wu Hen thought for a while, and finally nodded. The vice leader has this right. Yes, but it can't be passed on endlessly, not everyone has this talent. Oh, I know, slip away. Lin Xiao left after speaking, leaving Wu Xian alone and messy. It's okay if this little uncle leaves, he will continue to stay, he is afraid that he will be hit to autism. Lin Xiao didn't have the idea of teaching ancient martial arts to many people. Wu Han had a sentence that was right. This thing depends on talent, not everyone is suitable for practicing ancient martial arts. But there is one person, Lin Xiao feels that it must be possible. This person is Luo Yao. Luo Yao is born with light and dark, which can be said to be very compatible with Tai Chi. He believed that under his teaching, Luo Yao should be able to learn Tai Chi. This should also be a huge improvement for Luo Yao. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't wait to go to Luo Yao. After returning to the place where he lived, Lin Xiao couldn't wait to knock on Luo Yao's door. Luo Yao quickly opened the door, and after seeing Lin Xiao, a smile immediately appeared on the corner of her mouth. The dumplings even got directly into Lin Xiao's arms. You're back, how are you studying? Pinch it in your hand. So confident? It seems that it should be of great help to you. It's really big, I feel that Tai Chi is very suitable for you, ready to teach you, are you interested? Luo Yao was stunned for a moment, but she didn't expect Lin Xiao to still think about her at this time. Of course I'm interested, but let's forget it today, right? Why? Luo Yao rolled her eyes and took out her watch to show Lin Xiao. Looking at the time above, Lin Xiao was also shocked. It's already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and this time flies so fast. When I came back, I only paid attention to the darkness, but I really didn't expect it to be at this point. Also, it's too late today, I'll teach you when I have time. Tai Chi is really suitable for you. It's so late, let's rest early. I didn't have dinner, I'll pack some for you, do you want to eat it? Okay. After that, Luo Yao invited Lin Xiao into the house, and sure enough, there were some lunch boxes on the table. Lin Xiao was also really a little hungry, and immediately started eating. After eating and drinking, he reluctantly said goodbye to Luo Yao. Of course, when leaving, you will not forget to take the dumplings away. The boy is older and can no longer sleep with his mother. In the past, Tuanzi might have resisted a little, but this time he was very obedient, which surprised Lin Xiao a little. Tuanzi, you are unusually good today. Dad, I want to learn Tai Chi too. Babbling. Lin Xiao was stunned, not to mention, the dumplings seemed to be quite suitable, at least from its color, it was also in line with the way of Tai Chi. Anyway, teaching one is teaching two is also teaching, as for how much they can learn, it depends on their creation. No problem, together then. Oh yes, I know that daddy is the best. Babbling. Lin Xiao took the dumplings back to his room, washed up briefly and began to rest. When he was about to fall asleep, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Speaking of which, it was so late that he came out, those two masters and apprentices wouldn't stay up all night tonight, right? Forget it, no matter what they do, staying up all night is not much of a burden for them. Sleep, dog's life is important. Early the next morning, all the people who officially entered the final squad were woken up by the people in the base early. Lin Xiao had already gotten up, and even reviewed the ancient martial arts he learned yesterday several times. As soon as he knocked on the door, he opened the door and walked out. Soon after he went out, he found that everyone had gotten up one after another. The only thing that is missing is Wu Xiao. The person in charge of waking up Wu Han was still knocking on Wu Han's door. Lin Xiao covered his face. At this level, even if he was tired and sleepy, such a big movement must have woken up. If there is no trace, then there is only one explanation, this guy may really have stayed up all night last night. For the sake of safety, Lin Xiao turned on the perspective, and sure enough, he found that Wu Xian was not in the room. Don't knock, Wu Xian is not in the house, he should be in the martial arts arena now. The soldier who knocked on the door knew Lin Xiao, and when he heard Lin Xiao say this, he immediately stopped knocking on the door. Give everyone 10 minutes to prepare, solve your personal problems, and go to the martial arts arena to gather immediately. The first instructor in charge of your training camp has arrived today. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Are you going to start training so soon? He was really curious about this mentor, not knowing if he knew him. Could it be an old man in a nursing home? What is the inexplicable expectation? There were only 10 minutes, and those who had just gotten up immediately went to solve their personal problems. People who got up early like Lin Xiao went directly to the martial arts arena at this time. They are also very curious about this mysterious mentor. After all, among the 14 people who entered the final squad, which one is not the pride of heaven? Which one has not been guided by a 9th-level powerhouse? The one who can become their mentor must be a famous big man. The group soon arrived at the training ground, and Lin Xiao saw Qing Xian and Wu Xian at the first time. This master and apprentice are really martial arts idiots, and they really studied all night. Soon Lin Xiao's eyes fell on the other two. One is He-Yun, and the other is a young man with silver hair. His silver hair cascaded down his shoulders like a waterfall, and when it fluttered slightly, it seemed to have invisible magic. His face was well-defined, as cold as a knife, and his eyebrows revealed a cold aura that did not eat the fireworks of the world. His pupils are deep silver gray, as if he can see everything, and there is always a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, but it makes people feel an inaccessible sense of alienation. He-Yun can understand here, who is this young man? It wouldn't be their mentor, would it? No way. Young is a bit too much. Judging from the appearance, this man is not much different from their age. There were many people who came with Lin Xiao, including Li Heiran. Li Heiran looked at the silver-haired man with a ghostly expression. Damn! Why is this dead iceberg? What bad luck! Lin Xiao immediately became interested, as long as someone knew him. Although he had some disagreements with Li Heiran before, it was all a small problem, and yesterday was considered a battle to lose his grudge. Li Heiran, who is this guy? Li Heiran looked at Lin Xiao a little speechlessly. You don't know him? Lin Xiao, eyes closed face. Why should I know him? Is he famous? He is a legend of your Kyoto Lingyu. Li Heiran said this, and looked at the silver-haired man again. Lin Xiao suddenly knew who he was. Su Xian? Who else could he be? To be honest, there are not many people in my life. You are still young, you can only be counted as half, but Su Xian is definitely one. When facing him, I don't see any hope of victory. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at Li Heiran. Are you ready to thank yourself for half of it? However, Li Heiran's words also made Lin Xiao have a strong curiosity about Su Xiancheng. Li Heiran's strength is also the top among the 14 people. In the face of Su Xian, who was about the same age as him, he couldn't give birth to the slightest fighting spirit. Is this Su Xian really so terrifying? If you say this, Lin Xiao can basically be sure. This Su Xian is their first mentor. Level 7 tutors, a bit interesting. Not long after, all the people participating in the world competition arrived, and Chu Wenchen and others also came. Hearing that the first mentor had arrived, these people also wanted to see who they were. Chu Wenchen was very happy to see Su Xian. Su Xian has always been the pride of Lingyu in Kyoto before, and in Lingyu University, Su Xian is the only one. Su Xian was able to come here, even if he was not notified. He immediately came to Su Xian's side. You stinky boy, you're here, why don't you say hello to me in advance? Su Xian was also very surprised to see Chu Wenchen. He was invited to become the mentor of the students of this world competition, which was a matter of certainty for a long time. As soon as the personnel were confirmed, he came over, and he didn't even know who the people were participating in this competition. Principal Chu, it's not that I don't want to say hello to you, it's that I'm afraid of stimulating you. I also watched this Lingyu competition. The performance of Kyoto Lingyu can only be said in one word. I think that no one in Kyoto Lingyu has advanced. I say hello to you, isn't it boring? Chu Wenchen. This guy knows how to kill people. What do you know? That's called strategic abandonment. Yes. By the way, Principal, the people of Lingyu and Kyoto have been eliminated. Why did you come here? Chu Wenchen looked at Su Xian in surprise. By the way, you don't know anything about your students, do you? He gave me a piece of information, but I didn't look at it. What's so good about that thing? Wait a while and you will know everything. Chu Wenchen laughed. It was still the Su Xian he knew. You're right, we gave up on the Lingyu competition, but we didn't have the world competition, and our school accounted for 2 of the last 14 places. Chu Wenchen's words almost made Su Xian's CPU almost smoke. No, Principal, you mean that 2 people from our school were selected for this world competition? I looked around just now, it seems that I don't know any acquaintances. No, just those guys are not qualified to participate in the world competition. If you are hurt by those guys, even if you can't beat you, you have to fight hard with you. The 2 selected this time are both freshmen, it's normal for you not to know them. Su Xian, Sigma, turned A. Are the freshmen so powerful now? You can participate in the world competition in your freshman year, and when you say this, Principal, I really want to get to know you. I'll call them over, you get to know them well. In my opinion, they are both demons who are not weaker than you. When Chu Wenchen said this, Su Xian became even more curious. It's not that he is conceited, he thinks that almost no one in the younger generation can match him, and if Chu Wenchen can say such a thing, he must be very optimistic about these 2. At this time, Chu Wenchen had already waved to Lin Xiao and Luo Yao. The 2 walked over without any hesitation. Su Xian, these 2 are our contestants in Lingyu, Kyoto. From Lin Xiao and Luo Yao over, Su Xian's eyes have been on the 2 of them. To be honest, he was a little shocked. Since they are freshmen, they don't need to ask to know that these 2 people are definitely not very old. They should be 18 or 19 years old. He thought he was very demonic, but when he first entered his freshman year, he was only level 3. Although he improved quickly, it was because he had his chance. What is the situation of this junior and junior? Not to mention their fairy-level appearance, this schoolgirl turned out to be a level 5 awakener. A freshman level 5 awakener, is this an inappropriate dimensionality reduction blow? You must know that even if it is a top Lingyu university like Lingyu in Kyoto, many people are only in the 5th grade after graduating. The main thing is that this schoolgirl gives him a sense of danger, How is this possible? He is now level 7. Compared with Luo Yao, Lin Xiao's situation surprised him even more. Lin Xiao can appear here, which in itself is an incredible thing. So Xian's first reaction was that Chu Wenchen must be joking with him. Luo Yao can make it to the final squad, he believes. After all, Luo Yao gave him a very dangerous feeling, but why did this guy why? Level 3. There are only 3 levels. Are he sure he didn't come in through the back door? He didn't seem to see anything surprising from Lin Xiao's body. When Su Xian was looking at the two of them, Lin Xiao was also looking at Su Xian. I have to admit that Su Xian's appearance is still very durable, and he has a unique cold temperament on his body, and the sky is still a little hot now, and it seems to be a lot cooler around Su Xian. Lin Xiao was a familiar person and took the lead in saying hello. Senior Su Xian, I really admired the name for a long time, and I finally saw a real person today. Luo Yao didn't speak, but also nodded at Su Xian. Hello Junior, your appearance really surprised me. I thought that in this world competition, there is no one in Lingyu and Kyoto, especially you, Junior, I still can't see your depth. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, although Su Xian said it tactfully, the meaning was very obvious. I just didn't see anything unusual about myself. Senior, you're polite, I've gone through the normal process to get to where I am, not through the back door. Su Xian's careful thoughts were seen through by Lin Xiao, and I was not embarrassed. At this time, he seemed to remember something. I know, it must be because your ability is special, so you were promoted out of the ordinary, right? Lin Xiao, Omega. I'm really Q. Do you look down on yourself like this? Before Lin Xiao could speak, Chu Wenchen on the side was the first to speak. Su Xian, this time you are wrong, Lin Xiao really came in with his own strength, and you also know Li Heiren, after all, you have fought several times, and that kid was also defeated by Lin Xiao. This time Su Xian was really surprised. Although Li Heiren was not his opponent, he also knew the mystery of the spiritual system. Li Heiren of the 6th level can't beat Lin Xiao? Suddenly I regretted not taking a good look at the information of these people. But it doesn't matter, you will know his methods later. A few people still wanted to exchange a few pleasantries, but Hiyun on the side couldn't stand it anymore. I said a few, everyone is here, should we get down to business first? If you want to chat, you can find a place to have a good chat after the training is over. Hiyun's words made several people react, and it was indeed not the time to chat. Lin Xiao didn't know much about Su Xian's situation, only that he was an ice type. Although the ice system is also a special system, it does not seem to be uncommon. What is so surprising about this senior Su Xian, which makes him very curious? He also believed that Su Xian would give him an answer soon. He knew that the time was almost up, and immediately called everyone over to gather. Lin Xiao and Luo Yao were no exception, and the 14 contestants consciously stood in 2 rows. First of all, congratulations again on making it to the final squad, and we will provide you with a final training camp that lasts for more than 20 days. And today is the first day, and we have invited your first mentor for you. I believe that many people know him, it is Su Xian, who was once a godlike existence in the Lingyu competition. Please applaud in welcome. As Hiyun's voice fell, there was quite warm applause on the field. Although not all of the 14 people present knew Su Xian, they had more or less heard of Su Xian's name. This name can be said to be a mountain that weighs on many people, and has been compared with this one by their elders. Many people who had never seen Su Xian's methods even had a strong fighting spirit in their eyes. All this was seen by Chu Wenchen and the others, although it felt that these guys were a little overestimating their own strength, but this was fine, wait a while, Su Xian would naturally beat them. Okay. The following is a speech by Tutor Su Xian. The scene rang out again with sparse applause. Su Xian didn't care, and stood directly in front of everyone. Hello everyone, it's an honor to be your mentor. To be honest, when I first received this task, I refused because I felt that you were not worthy of my teaching. Su Xian's words were quite polite at first, but the taste changed as he spoke. Lin Xiao didn't expect Su Xian to suddenly make a big turn, and he was a little caught off guard. I don't know if Su Xian did it on purpose. In short, he also successfully aroused the anger of many people. What are you? Why do you say we are not worthy? That is, do you think too highly of yourself? Lin Xiao didn't speak, he was observing all the time. He found that it was not those who were members of the family or the army who spoke, and several people from Lingyu University did not speak, as if they were very jealous of Su Xian. Also, only they have personally experienced Su Xian's beating. Su Xian saw someone talking back and was not angry. That's right, you just don't deserve it. If I can participate in this world competition, I will definitely be able to come back with the first place. Who of you would dare to say such a thing? If you can say it and really do it, I will be the first to apologize to you on the day of your triumph. When Su Xian said this, the scene fell silent. Although these people are quite confident in their strength, they really dare not say such a big word to directly win the championship in the world competition. I was born at the wrong time, the last world competition, I was too young, and this time it happened to be more than 1 year old, otherwise how could there be anything about you? So Xian was telling the truth, and Lin Xiao heard a strong unwillingness from his words. So Xian is really 1 year younger. If he is 1 year younger, he can really participate in this world competition. It's a pity that fate makes people. I know many of you don't obey me, and I don't need you to obey me. In the next few days, I will be your practical mentor. I will let you experience what despair is. Now start directly, because I don't know you yet. So the first training is to introduce yourself. After self-introduction, come and challenge me. Let me see how good you are. Start with you. Although Su Xian was very curious about Lin Xiao and Luo Yao, he didn't directly order the two. Let's do it in order. No one can run away anyway. The first to be named was Dongfang Shui, who stood at the forefront. Dongfang Shui looked at Su Xian and swallowed his saliva. Report to the tutor, my name is Dongfang Shui, the 6th level treatment department. Forget the challenge, I admit defeat. So Xian's eyes looked at Dongfang Shui's body, and finally nodded. He didn't expect that the first person to name was a wet nurse, and he felt like he was punching the cotton. However, looking at the situation of Dongfang Shui, the milk volume should be full, at least the logistics are worry-free. Next, behind Dongfang Shui was Chen Long, and Chen Long had long looked at Su Xian unpleasantly. Su Wei, level 6 thunder system. Please teach me. Okay, very good, you can make a move, otherwise you won't have a chance to make a move. Chen Long was not angry, he knew that he was definitely not Su Xian's opponent, and the gap between level 6 and level 7 was like a moat. But that's not a reason for him to admit defeat. Eat me a mad dragon purple lightning. Chen Long directly released his spiritual skills, and a thick lightning bolt directly bombarded Su Xian. In Lin Xiao's opinion, even if Su Xian is a level 7 powerhouse, he will definitely dodge in the face of such an attack. But Su Xian didn't play his cards according to common sense. Su Xian did not dodge, but waved his hand lightly at the lightning. Something surprising happened. The lightning was still the lightning, but the lightning seemed to be imprisoned. No, to be precise, it was frozen. Everyone who had never seen Su Xian's methods was shocked. They didn't expect that Su Xian's methods were so terrifying. Even lightning was not frozen. You must know that the thunder ability is a rage. And now Chen Long's spiritual skill, as if he was asleep, became extremely gentle, and was frozen there like that. Not to mention, there is a different kind of beauty. Li Heiren stood in front of Lin Xiao at this time, looking at the frozen lightning, and sighed leisurely. Alas, it's still a familiar feeling, this terrifying absolute freeze. Lin Xiao could hear clearly from behind, and he had to admit that the scene in front of him was too shocking. He somewhat understood why Su Xian was so powerful. Even spiritual skills can be frozen, what else can Su Xian not freeze? After Chen Long made a move, Su Xian didn't give him another chance to make a move, and with a wave of his hand, Chen Long became an ice sculpture. Next, let him calm down first. After the dragon is the snake is a poisonous system, originally thinking that it can be a snake to sink Su Xian, but who knew that the poison of the snake had not yet approached Su Xian. It directly turned into a smoothie, and the snake soon followed in the footsteps of the dragon and became an ice sculpture. The same is true for the phonogram of the rooster, whether it is poison or phonetic attack, it has not been able to break through Su Xian's defense, which is very speechless. In the end, Tang Xing, who fought with the Wolf Warrior Mercenary Corps. Tang Xing directly put a lot of defensive spiritual skills on himself, and then rushed directly to Su Xian. Su Xian also turned it into an ice sculpture. But to his surprise, his ice failed to break through Tang Xing's defense. Although Tang Xing was also frozen, he was also protected by his own spiritual skills, which surprised Su Xian. It seems that the people selected this time are still very interesting, and there are even existences that cannot be frozen. Suddenly felt that this time the world competition, these little guys might create a miracle. Although Tang Xing was not completely frozen, he lost his combat effectiveness in the end. Next, it's getting more and more interesting. The last few, don't let me down. Su Xian is really not polite at all, except for Dongfang Shui's treatment department. The other challengers are now ice sculptures. Lin Xiao has a new understanding of this senior. I dare not say anything else, madness is really crazy. The only thing Lin Xiao was glad about now was that just now, in order to keep a low profile, he and Luo Yao stood at the back of the line. Even if they can't beat it for a while, they will be put in the last batch. After Tang Xing, there are people like Li Heiren. It is the so-called academic school. Li Heiren, Wen Ji, and Qin Sheng have all fought against Su Xian. The three of them raised their hands at Su Xian at the same time. We surrender. Su Xian seemed to have known about the choice of the three of them for a long time, and did not react much. You guys are still so unpromising, although they are not my opponents, but you at least struggle. It's not interesting, give me a cool go. After Su Xian finished speaking, he waved his hand directly, and there were 3 more ice sculptures on the field again. The 3 of them also knew that it was useless to resist, so they all obediently did not move. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was very disappointed. He also thought about Li Heiran making a move, and he observed. See if Su Xian can freeze the mental attack as well. Now it seems impossible, so he can only wait for himself to make a move, and verify it himself. After that, there was Tang Can. He could also be regarded as an academic, but he had not been conspicuous before, and this time it was also the first time he had emerged. Tang Can knew that he was not Su Xian's opponent, but he didn't want to give up like this. Tang Can, Level 5 Special Absorption Department, please teach the tutor. Su Xian looked at Tang Can in surprise. He felt that the selected personnel were becoming more and more interesting this time. He participated in the last world competition. It's just that the level is too low, and there are not many opportunities to play, which is a regret in his life. But there is one thing he remembers very clearly: those who participated in the world competition at that time, except for him, all the others were level 6 awakeners. But what about this session? Let's not talk about Lin Xiao, the third level. Tang Xin, Tang Can, Wen Ji, and Luo Yao are all level 5. This made him feel more and more interesting about these people. It's still the same sentence, even if you let go of the horse, otherwise you won't have a chance to make a move. Tang Can's idea was good. He wanted to try whether he could absorb Su Xian's ice-type ability. However, the ideal is very plump, and the reality is very skinny. When Tang Can was still some time away from Su Xian, he was directly frozen. After the battle, Su Xian also glanced at Tang Can in surprise. This guy also has some skills, although he froze Tang Can, but he could feel that Tang Can had not given up now. He was trying to absorb his own ice attacks. If he hadn't intervened, Tang Can might really have gotten out of trouble soon. Of course, that's just a situation where he doesn't care about it. As for now, let's continue to freeze. Don't stop, keep going. Next. At this time, there were not many people left on the field. Lin Xiao, Luo Yao, Wu Hen, Zhang Yuan, Zhuge Liulai. The faces of the 5 people were very solemn, and the sense of oppression that Su Xian gave them was too strong. The next one is Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan is a plant system, belonging to the control system and the team, although the combat effectiveness is not weak, but the real power is control. After a brief introduction, Zhang Yuan took the initiative to attack. Zhang Yuan's attack was to use plant-based abilities to control the growth of some vines and the like, so as to achieve the effect of control. This time, Zhang Yuan kicked the iron plate. Before Zhang Yuan released his spiritual skills, various vines would appear on the ground, either attacking or controlling. This time, the vines didn't even appear. The surroundings of Su Xian were so cold that even those vines could not grow. Zhang Yuan tried a few more times and simply gave up. This guy is not human. Can't beat it. Can't beat it at all. After Zhang Yuan, it was Zhuge Liulai, and Zhuge Liulai spread his colorful wings at the first time. With the flapping of the wings, some colorful powder attacked towards Su Xian. This is Zhuge Liulai's spiritual skill, and if it comes into contact with these powders, it will force it into a state of sleep. Of course, the premise of all this is that these powders can touch Su Xian, which is obviously not a simple thing. Before those colorful powders could get close to Su Xian, they were frozen again. Zhuge Liulai failed to strike a blow, so he did not continue to attack, but chose to admit defeat. Lin Xiao saw all of this in his eyes, and he found that he underestimated these contestants. If I guessed correctly, many people present had their own trump cards, but they all thought that now was not the time to take them out. One by one, do you want to roll it up like this? So far, there are only 3 people left at the scene. Wu Han had long been a little impatient. What did he stay up all night for last night? In order to study Tai Chi well. After a night of hard thought and meditation, he felt that he was better now. What he needs most now is to find someone to practice his hands well, and he thought about finding an opportunity to compete with Lin Xiao before, but he didn't expect to meet a more suitable opponent now. He has already seen Su Xian's strength, and such an opponent is worth his all-out efforts. Wu Han, please teach me. After Wu Xian finished speaking, he didn't wait for Su Xian to react, and directly launched an attack. The shot was more than a dozen spiritual power groups of different sizes, attacking Su Xian from different directions and at different speeds. Su Xian looked at those aura masses, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This is really the first time I've seen such an attack method. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's eyes also lit up. He had to admit that in terms of ancient martial arts, Wu Xian had more than he thought. In just one night, Wu Xian has made such progress. I can't help but admire it. Of course, these aura masses couldn't hurt Su Xian, and before they could get close to Su Xian, they were frozen again. Wu Xian saw all this in his eyes, and at this time he could only feel that absolute freezing was indeed perverted. Su Xian also launched an attack at this time. Feeling the cold air around him, Wu Han immediately used the spiritual power wall. The spiritual wall still couldn't escape the frozen, but to Su Xian's surprise, the spiritual wall still played a defensive role in the end. At the last moment, Wu Han escaped from Su Xian's attack and was not frozen like everyone else. This was the first time Su Xian had missed. Su Xian was not disappointed because he missed, but was very happy. He found that he really liked the contestants more and more, and there was someone who could escape from his absolute ice. He couldn't even see what kind of means this Wu Trace was using. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. So Xian admitted that he was a little too child's play before, but now he really has to be serious. It turns out that Su Xian, who is serious, is terrifying. In the next round, Wu Xian also became an ice sculpture. And at this time, only Lin Xiao and Luo Yao were left who had not challenged. As soon as Wu Hen was defeated, only Lin Xiao and Luo Yao were left present. After cleaning up Wu Xiao, Su Xian also put away the momentum on his body. The remaining two are their own juniors, and this little face still has to be given. Juniors and juniors, it's just the two of you? Who goes up first? Or together? Lin Xiao and Luo Yao looked at each other, although they knew that they might not be Su Xian's opponents now, but they were all one-on-one before, and they were not easy to be special. Lin Xiao thought about it and decided that he would come first. Yao Yao, I'll come first, I'll try to let him take out more whole cards, don't think about defeating him, it's likely impossible, and then hold on for a while to win. Luo Yao nodded, she had already seen Su Xian's horror. Now she is indeed not Su Xian's opponent. Then be careful. Lin Xiao came out of the line, looked at Su Xian, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Senior Su Xian, they are all their own people, please show mercy to your subordinates. Seeing that Lin Xiao was so sensible, Su Xian was not embarrassed for him. That's natural, how to say it's also from a school, for the two of you, I will definitely take special care of you. As soon as Su Xian finished speaking, he felt his head sink. He immediately reacted, and Lin Xiao made a move. This guy doesn't talk about martial arts. He was polite to himself, but in fact, he had already made a move secretly. Is the junior a spiritual department? No, there is a 6th level spiritual department, you shouldn't be a spiritual department. Lin Xiao was also a little surprised to see that Su Xian had gotten rid of his illusion pupil so quickly. Although Su Xian is level 7, Li Heiran is level 6. But Li Heiran is a spiritual system, and in Lin Xiao's view, Su Xian's spiritual power is at most similar to Li Heiran's. If you have mental calculations or not, you should be able to control Su Xian for a while. Unexpectedly, he thought too much, and his time to control Su Xian was basically negligible. Although the others were frozen, they were all aware of their autonomy and were watching the battle at this time. Li Heiran, _C. What are you thinking? What if mental power works for this guy? Do you think I'll throw in the towel directly? This guy can use ice-type abilities to keep his mental power in a 100% absolute calm state. As long as it weren't for his mental strength exceeding him too much, it was impossible to control him. Anyway, he can't do it, Lin Xiao is a little worse than him, and it's even more impossible. Lin Xiao couldn't sneak attack, and he was also a little embarrassed. That senior, naturally I am not a spiritual department, I said that I slipped just now, do you believe it? Although Lin Xiao said that his hands were slippery, he was not ambiguous at all. Spiritual power group. Mental attack. One by one, they attacked Su Xian, and Su Xian looked at Lin Xiao's various methods, and he was also a little surprised. He found that he did underestimate Lin Xiao, at least the strength that Lin Xiao showed now was not something that a 3rd-level awakener could show. In his opinion, Lin Xiao's methods are also very high among so many people at the scene. No wonder Principal Chu values him so much, he is indeed outstanding. When he grows up, he will indeed be no worse than him. But not yet, the level gap is too big. Now let him see how big the gap between the two is. Su Xian began to exert his strength, and the ice energy continued to approach Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao only felt that the hair on his body stood up, and without thinking about it, he erected a spiritual wall beside him. Because of the complete Tai Chi learning, this time the spiritual power wall directly became a Tai Chi yin and yang fish pattern. Although it looks like it is still a spiritual wall, the defense is not comparable to the previous spiritual wall. Su Xian's ice energy was actually blocked for a short time. Lin Xiao also took advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of the ghost shadow and quickly break away from that area. Without waiting for Su Xian to make another move, he directly raised his hand to surrender. Senior, don't fight, I admit defeat. Su Xian looked at Lin Xiao in surprise, his spiritual skills failed for the 2nd time today. Although it is related to his lack of full strength, in his opinion, this is still very incredible. I feel like you still have the strength to spare, why did you admit defeat? No, my spiritual skills are not suitable for fighting, I took out everything I just took out, senior give me face, don't freeze me, I'm afraid of the cold. Su Xian, eyes closed face. Forget it, who told you to be my junior, if you don't freeze, don't freeze. Okay, let you go, just watch obediently from the side. Oh, those who are still frozen rolled their eyes one by one. Su Xian's ice was well controlled, they were just controlled and did not cause any damage to the body. It's just that the biting cold is also real. If I had known that they would also be coquettish. Seeing Lin Xiao's defeat, Luo Yao came over as soon as possible. Senior Su, be careful. After Luo Yao finished speaking, he escaped into the shadows and did not give Su Xian a chance to reply at all. Su Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. My juniors and juniors seem to be impatient. Is it a dark system? It's a bit tricky. I'm afraid it's not that simple to catch her. Su Xian is a level 7 awakener, and he definitely has an absolute level advantage over Luo Yao. But if Luo Yao just blindly hid, without releasing his spiritual skills, it would not be easy for Su Xian to find Luo Yao. This is also the most terrifying thing about the dark system. Su Xian's combat experience is so rich. At this time, just wait quietly. Soon he noticed a fluctuation in spiritual power, and without thinking about it, he directly threw an ice-type spiritual skill over. My school sister is still too anxious. As Su Xian's spiritual skill fell, Luo Yao's figure was forced out, and he was directly frozen there. Su Xian just wanted to speak, but suddenly felt a strong crisis. At the same time, several different spiritual skills attacked him from 3 directions. The key is that these spiritual skills are not only dark, but also light. This caught Su Xian off guard. Ice armor. This time Su Xian did not choose to freeze those spiritual skills, but chose to put ice armor on his body. Those spiritual skills were all hit on his ice armor. The spiritual skills of the light and dark systems were still very powerful, and Su Xian's ice armor was also shattered a little. Su Xian was startled, knowing that his ice armor, even with the all-out blow of a level 6 awakener, might not be able to break the defense. What does this mean? It shows that the power of Luo Yao's spiritual skills may have exceeded the category of level 6 powerhouses. After the attack ended, Luo Yao's main body appeared with several clones. Looking at Luo Yao and those clones, Su Xian was very shocked. Light and dark dual system? Doppelganger? How many more surprises can you give me? Keep going. Luo Yao hurriedly waved his hand. Senior, I admit defeat. It was my strongest attack just now, and there is no point in continuing. Su Xian, asterisk. Who did you learn from to admit defeat after this fight? Are young people nowadays so unconcerned about martial arts? Su Xian felt a little aggrieved. After all, his original purpose was to beat these contestants well. I just didn't expect to underestimate the strength of these people, and the effective beating was achieved, but there was still a gap between it and the complete crushing he imagined. The key is that he can't say anything. After all, he is his junior and junior. This little face still has to be given. Forget it, so be it. Everyone came to gather. I know almost all your strength, and I can give you targeted training. Lin Xiao, Luo Yao, and Dongfang Shui were the only 3 people who were not frozen, and when they heard Su Xian's words, they immediately came over. The others didn't come, not because they didn't want to, but because they were still frozen. Lin Xiao, epsilon equals omicron asterisk, alas. That senior, are you sure you won't let them out before gathering? A sneer appeared on the corner of Su Xian's mouth. What are you doing standing there stupidly? Do you still need me to invite you when you come out by yourself? If anyone can't come out, just eliminate them. Anyway, there are many people staring at your position. Su Xian had no intention of helping a few people lift the ice. If he continued to inject spiritual power, it would not be a simple matter for these people present to break free from the ice. But now Su Xian has long accepted his own spiritual power, and those who are frozen can break free with their own strength. This can be regarded as Su Xian's test for these people. Even if he no longer injects spiritual power, his ice is stronger than ordinary ice. He wanted to see which of these people could be the first to break the ice. Hearing Su Xian's words, those guys who were frozen began to exert their strength. It didn't take long for someone to break the ice. The first to break the ice was Wuxian, although Wuxian was frozen, but when it was frozen, he was surrounded by a faint wall of spiritual power, so it was the easiest for him to break the ice. The second icebreaker was Tang Xing. Tang Xing was the most special of these people, and it could even be said that he was not frozen from beginning to end. It was only his defensive spiritual skills that were frozen. After Su Xian gathered his strength, he only needed to deploy his own defense, and he would directly break those ice. The third is Tang Can, who has been trying to absorb the spiritual power in Su Xianbing, and he has always done so. The hard work paid off, and now it has finally successfully broken the ice. The 3 of them were the fastest, and then the others broke the ice one after another, with almost no difference in time. The slowest are Wen Ji and Zhang Yuan. Wen Ji is a summoning system, and he is not good at these. Zhang Yuan's plant system is naturally restrained. Fortunately, everyone came out. After everyone broke the ice, they couldn't help but shiver. If there were people who were a little unconvinced by Su Xian before, now everyone is convinced. No way, you can't accept it. Su Xian is really too strong. Although Su Xian was only level 7, Lin Xiao had a feeling that Su Xian's combat power was definitely not as simple as it seemed. He felt that Su Xian could fight by leapfrogging. As for how he could do it, Lin Xiao didn't know. After all, he hadn't seen Su Xian go all out. Seeing everyone break through the ice, Su Xian was still very satisfied. Of course, this is also a reasonable thing. If you can't even do this, you really don't have the right to stay here. His eyes stayed on Wuxian, Tang Xing, and Tang Can for a while. These 3 are a bit interesting. In the next few days, we will observe carefully. Of course, now is not the time to talk about this. What he needs to do is to improve their strength as much as possible in a limited time. At this time, everyone was out of trouble, and Su Xian had given the order to assemble before, and everyone was consciously standing around Su Xian. He Yun also came to Su Xian's side. Everyone, in the next period of time, Su Xian is your combat mentor. At the same time, we also found a theoretical mentor for you. He is the principal of Lingyu in Kyoto, Chu Wenchen. Of course, other seniors will also assist, and then the two of them will mainly conduct unified training for you. I hope everyone can get a good improvement. He Yun left after speaking. He had his own business to do. He is only responsible for providing the place, and as for teaching this kind of thing, it is better to leave it to the professionals. Chu Wenchen should have been notified before, so he didn't say anything. Weian and Guo Ruolong, the principals, have no objections. After all, they also need assistance from the side. Although they have never dealt with Chu Wenchen much, they still admire Chu Wenchen very much, at least in terms of theory. They don't think they can do better than Chu Wenchen. Chu Wenchen greeted everyone and didn't continue to speak, and now it's enough to hand over the scene to Su Xian. Lin Xiao looked at Chu Wenchen with some surprise. He knew that Su Xian was not the only one responsible for teaching them, but he really didn't expect it to be Chu Wenchen. Isn't this a split? What Chu Wenchen taught was indeed useful, but he and Luo Yao had already opened a small stove. If you continue to study, is it a waste of time? However, Lin Xiao is not afraid of wasting time, and can take advantage of this time to teach Luo Yao about Tai Chi. Instead of training with so many people, wouldn't it be more fragrant to get along with Luo Yao alone? Seeing that everyone was almost ready, Su Xian finally spoke at this time. Through the fight just now, I believe everyone should know a little about each other. After the battle with you, let me briefly talk about my thoughts. To be honest, you feel very good about me, and your strength has been initially recognized by me. But, that's all. I see a kind of arrogance that seems to be born from you. Do you think you are amazing? Su Xian's words made the scene fall silent again. These people also admitted that Su Xian was right. Even if they lost to Su Xian, they were proud in their bones. Even Lin Xiao had to admit this. Recently, it seems that he has been a little too prosperous, and even he is a little proud. Lin Xiao is still like this, not to mention those who have always been the pride of the sky. In the end, Li Heiran raised his hand. Tutor, we admit what you said, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. We're proud of our strength. Is there anything wrong? The others didn't speak, but it could be seen that they still recognized Li Heiran's ideas very much. Su Xian did not refute, but sighed leisurely. It's a good thing to have your own pride, but you also have to have a degree. Do you know the ranking of our Chinese world competition over the years? The last time I was second, the last time I was third, I didn't know before that. That's right, in the last 2 sessions, the second time, the third time, but looking back, our China has not won the first place for almost 30 years. This is the pain in my heart, so I hope you set your goals higher. Just take the first place. Are you confident? Su Xian's words made everyone present can't help but be excited. If you can, who wouldn't want to take this first place? Everyone wants to get the first place for China. But then again, how can the first be that simple? To put it simply, it is impossible not to win the first place in 30 years. Although everyone's goal is to be the first, it is said that whoever dares to make a military order will not come back with the first one. There were so many people present, and none of them dared to pack tickets. After all, the personnel participating in each session are very strong, and the last one was also the pride of heaven, but in the end only won the runner-up. Seeing that no one answered, a hint of disappointment flashed in Su Xian's eyes. It doesn't make you proud, but you can't even have basic self-confidence, right? Just when Su Xian was about to say something, Lin Xiao spoke. Isn't it just a champion? Just get it back. If you don't have confidence, it's over. Lin Xiao's words seemed to ignite the enthusiasm of everyone present. Isn't it just a champion? Just get it back. Confident and confident, this time I will come back to play with a championship no matter what. That's right, the last time was the runner-up, giving us little room for improvement. If we don't win the championship, we will fail. Su Xian smiled, smiling happily. That's right, these little guys. It's good to be young. At this moment, Su Xian himself forgot that he was actually only 1 year older than some people here. Okay. Very good. Very good. Su Xian said 3 good things in a row. The players are confident that this is what he wants to see, but at the same time, it is also his job to properly hit these guys. It's a good thing to have such confidence, but I am very worried about your strength. Let me tell you this, the last world competition, I was fortunate to participate, although I don't know what killer features of this country are, but I think it will not be worse than the previous one, and your strength, I feel that it is not as good as ours. According to the current situation, I feel that you may not even be able to enter the top 3. Su Xian's words left everyone speechless. Why does this education method of pulling and stepping on feel so familiar? Senior, are you a little ambitious and destroy your own prestige? Where are we wrong? Looking at Lin Xiao who was talking again, Su Xian found that he liked this junior more and more. What do you need most if you want to beat these people in front of you? It's just a compliment. Otherwise, if you keep singing a one-man show, it will not only be difficult to sing, but the effect will not be good. Now that Lin Xiao cooperates, the effect will be immediate. Not to mention, I'm really not alarmist, just say that in the last session, the team sent by our Chinese side was already very strong. In terms of personal strength alone, even the team that won the championship in the end was not our opponent, but the world competition was not only personal strength. In the final, although we took the lead in the individual competition, but in the team competition, we lost, which is also the closest we are to the championship. Lin Xiao heard about this for the first time. Looking at the situation at the scene, some people knew about it. I can't blame him, although the world competition is a big deal, but Lin Xiao 4 years ago was still trying to run for his own life, or would he have the leisure to pay attention to those? At most, I would listen to a few words from others, and then I would continue to move bricks. It turned out that 4 years ago, Huaxia lost in the team competition. What do seniors mean? We should work hard to improve teamwork skills. Team ability must be improved, there is no doubt about this, and my next task is to train your team combat ability. After all, if you want to enter the final round, you must participate in the team competition. Of course, the team competition is only a point where you need to train, and there is another rule in the world competition, that is, the final topic is unknown, and maybe the team competition will not be assessed at all in the end. Lin Xiao found that although he was going to participate in the world competition, he didn't even know the rules of the world competition. It seems that I have to find a time to make up for this knowledge. Lin Xiao was also a little confused by Su Xian now. So what exactly does Su Xian mean? Is this team training practice or not? And Su Xian quickly gave Lin Xiao the answer. I just want to tell you that the world competition is not as simple as you think, and it is not something you can solve alone. Next, I will randomly divide you 14 people into 2 teams for intra-team confrontation. In addition to intra-team confrontation, I will also be your opponent. No matter what the final content of this competition is, don't think about it. After all, you have to reach the final first. Start grouping right now. Su Xian didn't bother to continue talking nonsense. No matter how much he talked, it would be better for them to have a good fight. He started grouping directly, and the grouping was completely random, and the 14 people were quickly divided into 2 groups. The first group, Lin Xiao's luck was not bad, and the group was Luo Yao, Wu Hen, Li Heiren, Tang Xing, Si Snake and Dongfang Shui. After the grouping, Su Xian directly announced the start of the competition. Although the strength of the other group is not weak, compared with Lin Xiao's group, it is still a little unattractive in the end. In particular, Li Heiren and Lin Xiao launched a mental attack at the beginning of the confrontation and directly controlled each other. After that, Wu Hen and Luo Yao began to harvest mercilessly, and the other 3 had no chance to make a move. Su Xian saw all this in his eyes, and he was very satisfied with this result. There are also special personnel around to record it. As soon as the battle was over, Su Xian disrupted the group and started the confrontation again. Su Xian's task at this stage is to select the best candidate for the team competition. Judging from the current situation, the effect is not bad. Su Xian was not without troubles. He found that different people combined together had different effects. It seems that it is not a simple matter to find the best candidate. Every time he saw the right team, Su Xian would personally go on the field and single-handedly pick a team. Only by experiencing it for himself can he know what the chemistry of teaming up is. Although Sasuandu won in the end, he also found that it took longer and longer to defeat these people. This is not bad news for him, and it is something he would like to see. A morning was spent in constant combat running in. After a short break at noon, everyone gathered again. The afternoon class had nothing to do with Su Xian, that was Chu Wenxin's teaching time. Chu Wenxin's teaching is still very useful, and everyone feels that they have benefited a lot. Except for Lin Xiao and Luo Yao, they said they had learned this question. Fortunately, Chu Wenxin didn't mean to let the 2 listen again, so he just let them go to the side to practice alone. Lin Xiao couldn't ask for this, so he took advantage of this time to teach Tai Chi to Luo Yao. It doesn't take up your rest time, it's perfect. Lin Xiao had a feeling that Tai Chi was very suitable for Luo Yao. With the blessing of light and darkness, Luo Yao will become even more terrifying. While everyone else was trying to absorb Chu Wenxin's knowledge, Lin Xiao took Luo Yao and Tuanzi to the side silently. At this time, the dumplings have become more than a meter in size, and Tai Chi is also to be learned. This size is just right for practice. After all, it is determined to be a Kung Fu Panda. Seeing that 1 person and 1 spirit beast were almost ready, Lin Xiao directly began to teach. It is said to be teaching, but in fact, it is to hit it yourself first. For Tai Chi, Luo Yao had seen Lin Xiao use it in the previous battle. Lin Xiao planned to teach her last night, but because it was too late, he gave up temporarily. Now that she finally has time, she won't waste this opportunity to improve herself. Luo Yao and Lin Xiao can be said to be very familiar, especially since the 2 have sparred with each other for countless times. Luo Yao knew what her shortcomings were, although her melee was not weak, but compared to Lin Xiao, she was still much worse. Learning Tai Chi is a way to quickly get closer to Lin Xiao's melee level. I have demonstrated it once, and then I will tell you the key points. Yao Yao, you are a dual system of light and dark, and the purpose of Tai Chi is very compatible. I feel that if you practice Tai Chi, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Hearing Lin Xiao say this, Luo Yao was very happy, but the dumplings on the side were a little unhappy. What about me? Babbling. Lin Xiao looked at the dumplings suspiciously. Tuanzi, leave it to fate. Dad, you look down on me. Babbling. Lin Xiao, eyes closed face. It's not that I look down on you, but you are a spirit beast. There is a difference between humans and spirit beasts, and ancient martial arts are difficult to learn among humans, let alone dumplings. Therefore, Lin Xiao did not have much hope for Tuanzi. He felt that Tuanzi could learn the shape of Tai Chi. Of course, Lin Xiao just thought in his heart, it was impossible for him to say it directly. That would hit the group's confidence too much. Although Lin Xiao didn't say it directly, Tuanzi still felt Lin Xiao's true thoughts. Dumplings, oh, carrot, oh. I actually look down on this group. Let you see what a true genius is today. Lin Xiao has his own way of educating him, and he has just learned complete Tai Chi, and it is not fixed when to join spiritual power. Therefore, he was not prepared to teach according to his own understanding at the first time. He decided that little chubby Luo Yao would explore it, maybe he would have other gains. Next, you practice with me, learn the Tai Chi moves first, and then carry out the rest of the training. Luo Yao and Tuanzi naturally had no objections. Lin Xiao was responsible for teaching, and the two of them just needed to study with peace of mind. Seeing that one person and one beast had no opinion, Lin Xiao began to teach one by one. I have to say that Luo Yao and Tuanzi's learning ability is very perverted. Lin Xiao only taught it once, and they all learned it. The moves are almost learned. You can practice it first and show me who will come first. Tuanzi immediately raised his little fat hand. I'm coming. Lin Xiao naturally would not object, and he also wanted to see how the dumplings practiced. In other words, if you run out of money in the future, you should be able to make a lot of money by letting Tuanzi go boxing and selling, right? It's also thanks to Tuanzi that he doesn't know what Lin Xiao is thinking, otherwise he will have to sever the father-son relationship with Lin Xiao no matter what. I started babbling. Well, let's start. With Lin Xiao's consent, Tuanzi immediately practiced in a decent manner, not to mention, the posture was quite standard. If at the beginning, Lin Xiao was just watching the fun, his face was a little strange later. He found that Tuanzi's understanding was not generally high. You must know that he is only teaching Tuanzi Tai Chi boxing, and how to add spiritual power has not yet been taught. But when Tuanzi practiced, it was not simply drawing a gourd and drawing a ladle, it added spiritual power to it. A set of Tai Chi can be said to be a tiger and a tiger. Lin Xiao knew that if Tuanzi wanted to, whether it was a spiritual power group or a spiritual power wall, it could be realized. Come on, you are just a spirit beast. Although you are not an ordinary spirit beast, this is also a bit outrageous. I almost caught up with myself. Tuanzi, how do you do it? What did I do? Babble? Seeing the little puzzled expression of the dumplings, Lin Xiao became even more helpless. Invisible pretense is the deadliest. When you boxed just now, you seem to have joined spiritual power. How did you know when you joined spiritual power? Tuanzi frowned slightly, recalling the scene when he was practicing boxing just now. You said this, I don't know, even when I was boxing, I felt that it would be more comfortable to add spiritual power at this time, so I added it, and the effect seems to be pretty good. Babble. Lin Xiao was silent again. It seemed that Tuanzi was really going further and further on the road of Kung Fu Panda. Forget it, destroy, so be it. Yao Yao, it's your turn. You have also seen the situation of the dumplings. You should do it according to your own feelings first. If you can't figure it out, I will teach you again. I am optimistic about you. Luo Yao nodded and started training directly. Unlike Tuanzi's one-shot formation, Luo Yao's speed is much slower, and sometimes she even stops to think. Wait until the research is almost over, and then continue to practice. In this way, half an hour passed, and Luo Yao barely hit Tai Chi. Lin Xiao didn't bother, he found the trickiness in it. Although Luo Yao had been thinking about it for a long time, she had already begun to try to add spiritual power to it. It also looks very good. After figuring out all the questions, Luo Yao began to practice for the second time. This time the speed is much faster. Luo Yao is worthy of being a light and dark dual system awakener, and Tai Chi is really very suitable for her. Luo Yao made a casual move, and there was a faint Tai Chi yin and yang fish floating up. And Lin Xiao also discovered that whether it was him, Tuanzi or Luo Yao, although the three of them all fought Tai Chi, there were still differences in the subtleties. He and Tuanzi's Tai Chi are slightly masculine, while Luo Yao's is more feminine. Lin Xiao didn't feel anything wrong with this. There are 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000. What suits you is right. Wu Han had no time to observe the situation here because he wanted to learn from Chu Wenchen. Qing Xian was different, his eyes were always on this side. At this point, his jaw was almost on the ground. What kind of monsters are this? An ancient martial art of the level of Tai Chi. If you say you have mastered it, you can master it? Don't they want face? In other words, only Lin Xiao was given a deputy leader, isn't it a little less? That Luo Yao seems to be good, and it is not impossible to give it another deputy leader. As for that spirit beast, let it be a Taoist apologist beast. Lin Xiao originally thought that teaching Luo Yao and Tuanzi Tai Chi might take an afternoon. It turns out that he is thinking too much. He taught it twice at most, and the rest was groped by Luo Yao and Tuanzi themselves. Judging from the current situation, what they have explored on their own is more practical than what he taught. Because it was still early, after thinking about it, Lin Xiao still decided to hand over his other ancient martial arts to the two of them. At this time, even if it's just a little bit of combat power, it's good. Tuanzi is indeed a martial arts wizard. No matter what Lin Xiao teaches, it can learn quickly, which makes Qing Xian, who has been paying attention to this side, almost come directly to grab the beast. Fortunately, in the end he restrained his inner impulse. Luo Yao doesn't have such good luck. Her ancient martial arts talent seems to be limited to Tai Chi and Tai Chi swordsmanship, and Luo Yao can't learn other ancient martial arts no matter how hard she tries. In the end, Luo Yao had no choice but to give up. Being able to learn Tai Chi and Tai Chi swordsmanship, in Luo Yao's opinion, is enough. After all the studies are over, there is still plenty of time, and you always have to find something to do. Luo Yao was full of fighting desire because he had just learned a new skill, and he directly wanted to fight Lin Xiao in close combat. Lin Xiao naturally won't be empty. Anyway, idle is also idle. In this way, the two had a lot of fights in the afternoon. In the end, it ended with Lin Xiao winning, but Lin Xiao also felt the pressure. In terms of melee, it was already a bit difficult for him to completely crush Luo Yao like before. Now it takes a lot of effort for him to solve Luo Yao, especially Luo Yao's Tai Chi, which is a few points stronger than his Tai Chi in terms of power. Fortunately, he can still use the ghost trail to barely get rid of Luo Yao, otherwise it will be really difficult. Of course, this is also the reason why Luo Yao wanted to exercise her melee skills and did not use dark abilities, otherwise Lin Xiao now would definitely not be Luo Yao's opponent. In the continuous competition, an afternoon passed quickly. Under Chu Wenxin's teaching, the others benefited a lot. There is no training arranged in the evening, and at this time, everyone needs to summarize today's harvest. After dinner, Lin Xiao was ready to go back, but he was called away by an unexpected person. When he saw Cao Bo, Lin Xiao was confused. He really didn't expect that after so long, Cao Bo was still here. He thought that Cao Bo had already returned to the nursing home. Brother Cao, you are still here. I thought you would have gone back a long time ago. Otherwise, I would have gone to see you long ago. Cao Bo rolled his eyes. This guy thought research was such a simple thing? It's normal to study something for decades. How long have I been here? Fortunately, this kid still has a conscience and has not forgotten himself. The problem of supernatural weapons is almost studied. I have been preparing to go back recently. I just got the news, you kid is here again, so I want to come and see you. Cao Bo's character Lin Xiao understands, although it is really good to him, but if it is just because he wants to see him and wastes time researching, it is impossible. So Cao Bo must have something else to do with him. Brother, don't sell guanzi, just say what you want me to do. Cao Bo smiled bitterly, knowing that this guy was a monkey spirit, and it was probably impossible to hide it from him. It's not a big deal. Didn't you ask in the group last time? Can you leapfrog and absorb the spirit beads? I've been a little eyebrows lately. I want to ask you if you have broken through here. Now it seems that it is almost interesting. You are still far from breaking through. Lin Xiao was overjoyed, but he didn't expect Cao Bo to study it. Brother, is it really fake? Are you sure your method is working? I haven't experimented yet, but after my careful calculations, this method may not be useful to others, but if it is used on you, there is a high chance of success. Of course, I can't guarantee 100% success. Lin Xiao, Sigma, degree. How should I understand this? Why do you feel a little unreliable? Are you still worried about me? Why can't you absorb the spirit bead across levels before? The main reason is that the level and the level of the spirit bead do not match. How to tell you? Don't you have a 7th level spirit bead in your hand? If you successfully break through the 4th level, I can use some means to release the energy in the 7th level spirit bead to the level of the 4th level spirit bead, and then when you absorb the spirit bead, deceive your body to make it think that it is a 4th level spirit bead, so that there is a high possibility that you can absorb the spiritual skills in it. Lin Xiao was a little confused when he heard this, but he probably understood a little. The main deception is a deception, but can it really succeed? If it can be successful, then leapfrogging the level of absorbing the spirit beads will undoubtedly improve him hugely. Even if he failed, he had nothing to lose. It was nothing more than a loss of a spirit bead. The 7th level spirit beads, although very precious, were lost when they were lost. After all, who knew when he would be able to break through to the 7th level? At that time, he might have a better spirit orb. Brother Cao, I probably understand what you mean, but there is one thing I still don't understand. Why is this method useless for others, and I may succeed? It's not that no one has thought of this method before, and some people have tried it, but it didn't work. You are different. I don't know how to explain your situation to you for a while. Anyway, I feel that you will succeed. Lin Xiao was silent. He probably knew why Cao Bo said this. The problem was still in that pill. After taking that pill, many things about him became different. Brother, since you said so, I believe you. You believe it's useful. You have to break through to level 4 quickly, otherwise I can't do anything even if I want to. Lin Xiao. Brother, I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry, this is not a problem that can be solved in a hurry. I have recently felt the existence of a bottleneck. I guess, that is, during this time, I should be able to break through, and then I will need to trouble my brother. You do it as soon as possible, before the official start of the world competition. You better break through. I don't want you to lose face on such a big stage. Brother, what you said, even if I don't break through, no cat or dog can defeat me. It's a good thing to have confidence, but don't be too arrogant and don't underestimate the heroes of the world. Onlin, I'm not that kind of person. Cao Bo and Lin Xiao chatted for a while and left. Looking at Cao Bo's departing back, Lin Xiao endured the excitement in his heart. If he can really absorb the spirit beads by leapfrogging, it means a lot to him, and if he can absorb it by leapfrogging this time, it means that he can also do it next. He was willing to make this attempt. If you can succeed, the spiritual skills contained in the 7th level spirit beads, think about the excitement. It's just that he has just felt the existence of the bottleneck now, although he boasted about Haikao in front of Cao Bo, but Lin Xiao didn't know when he would be able to break through. There is still nearly a month left, and I always have to fight. In this limited time, whether Lin Xiao can really break through, he has no bottom in his heart. After all, his cultivation improvement speed is actually very fast. Whether it can go to a higher level in the last period of time can only be left to fate. After leaving Cao Bo, Lin Xiao returned to his room. On this night, Lin Xiao tried to hit the bottleneck, but it didn't work at all. Lin Xiao can only give up, he still needs to work hard. In the following period, the 14 people began a formal training camp. In the morning, Su Xian was responsible for teaching everyone in practice, and in the afternoon, it was also Chu Wenxin's teaching time. Lin Xiao also discovered that it was not only the 2 people who were responsible for teaching them, Wei Yan and Guo Ruolan, and even those members of the big family, who would occasionally play the role of mentors. In the end, Qing Xian also opened up and directly taught everyone some ancient martial arts. Unfortunately, not everyone has the qualifications to practice ancient martial arts. 14 people, except for Lin Xiao and a few others, only Tang Seng had the qualifications to practice ancient martial arts. Lin Xiao understood why there were so few people practicing ancient martial arts. It's not that I don't want to, it's that the entry requirements are too high. So many proud sons of heaven can't even get started with ancient martial arts. But for Tang Seng, this is undoubtedly great news. All his spiritual skills are defensive, and now that he has ancient martial arts, he finally has some means to attack. Lin Xiao and Luo Yao were finally no longer idle. Although they would almost know what Chu Wenxin taught, there were so many people present, and everyone taught some, which was enough for the 2 of them to learn for a while. On this day, after the training, everyone was ready to go back to rest. Chu Wenxin and Su Xian left everyone behind. Although everyone was a little surprised, they didn't say much. So many people present now are 100% convinced of Su Xian and Chu Wenxin, and there must be a reason for keeping them. Su Xian looked at Chu Wenxin and made a gesture of invitation. In terms of seniority, Chu Wenxin is relatively old, and it is up to him to announce the matter. Chu Wenxin also understood what Su Xian meant. Everyone, I believe that after this period of getting along, everyone is familiar with a lot. I don't know if you were satisfied with our recent training? Satisfied. I am so satisfied, I feel a lot of improvement these days. Me too. If I were to face myself 10 days ago now, I am sure that I will win myself at that time in 3 moves. Everyone was talking about their progress, which was not a compliment from everyone, but really felt their progress. Very good, as long as our teachings are useful to you, there are still almost 10 days left. I discussed with Su Xian and decided to let you go to the last test. When Chu Wenxin said this, everyone perked up their ears. Everyone is curious about what this final test is. Seeing everyone's expectant eyes, Chu Wenxin didn't plan to continue selling guanzi. The final test is very simple, that is, to go to the secret realm to practice. Hearing that he was going to the secret realm to practice again, Lin Xiao was a little disappointed. I originally thought that I could come up with some new tricks, but I didn't expect to go to the secret realm to experience in the end. Lin Xiao was disappointed. It didn't mean that others were like this. Many people present, especially those from the academic and family factions, although they had not been to the secret realm, but when it came to the real secret realm trial, they really hadn't participated much. Chu Wenxin was keenly aware of the disappointment in Lin Xiao's eyes. He didn't care, he just hoped that you could be so calm when you knew what kind of secret realm you were experiencing this time. Looking at everyone's emotions, it doesn't seem to be very high, then I'll add another fire. I recognize your strength very much, in my opinion. With your strength, even if it is a level 7 spirit beast, you can cooperate to win. Therefore, in order to let you get better training, the secret realm you went to experience this time is a 7th level secret realm. Chu Wenxin's words silenced everyone present. Even Lin Xiao didn't expect Chu Wenxin to play so big. He and Luo Yao had practiced in the secret realm some time ago, but it was only a level 6 secret realm. Moreover, the spirit beasts that the two of them practiced were all level 6 spirit beasts, and they didn't dare to touch them. What does the 7th level secret realm represent? The 7th level secret realm is the real high level secret realm. There are a lot of 7th level spirit beasts in it. The key is in the core area. There may be 8th level or even 9th level spirit beasts. Even if everyone was confident in their own strength, no one was confident enough to defeat a spirit beast above level 7. Lin Xiao swallowed. Principal, 7th level secret realm? Are you sure you're not kidding? Are you sure you didn't let us die? The 7th level secret realm is indeed a bit dangerous for you now, but we are not vegetarians. I will secretly protect you with a few strong people. You are now our treasure of China. You will not let you really be harmed. After all, there is not much time before the world competition. We don't have time to find someone else to replace you. Hearing that Chu Wenxin and others would secretly protect them, Lin Xiao and the others were relieved, but these words were in the past. Principal, I still have a doubt, since it is experience. In fact, I feel that there are many level 7 powerhouses here. Why not let them fight against us and go to the 7th level secret realm? Hearing Lin Xiao ask, Chu Wenxin also sighed. It's not that we haven't thought about what you said. It's not difficult to find a level 7 powerhouse, but there is a question that you have thought about it. These people we found, when we fight you, will definitely not be able to let go of their hands and feet. How much can the improvement of you be in the case of being restrained? The spirit beasts in the secret realm are different, although we will secretly protect you. But if you don't have a life crisis, we won't take action. Let's tell you like this, as long as you still have a breath, we won't shoot. Only by experiencing a real life and death struggle can you get the best exercise. Everyone has to admit that Chu Wenxin is very reasonable. The 7th level secret realm is exciting to think about. At the same time, Lin Xiao also felt that this trip to the secret realm was necessary. Recently, he has been trying to break through, but no matter how hard he tries, the bottleneck is like a moat, leaving him with no hope of a breakthrough. Perhaps only by truly experiencing a life and death struggle can he break through. Isn't this trip to the 7th level secret realm an opportunity for a breakthrough? Although everyone felt that the 7th level secret realm was still a little too dangerous for them, but Chu Wenxin said so, it seems that there is no room for negotiation. In that case, that's the end. Anyway, with the 9th level powerhouses following, they can't really be in danger of their lives. In the crowd, Tang Can's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Is it a 7th level secret realm? Isn't this an opportunity for him? He has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The journey to the 7th level secret realm was imperative, and Chu Wenxin announced this news, not asking for everyone's opinions, but informing everyone. Now that the notice is in place, you can let these little ones go. They also need to discuss how to ensure everyone's safety without affecting the experience of these little guys. After all, these little guys really can't afford to lose. Okay, let's all go back and have a good rest, gather tomorrow morning, and set off directly to the 7th level secret realm. Everyone left, Lin Xiao and Luo Yao. They decided to solve the dinner problem first. Lin Xiao enjoys his current life, at least he doesn't need to cook by himself every day, which can be regarded as a busy time. Lin Xiao, what do you think of the 7th level secret realm journey? What else can you think? Just think of it as going to see the world, the 7th level secret realm. It's exciting to think about it. Don't worry, with Brother Chu and the others secretly protecting it, there will be no danger. Luo Yao nodded thoughtfully. I know, but for some reason, I always feel that something is wrong, and I always feel that something bad will happen. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he seemed to have a faint feeling too, but he couldn't think of what the problem was. Although this time we went to the 7th level secret realm, there were 9th level powerhouses such as Chu Wenxin secretly guarding it, so there should be no danger. Could it be that there is any potential threat in that secret realm? Impossible, this is only a 7th level secret realm, not a 9th level secret realm. I should be thinking too much. Lin Xiao shook his head and threw away the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. Yao Yao, don't think so much, these are not the issues we need to worry about. I think Brother Chu will be fully prepared. Luo Yao nodded, hoping that she had thought too much. Although Lin Xiao said this, he still kept an eye on it. Sometimes some things are better to believe than to be careful. On the other side, Tang can return to his room after dinner. After staying in the room for a while and making sure there was no one around, he took out his mobile phone, edited a message and sent it directly. All he needs to do is pass on the information, and as for how he will react there, it is not something he needs to worry about. And the other party quickly replied to Tang Can and gave him some instructions. Seeing this, Tang Can's face showed a sinister smile. I hope you will like this gift you have prepared. The next morning, everyone got up early. After breakfast, everyone quickly came to the meeting place. So Xian and Chu Wenchen were waiting here early. Seeing that everyone was worried, I felt a little funny. I said, young man, it's just a 7th level secret realm, and it's not for you to die, why are you so nervous? Everyone, eyes closed face. How can you not be nervous? That's a level 7 secret realm. Forget it, look at you one by one. When you arrive at the secret realm, you will find that the 7th level secret realm is actually not as terrible as you think. Lin Xiao was speechless. You are a 9th level powerhouse, of course you are qualified to say such things, but what level are they? This is not cowardice, it is to have a clear understanding of their own strength. Ignorance will only make them die faster. Lin Xiao also knew that Chu Wenchen wanted to boost their morale, but this was not something that could be solved in a few words. Principal, stop messing around with these useless things. Where is that level 7 secret realm? It's just a dozen miles outside Kyoto, and it's not hard to find this level 7 secret place near Kyoto. Lin Xiao nodded. It turned out that there was only this level 7 secret realm near Kyoto. From Chu Wenchen's words, he seemed to have caught something, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that he had caught nothing. Forget it, I should be thinking too much. Principal, our little lives have been handed over to you. How many strong people are there this time besides you and the seniors? Hearing Lin Xiao say this, everyone else also perked up their ears. After all, this is related to everyone's life, and everyone naturally feels that the stronger the better. Don't worry, just a 7th level secret realm, even if it's just me and Su Xian, there won't be any problems to ensure your safety, but just in case, there are 3 9th level powerhouses accompanying you, such a lineup, what are you afraid of? I heard that there were a total of 4 9th level powerhouses, plus Su Xian, a strong man who could leapfrog the challenge. Half of everyone's hearts were also put down, and such a lineup was enough to ensure their safety. Lin Xiao looked at it, and the other 3 9th level powerhouses who followed him seemed to be Weian, Guo Ruolan, and Qingxian Taoist Master. Such a lineup is indeed reassuring enough. Tang Can's eyes in the crowd flashed again. Were there only 4 level 9 powerhouses? This is good news for him. When he thought that he was about to complete a big event, Tang Can couldn't help but want to laugh. I hope you will like this gift you have prepared yourself. The others heard that there were 4 level 9 powerhouses accompanying them this time, and they all felt full of security. Under Chu Wenchen's order, a group of people set off directly. The 7th level secret realm is still some distance away from Kyoto. Although it is the outskirts of Kyoto, it still looks very desolate. It took 2 hours for the group to arrive at the entrance of the 7th level secret realm. After all, this is a level 7 secret realm, and Chu Wenchen does not dare to be careless in the slightest. He asked Daoist Master Qingxian and Weian to enter the secret realm first, and only after confirming that there was no danger would Lin Xiao and the others enter. He didn't want to cause any casualties because of his negligence. After determining safety, the group finally entered the 7th level secret realm. After entering the secret realm, Chu Wenchen and the others silently hid in the shadows. They were trying to keep the group safe, but if they could see them, it might not be as effective. Of course, all this was of no use to Lin Xiao, and under Lin Xiao's various spiritual skills, the traces of several people could not be hidden, even if they are level 9 powerhouses. Of course, Lin Xiao won't say it. Some things can be known by himself, and it is not interesting to say it. Chen Long and other people from the Wolf Warrior Mercenary Corps knew Lin Xiao's methods, so several people's eyes were on Lin Xiao for the first time. Not to mention anything else, with Lin Xiao here, he will definitely be able to discover the existence of danger as soon as possible. Lin Xiao nodded vaguely at a few people. He would use his spiritual skills, but now he didn't want to expose his investigative skills. Before at the base, he showed his combat ability, and he never showed his reconnaissance ability. The reason why I didn't tell everyone was because Lin Xiao still had that faint uneasy feeling. Keep an eye on it first, in case it works. While the attention of several people around him was focused on the 7th level secret realm in front of him, Lin Xiao quickly found a 2nd level green lark. Use the eye of control to control it. If you play, you can't joke with life. With a pair of eyes in the air, Lin Xiao felt a lot more at ease. Lin Xiao's small actions did not attract everyone's attention, except for Li Heiran. Li Heiran is a spiritual system, very sensitive to the fluctuations of the spiritual system. Just now he clearly felt that Lin Xiao used spiritual skills. Lin Xiao smiled slightly at Li Heiran and made a gesture of spreading his hands. Li Heiran didn't take it seriously. He thought Lin Xiao was too nervous. Chu Wenchen and the others were hiding in the dark, and the rest of the things needed to be figured out by everyone. More than a dozen people gathered together. Everyone, what should we do next? Tell me what you think, right? I don't have any ideas. I just feel that the aura in this secret realm is really strong. If I can live here all the time, not to mention anything else, at least the speed of cultivation improvement is absolutely powerful. There's nothing wrong with what you said, but have you ever thought about how many days do you feel you can survive here? Opportunities and dangers coexist? Seeing that the topic slowly began to deviate, Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is it time to discuss this? No matter how you say it here, it's also a level 7 secret realm. It's all making me nervous. I say everyone, now is not the time to discuss whether to settle here, we are here to practice, everyone should discuss it well, how should we act next? Lin Xiao's words finally pulled everyone back from their illusions. Yes, now what we have to do is to survive here. I suggest everyone get together. After all, no one knows when they will encounter a level 7 spirit beast, and if they want to solve the level 7 spirit beast, it is definitely not possible to rely on individuals, we need to work together. Everyone agrees with this very much. Lin Xiao has seen the horror of the 7th level spirit beast. He now has a 7th level Optimus Stone Beast leader's spirit orb in his hand. At that time, the leader of the Optimus Stone Beast had just broken through, and he almost wiped out the Wolf Warrior Mercenary Corps, not to mention that in the secret realm in front of him, there were many level 7 spirit beasts, and they were not the ones that had just broken through. It's really exciting to think about. Acting separately is definitely looking for death. Separation is definitely not separable. I suggest that you elect a captain first, so that it is convenient for unified command, and it can also avoid when encountering spirit beasts, everyone fights separately. Everyone agreed with the suggestion of choosing a captain. Now everyone is a grasshopper on a rope, and only by working hard in one place can we achieve a better experience effect. So the question is, who will be the captain? Chen Long's eyes immediately fell on Lin Xiao's body. Lin Xiao was the lowest rank among the 14 people, but he also had the most means. The people of the Wolf Warrior Mercenary Corps naturally hope that Lin Xiao will be the captain. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. By the way, why are you all looking at me? This captain is obviously a thankless role, isn't it good to fish quietly? Seeing that no one was speaking, Li Heiran, who put forward his opinion, was also a little speechless. I said, doesn't the big guy recommend himself? Everyone didn't speak, and it seemed that they didn't want to be the captain much. Since there is no one, let's recommend each other. I recommend Lin Xiao. I feel that he is more suitable to be this captain. How do you feel? Chen Long and the others immediately raised their hands in agreement, and they thought so too. Others are the captains, they are not at ease. Wu Hen has no objection. In his opinion, it doesn't matter who is the captain, the little master is not an outsider, he is convinced to be this captain. Luo Yao Yao immediately expressed his support for Lin Xiao. In a short period of time, Lin Xiao has received almost half of the support, and it seems that it is basically a certainty that he will be the captain. Lin Xiao, epsilon equals omicron asterisk, alas. It's so hard. Is it so difficult to fish quietly? And this Li Heiran is afraid that he is not seriously ill, right? He can understand why others recommend himself, but why did he propose to be the captain? Public revenge? Isn't this guy afraid that he will be the captain and put on small shoes for him? Although Lin Xiao was unwilling, seeing that more and more people agreed, he could only reluctantly become the captain. Thank you for your esteem. In this case, then I will be disrespectful, since everyone believes in me. I hope that my orders will be absolutely obeyed next, otherwise there will be no point in choosing this captain. No problem, as long as your orders are not too outrageous, we will definitely obey, and even if there are opinions, we will say them on the spot. Everyone else means the same thing. In that case, then I will announce the first order. The 14 of us are divided into 3 groups. I, Wu Hen, Luo Yao, Chu Xing, and Zhuge Liulai are the first echelon, walking at the front of the team. Dongfang Shui, Wenji, Zhou Ting, Isai Snake, Sun Yan, Yuji, and Zhang Yuan are the second echelon, in the center of the team. The rest of the people walked at the back, responsible for sweeping the tail. Everyone has no objection to this arrangement, right? Everyone shook their heads, and everyone was still very satisfied with Lin Xiao's arrangement. Okay. Since everyone has no opinion, let's go directly. We are going to find trouble with spirit beasts. You must know that we are here, not here to play, we are here to practice. Since spirit beasts do not come to find trouble with us, then we are going to find trouble with them. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he casually found a direction to move forward. The rest of the people also followed the formation arranged by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao is right, they are here to practice, even if they have no bottom in their hearts, they have to find spirit beasts to have a good discussion. Chu Wenchen and the others secretly watched Lin Xiao's performance, and they all nodded vigorously. Although Lin Xiao's arrangement is simple, in their opinion, it is also the best way to deal with it at this stage. I just don't know how they performed this time. The 7th level secret realm is indeed a bit too dangerous for them. There were still many spirit beasts in the secret realm, and Lin Xiao and the others soon encountered the spirit beasts. This is a group of level 6 wind beasts, and there are as many as 20 of them. Lin Xiao discovered the existence of this group of spirit beasts from a long distance. He did not notify everyone immediately, but waited for the wind beast to appear within their line of sight before pretending to have just seen it. Seeing the group of level 6 spirit beasts, everyone immediately began to get nervous. Although there were no level 7 spirit beasts among them, there were not a lot of them at all. If it is not handled well, there is also danger. Lin Xiao looked at the group of wind beasts, with a smile on his face. A mere 20 level 6 spirit beasts, there should be no problem in solving them. Just take this opportunity to try everyone's strength. This is the first battle to enter the secret realm, and you must win beautifully. Now that I have become this captain, I can't let everyone down. Lin Xiao immediately began to arrange it in an orderly manner. Tang Xing, defend everyone. Although Tang Xing only has a level 5 cultivation now, his defense is recognized by everyone. Tang Xing's defense can not only be used by himself, but also can be applied to others. Lin Xiao gave the order, and Tang Xing did not hesitate and directly added defense to everyone. Looking at the layers of defense around them, everyone felt more at ease than ever. This damn sense of security. In terms of melee preparation, remote preparation output, the speed of the wind beast is very fast. Zhang Yuan is responsible for control, and he can't let them lift it at speed. Li Heiran and I used the spirit system to interfere with them, and remotely prioritized killing the objects controlled by us. Under Lin Xiao's command, everyone seemed to have found the backbone and began to follow Lin Xiao's orders one by one. Those wind beasts also discovered the existence of Lin Xiao and others at this time. As spirit beasts, Lin Xiao and others are food in their eyes, and if food is delivered to the door, there is no reason not to eat it. All the wind beasts rushed directly towards everyone. Zhang Yuan was the first to make a move, and on the way forward of the wind beast, vines stretched out and wrapped around the wind beast. Soon several wind beasts were controlled by the vines. The speed of the wind beast is indeed very fast, and there are still many evasion of control. But at this time, Lin Xiao and Li Heiran's spiritual attack also arrived, and the uncontrolled wind beasts only felt their heads sink, and they stood still in place. Those who were waiting for this opportunity from a distance, and the spiritual skills of various departments poured out, making those wind beasts scream. Before the wind beast could get close, it was half killed. And taking advantage of this gap, all the melee also rushed over. The melee battle quickly engaged with the wind beast in close combat. At first everyone was a little cautious, how to say that this is also a level 6 spirit beast. If it is scraped, I am afraid that it will also be injured a lot. However, as the battle began, the melee combat felt Tang Xing's terrifying. The attacks of those wind beasts hit Tang Xing's defensive spiritual skills, and they couldn't break the defense. Then I'm afraid of it. It's over. All the melee combat was like a chicken blood, screaming and rushing towards those wind beasts. Soon more than 20 wind beasts were all killed. Things went smoothly and somewhat beyond everyone's imagination. So we are so strong? Lin Xiao didn't expect that more than 20 level 6 spirit beasts would be solved by everyone so simply. It seems that I have also underestimated everyone's strength. Ahem, everyone is doing a good job, cleaning the battlefield in close combat, others pay attention to the surroundings. The movement of the battle here is likely to attract the surrounding spirit beasts. Lin Xiao's words woke everyone up, and immediately someone went to dispose of the corpses of those spirit beasts. Lucky enough, 2 spirit beads came out. As for the beast meat, Lin Xiao did not collect it. The meat of the wind beast is very woody and not tasty. Unless it is a last resort, Lin Xiao does not plan to use it as spare food. Lin Xiao's worries were right. Not long after the battle ended, he found through the green lark that there were many spirit beasts around him coming in this direction. The density of spirit beasts in the 7th level secret realm was not comparable to that of the 6th level secret realm. Although he had a certain understanding of the strength of the team members just now, Lin Xiao still didn't plan to go head to head with those spirit beasts. The movement of this battle attracted all the surrounding spirit beasts. Roughly estimated, there are at least hundreds. Lin Xiao was also not sure whether there was a level 7 spirit beast among them, so it was better to avoid the limelight first to be on the safe side. Everyone follows me, a large number of spirit beasts are coming, avoid their edge first. Everyone has now preliminarily recognized Lin Xiao's commanding ability. Hearing Lin Xiao say this, he immediately followed in an orderly manner. Or keep the previous formation action. Lin Xiao has a god's perspective, and he has spiritual skills to strengthen his eyesight throughout the whole process, so he knows which direction has the least spirit beasts, and he also knows how to avoid these spirit beasts. I really couldn't dodge, so I rushed over. In this way, Lin Xiao led everyone out of the encirclement of the spirit beast without danger. Okay, you can take a break. The danger is temporarily lifted. Lin Xiao's words made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, Lin Xiao took them to escape. They could feel that there were many spirit beasts around, and some of them even had a very terrifying aura. If they were really surrounded by those spirit beasts, they might need Chu Wenchen and others to take action. At this time, it was learned from Lin Xiao that the danger had been lifted, and the group immediately relaxed. Seeing that everyone began to rest, Lin Xiao waved to Qianlong. Qianlong had been staying at the back of the line, and he was a little surprised to see Lin Xiao waving to him. He didn't know what Lin Xiao told him to do, but he still ran over. The reason why Lin Xiao called Qianlong over was because he found something unusual. Tang Can has always been in charge of sweeping the tail, and he and Qianlong have always stayed at the back of the line. There was nothing strange about this. The problem was that Lin Xiao found that when no one was paying attention, Tang Can would always make some marks on the road. He often took advantage of everyone's inattention and left some traces on some trees passing by. The reason why Lin Xiao was able to find out was because his vision was basically 360 degrees without dead ends. If it weren't for this, Lin Xiao might not have discovered that Tang Can was doing tricks. Called Qianlong over, just to see if Qianlong had found anything unusual. "Captain, what are you calling me over for?" Lin Xiao saw that no one around him was paying attention to him, and immediately lowered his voice. "Qianlong, you have always been at the back of the line before, have you noticed anything unusual about Tang Can?" "Ha! I didn't pay much attention to him, as if I didn't find anything wrong." Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Qianlong had always walked at the back of the team with Tang Can. In this case, Qianlong did not notice Tang Can's abnormality. It seemed that this Tang Can was quite careful. "Is there a problem with him? Impossible, right?" "No, I'm just asking. Next you pay more attention to him, don't be too obvious, maybe I'm thinking too much." Lin Xiao didn't make the problem clear, and Tang Can's marking along the way didn't mean anything. This is probably his habit, and in an unfamiliar environment, it seems that there is nothing wrong with making some marks to recognize the way. But Lin Xiao just felt that things were not that simple. The biggest doubt is why Tang Can did this secretly. If Tang Can made a mark openly, Lin Xiao wouldn't think much about it. The key is that Qianlong, who was behind with him, didn't notice this guy's small moves, which made people think too much. Therefore, this guy marked because he was afraid of getting lost. Or to show some people the way? It seems that we need to observe more. Lin Xiao called Qianlong over, which did not arouse everyone's suspicion. Qianlong's military people have a very good relationship with Lin Xiao, which everyone sees in their eyes. They thought that Lin Xiao called Qianlong over and just explained something. In the eyes of these people, Qianlong just said a few simple words to Lin Xiao and left. However, this move still attracted Tang Can's attention. After all, Qianlong and him are both responsible for the aftermath. When he decided to act next, it was better to be careful. Lin Xiao has planted the seeds of doubt in his heart now, and he will definitely focus on Tang Can's next. For a moment, Lin Xiao thought about whether to tell Chu Wenchen and others about this, but after thinking about it, I finally gave up. He felt that he should have made a big fuss. With Chu Wenchen and these 9th level powerhouses secretly protecting them, how big of a wave can Tang Can make? Now Lin Xiao is still more inclined, so he thinks too much about himself. Tang Can may really have such a habit. Lin Xiao decided to put Tang Can's problem aside first, and now the most important thing is to experience in the secret realm. The battle just now gave Lin Xiao a certain understanding of everyone's strength. The level 6 spirit beasts, unless there were enough of them, could no longer pose a threat to everyone. If you want to get better experience, you must go to the trouble of the 7th level spirit beast. With a decision in his heart, Lin Xiao did not act directly. In terms of reason, this matter should be discussed with everyone. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately summoned everyone to me. I consciously surrounded everyone. "Captain, is there any arrangement?" Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Lin Xiao went straight to the point. "Everyone has seen the battle just now. I think everyone has a certain understanding of their own strength. I thought, we are here to practice. There is no point in continuing like this. We must challenge some difficult spirit beasts, so I am going to find a level 7 spirit beast to practice hands. Do you have any opinions?" When everyone heard Lin Xiao's words, they all nodded in approval. From the moment they entered the secret realm, they knew that sooner or later they would have to face a level 7 spirit beast. I just didn't expect that Lin Xiao would decide to take action against the 7th level spirit beast so quickly. This has just experienced a wave of battles. Zhuge Liulai saw that no one was talking, and after thinking about it, he still put forward his own suggestion. "I have no problem with challenging the 7th level spirit beast, but before that, some problems should be solved first. It's just to discuss when you call everyone over, and if you have any questions, just say it. We have no experience in fighting with 7th level spirit beasts, and no one knows how long our battle with 7th level spirit beasts will last. Who can guarantee that during this period, other spirit beasts will not come to support? If there are more and more spirit beasts, we are afraid that we will fall into danger." Lin Xiao nodded, and he also thought of this question. This is indeed a problem. When fighting with a level 7 spirit beast, if the battle lasts too long, attracting other spirit beasts, it is easy for them to fall into passivity. The key is that the level of the spirit beast is uncertain, and there is a high possibility that it will attract other level 7 spirit beasts. In that case, it is a little too dangerous for everyone. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had already thought of a solution. I also thought of this problem, but it is actually very simple to solve. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, everyone's eyes were on Lin Xiao's body. When Zhuge Liulai asked this question, everyone began to think about this question. No one thought of how to solve this problem, and in their opinion, the problem was very unsolvable. If you want to find a lone level 7 spirit beast, when fighting, you can't be disturbed by other spirit beasts. How difficult is it to do this? This secret realm was not opened by their family. How could those spirit beasts be so obedient? "Captain, don't whet our appetite. If there's anything you can do, just tell us directly." "That's right, that's it. I'm really curious, Captain, what did you think of?" Lin Xiao looked at everyone's expectant eyes, and a smile flashed in his eyes. I said, you can't think of such a simple problem, it's actually very simple to solve. Everyone, oh, carrot, oh. What's going on with feeling like your IQ has been crushed? Is this mocking them? Seeing everyone's deflated expressions, Lin Xiao didn't plan to continue. He directly stated his method. It's actually very simple. What is the purpose of our coming here? It's experience. Let's go to find the trouble of the 7th level spirit beast. That must be what several mentors want to see. In this case, then the matter is simple. We can deal with the 7th level spirit beasts with peace of mind. As for those spirit beasts that are attracted over, just leave it to a few mentors. Lin Xiao's speech silenced everyone present. But they also had to admit that what Lin Xiao said was still very reasonable. They subconsciously ignored Chu Wenchen and the others. Captain, how many mentors are you sure will take action? If they don't make a move, won't we be in danger? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. Why can't he figure out such a simple thing? Don't worry, a few mentors won't let us have an accident. As for whether they will make a move, just call out and ask. Principal, I know you're here, you should have heard what we said just now, tell me what you think. Lin Xiao raised his volume, so that Chu Wenchen and these people could no longer continue to pretend not to hear. Chu Wenchen, Sigma, turned A. This guy doesn't play cards according to common sense. His original intention was to see the adaptability of these little guys, who knew that Lin Xiao would play cards directly with him. It's a bit rude not to reply. And as Lin Xiao said, letting them fight with level 7 spirit beasts is also what they want to see. Stinky boy, you have a lot of ghost ideas, don't worry, you can go to the 7th level spirit beast with peace of mind, but we won't help you solve them all. What we can do is not let the spirit beasts above the 7th level disturb you when you fight, this is our bottom line. Chu Wenchen didn't appear, but shouted to several people from a distance. Lin Xiao was quite satisfied with this result. Although there will definitely be spirit beasts coming to disturb during the battle, as long as there is no level 7 spirit beast in it, it is not acceptable. It's just that the difficulty has increased. What's more, if they are really in danger, he believes that Chu Wenchen and others will not sit idly by. The next thing you need to do is find the right opponent. There are many types of 7th level spirit beasts, and different 7th level spirit beasts have different difficulties. As for the search for spirit beasts, Lin Xiao is very confident. I don't know which level 7 spirit beast will become their first target. Since he had decided to attack the 7th level spirit beast, Lin Xiao immediately asked the green lark in the air to start searching. What left Lin Xiao speechless was that there were many spirit beasts around, but they really didn't find the existence of a level 7 spirit beast for a while. Lin Xiao was not in a hurry, after all, he had just entered the secret realm, and the 7th level spirit beast was not cabbage. Even if it was a level 7 secret realm, it was impossible to have level 7 spirit beasts everywhere. Take a little more time and you will always come across. Let's keep going, we can't wait for the 7th level spirit beast to come to the door by itself. Everyone agreed with this very much, and under the leadership of Lin Xiao, they continued to advance according to the previous formation. I also encountered many spirit beasts along the way, ranging from level 1 to level 6. Lin Xiao didn't mean to deliberately avoid it, just solve it if it could be solved. It's also a way to practice teamwork. In the process of advancing, Lin Xiao also searched for traces of spiritual grass by the way. The spiritual grass in the 7th level secret realm, whether it is used to exchange mercenary points or sell it directly for money, is a good choice. Now Lin Xiao has basically achieved financial freedom. But who would think they have too much money? The spiritual wisdom of the 7th level spirit beast has been enlightened, and it is not even worse than that of ordinary humans. I don't know if those 7th level spirit beasts know that Lin Xiao and these people are not easy to mess with. After moving forward for more than 2 hours, I was stunned and found no trace of a level 7 spirit beast. Lin Xiao was a little speechless. It shouldn't be, during the first battle, I seemed to feel the aura of a level 7 spirit beast. It's just that I didn't plan to attack it at the time, so I deliberately avoided it. Unexpectedly, I wanted to find the trace of the 7th level spirit beast now, but I couldn't find it. It's really helpless. After looking at the time, Lin Xiao decided to let the team rest first. After walking for so long, everyone should be hungry. Everyone, take a break, eat something and drink some water before moving on. Everyone immediately stopped, and many spirit beasts were solved along the way, so it was time to take a break. Only by cultivating enough spirit can we better deal with spirit beasts. Lin Xiao's cooking skills are very good, but it doesn't mean that he is willing to cook for these people. Not everyone is qualified to eat what he cooks. What's more, this is a level 7 secret realm after all, and making a fire to cook is looking for death. Lin Xiao's original intention was that everyone would take out some dry food and solve it casually. This is the best way at this stage. Seeing Lin Xiao take out the dry food, a few resentful eyes fell on him. Luo Yao, Tuanzi and Chen Long, who had tasted Lin Xiao's craftsmanship, all felt sorry for not being able to eat Lin Xiao's cooking. Lin Xiao, _ This is also something that cannot be helped, it is impossible to cook anyway. Lin Xiao thought it was over, but he forgot someone. Seeing that the team stopped advancing, there was a sense of rest. Chu Wenchen and several people responsible for covert protection appeared. Chu Wenchen's goal is very clear, that is, Lin Xiao's side. Seeing Chu Wenchen and the others suddenly appear, Lin Xiao was a little surprised. What about the promised covert protection? What does it mean to come out so openly? Chu Wenchen also felt a little embarrassed when he saw Lin Xiao's suspicious eyes. Ahem, it's time for the meal, we didn't bring anything to eat, so I thought about finding something to eat from you. Lin Xiao, eyes closed face. If I'm not mistaken, this is preparing to cheat on food and drink. Okay, I have a lot of dry food here, I'll share some with you. Chu Wenchen, plate. What kind of dry food do you have when labor and management are poor? You kid doesn't really know why you're here, that's greedy for your craftsmanship. I praised your cooking skills with these old guys for a long time before I persuaded them to come over. That, people are iron, rice is steel, you don't eat a meal and are hungry, when you are all growing your bodies, how can you eat dry food? I see that you have also collected a lot of corpses of spirit beasts along the way, I think you can just light a fire and cook. That. No, after all, making a fire and cooking is likely to attract the attention of spirit beasts, and if a group of spirit beasts come that we can't afford to mess with, it will be bad. Chu Wenchen was speechless, how could he not understand the meaning of Lin Xiao's words? Okay, you can cook with peace of mind, we will help you solve the problem of spirit beasts, with us here, what are you afraid of? Guarantee that no spirit beast will disturb you while you are cooking. Lin Xiao originally wanted to say something, but looking at Luo Yao and Tuanzi's expectant gaze, he relented. I haven't cooked for a long time, and my hands are indeed a little itchy, so I reluctantly show my hands. Okay, then I'll do something simple. Hearing that they could make a fire to cook, Chu Wenchen would also be responsible for their safety, and the others were also overjoyed. You can eat hot meals, who wants to eat dry food? Lin Xiao took out the corpses of those spirit beasts from the space ring, and before he could do it, Zhuge Liulai appeared beside him. Can I take some of that? I will lose my cooking skills and think about doing something myself. Lin Xiao looked at Zhuge Liulai with some surprise, since she opened her mouth, Lin Xiao naturally would not refuse. No problem, just take it. By the way, if there are people who want to do it themselves, come over and get the ingredients yourself, don't be embarrassed. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, a few people came over to get the ingredients, and they still understood the principle of doing it themselves. Even if they can't cook, they can still do simple barbecue. Of course, there were also people who didn't move, especially those who knew Lin Xiao's cooking skills. Just kidding, how much they can't think about it, don't eat what Lin Xiao cooks and cook by themselves. Those who are ready to do it themselves, do you know what you missed? I hope you can still stick to your ideas when Lin Xiao cooks. The few who were preparing to cook for themselves were not very familiar with Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao didn't bother to care about them. He also began to get busy, and Chen Long and the others had already helped with the ingredients. It didn't take long for Lin Xiao to start cooking, and the air was filled with an enticing fragrance. Lin Xiao prepared more ingredients. After all, there were many people on his side, and there were two foodies, Luo Yao and Tuanzi. After he started, the do-it-yourself ones were almost done. Although the barbecue is also sizzling and oily, the taste is actually very average. At this time, smelling the aroma of Lin Xiao's food, he suddenly felt that the barbecue in his hand was not fragrant. It's just the aroma that makes them want to stop, and it must be very good to eat. Now cheekily passed, I don't know if Lin Xiao would agree. There were more than a few people attracted by the fragrance, and the surrounding spirit beasts were also attracted. Many spirit beasts have already come this way. Among them happened to be a level 7 flame leopard. Chu Wenchen originally promised Lin Xiao to help him solve the spirit beast. Now he suddenly changed his mind. Lin boy, I originally promised to help you solve the problem of spirit beasts, but I suddenly changed my mind, and a level 7 flame leopard happened to come. Do you want to warm up before dinner? Lin Xiao also found the level 7 flame leopard. It's really nowhere to find a place to step on iron shoes, and it doesn't take much effort to get it. It's okay, otherwise who knows when they will find the next level 7 spirit beast. Just like me. The 7th level spirit beast sent to the door, how could it not be cleaned up? Lin Xiao and Chu Wenchen did not deliberately lower their voices, so everyone heard the conversation between the two. Everyone stood up and watched closely. Soon, in everyone's sight, a group of spirit beasts appeared. There are a lot of spirit beasts, at least dozens of them. However, everyone's eyes were focused on the level 7 flame leopard. The flame leopard is a level 7 spirit beast, and its spiritual wisdom is not comparable to other spirit beasts. The flame leopard did not rush to the front because it was the strongest, it was very cautious. At this time, in front of it, there were many other spirit beasts. If it weren't for Chu Wenchen's reminder, everyone might not have been able to discover it immediately. These spirit beasts were obviously attracted by the fragrance. I am used to living a life of eating hair and drinking blood, when have I smelled such a fragrant smell? After smelling the fragrance, they came uncontrollably. Lin Xiao was about to ask someone to do it, but looking at so many spirit beasts at this time, he also frowned. With such a number of spirit beasts, it was not that simple to deal with the level 7 flame leopard with peace of mind. Lin Xiao's eyes fell on Chu Wenchen for the first time. That meaning couldn't be more obvious. It was you who made a fire to cook that attracted so many spirit beasts. You promised to clean up these spirit beasts before, although now you decided to warm up first and clean up this level 7 spirit beast. But there are too many guys in the way, and it's too time consuming to solve it. All of this is up to you. Chu Wenchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. His little brother really didn't lose at all. What's more, Lin Xiao's request was reasonable, and it was because he was greedy that he let Lin Xiao light a fire to cook. Eating people has a short mouth, and what needs to be done is still done. Chu Wenchen waved his hand, and hundreds of sword shadows composed of spiritual power appeared directly behind him. Go! Under the command of Chu Wenchen, the spiritual power sword quickly shot at those spirit beasts. As a 9th level powerhouse, it was still very simple to clean up these spirit beasts. The key is Chu Wenchen's terrifying control over spiritual skills. Each spiritual power sword accurately pierced the body of a spirit beast. No waste. It was just a spiritual skill, except for the flame leopard. All the other spirit beasts were killed by this blow. After doing all this, Chu Wenchen seemed to have just done something trivial. The rest is left to you. Hurry up and solve the battle. This barbecue hasn't been cooked yet. I'm afraid I won't be able to control the heat. Lin Xiao, *RO. Damn. Will 10,000 swords return to the sect? Brother 666. The 9th level powerhouse is so terrifying. If nothing else, the visual impact of this spiritual skill is directly full. Is it handsome? The others also looked at Chu Wenchen with admiration. As soon as the big guy made a move, it was indeed extraordinary. Compared with Lin Xiao and the others, the most shocking thing was the flame leopard. When those spiritual swords shot at it, it felt a deep sense of powerlessness. It knew it couldn't hide and was ready to kill. When those sword shadows fell, it even closed its eyes resignedly. I thought it would be death, but it turned out to be alive. After waiting for a long time without feeling death coming, the flame leopard finally opened its eyes. I don't know if I don't open my eyes, and I am shocked when I open my eyes. It found that except for it, all the spirit beasts that came with it had been killed. It was the only one left here alone at the scene. To be honest, it feels really worse than killing it directly. It didn't think that Chu Wenchen's attack just now couldn't solve it, and there must be a reason why it let it go. Sure enough, the flame leopard found that more than a dozen people were watching it intently. The flame leopard glanced at Lin Xiao and the others faintly, and then stopped paying attention. Still set his sights on Chu Wenchen and the others. In its opinion, it was only those few who could really complete the threat to it. You definitely can't beat it, so let's slip away. What if the escape is successful? Thinking of this, the flame leopard began to move backwards. Lin Xiao saw all this in his eyes, and the flame leopard's eyes ignoring them were also seen by him. I lost, just a level 7 spirit beast, an arrogant yarn. I'm going to clean you up today anyway. Everyone, this guy seems to look down on us. I can't bear this anger. Everyone is in a battle formation. Fuck him. When looking for the 7th level spirit beast before, Lin Xiao had formulated tactics, and now it was time to verify their combat effectiveness. Tang Xing took the lead and added defensive spiritual skills to everyone. Lin Xiao and Li Heiren used a mental attack on the flame leopard at the same time. The flame leopard is a level 7 fire-type spirit beast, and its cultivation level is higher than that of the two of them, but this does not mean that its spiritual power is higher than that of the two of them. Under the mental attack of the two, the flame leopard was forcibly controlled. Seeing that the mental attack is effective, the remote directly starts output. The spiritual attack fell on the flame leopard's body, causing it to scream. The intense pain takes it out of mind control. There were many spiritual skills that fell on it, all of which were level 5 and 6. The flame leopard is also not immune to these damages. Of course, it was somewhat unrealistic to rely on long-range attacks to directly kill the level 7 spirit beasts. The flame leopard was only a little injured at most. At the same time, the actions of several people also angered the flame leopard. Not all cats and dogs are worthy of its action. These ignorant humans dare to take the initiative to provoke. The most reassuring thing about the flame leopard was that the guys who made it afraid didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. Then I'm afraid of a yarn. The flame leopard had already seen that the reason why he didn't choose to solve it before was not because of Chu Wenchen's mistake. This is specifically to keep yourself and be a sparring partner for those little guys. Let yourself be a sparring partner, but also depends on whether you are qualified enough. Even if you die today, you can't make these people feel better. No matter how bad it is, you have to pull a few cushions. Thinking so in his heart, the flame leopard did the same. It no longer thought about escaping, but was ready to take the initiative to attack. Roar! The flame leopard let out a roar, and a blue flame began to emit from its body. In just a moment, the flame leopard really became a leopard composed of flames. Although the flames were blue, the temperature was extremely high. Although Lin Xiao and the others were some distance away from the flame leopard, they could still feel a strong enthusiasm. This blue flame is the special talent elementalization of the flame leopard to upgrade to level 7. Lin Xiao frowned. This was the first time he had fought against a level 7 spirit beast, and he didn't know if everyone's attack was still useless against the elementalized flame leopard. Lin Xiao was preparing for everyone to prepare for the second round of attack, and the flame leopard made the first move. Passive beating is not its style. It's time for these humans to see their own horror. The flame leopard made a big move, and more than a dozen blue fireballs with a diameter of 1 meter attacked towards Lin Xiao and the others. I have to say that the flame leopard still maintained the last sanity, and it was forced to such an extent, and it did not dare to take action against Chu Wenchen and the others. Chu Wenchen and the others paid close attention to the situation on the battlefield, and they were also afraid that Lin Xiao and others would have an accident. If they see someone in danger, they will definitely take action immediately. Because this was the first time to face a level 7 spirit beast, Lin Xiao I didn't know what the attack power of the level 7 spirit beast was. In the face of the flame leopard's attack, they did not dare to directly take it. Even if Tang Xing had already added defense to them, he did not dare to accept this move at this time. For a while, everyone was a little flustered. Most people still have some life-saving means, like Lin Xiao and Luo Yao. It is not very difficult to avoid such attacks. Lin Xiao used ghostly shadows, and Luo Yao used dark abilities to easily dodge those fireballs. Others also had their own means, and most of them dodged the attack of the flame leopard without danger. Of course, there are exceptions, and Dongfang Shui is the biggest variable. Dongfang Shui is a healing department, and she is not good at taijutsu. Her job is to provide treatment when everyone is injured, and her combat effectiveness is basically zero. Seeing the fireball that was about to fall, Dongfang Shui was stunned. Although she wanted to dodge, she was too slow. Fortunately, Tang Xing was by Dongfang Shui's side at this time, which was specially arranged by Lin Xiao. He also understood Dongfang Shui's situation, and he could rest assured that Tang Xing would be protected closely. Seeing that the fireball was about to fall, Tang Xing didn't think about it, and directly threw Dongfang Shui down. At the same time, he added a few more layers of defense to himself and Dongfang Shui. Tang Xing's movements were not slow. Although he took Tang Xing away from the center of the fireball's attack, he was still attacked by the aftermath of the fireball. The flame leopard was worthy of being a level 7 spirit beast. Even if it was just an aftermath, it directly shattered Tang Xing's defensive spiritual skills. You must know that Tang Xing's defensive spiritual skills are very terrifying. The attack of the level 6 spirit beast does not break the defense, but in the face of the attack of the level 7 flame leopard, even if it is just an aftermath, it is very difficult for him to resist. Of course, thanks to these defenses, otherwise the consequences would be serious. The aftermath of the fireball attack not only shattered Tang Xing's defenses, but also spread to Tang Xing. Tang Xing was still in a forward posture at this time, and he used his body to protect Dongfang Shui under him. Tang Xing didn't know how to express his feelings now. Dongfang Shui's figure is needless to say, and now this posture will naturally make him feel some amazing elasticity. But before he could fully appreciate it, he felt a burning pain in his entire back. It's really painful and happy. Seeing that the power of the flame leopard spiritual technique had passed, Tang Xing hurriedly got up. Are you okay? Dongfang Shui was a little shy, and the actions of the two just now were somewhat ambiguous. There was inevitably some physical contact in this process, and the key was that she couldn't say anything. After all, Tang Xing was to save her. It's okay, thank you for saving me. It's okay. Tang Xing rarely had contact with girls, and he didn't know what to say at this time. In order to prevent embarrassment, he chose to turn his back and put his back in front of Dongfang Shui. The flames of the flame leopard burned Tang Xing's coat, and there were some burns on his back. It still looks terrifying from the outside. Dongfang Shui looked at Tang Xing's back, and a trace of self-blame flashed in her eyes. It was because she dragged her feet that Tang Xing was injured. You are injured, I will treat you now. After Dongfang Shui finished speaking, without waiting for Tang Xing to agree, he directly used the healing technique on Tang Xing. Tang Xing didn't refuse. He knew his situation, that little injury was nothing to him at all. Even if Dongfang Shui didn't treat it, he would recover in a day at most. He has absolute confidence in his ability to defend and recover. Of course, Dongfang Shui helped him treat it by the way, so it was better and faster. Dongfang Shui's healing effect was also immediate, and Tang Xing's injury was visible to the naked eye as before. Dongfang Shui looked at Tang Xing's back, which had extremely obvious muscle lines, and was a little crazy for a while. Ahem, although I don't want to disturb the two of you, but now we are still fighting with the spirit beast, can you two come back to your senses first? Lin Xiao's words pulled both of them back to reality. Both of them were very thin-skinned, and they were a little embarrassed to be said by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was a little speechless, saying that these two guys wouldn't be looking at each other, right? Forget it, it's not something he needs to care about. He just saw that Tang Xing was injured, so he came over to see the situation. It seems that he is thinking too much. This guy is rough and thick-skinned, so it's strange that something can happen. Maybe the injury just now was intentional. It is always easier for heroes to save beauty. I worry about him too much. Also, if there was really danger, Chu Wenchen and the others should have taken action long ago. Everyone be careful, the attack of the 7th level spirit beast is still very terrifying, let it know that we are not vegetarians. With Lin Xiao's words, everyone immediately began to output. All kinds of spiritual skills hit the flame leopard's body, and the effect was still there. But it is obvious that the elementalization has also strengthened the defense of the flame leopard a lot, at least in the face of these long-range attacks, the defense has increased a lot. The family's spiritual skills hit it a little painlessly, and this time it was even worse. Lin Xiao quickly discovered this, and he was a little helpless about it. Level 7 spirit beasts are really not that easy to deal with. Fortunately, not all spiritual skills are useless, at least Li Heiren's spiritual attack seems to have a very good effect. Li Heiren obviously also discovered this, and had interrupted the flame leopard's spiritual skill attack several times. Otherwise, everyone may be tired of dealing with it now. Seeing that the mental attack was effective, Lin Xiao also had an idea. If you want to solve the flame leopard with long-range output, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult, so go into close combat. Melee combined with spiritual attacks should be effective, right? All melee preparations. Li Heiren and I cross-use spiritual attacks, don't let the flame leopard spiritual skills brew successfully. Dongfang Shui should pay attention to observation. If someone is injured, your heart treatment must be in place as soon as possible. With Lin Xiao's command, everyone immediately began to get busy. Chu Wenchen nodded repeatedly, competing with the elemental level 7 spirit beasts for spiritual skill attacks, that would definitely be unrealistic. Close combat is the easiest way, and judging from the current situation, it should only be a matter of time before the flame leopard is solved. Just as Chu Wenchen thought, after finding the right method, dealing with the flame leopard was much easier. Although elementalization can also reduce the melee damage received, it is impossible to achieve 100% immunity. As the wounds on the flame leopard increased, the aura on the flame leopard became weaker and weaker. In the end, Wu Xian gave the flame leopard the final blow. Looking at the flame leopard that fell to the ground, everyone sighed. Finally solved this guy. Level 7 spirit beasts, it's nothing more than that. The flame leopard was solved, and everyone's mood could not calm down for a long time. After all, it was a 7th level spirit beast, and before fighting the 7th level spirit beast, they didn't think that they could really kill the 7th level spirit beast. After the dust settled, the big stone in everyone's hearts fell to the ground. Those melee soldiers sat on the ground with their buttocks on the ground. If you want to say the busiest thing on the scene, it must be Dongfang Shui. Although everyone solved the flame leopard, they also paid some price. At the beginning of the battle, the flame leopard began to elementalize. Its whole body was full of blue flames. Fighting with the flame leopard, those melee professions would inevitably come into contact with those flames. The temperature of the blue powder is still very high, and it may be better when fighting just now. After all, it can't be controlled so much at that time. After the battle is over at this time, it will definitely be different. All those who came into contact with the flames received burns of varying degrees on their hands. This is still because everyone has been added several layers of defensive spiritual skills by Tang Xing, and if it weren't for Tang Xing's defensive spiritual skills, the pain suffered in those melee battles would definitely be several times that of now. After the close combat, Dongfang Shui began to get busy, and his healing spiritual skills basically did not stop. At this time, the battle was over, and it was directly treated as a group, treating everyone's injuries. At this moment, everyone felt the benefits of therapy in the team. If it weren't for Dongfang Shui's treatment, they would definitely have suffered several times more pain than they do now. The battle is over, and the next step is to clean up the battlefield. There were dozens of spirit beast corpses on the field, and if they were not dealt with, they would be too violent. At Lin Xiao's order, everyone immediately dispersed to look for the spirit beads. Lin Xiao even directly opened the perspective, not to grab the spirit beads. After all, this was a collective harvest, and he was embarrassed to swallow it directly. Mainly to save time. A group of people immediately began to get busy, and the battlefield was quickly cleaned. The harvest was not bad, and I got 7 spirit beads again. Unfortunately, the level 7 flame leopard did not have a spirit bead. Most of the spirit beast corpses were collected by Lin Xiao. These were all good ingredients. Another reason is that except for Lin Xiao, other people's space rings do not have that much space to store. Seeing that the battle was over here, Chu Wenchen hurriedly greeted Lin Xiao over. Lin Xiao's meal was only half done just now, and Lin Xiao still needed to finish it. Lin Xiao shook his head, but still passed obediently. I looked at the barbecue that was still being grilled, and it was almost cooked, and the time was just right. The others also returned at this time. Many people had made some food by themselves before, but they had just started eating when the spirit beasts came. It turns out that eating those is not enough to stuff between your teeth. Now smelling the aroma of Lin Xiao's cooking, he no longer has the appetite to eat the ones he made before. Everyone wanted to go to eat, but they were embarrassed to speak. For a while, everyone looked at Lin Xiao eagerly. Just wait for Lin Xiao to invite them over. Lin Xiao saw all this in my eyes, and then pretended not to see it. Just kidding, I am not your cook, how can I give you the food I cooked directly? At least you have to pay some price, after all, I am really not too familiar with you. Luo Yao, Wu Han and the people of the Wolf Warrior Mercenary Corps had no such concerns. They were going to eat here in Lin Xiao before, but now they just need to wait for the meal to be finished and start directly. I don't know if it was because Tang Xing saved Dongfang Shui just now. After the battle was over, Dongfang Shui had been standing by Tang Xing's side. She didn't know why she was like this, maybe she was by Tang Xing's side, she had enough security. Dongfang Shui looked at the busy Lin Xiao, smelled the pungent aroma, and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Tang Xing saw Dongfang Shui's greedy appearance and felt a little funny. The captain cooks deliciously, let's wait a while, I don't think he minds having one more of you. Dongfang Shui looked at Tang Xing with some hope. Can I? Of course, I'll help you say it later, trust me, when you taste the captain's craftsmanship, you'll know what is really delicious. Is it so exaggerated? Exaggeration? That's because you haven't tasted the captain's craftsmanship. What do you think of the food in our base? It's very good, although it's a big pot of rice, but it tastes great, no worse than our family's meal. That's amazing, the food in our canteen was actually not so delicious, but the captain gave it some guidance, and it became what it is now, and the most important thing is that the food in the canteen is not as good as the captain's meal. Is it so exaggerated? When you say this, I really want to taste it, but I'm really embarrassed to speak. It's all said, just leave it to me. Then thank you so much. The conversation between the two, the people around them all listened to it, thinking that the food in the base canteen was taught by Lin Xiao, and those people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The one who regretted it the most was Zhuge Liulai, who was the first to ask Lin Xiao for ingredients. How embarrassed to rub Lin Xiao's food now. But smelling this fragrance, it's really hard to refuse. The others also looked tangled, especially those who had cooked by themselves before. Lin Xiao saw all this in his eyes, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. It's not impossible to rub your rice, it depends on whether you are willing to pay the price. At this time, Lin Xiao had completed the final finishing, and the sumptuous meal was ready. Looking at the meals with all the colors and flavors, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Li Heiran looked at the sumptuous meal and couldn't bear it anymore. He was the first to stand up, and in order to have enough to eat, he decided to cheekily beg for food. That Lin Xiao, I see that you have prepared so many meals, you will definitely not be able to finish them. A porridge and a meal should be hard one, in line with the principle of not wasting, let's help you solve some. Lin Xiao, Sigma, turned A. Never seen such a brazen person. If you rub your rice, you can rub your rice, and you say it so high-soundingly. How can you make you wish? It is impossible to make you happy without paying a price. You think too much about this, in fact, I really don't prepare much, you and Yao Yao know each other, you should know her amount of food, unfortunately, the amount of food in the dumplings is also very large, these are really not much. Li Heiran was speechless, he would die if he gave him a step. Okay, just say it, we want to eat here with you, what do we need to pay? Li Heiran could see that Lin Xiao's attitude was not very resolute. This is preparing to knock on their bamboo pole. Lin Xiao smiled and liked to talk to smart people. There is no free meal in the world, if you want to eat, it's not impossible, but you can't eat it in vain. Li Heiran secretly said that this was the case, and the others also pricked up their ears, not knowing what price Lin Xiao wanted them to pay. Okay, tell me your conditions, as long as it's not too much, we can agree. Lin Xiao was waiting for this sentence. I want to think, let's do this, the harvest of the secret realm is all owned by ourselves, how do you think about this? If you want to rub the rice, except for some spirit beads that are suitable for you, you don't participate in the distribution of other spirit beads, just treat it as food money, if there is no problem, come and eat together. Lin Xiao felt that his requirements were actually quite excessive. You must know that the spirit beads he gets casually now are all level 5 or 6 spirit beads. The price of each spirit bead is about tens of millions, and these people are afraid that these people will not accept such a price. Lin Xiao didn't think that they would really accept it. Anyway, if they love to eat or not, if they want to eat their own meals, it is definitely impossible not to pay something. However, Lin Xiao underestimated the love of these people for food, and also underestimated the wealth of these people. Li Heiran was the first to speak. That's it? No problem, those spirit beads, I didn't plan to ask for them, if it was just so simple, then I agreed. Lin Xiao, do you want to agree so quickly? You won't be unclear about the value of those spirit beads, right? Lin Xiao quickly figured out that Li Heiran's family knew each other and the Luo family, and it was the second largest existence in Jinling after the Luo family, as if it was really not bad for this little money. Forget it, since this guy is so rich, he can add him if he wants to eat. Lin Xiao was just about to speak when he saw several other people speaking one after another. Dongfang Shui, no problem, I don't lack the spirit bead, and I feel that this request is very reasonable, and I agree. Zudge Liulai, I agree too. Qin Sheng, +1. Wen Jide plus 10,086. For a while, most people agreed, and the only one who did not reply at the scene was Tang Can. Tang Can, plate, humph. Don't these fools know the value of those spirit beads? Just eating the food cooked by this guy has to pay such a high price. I'm afraid these guys are not showing off their heads, right? You are stupid. I'm not stupid. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Tang Can. Tang Can originally wanted to be tough, but he couldn't let Lin Xiao think that they were easy to bully. But seeing that everyone's eyes were on him at this time, he was a little cowardly. After thinking about it, what about agreeing to Lin Xiao now? Anyway, it is not certain who these spirit beads belong to in the end. Just keep it there for a while. I agree too. Seeing that even Tang Can agreed, Lin Xiao was confused. He really didn't expect that so many people would all agree. It seems that I still underestimate these people. I originally felt that I was already a small net worth, and I might be far from these people. Anyway, for the sake of a meal, it is impossible for him to give up the spirit beads. Ladies and gentlemen, in that case, please take a seat. When Lin Xiao said this, everyone couldn't wait to find a place to sit down. Chu Wenchen and the others had been waiting impatiently. If it weren't for the next period of time, Lin Xiao would have been needed to cook for them. They would have started long ago. None of Chu Wenchen's elders moved their chopsticks, and no one else dared to move. Chu Wenchen also saw this. Everyone, don't be stunned, hurry up and go, especially Lao Wei, Lao Guo, and Qingxian Taoist Master. Try this kid's craftsmanship, you will definitely not be disappointed. After Chu Wenchen finished speaking, he took the lead in starting. Don't look at the food on the spot. If the speed is slow, he is really afraid that he will not be able to eat. Chu Wenchen admired Lin Xiao so much, and Wei Yan and the others were even more curious about Lin Xiao's cooking skills. They also moved their chopsticks at the same time. To Lin Xiao's surprise, Taoist Master Qingxian also sandwiched a piece of animal meat. Lin Xiao touched Wu Xian, who was sitting next to him. Taoist Master Qingxian is not a lay disciple, can he also eat meat? Wu Hen stroked his forehead. Master's seniority is relatively large, others can't control him, and we can't stop him if he wants to eat it. Lin Xiao, eyes closed face. There is nothing wrong with this reason. Wei Yan and the others tasted the food made by Lin Xiao for the first time, and at this moment, they understood why Chu Wenchen wanted to come out to eat and drink. They have decided that as long as it is time to eat, Lin Xiao will be in charge of cooking. Chu Wenchen and the others didn't speak. The expressions on their faces and the frequency of moving their chopsticks were already very telling. After that, Su Xian also took a bite, and then silently joined the dry food army. Several tutors had already moved their chopsticks, and the rest were not polite and immediately started to start. After just one bite, everyone felt that all the efforts were worth it. Compared with such a delicious meal, the spirit bead is a fart. Everyone was working hard to cook, including those who had eaten Lin Xiao's meals before. Just like Luo Yao and Tuanzi, they hadn't eaten the food Lin Xiao made for a long time. I missed the taste of Lin Xiao's cooking. Lin Xiao cooked a lot of meals, and when the meal was over, there was nothing left. The dumplings were a little unhappy. It should have been full, because some people came in, and it only ate 7 points full. Lin Xiao looked at the appearance of the dumplings, and felt very funny, and directly held the balls that had become the size of a palm in his arms. Okay, this meal will be done first, and the next meal will give you a whole 7 levels of spirit beast meat. As soon as he heard that he could eat level 7 spirit beast meat for the next meal, Tuanzi's dissatisfaction disappeared. After Chu Wenchen and the others ate and wiped clean, they disappeared in front of everyone again. Lin Xiao was very speechless about this, which was somewhat a bit of a cover-up and stealing the bell. You have been in the open, and everyone can accept it. Forget it, these are not things he should consider. Okay, since we have eaten and drunk enough, let's move on. The next target is still a level 7 spirit beast. Everyone cheers me up. After eating so much spirit beast meat, everyone seems to have no strength now. It was indeed a good idea to go to the spirit beast event. In that case, what are you waiting for? Let's go. The secret realm trial continues. With Lin Xiao here, it is still very simple to find the spirit beast. It's just that the 7th level spirit beast is not so easy to find. Lin Xiao was not in a hurry. After all, he was only on the periphery now, and it was not impossible to pack up some level 5 or 6 spirit beasts first. Anyway, now the spirit beads are all his own. Who would dislike his own spirit beads? When I went deeper, there should be more level 7 spirit beasts. In the process of advancing, Lin Xiao was also secretly observing Tang Can's situation. He didn't need to see Tang Can, but Tang Can's every move was seen by him. Tang Can was still marking along the way. This made Lin Xiao very confused. Tang Can's movements were very careful, as if he was afraid of being discovered by everyone. But he couldn't hide it from everyone. At least Chu Wenchen and others in the dark should have found out. Is this guy really just doing this out of habit? Tang Can's question always made Lin Xiao feel a thorn in his heart. And I don't know if it's his delusion, he has been looking at this Tang Can very unpleasantly. Tang Can's body had an aura that disgusted him. He didn't know why this was the case, and in other people, he had never felt this way. And he basically didn't have any contact with Tang Can, and he basically didn't even have a chance to speak. For such a stranger, he can't help but think about it if he can feel like this. Unfortunately, these are all Lin Xiao's speculations, and there is no substantive evidence. All he can do now is pay as much attention to Tang Can's situation as possible. The Secret Realm trial still had to continue, and in the next few days, everyone was looking for traces of spirit beasts in the Secret Realm. At the beginning, there were very few level 7 spirit beasts, and sometimes a level 7 spirit beast could not be found for a day. Of course, there are still a lot of level 6 spirit beasts, and the harvest is generally not bad. But over time, this situation has changed. As everyone deepened, the 7th level spirit beasts slowly began to become more numerous. During this period, everyone also fought with the 7th level spirit beast several times. Although they are all level 7 spirit beasts, there is also a difference between level 7 spirit beasts. Just like the flame leopard he encountered before was also a level 7 spirit beast, but among the 7th level spirit beasts, it could only be regarded as relatively weak. And the 7th level spirit beasts encountered in the past few days are different. There are many types of spirit beasts, some are good at melee combat, some are good at long-range attacks, and some are good at defense. Facing different level 7 spirit beasts, Lin Xiao had different ways to deal with them. In these few days, they killed 5 level 7 spirit beasts again. Luck was not bad, 5 7th level spirit beasts produced 2 7th level spirit beads. There was a spirit bead that was of the thunder system, and Lin Xiao made the decision to give it to Chen Long. This was said before, if there was a spirit bead that everyone could use, Lin Xiao still had to take it out. After these few days of running in, everyone's cooperation has become more and more tacit. Even if the spirit beasts encountered are getting stronger and stronger, everyone can basically deal with it. Of course, you can't say anything too deadly. During this period, they encountered a level 7 defense spirit beast. When he first saw the spirit beast, Lin Xiao didn't think much about it, and directly ordered everyone to besiege the spirit beast. I originally thought that even if this guy had a high defense, it might only be a matter of time before it was solved. But after really doing it, Lin Xiao realized how naive his thoughts were. The crowd's attack hit the spirit beast's body, just like tickling the other party, and it couldn't completely break the defense. Fortunately, the 7th level spirit beast was only good at defense, and it was relatively lacking in speed and attack. Otherwise, everyone might really be going to capsize in the gutter. If you want to rely on a few people to solve this level 7 spirit beast, it will definitely be impossible. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't let go of the spirit beast. They couldn't solve it, it didn't mean that others couldn't, just let Chu Wenchen take action. Chu Wenchen refused at first. Their task was only to protect Lin Xiao and others, not to be thugs for them. But after Lin Xiao said that the meat of the spirit beast was very delicious, Chu Wenchen changed his mind. He was definitely not greedy because of his own mouth, he was completely unpleasing to the eye. And the reason why Lin Xiao must kill this spirit beast is because there is a spirit bead in this spirit beast's body. The spirit orb of the defense system is very suitable for Tang Xing. Even if Tang Xing is only level 5 now, so what? It never hurts to prepare the required orbs in advance. After so many days of exploration, everyone's strength has been greatly improved, and with the deepening of everyone, it is already very close to the core area of the secret realm. In the past few days, everyone has to be careful. Lin Xiao, as the captain, did not dare to easily find trouble with the 7th level spirit beast. There is no way, there are too many spirit beasts here, and the level is very high. If you rashly find a 7th level spirit beast to fight, it is likely to attract a large number of spirit beasts, and such behavior is tantamount to looking for death. In the evening, Lin Xiao found a safe place and asked everyone to stop and set up camp. Seeing that Lin Xiao was about to rest, Chu Wenchen and the others appeared immediately. Seeing Chu Wenchen and a few others appear, Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. These people are also real. Every time they just give an order to rest, they will come out as soon as possible, as if they are afraid that they will not cook their food. Are you that kind of person? But this time, Lin Xiao didn't prepare to make a fire to cook at the first time. After all, there are too many spirit beasts here, and to be honest, he feels a little dangerous to camp here, let alone make a fire to cook. Brother Chu, this is close to the core area of the secret realm. I think you should know the situation here. Are you sure you still have to make a fire to cook? With a few of us here, what are you afraid of? Don't worry, as long as there are spirit beasts coming to disturb us, we will solve them as soon as possible. Those are just food delivered to the door. Okay, with the words of the old brother, I am relieved. Lin Xiao was about to cook, but at this time he suddenly remembered something. In recent days, he has been quietly observing Tang Can's situation, and Tang Can is still constantly marking along the way. From the beginning of entering the secret realm, Tang Can has never stopped this behavior. Although nothing bad has happened so far, Lin Xiao feels that it is better to talk to Chu Wenchen for the sake of safety. Brother Chu, I want to tell you a question. You have always been secretly protecting us. I believe that our every move cannot escape your eyes. I don't know if you have found Tang Kan's abnormality. Since we entered the secret realm, this guy has been leaving marks on our way forward. We have found this a long time ago. At the beginning, we also had the same doubts as you, but these days have been calm. I didn't take it seriously. Maybe this is his habit. What? Do you feel something is wrong? I just feel a little strange. It stands to reason that with you guys here, there will be no problems with our safety, let alone getting lost. Tang Kan did this. It's a bit redundant. You're right to say that. Why don't you call him over and ask him what's going on? Can't ask anything, brother. Have you ever thought that if he marks someone, will those people find us soon based on these marks? What you said is not impossible, but I feel that it is unlikely. With a few of us, I don't believe anyone dares to attack you. That's what I said, but it's never bad to be careful. I've always felt a little uneasy lately. Then what do you say? I have an idea, brother. You need to do it. Just take precautions. If nothing happens, it's okay. If there is an accident, you can also take precautions. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he whispered something to Chu Wenchen, and Chu Wenchen nodded repeatedly when he heard it. Okay. Just do what you say. I hope you think too much. I also hope so. It's still the same sentence. It's always good to be careful. Leave this matter to the old brother. You can do it now. I'll go prepare dinner, and the defense work will be handed over to a few other brothers. It's just a level 7 spirit beast. There should be no problem in handing it over to them. Chu Wenchen nodded. He knew what to do. After the explanation, Lin Xiao went to prepare dinner. There are a lot of ingredients, and there are too many spirit beasts killed recently, so whatever you want, it's enough for them to eat. When Lin Xiao was preparing dinner, Chu Wenchen left on the pretext of going out for convenience. Lin Xiao knew what Chu Wenchen was going to do, so naturally he would not stop it. Others didn't doubt it. After all, people have 3 urgent needs, and they can't say anything about this kind of thing. Lin Xiao originally thought that when he was preparing dinner, he would attract the spirit beasts around him, but to his surprise, this time there were no long-eyed spirit beasts coming to make trouble. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation after entering the secret realm. Lin Xiao didn't feel happy, but frowned. It may not be a good thing if there are no spirit beasts to disturb, which shows that the spirit beasts here are very intelligent and intelligent. Being able to resist the temptation of this fragrance is enough to explain a lot of problems. Fortunately, because there were several level 9 powerhouses guarding, Lin Xiao didn't have to worry about their safety. There were a lot of meals prepared, and even if everyone came over to help, it still took Lin Xiao nearly an hour to prepare dinner. Lin Xiao's meal had just been prepared, and Chu Wenchen came back. When Chu Wenchen saw Lin Xiao, he didn't speak, but nodded very covertly at Lin Xiao. Seeing the code sent by Chu Wenchen, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. I feel like a stone has fallen to the ground in my heart. He has done almost everything he can do, and the rest is left to fate. Everyone soon began to enjoy dinner, and after a meal, everyone ate with a mouth full of oil. The dumplings ate the most, and after eating, they became palm-sized and hid in Lin Xiao's arms to catch up on sleep. Tuanzi didn't know if it was because he had eaten too much level 7 spirit beast meat, and he had recently started to feel drowsy again. Lin Xiao felt that the dumpling was about to break through again. This made him very unhappy. Why? I know that you can become stronger by eating, but your speed of improvement is too fast, right? Recently, Lin Xiao has also been trying to break through. It has also achieved certain results. The concentration of spiritual energy in the 7th level secret realm is not comparable to the outside, and the speed of practicing here is much faster. But even so, Lin Xiao only felt that his bottleneck was slightly loosened, and he had no clue when he would be able to break through to level 4. Looking at the current appearance of the group, it may be necessary to enter the 4th level one step ahead of him. Alas! Blue skinny shiitake mushroom. After eating and drinking, everyone is ready to rest. The secret realm at night is dangerous, and it must be on duty in turn. Lin Xiao divided everyone into 4 groups. Each group was led by a 9th level powerhouse, so everyone could still rest in peace. When grouping, Lin Xiao also thought a little carefully. First of all, he and Luo Yao must be together, and it is also a beautiful thing to see Luo Yao when you are bored. Secondly, Tang Kan was also divided into his own group, so that he could observe Tang Kan, and no matter what small movements Tang Kan had, he couldn't escape his eyes. In the previous nights, Tang Kan did not show any abnormalities, which was the main reason why Lin Xiao wondered if he had thought too much. Lin Xiao was in charge of the second half of the night, and he was not needed in the first half of the night. Therefore, after dinner, Lin Xiao went directly into the tent to rest. Being this captain is really tiring, and his spiritual skills are basically on during the day. Although the spiritual power consumed was not much, it was still easy to feel tired for such a long time. After lying down, Lin Xiao quickly fell asleep. It wasn't until the second half of the night that Chenlong called him over to change shifts that he opened his eyes a little reluctantly. When this trial is over, before the world competition begins, you must catch up on your sleep. After leaving the tent, he found that Luo Yao, Tang Kan, and Chu Wenchen came out one step earlier than him. After saying hello to a few people, Lin Xiao found a place to sit down. There is no moon tonight, and the surroundings are pitch black. Everyone's vision was more or less affected, and the visibility was extremely low. Of course, this had no effect on Lin Xiao, who had night vision. Lin Xiao's gaze subconsciously looked at Tang Can, and he found that Tang Can's eyes fell on Luo Yao at this time. His gaze was full of greed and desire. Lin Xiao frowned. He had already discovered this problem. Tang Can seemed to have always had some thoughts about Luo Yao. He could often find Tang Can looking at Luo Yao with this kind of look in the corner. Maybe because it was too dark now, Tang Can thought that others couldn't see his eyes, and now he was too lazy to hide it. Damn it! I still don't like this guy. Sooner or later, you have to clean up this guy. Lin Xiao just glanced at Tang Can and withdrew his gaze. Of course, his afterglow still fell on Tang Can's body. After searching around, Lin Xiao quickly found a second-level skywing owl, and an eye of control controlled it. The owl's vision at night is very good, and what the owl can see will also be fed back to Lin Xiao. The skywing owl made a cooing sound and flew away. This is Lin Xiao controlling it to fly. There is still a limit to his vision enhancement, and controlling the skywing owl can see farther away. The direction in which the Tianyi owl flew away was the direction they came from before, and there were marks made by Tang Can along the way. If someone follows you, it must be in this direction. Although he asked Chu Wenchen to make some preparations, it was just in case, if someone really came, he would get feedback as soon as possible, so that he could at least prepare in advance. The skywing owl flew far away, monitoring as much as Lin Xiao could control. After arranging everything, Lin Xiao began to observe Tang Can's situation with his peripheral vision again. A few days ago, Lin Xiao didn't notice anything unusual about Tang Can, but today something was wrong with Tang Can. Tang Can seemed to be a little restless, and his eyes would look in the direction they came from time to time. Lin Xiao frowned. Wouldn't it? Isn't it true that I am thinking too much? Action tonight? Is this a preparation for the poor dagger? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao paid more attention to the situation on the side of the skywing owl. Tang Can, I hope I think too much. If you really have any bad intentions, you will definitely be the first to be taken. Discovering Tang Can's abnormality, Lin Xiao's last bit of sleepiness was gone. His intuition told him that something might really happen tonight. It's close to 3 o'clock in the morning, it's the time when people are most tired, and no one is really ready to take action on them, right? Lin Xiao immediately switched to the perspective of the Tianyi owl, but he hadn't noticed any movement yet. Could it be that he was thinking too much? Lin Xiao had to wonder if he was too sensitive. Soon he shook his head, and as he said, it never hurts to be careful. He coughed softly, which immediately caught Chu Wenchen's attention. Chu Wenchen looked at Lin Xiao's direction in surprise. Did he really let this kid hit the mark? Chu Wenchen came to Lin Xiao's side calmly. He lowered his voice, ensuring that only the two of them could hear it. What's wrong? Brother, I feel that something is wrong. If something happens in a while, you control Tang Can as soon as possible. Don't let this guy do things. Okay, I know. After the two finished talking quietly, they pretended to chat casually, and then Chu Wenchen casually found a seat close to Tang Can and sat down. Tang Can didn't notice anything unusual, but when he saw Chu Wenchen so close to him, he still frowned subconsciously. All this was seen by Lin Xiao. I feel more and more that something is wrong with this guy. Lin Xiao's uneasiness in his heart also became stronger and stronger, and he quickly made a decision. He decided to let the eagle owl go further away to observe. The place where the skywing owl was staying before was a critical point. At this distance, Lin Xiao's mental power consumption and recovery could basically maintain a balance, and now he decided to do not hesitate to consume his mental power to explore farther places. The skywing owl flew up again, and as the distance between the skywing owl became farther and farther away, Lin Xiao also felt that his mental power was consuming more and more. But there was still no discovery, and I could only see some spirit beasts resting one after another along the way. Lin Xiao had to suspect that he was really thinking too much. Go another 1,000 meters, and if you haven't found it yet, let the skywing owl retreat. The skywing owl continued to move forward and soon advanced hundreds of meters again. Lin Xiao only felt that his mental power was more severe, and if he continued, he really couldn't last long. Just when Lin Xiao was about to let the skywing owl return, he suddenly found that in front of the owl, several birds were startled. This made Lin Xiao's nerves suddenly tense. No way! It's really coming! Discovering the anomaly, Lin Xiao immediately controlled the skywing owl to fly in that direction. That place was full of trees. The skywing owl's vision was not as good as his. He could only know that there was movement over there. What was the specific situation, Lin Xiao didn't know. It is not ruled out that a large spirit beast appeared, alarming some birds. If you want to know what is going on over there, you have to get closer. Lin Xiao asked the skywing owl to continue to approach, and before the skywing owl could get close to that area, several wind blades suddenly appeared from that area. These wind blades landed accurately on the bodies of those birds. The skywing owl was no exception, and was directly hit by the wind blade. Although Lin Xiao could control the spirit beast, the premise was that the spirit beast must be alive, and if the Sky Wing Owl was killed, he would lose the perspective of the Sky Wing Owl. However, when the wind blade hit, Lin Xiao still found something with the help of the perspective of the Sky Wing Owl. It was not a spirit beast that shot it, but a blonde man. Lin Xiao didn't find anything else because of vision problems. Lin Xiao's attention was on the Sky Wing Owl's body before, and although the wind blade that suddenly appeared killed the Sky Wing Owl, Lin Xiao, who shared the perspective, also felt the same way. When the Sky Wing Owl was killed, he still couldn't help but let out a soft snort. Lin Xiao's soft snort attracted the attention of all three of them. Luo Yao looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. "What's wrong?" "It's okay, I just remembered something." Seeing Lin Xiao say this, Luo Yao didn't take it seriously, and Chu Wenchen cast an inquiring look at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao didn't tell Chu Wenchen about the matter at the first time, he still had too many questions. It is normal for there to be other adventurers in the secret realm, and these people may not have been recruited by Tang Can. What surprised him the most was that the person who shot just now was obviously not Chinese. Why did a foreigner appear here? Lin Xiao quickly made a decision. Those people were still some distance away from them, and it should take some time to find them, enough for him to investigate again. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao decided to control a spirit beast again. This time Lin Xiao did not control the bird spirit beast, but controlled a greenwood rat not far away. Lin Xiao already knew the location of those people, and the greenwood rat was under Lin Xiao's control, moving quickly in that direction. Before they reached the place where the Sky Wing Owl had been killed before, they encountered the group of people. This time, through the greenwood rat, Lin Xiao finally saw the appearance of those people clearly. It wasn't just one person, the blonde man was just one of the group. There were a total of 10 people, and 5 of these 10 people were foreigners. The remaining 5 looked like they were Chinese, and among them, there was another Lin Xiao who looked very familiar. Lin Xiao quickly remembered that this person he had seen at the base. It seemed that he was the principal of Tangkan School, it seemed that his name was Caig, and he was an 8th level awakener. Judging from what Aoki Mouse saw, the Caig respects those around him. This had to shock Lin Xiao. Could it be that the 8th level awakener was so respectful? If many of these people were level 9 powerhouses, then the matter might be serious. He didn't know the specific combat power of Chu Wenchen and his friends, but if they were facing an enemy several times their size, it was a question of whether they could quickly solve each other. And as long as these people are dragged back, as long as one person is missed, even if there is only one level 8 Caig left unattended, it will be enough to wipe out those of them who participate in the world competition. Caig's appearance had already made Lin Xiao sure that these people should have come for them. Among the people brought by Caig, there are so many foreigners, which in itself is very suspicious. Lin Xiao could probably guess the purpose of these people. If he guessed correctly, the target of these people would not be Chu Wenchen and others, but they were the little guys who participated in the world competition. If they are destroyed by the group, it is conceivable that China's ranking will definitely not be good in this world competition. While Lin Xiao was still thinking, the greenwood rat was killed again. Lin Xiao finally came to his senses. The enemy is already here, and there is not much time left for them. Now Lin Xiao can be sure that these people must have come for them. And Tang Can is also the other party's person without any surprise, not to mention anything else. There are so many foreigners in the other party's team, Tang Can's crime of colluding with the enemy and betraying the country is confirmed. In that case, this guy must be cleaned up. If you don't clean up this guy now, if this guy exposes their position, won't all your previous preparations be wasted? Brother, you can make a move. Lin Xiao suddenly spoke, startling the three of them. Chu Wenchen was the first to react, and he shot directly, slashing Tang Can's neck with a hand knife. Tang Can didn't have time to react, and fainted directly. There was still disbelief in his eyes. He couldn't figure out why Chu Wenchen suddenly made a move. Where did he show his feet? Looking at Tang Can, who was unconscious, Lin Xiao didn't bother to pay attention to him. Brother Chu, call everyone up, the matter is a bit serious, we need to discuss what to do next. Lin Xiao's words made Chu Wenchen frown. Their combat power was not weak, and it could make Lin Xiao feel troubled, indicating that the other party's strength might not be weaker than theirs. If this is really the case, then the matter is really serious. Chu Wenchen wasn't too worried about his own safety, what he was really worried about was Lin Xiao and others. If something happened to these little guys, he really didn't know what to do. Chu Wenchen knew that now was not the time to ask questions, so he immediately woke everyone up. Soon everyone got up, looking at Lin Xiao one by one in confusion. When Chu Wenchen called them, they thought they had encountered a spirit beast attack, but now it seems that this is not the case. Especially when everyone saw Tang Can lying on the ground, they were all confused. Captain, what's the situation? Why did Tang Can lie on the ground? Did you encounter some spirit beast attack? Lin Xiao, Sigma, degree mouth degree. I have to say that your imagination is really rich. Lin Xiao didn't talk nonsense, time was tight, he needed to explain the current situation clearly to everyone as soon as possible. Don't worry about this guy, he's undercover, he's left road signs along the way, and according to his road signs, someone has already followed. Lin Xiao's words surprised everyone present. Isn't it? There are so many strong people in our team, who still dares to make a move? Are you impatient? Don't talk yet, listen to me first. Since Tangkin is a traitor, the other party naturally understands our situation, knows our strength, but still chooses to shoot. The other party must be sure. Let me first tell you the news I inquired about. There are a total of 10 people on the other side. I only know one, that is, Tangkan's principal. I believe everyone is also a little impressed. I don't know the level of others, but looking at CAIG's attitude, I respect those guys very much, which shows that the other party is likely to be a 9th level powerhouse. That's it, at least 5 of the other party are foreigners. There is also good news, the other party is still some distance away from us. It will take some time to find it. Before I ask the principal to do some means to confuse the other party, the effect is unknown, but I think it should be able to hold the other party for some time. The next step is to discuss how to deal with these guys. It is useless to escape, as long as it waits for dawn. After the other party finds out that his whereabouts are exposed, it is only a matter of time before he finds us. If you have any opinions, you can also say them. Lin Xiao's words silenced everyone. No one expected that the other party would launch such a big battle. If the other party is a strong person above level 8, they are really a little dangerous. Everyone's heart was a little heavy, especially those who participated in the world competition. Their highest cultivation level was only level 6, and in this level of battle, their existence was just a burden and could not help at all. Chu Wenchen sighed. Alas, Lin Xiao is right, this battle is definitely unavoidable. The safety of our old guys is not a problem. We all have our own means of saving our lives. What I'm most worried about is you little guys. If we are dragged along, what will you do? If they attack you, you will not be able to resist at all. Weiyan, Guo Ruolong, and Taoist Master Qingxian all nodded repeatedly, which was also what they were worried about. So Xian, if I fight, I can hold one. Everyone looked at Su Xian in surprise, and Lin Xiao secretly said that this was indeed the case. I knew that Su Xian was not simple, he could hold back the 9th level powerhouse at level 7, and he was really strong. For a while, everyone was a little undecided. There were too many people on the other side, which was the biggest problem. Taoist Master Qingxian rubbed his temples. I have an immature suggestion. It doesn't matter if we old guys, these little guys can't be fine. I mean the 4 of us stay. Try to hold those people as much as possible. You little guys will leave quickly. You can run one by one. Anyway, there is no point in you staying. You can't bear the aftermath of our battle. Taoist Master Qingxian said very rudely, but Lin Xiao and the others had to admit it. This is not wrong at all. They may not be able to bear the aftermath of the battle of the 9th level powerhouses. With a few 9th level powerhouses, it was indeed not a good idea. Lin Xiao and the others hadn't spoken yet, and Su Xian was the first to be unwilling. What about me? I want to stay too. Qingxian Dao Chang glanced at Su Xian. You can pull it down, don't think that your task is light, your task is the heaviest among us, because you are responsible for protecting the safety of these little guys. After all, we can't guarantee that everyone on the other side will stay. So Xian was silent. If he said so, his task was indeed very heavy. Chu Wenchen still recognized Qingxian Taoist Master's suggestion. Taoist Master Qingxian is right, we are really not suitable to stay together. Let us meet these guys. Don't worry, as long as we are still alive, we will not let you have accidents. Although Chu Wenchen said it, he actually had no bottom in his heart. He was confident in his strength, but his fists were difficult to beat 4 hands. Even if they can fight 1 against 2, and the other party has 2 more, can they really hold back those people? Chu Wenchen's words made everyone present feel uncomfortable, especially Lin Xiao and these people. At this time, they only hated that their cultivation was too low and could not help much. Lin Xiao looked at Chu Wenchen and the others, and from their faces, Lin Xiao saw that he regarded death as home. He didn't want these cute little old men to fold here. Then I interjected, it doesn't seem to be that serious yet. What is our biggest advantage now? We know the existence of the other party, and the other party does not know where we are, so why don't we take the initiative? The opponent's biggest advantage is the numerical advantage. What if we kill some of the opponent's people first? When the number of people is equal, are we still afraid of them? Lin Xiao's words made Chu Wenchen and the others stunned. That's right. Why do they only think about passive defense? They can take the initiative. Chu Wenchen and the others began to think carefully about Lin Xiao's opinion. Lin Xiao was right, since they would meet sooner or later, why wait for the other party to come to the door? If they take the initiative, although they cannot annihilate the other party completely, it is also good to give priority to solving the opponent's living forces in the form of mental calculations and unintentional calculations. This way, their pressure can be less. The 4 of them discussed briefly and decided to adopt Lin Xiao's opinion. We have decided, the 4 of us will take the initiative. Su Xian, you stay, and the task of protecting these people will be handed over to you. Although Su Xian also wanted to go over, he nodded when he thought of the burden on his body. His combat power is not low, but if he really wants to face a 9th level powerhouse, he is still a little immature. Letting him stay to protect these people participating in the world competition is the best choice. After all, it is not safe here if they are allowed to act on their own. It is also dangerous if they encounter high-level spirit beasts, and only he can rest assured, guaranteed to complete the task. With Su Xian here, the four of Chu Wenchen are also relieved. The next battle belongs to them. Without the containment of these little guys, they can also let go of their hands and feet. I don't dare to say anything else, but there is no problem in letting the other party leave a few people. Okay, let's do it. Brothers, when you solve these guys, go back and have a good drink. No problem, I've been eating Xiao Lin's meals lately, and I haven't drunk alcohol, but I'm hungry to death. I hope my brothers will be there by then. Lin Xiao, I said to you, brothers, don't make it like a life and death parting. Ahem, several, is there a sentence that is not worth saying? Lin Xiao's words made the four people who were almost in the mood a little playful. Okay, you kid have something to say. I'm going to go with you. No. Chu Wenchen and the others spoke almost at the same time. They could go. Lin Xiao went to make some trouble. The battle over there is not something he can participate in. Luo Yao also looked at Lin Xiao with a worried face. Lin Xiao, the battle over there is not something you can mix, you will only distract a few mentors. Lin Xiao sighed. No matter what, he was going to pass. He was naturally not going to die. He had his own means. He felt that he could help in this battle. I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry, listen to me finish speaking. I didn't participate in the battle with the past. My ability is vision enhancement. I think everyone must be very curious. How can I know the other person's situation? After all, the other party is far away from us. When Lin Xiao said this, everyone reacted. That's right. How did Lin Xiao know about the other party's situation? Previously, because of the critical situation, everyone subconsciously ignored this issue. Now that Lin Xiao said this, everyone reacted. It seems that Lin Xiao's ability is not that simple. Principal, you know my spiritual skills, my abilities are helpful to you, especially my night vision function. Don't worry, I won't participate in your battles. After getting close to the other party, I will hide far away. My task is to take you to find them. As long as this way, you can better ambush each other. Chu Wenchen was silent, although he didn't want to admit it, but Lin Xiao was right. Only the effect of Lin Xiao's participation in their ambush can be achieved optimally. Even if their level is much higher than Lin Xiao's, they are incomparable to Lin Xiao in terms of vision. After some consideration, Chu Wenchen finally made a decision. Okay, just do as you say, but you have to make sure that as long as you find those people, you can just watch from a distance. No problem. Lin Xiao agreed, but he didn't think so in his heart. He would definitely not approach the battlefield over there, but he might not be able to shoot. If there was a chance to kill a level 9 powerhouse with one blow, he would not give up. Killing a 9th level powerhouse with a 3rd level body is really exciting to think about. Seeing that Lin Xiao had already made a decision, Luo Yao did not object. Instead, he came directly to Lin Xiao's side. If you go, I'll be with you. Hearing Luo Yao's words, Lin Xiao felt a little headache. Although Luo Yao has a dark system, she is not good enough to see this level of battle. Yao Yao, you can't go. You know my ability, if you go, it will increase the risk of exposure, you should follow the army. Looking at Lin Xiao's serious appearance, Luo Yao knew that Lin Xiao would definitely not agree to her with her. She didn't ask to continue to follow, she only hated herself for not being strong enough. After thinking about it, she handed the dumplings to Lin Xiao. Okay, I won't go, but you take the dumplings, the balls are space departments, and at critical times, you can let it teleport to take you away. This time Lin Xiao did not refuse. If Tuanzi goes with him, he can really help him. Okay, I'll bring the dumplings together. Well, be careful. Anla, I'm just here to lead the way, not to fight, there will definitely be no danger. Don't worry, with this dumpling, Dad won't be in danger, babble. Tuanzi's words made Luo Yao's heart feel a little relieved, but she still felt that Lin Xiao would not be so at ease. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something, and took out a supernatural weapon from his space ring, as well as some heavy weapons. The next step is no longer a trial, some means can also be used, you can hold these weapons, you can save your life at critical times. Looking at the heavy weapons that Lin Xiao took out, the people of the Wolf Warrior Mercenary Corps did not react, but the others looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Are these things allowed to be carried on the body? This guy is afraid of a mobile arsenal. Although they were surprised, everyone still divided the weapons, and Chenlong and the others also took out their supernatural weapons. The weapon has long been charged, and it can save life at critical times. Lin Xiao didn't think about using these weapons to greet the invaders, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Although these are heavy weapons, it is still a bit reluctant to kill the 8th or 9th level powerhouse. And that would expose their location, so it would be safer. Then there is only one question next, that is, which direction Su Xian wants to evacuate with everyone. Everyone also discussed everything, and everyone's opinions were different, but there was one thing that everyone agreed on, that is, they definitely couldn't go back the same way, which would be tantamount to throwing themselves into a trap. And Lin Xiao suddenly thought of something at this time. I suggest everyone go directly into the core area, wait a while, our side will launch an attack, the other party must know that we have noticed, did not see you, they must have thought that you have evacuated, they definitely can't think that you did not evacuate, but went to the core area, after all, the most dangerous place is also the safest place, the only thing to worry about is the spirit beast in the core area, try not to use weapons, after all, the sound may reveal your position. When everyone thought about it, it seemed to be like this. I have to admit that Lin Xiao's little head melon is really good. Okay, just do as Lin Xiao said. Let's split up. So Xian led everyone towards the core area. With So Xian leading the team, Lin Xiao was still relatively relieved. After all, So Xian himself said that he could live a few tricks with the 9th level powerhouse. This is only a level 7 spirit beast, even if there is a level 8 spirit beast, So Xian should be able to solve it. Tang Can was taken away by them, and when this matter was over, he would see if he could get some useful information from Tang Can's mouth. After everyone left, Lin Xiao set his sights on Chu Wenchen and the others. Let's set off too. When Luo Yao and the others left, Lin Xiao once again controlled the spirit beast and rushed in the direction of those people. Since he is leading the way, he naturally has to know the other party's location as soon as possible. Otherwise, how can you catch the other party off guard? Naturally, the 4 of them had no objections, they just needed to follow Lin Xiao. Caig is a member of the Extreme Knight sect and has been hiding his identity all these years. With his 8th level cultivation, he also became the president of a little-known Lingyu University. And not long ago, the headquarters of the Polar Knight sect woke him up and let Tang Can join his school. Their task was to let Tang Can mix into the team of the world competition, and then find an opportunity to completely eliminate the team. The two completed the task well, and everything went according to their plan. Originally, he didn't have much confidence in this mission. After all, in order to protect those little guys, the other party sent 4 9th level powerhouses to protect them. I just didn't expect that the Polar Knight sect would directly send 9 9th level powerhouses, such a lineup would be enough to kill all the opponents. But he didn't expect that there were so many foreigners among these 9 people. There are actually 7 foreigners among the 9, and only 2 are members of the Extreme Knight sect. One of them is also the deputy leader of the Polar Knight sect, named Guli, who is also the actual person in charge of this operation, and his combat power is very terrifying. Guli was also sent by the Polar Knight sect to deal with Chu Wenchen. For Chu Wenchen, the Polar Knight sect is also very jealous, otherwise he would not have dispatched Guli, the deputy leader. Gu sang, how long will it take to find those guys? The speaker was a man who looked only 1.5 meters at most, and he looked very obscene. King Shin-kun, thank you for your help this time, you helped us re-establish the Polar Knight sect, the tasks you gave us, we will naturally work hard to complete them, I can feel that I am not far from the other party, plus the sight at night has some effect, it is normal to be slower, but don't worry, I have a hunch that I will find those guys soon. That's good, I can't wait to see those little guys slaughtered by us. Don't worry, you will. If Lin Xiao heard the conversation between the two, he would definitely be surprised. This incident turned out to be related to the Polar Knight sect. It seems that the Extreme Knight sect has been exterminated, but it has been revived so quickly, which is related to the support of these foreign forces. Gu, I found a road sign here, it seems that the road sign here is still very new, and we should really not be far from the location of those people. Mike, well done. When the mission is over, I will definitely find a few beautiful women to serve you well. Dear Gu, you still understand me. My spear has long been hungry and thirsty. This is all as it should be, everyone be careful next, don't make too much noise, after all, I don't want everyone to have any accidents, the other party also has a lot of strong people. On the other side, the spirit beast sent out by Lin Xiao was killed again, but this also made Lin Xiao completely aware of the other party's location. It would be easy to know the location. At this time Lin Xiao had already taken Chu Wenchen and the others to a position 2,000 meters away from these people. With the blessing of enhanced vision, Lin Xiao can now see the traces of those people. Brothers, the other party is 2,000 meters in front of us, but they did not move towards us, but moved towards their left front. Chu Wenchen was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted. No, you asked me to change the location of the road sign before, since the other party is moving in the direction of the road sign, we just need to go there to ambush in advance, why do we have to take you? Lin Xiao covered his face, was he still discovered? Brother, what you said is not right, this battle is indeed not something I can participate in, I will not go to death myself, my existence can better help you, then I will give you some talking devices, you can fight to your heart's content, I am here to be responsible for remote command, so that your danger can be minimized. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he didn't wait for the old men to speak, and directly took out some communication equipment and handed it to the 4 of them. This is also a reason why he has to come with him, at least he can provide some help to these old people. Things are already like this, and Chu Wenchen can't say anything. Now that Lin Xiao was allowed to go back by himself, he was not at ease. Let's do this for now, wait for everything to go back, and then settle accounts with Lin Xiao. Several people also put on the communication equipment that Lin Xiao gave them, and the next step is to surprise the other party, hoping that this active attack can cause the greatest damage to the other party. Brother Lin, just stay here, let's go to the front to ambush. No matter what happens, don't expose your position. Lin Xiao nodded. Now he was an assistant, and getting close to those strong people was tantamount to looking for death. Chu Wenchen said something that was not wrong at all. This level of battle, even the aftermath of the battle, was not something he could bear. He was not arrogant enough to have to mix in such a battle. Chu Wenchen and the others left, although their vision was affected, but the general direction could still be judged. The mark was made by Chu Wenchen, so he naturally knew which way those people would go. I hope you like this gift for you. Chu Wenchen and the others left. Lin Xiao was not idle. He took out a sniper rifle from the space ring. In addition to the sniper rifle, there were 3 bullets. This is a special spirit bomb, different from the spirit bomb used by Lin Xiao when he killed the leader of the Optimus Stone Beast before. It is just a low-level spirit bomb. These 3 are the most advanced. A level 9 powerhouse can also be killed when he is unprepared. Lin Xiao only had 3, and this time he chose to take them all out. This is also the reason why Lin Xiao had to come over. Although Chu Wenchen and others were sneak attacks, there were too many enemies, and even if they succeeded, they were likely to be passive. He wanted to help a few people in his ability. At least when retreating, let the other party be afraid. Lin Xiao found a huge tree and climbed up, and the view here was very good. Looking at those enemies who were not at all defenseless, Lin Xiao really wanted to give them a shot now. But Lin Xiao didn't do that. Good steel had to be used on the blade. Chu Wenchen and the others had already reached the ambush site, and the people of the Extreme Night Sect were slowly moving in that direction. Battle is about to break out. In Lin Xiao's sight, CAIG and the others were slowly moving towards the encirclement of Chu Wenchen and the others. At the current speed, it will completely enter the encirclement of Chu Wenchen and others in about 5 minutes. Obviously, these people are not aware of the danger. Lin Xiao rubbed his hands. He had never been so nervous. Tuanzi was no longer sleepy at this time, and looked at Lin Xiao with a pair of big eyes. Dad, don't worry, just leave the rest to me, with me here, I promise not to hurt you. Babbling. Lin Xiao stroked Tuanzi's head dotingly, not in vain to serve this little guy every day, which was quite useful at critical times. When Lin Xiao was about to come alone before, he was already ready to be exposed. As long as he makes a move, the other party will definitely find out about his existence. He never dared to underestimate the methods of the 9th level powerhouses, although there were now 2,000 meters away from those people, but for the 9th level powerhouses who were good at speed, it only took a moment to reach them. Although his eyesight was not good at night, the other party had obviously adapted to the darkness. If you get close to him at a certain distance, you can still find his presence. Therefore, Lin Xiao was actually ready to be discovered. Of course, he didn't intend to die generously. He still had some whole cards. He really wanted to take them all out. Even if the other party was a 9th level powerhouse, he wouldn't be afraid. But with Tuanzi, it's different. Tuanzi's space system gives him enough mobility. He is very good at changing places with a shot. With the help of the group, even if the other party is a 9th level powerhouse, it is impossible to find him in a short time. That's enough. Tuanzi, I can really use you in a while. Perform well. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Tuanzi also began to get nervous. His eyes also looked in the direction where Chu Wenchen and the others left, but unfortunately, its vision was not as good as Lin Xiao's, and it could only see a pitch black. Lin Xiao no longer talked to Tuanzi, but set his sights on Chu Wenchen's side. CAIG and the others were already very close to Chu Wenchen's encirclement. Chu Wenchen and the 4 of them were all old fritters, and at this time the 4 of them completely hid their breath. As long as they don't take the initiative to expose, it won't be easy for a 9th level powerhouse to discover them. CAIG and the others were cautiously moving in this direction at this time. They could feel that it was not far from the target's habitat, and if they could succeed in the sneak attack, they could also reduce some unnecessary losses. The other party also had 4 9th level powerhouses, and none of them wanted to lose here. Guli looked at the pitch black ahead, with a smile on his face. Everyone be careful, I feel that the goal is very close. When this vote is done, everyone will play to their heart's content, and we will pay for all the consumption. Gu Sang is too polite. These are what we should do. After all, we mentioned this action. SHHH, let's talk about those things later. Be careful. I feel that something is wrong around me. Mike, are you thinking too much? With our strength, how big of a wave can the other party make? Mike thought about it. It seemed like this. Maybe he was thinking too much. Chu Wenchen was hiding in a big tree at this time, and the dense leaves completely hid his figure. At this time, Guli and the others were completely in his sight. His eyesight was not as good as Lin Xiao's, but he was also a 9th level powerhouse, and at such a close distance, he could still roughly see the outline of the other party. He recognized CAIG and Guli immediately. The reason why he knew Guli was because he also participated in the previous battle to exterminate the Extreme Night Sect, when Guli was the top management of the Extreme Night Sect, and Guli was also one of the few members of the Extreme Night Sect who fled. Seeing Guli, Chu Wenchen frowned. He had also heard about the resurgence of the Polar Night Sect, but he didn't expect that this incident had something to do with the Polar Knight sect. He probably knew about Gu Li's situation. This guy was a fierce enemy. Even if it was him, he was not 100% sure to take this guy. It seemed that this time the Polar Knight sect was really ready to annihilate them all here. The rest of the people, Chu Wenchen didn't know, but he could see at a glance that except for CAIG, everyone else was a 9th level powerhouse, and he really looked up to them. Chu Wenchen was also afraid for a while. If Lin Xiao hadn't discovered the existence of these people in advance, these people would have suddenly touched their side. They would have been really dangerous. Even if he can escape by chance, those good seedlings who participated in the world competition are afraid that they will all be folded here. In addition to being afraid, Chu Wenchen was more angry. And now, these guys are ready to endure his fury. Seeing that the other party had entered their ambush circle, Chu Wenchen made a move immediately. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Wei Anqilei system, Guo Ruolong is a soil type. The two followed Chu Wenchen, and also released their own big moves at the same time. Thunder, heaven and earth. Deist Master Qingxian was in close combat, and he suddenly picked up speed at this time, rushing directly to the person closest to him. The goal of the four people is very obvious, that is, to give priority to killing the opponent's living forces before the other party is prepared. Chu Wenchen did not choose to attack Gu Li. Even if it was a sneak attack, it was impossible for him to kill Gu Li with one blow. Instead of that, it was better to target others. Chu Wenchen's strategy was correct. The target he chose was a foreigner, a 9th level fire system. That fire-type powerhouse didn't expect someone to attack suddenly. By the time he reacted, Chu Wenchen's attack had already fallen on him. Hundreds of spiritual swords pierced directly through his body, and he was killed directly without even screaming. Deist Master Qingxian was very fast. The target he chose was a water-type powerhouse, and the other party was approached by Qingxian before he could react. Qingxian Taoist Master's Tai Chi was guided by Lin Xiao, and now the power has increased by several levels. Being close to melee from a distance, and having a mental calculation without intention, the 9th level water powerhouse was also killed by a single blow. The targets of Wei An and Guo Ruolong's attacks were also not comfortable. Wei An's attack target looked at the lightning in the air, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. He activated his defensive treasure weapon at the first time. He spent a lot of money to buy this defensive treasure, but he didn't expect to use it at this time. With a loud bang, although the man turned on the defensive treasure, it was a little slower. The defense could not be fully opened, and he was struck by lightning. Although he saved a small life, but he was still seriously injured. Guo Ruolong's luck was relatively poor. The object he chose turned out to be a defense awakener, and the attack power of the Earth system was not very high. This time, it just seriously injured his target. Chu Wenchen saw all this in his eyes, and he was already very satisfied with such results. It is a remarkable achievement. Unfortunately, only 2 were killed. Now that they are exposed, it is not that simple to continue killing others. The attack of Chu Wenchen and others startled Gu Li and the others, and by the time they reacted, they were already 2 dead and 2 seriously injured on their side. Gu Li rushed forward as soon as possible, blocking the 2 seriously injured people to prevent Chu Wenchen and others from making up for the knife. Through the other party's attack methods, he knew that the other party had discovered their existence. Through the return of 10,000 swords, he also recognized Chu Wenchen. Chu Wenchen, long time no see. You really gave me a surprise. Chu Wenchen didn't bother to hide his figure at this time, and jumped directly from the tree. Gu Li, I really didn't expect you to be alive. I didn't expect this matter to have something to do with your Polar Knight sect. I'm curious, how did you find us? Is it difficult to find you? You wouldn't think that we wouldn't find Tang Can marking along the way, right? Gu Li's face changed, and he secretly scolded Tang Can for being a waste. I see, but you don't think that you can change the tide of the battle if you sneak attack us, right? It's so naive. Chu Wenchen smiled. If it was before, the 4 of us were against 9 of you, it was really not easy to fight, but now you have 2 dead and 2 seriously injured, which means that there are still 5 of you left, and it is unknown who will die against the 4 and 5 deer. As long as we can hold you back, your real goal is probably to leave long ago. CAIG, asterisk. How can I say that I am also a level 8 powerhouse, and I just ignore myself? Is it really good? Are you polite? Hearing Chu Wenchen's words, Gu Li laughed. Who told you we were 4 on 5? Chu Wenchen was stunned for a moment, looked at the situation at the scene. CAIG, an 8th level rookie, didn't count. It seemed that it was indeed 4 to 5. You can still calculate such a simple arithmetic yourself. Just when Chu Wenchen was still wondering, an old woman suddenly stood up on the Gilai side. The old woman raised her hand and landed 2 spiritual skills on the 2 injured people. The 2 people who had been seriously injured before immediately stood up from the ground, and the wounds on their bodies had recovered. Chu Wenchen's face changed. Mad. There is even a treatment department, which is a mistake. Chu Wenchen regretted it very much at this time. Knowing that the other party had a treatment department, he should have eliminated it as soon as possible. In this kind of battle, the influence of a healing department on the team is enormous. The 9th level healing department can even change the entire battle situation. They were already at a disadvantage, and this time it was even more difficult. Chu Wenxin's reaction made Gu Li very satisfied. I didn't expect it. Do you still think you can hold us back? When you are solved, the remaining little mice are not a cause for concern. It is only a matter of time before they are eliminated. Although Chu Wenxin was very upset, he had to admit that things had become a bit troublesome now. The communication equipment of Chu Wenxin and the others was open, so Lin Xiao listened to the conversation of several people. He didn't expect that this matter was related to the Polar Night sect, but after thinking about it, it seemed that there was nothing worth fuss about doing such a thing with the crazy methods of the Polar Night sect. He saw the actions of Chu Wenxin and others just now. I just didn't expect that the other party actually had a treatment department, and things began to develop in an uncontrollable direction. Judging from the conversation between Chu Wenxin and Gu Li, Chu Wenxin is now very passive. In Lin Xiao's gaze, except for Gu Li, others had already protected the old woman. Among them was the existence of a strong defense system, and under such an impregnable wall, the possibility of Chu Wenxin and others wanting to kill this old woman was almost zero. Of course, Chu Wenxin and the others are not easy to kill, but it does not mean that Lin Xiao can't. Lin Xiao's direction was on the left side of Chu Wenxin and the others. Those strong people who protected the old woman were all facing Chu Wenxin, and Lin Xiao had no defense in this direction. Lin Xiao felt that if he made a move, he might be able to kill this healing powerhouse. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's heart couldn't help but start to get excited. Done! Lin Xiao didn't expect that he would make a move so quickly. In his plan, he should make a move after Chu Wenxin and others fought with the other party, so that his attack would be taken by surprise, and the success rate would be higher. Now he can't control so much, his first goal must be this treatment department. Lin Xiao was not in a hurry to make a move. Now the two sides are in a state of confrontation. Although the success rate of his own shot is not low, but there is still a possibility of failure. He must kill with one blow, so it is best to let Chu Wenxin and others cooperate. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao began to communicate with Chu Wenxin and others. Guys, now I'm talking, listen, I know you must be struggling with the problem of that treatment department now. I have a way to solve him, don't persuade me, I will take action no matter what, please believe me, I need you to fight with the other party now. As long as you attract the other party's attention, just leave the rest to me, don't worry, the other party can't find me. Lin Xiao suddenly spoke, which surprised Chu Wenxin and the four of them. Chu Wenxin really wanted to stop Lin Xiao out loud, but he didn't do that. If he opened his mouth now, it would expose the people around them who were still there, which would also arouse the other party's vigilance. All they can do now is believe in Lin Xiao. Chu Wenxin didn't know how Lin Xiao killed the 9th level powerhouse. He believed that Lin Xiao said this, he must have his own means. In that case, then go crazy. Gilai, having a therapy department is amazing. We fought with you. Under Chu Wenxin's order, the four of them launched an attack again. Gu Li smiled. In his opinion, Chu Wenxin and the others were just dogs jumping over the wall. Gu Li immediately met Chu Wenxin. His ability was beastification, and the beastization type was Tyrannosaurus Rex. Gu Li started the beast transformation at the first time, and the whole person turned into a humanoid beast, and the two fought back and forth, and in a short period of time, no one could do anything about anyone. Mike faced Qingxian Taoist Master for the first time, and Mike's ability was to burn blood, which improved his combat power by burning his own blood. Taoist Master Qingxian only had one move with Mike to know that this was a fierce enemy. It seems that the strength of the other party is even more terrifying than they imagined. Weian and Guo Ruolan also have their own opponents, and their combat strength is not much different. Of the 4 battles, none of them can end quickly. The most helpless thing is that CAIG's opponent still has 4 people who have not made a move. Lin Xiao didn't pay attention to the battle here, he had already aimed his gun at the healing powerhouse at this time. After the battle started, there were only 3 people around this healing powerhouse. And these people's attention was on the battlefield over there, and almost no one on their side paid attention. Let yourself be this spoiler. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, and after taking into account various factors, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Let the bullets fly for a while. Chu Wenxin and the others were fighting at this time, and the movement was not small at all. The sound of the battle covered the gunfire made by Lin Xiao and did not attract the attention of those people. The bullet roared out of the black muzzle like a loose wild horse. It tore through the air at an astonishing speed, and wherever it passed, it seemed to be ignited, making a high-pitched whistling sound. In an instant, the bullet turned into a deadly streamer and galloped towards the target. After the bullet was fired, Lin Xiao stared closely at the old woman in the treatment department. Whether it can be successful in one blow depends on this. The speed of the bullet was very fast, and it took less than 2 seconds to cover a distance of 2,000 meters. When the bullet was about to hit the old woman, several level 9 powerhouses were aware of the existence of the bullet. After all, they are level 9 powerhouses, and their perception of danger is very keen. The bullets were all in front of them, and if they didn't notice it again, they wouldn't be worthy of being level 9 powerhouses. Of course, it is one thing to be aware of it, and whether it can be stopped is another matter. The three people responsible for protecting the old woman, including CAIG, could only watch the bullet shoot at the old woman. The old woman's name is Emma, and this operation was invited by Mike. She herself wasn't very interested in this operation, but Mike gave too much. In the end, she couldn't resist the huge temptation and finally came to China. Now watching the bullet quickly approaching her, to be honest, she regretted it a little. If she was given another chance, she would definitely not agree to Mike. Under the threat of death, Emma finally reacted, and at the last minute, she turned on her defensive treasure. In an instant, a light blue shield appeared in front of her. As a healing department, her combat power is not high, and some life-saving treasures are inevitable. It's just a bullet, and your treasure should be able to defend against it. Bang! The bullet hit the shield directly, and Emma thought she had escaped. It's a pity that this is not an ordinary bullet, but a spirit bullet. The power of the spirit bomb is huge, and the protective shield that Emma hurriedly opened naturally has no problem resisting ordinary bullets, but trying to resist the top spirit bomb is tantamount to a fool's dream. The bullet rotated rapidly, shattering the shield in just an instant, and then continued to move forward, directly hitting Emma in the head. Emma still felt a little incredible until she died. She had obviously turned on her defensive treasure. Why was she still killed? She doesn't understand. Lin Xiao saw that Emma had been successfully killed, and clenched his fists excitedly. Finally solved this big trouble. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't have so much time to get excited, so he patted the dumplings in his arms for the first time. Tuanzi naturally knew what Lin Xiao meant, and directly took Lin Xiao to teleport in one direction. If nothing else, the other party should be looking for it soon. Emma's death was beyond everyone's expectations. Among the two 9th-level powerhouses responsible for protecting Emma, one was the Wind-type powerhouse who had killed the Skywing Owl before. Seeing Emma killed, he felt insulted. Without thinking about it, he rushed directly in the direction of the bullet. In any case, this mouse cannot be let go. This person's name is Eric. As a 9th-level wind powerhouse, his speed is very fast. Because of the line of sight, Eric directly used the power of the wind. Tens of meters around him, he was wrapped in a thick breath of wind. As long as the breath of the wind feels the presence of humans, he will notice it immediately. To his surprise, he advanced 3,000 meters in the direction of the bullet, and he was stunned and did not feel the presence of the enemy. How is this possible? Although he advanced 3,000 meters, according to his speed, these 3,000 meters only took him a few seconds. The other party disappeared directly in such a short period of time. How did he do it? Could it be that the other party is a strong person who is not weaker than himself? Thinking of this, Eric was a little retreated. But after thinking about it, it was impossible. They all had the other party's information. Only 4 level 9 powerhouses had already appeared. Even if there is a Su Xian with good combat power, but he is only level 7, he is a level 9 wind system, and he can still be afraid that the other party will not succeed. Thinking of this, Eric regained his spirits. He searched around again. It was already 3,000 meters, and the other party could not be further away. He didn't believe that anyone could hit Emma from 3,000 meters away. Eric couldn't say that he didn't search carefully, but no matter how he searched, he still couldn't find Lin Xiao's figure. Because before he arrived, Lin Xiao had already asked Tuanzi to take him in another direction. The key is that Eric's actions, Lin Xiao can be seen. As long as you keep enough distance from Eric so that he doesn't feel the aura fluctuations, it is impossible to catch him. After a long search to no avail, Eric had to give up. He felt a little guilty again. At this time, he still felt more secure with the large army. Thinking of this, Eric immediately returned the same way, and when he returned, he found that the battle had temporarily stopped. Guli was looking at Emma's body with a gloomy face on his face at this time. He never expected that while holding back the opponent's main combat power, the other party would still have someone who could kill Emma. Unlike Guli and others, Xu Wenchen and the others had joy on their faces. They really didn't expect Lin Xiao to actually be able to kill Emma. Didn't things get better now? Of course, they were still at a disadvantage now. After all, the other party still had 2 more level 9 powerhouses than them. The battle just now has made them understand that the opponent's combat power is not weak at all, and the 4 of them can be on par with them, and if the other 3 join the battle, they will definitely fall into passivity. Xu Wenchen and the 4 of them were also a little worried that Eric's departure was in their eyes. It's just because I've been busy fighting just now and can't stop it at all. Seeing Eric coming back at this time, they were all afraid that Lin Xiao would be discovered by him. Brother Lin, are you okay? Xu Wenchen immediately began to ask about Lin Xiao's situation. He was really scared now. Lin Xiao did not reply. Don't worry, brother, I'm safe. After receiving Lin Xiao's reply, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time had a new understanding of Lin Xiao's ability. Although Lin Xiao used a gun, it was also a skill to kill a 9th level powerhouse. Guli, I'm sorry, your treatment department is gone. Guli looked at Xu Wenchen with blood-red eyes. Damn! You made a move before to hold us back and create an opportunity for that sniper. Did you just find out? It's a pity that it's too late. His mission has been completed. So what? We are still in the upper hand, you have successfully provoked me, you all stay and give them a few burials. Guli was really angry. Originally, he thought that this operation was seamless, and it was a very simple matter to deal with these people. Even if there is death, at most 1 or 2 people will die. Who knew that things were completely beyond his expectations? The other party had not suffered any damage yet, and he had lost 3 level 9 powerhouses first. Among them is Emma, a healing department. He had already decided that no matter what the price was, he would completely leave the 4 of Chu Wenchen here. Everyone, don't be stunned, just take action, no matter what, you have to keep these 4 people, and when these 4 people are solved, the rest of the people are just fish on the chopping board. CAIG, don't make a move, it's useless for you to make a move, pay attention to the mouse in the dark. Everyone else nodded, and now they really can't hold back. They also wanted to save face, and when the number was several times that of the other party, so many people were killed by the enemy. If this matter gets out, they will be completely nailed to the pillar of shame. All I can do now is to kill these people in front of me and get the field back. Thinking of this, several people slowly approached Chu Wenchen and the 4 of them. Chu Wenchen smiled bitterly, he still thought highly of himself, he thought that his combat power was already good, at least one pick 2 was no problem, who knew that the other party actually had a strong man like Guli. Today I am afraid it is dangerous. Chu Wenchen didn't think about leaving with the 4 of them. The 4 of them were not very good at speed, even if they wanted to run, it was not a simple thing. Now I can only bite the bullet. Just as Chu Wenchen was preparing to meet the enemy, Lin Xiao's voice came again. Brothers, you can fight with peace of mind, I will assist, believe me, I will not let you have accidents. Lin Xiao's voice was very calm, as if he was saying something very ordinary. But when Chu Wenchen and the 4 heard Lin Xiao's voice, they felt a little relieved inexplicably. They didn't know why they felt like this. Lin Xiao's true cultivation was only level 3. This time Chu Wenchen did not refuse, but directly agreed. Okay, it's up to you, but you have to promise us one thing, if we are defeated, you leave as soon as possible, we can die here, but you can't, make sure that all those who participate in the world competition survive. Lin Xiao didn't agree to Chu Wenchen, but just said lightly, Brother Chu, it's your task to protect them, and I won't overstep my bounds, so you might as well live to complete it yourself. You, don't say it, the other party is ready to make a move, you can fight with peace of mind, I will assist you. Chu Wenchen really didn't have time to continue talking, and Guli found him again. Several other people were also targeted, and Chu Wenchen looked at the situation on the field and couldn't help but feel a little headache. For people could hold them back before, but now with the addition of 2 level 9 powerhouses, they were really too passive. But what can be done? I can only hope that the other 3 can hold on. The battle began quickly, and the spiritual skills raged for a while. Chu Wenchen and the 4 of them dealt with the other 6 people, and they were still at a disadvantage in the scene. But it is not a simple matter for the other party to take them down, at least they are still safe in a short time. There is another reason for this, that is, they are afraid of Lin Xiao in the dark. Lin Xiao can kill Emma, and he can definitely kill them. If they go all out and Lin Xiao sneaks up, it will be difficult for them to dodge. Don't they want to follow in Emma's footsteps? No one wanted to die, so they all kept a hand. Lin Xiao found the best sniper position again at this time. He was not in a hurry to shoot. There were too few spirit bombs, he only had 2 left, he was not absolutely sure, he didn't want to waste them. And these people should be secretly guarding against him. He made a rash move, it was purely a waste of bullets. Of course, Lin Xiao wouldn't just watch from the sidelines, he still had to make a move. He was going to scare the guys first with ordinary bullets. I used ordinary bullets, but the other party didn't know. In the face of the bullets I fired, the other party would definitely choose to dodge. In that way, his goal was achieved, and at least he could relieve the pressure on Chu Wenchen and others. It doesn't matter if the other party finds out that it is an ordinary bullet, do they dare to bet that they have always used ordinary bullets? If you can afford to gamble, it's nothing more than a waste of a bullet. The other party is different, if you lose the bet, you will be seriously injured if you don't die. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's face showed a sinister smile. The truth is false, the virtual is the truth. Today let you guys see the breadth and depth of the art of war in China. Lin Xiao loaded an ordinary bullet, and without thinking about it, he pulled the trigger directly. After pulling the trigger, Lin Xiao didn't think about it, and directly asked Tuanzi to take him to another place. CAIG hasn't made a move yet, obviously he is preparing to guard against himself. Although he did not have a level 9, he was really not his opponent without exposing his trump cards. And CAIG is not worth wasting his own spiritual bullets. CAIG, oh, plate, oh. Are you polite? Gu Ligong and Chu Wenchen faced each other, and the strength of the two was 1/2 pound and 8 tails, and it was not a simple matter for anyone to win each other. This is destined to be a protracted battle. As soon as he turned into a Tyrannosaurus Rex and was about to attack Chu Wenchen, he felt a bullet hit his head. He was startled, he had already seen the power of the spirit bomb, and Emma who had turned on the defensive treasure had been killed, and he would definitely not be able to carry it hard. He could only choose to dodge, and when he dodged, Shu Wenchen immediately discovered his flaws. How could Shu Wenchen give up such an opportunity? He swung his sword for the first time, and this sword stood in the way that Gu Li avoided. Gu Li is extremely angry, and in a battle of their level, a small mistake can lead to a complete loss. Gu Li's brain was running rapidly, and in the end he still didn't dare to catch Lin Xiao's bullets, so he could only choose to continue to dodge. As for Chu Wenchen's sword, he could only carry it hard. Gu Li dodged Lin Xiao's bullet, and the long sword in Chu Wenchen's hand slashed at his arm. The blood flowed down in an instant. Chu Wenchen felt a little sorry and almost cut off this guy's arm. At the same time, Chu Wenchen also praised Lin Xiao in his heart. Lin Xiao's timing of this shot was too good, and it would not have had such an effect if it was earlier or later. He would like to call it the strongest support. CAIG did not participate in the battle. He guessed Lin Xiao's approximate direction from the trajectory of the bullet, and rushed in that direction as soon as possible. Eric couldn't find Lin Xiao, so let alone him, he was destined to be empty. At this time, Lin Xiao had already arrived at the next sniper point. Things are getting more and more interesting. Lin Xiao found that he actually liked this feeling. It's really exciting. Lin Xiao now doesn't care whether the gunfire will be discovered by CAIG or not. The situation on the battlefield is ever changing. Maybe the speed on his side is a little slower, and Chu Wenchen and a few others are a little more dangerous. All he can do is interfere with these people as much as possible. Lin Xiao pulled the trigger again. This time he was aiming at Aoyama Shin, and he had long looked at this little dwarf unpleasantly. At this time, Aoyama Shin was besieging Weian with another 9th level powerhouse. A few of them are not fools, they have long seen that Chu Wenchen is 4, and the relatively weak ones are Weian and Guo Ruolong. If you want to break the game, the best way is to solve one of these two people first. As long as one of the two is quickly solved, the manpower will be freed, and then the battle can end quickly. They did the same. Weian and Guo Ruolong were now facing 2 level 9 powerhouses each. Although it can barely support it, it is obviously at a disadvantage. Both of them also had some wounds on their bodies to a greater or lesser extent, and now they could only barely hold on, and it would be hard to say if it took a longer time. Aoyama Shin found a great opportunity at this time. Wayne and Eric had just released their spiritual skills, and if he made a move at this time, even if you can't kill Weian, you can hit him hard. Aoyama Xin will naturally not let go of such an opportunity. Qingshen Xin rushed directly towards Wei An, but before he could get close to Weian, he felt a bullet coming at him. Aoyama Shin can only choose to dodge. With a bang, the bullet went over the Green Mountain letter and hit a big tree, leaving a huge bullet hole in the big tree. Because of Qingshen Xin's evasion, Weian escaped, and in the case of 1-on-2, he still couldn't bear it. Just now I thought I was going to explain here, but fortunately, Lin Xiao took action in time. Aoyama Shin stared blankly at the bullet hole in the tree at this time, although the bullet left traces on the tree, but it was a little different from what he imagined. In his opinion, the bullets that could kill the 9th level powerhouse should easily cut off the big tree in front of him. It shouldn't just be such a bullet hole. This power doesn't seem to be very great. Looking at Aoyama Shin stupidly looking at the bullet hole, Eric snorted dissatisfiedly. Qingshen Xin, what are you doing? Don't be in a daze, hurry up and deal with this guy, this damn sniper. Don't let me catch him. If I catch him, I will definitely make him regret coming to this world. Eric, look at the tree. Don't you feel that the power of this bullet is a little too small? Can a bullet that can kill a 9th level powerhouse only leave a hole in the tree? Hearing Aoyama Shin say this, Eric's eyes were also on the tree. Not to mention, the power of this bullet does not seem to be very strong. Such power cannot cause harm to the 9th level powerhouse at all. It seems to be true. I suspect that the sniper outside is just scaring us. Before killing Emma, he should have used special bullets. Now he is using ordinary bullets, just to interfere with us. Eric's eyes also lit up. If this is the case, it must be good news for them. Then they don't have to worry about this sniper and can completely let go of their hands and feet. You make a point. Why don't you try the power of this bullet? If it's really just an ordinary bullet, we're not afraid. Shin Aoyama, plate. Why me? Why don't you try the power of bullets? Eric looked at Aoyama Shin like a fool. Please, I'm long-ranged, you're melee, your defense is not comparable to me. Do you want me to be a long-range to resist damage? When Eric said this, Aoyama Shin fell silent. There is nothing wrong with this. But let him try the power of the bullet himself. He didn't dare. What if a bullet was a special bullet that killed Emma? Forget it. In that case, let's be careful, slow down. It should only be a matter of time before we work together to solve this guy. This time Eric had no objections. Anyway, if he takes the initiative to block the gun, he will definitely not do it. After all, Emma was shot under his protection. Lin Xiao fired less than 1,000 meters away from CAIG, and the gunfire reached CAIG's ears. CAIG rushed in that direction as soon as possible. But by the time CAIG arrived, Lin Xiao's figure had long since disappeared. CAIG is so angry. This guy is the same as the loach, it's too slippery to catch at all. When CAIG was thinking about what to do next, another gunshot came, and what made him depressed was that this time the place where the gunshot came from seemed to be where he was just now. Why does it feel like this guy is playing with him? CAIG could only go to that location again, but his actions were destined to be useless. With the help of Tuanzi, Lin Xiao could be said to be elusive, and CAIG couldn't find any trace of Lin Xiao at all. And because Lin Xiao had been firing cold guns, the battle over there fell into a stalemate. Now Lin Xiao's bullets are basically aimed at Wei Yan and Guo Ruolang's opponents. Their opponents were all two level 9 powerhouses, and the pressure was the greatest, and he hoped that in this way, he could relieve their pressure. After changing positions, Lin Xiao fired another shot. This time, Lin Xiao chose to target Guo Ruolang's opponent. Guo Ruolang's opponents are two. One is Zhou Qing, another 9th level powerhouse of the Polar Knight sect, and the other is Taylor, a defense powerhouse who was seriously injured before. Zhou Qing was the main attack, and Taylor was the main defense, which made Guo Ruolang very uncomfortable. If it weren't for the good defense of his Earth-type ability, coupled with Lin Xiao's interference, he might have been killed by them by now. At this moment, a bullet was fired at Taylor. Taylor has long been annoyed by this endless interference. However, reason still overcame his anger, and he still chose to dodge, and surprisingly, he was just about to dodge, but suddenly tripped over a stone on the ground. His body fell forward unconsciously, and that direction was exactly the direction where the bullet was fired. Taylor secretly cursed bad luck. It was too late to dodge at this time, so he could only open his defense to the maximum. The bullet eventually hit Taylor. Taylor was even prepared for injury, and to his surprise, the bullet hit him and did not cause any harm to him. There was only a faint red mark on his body. Taylor, that's it? Although the power is not weak, is it too naive to kill a 9th level powerhouse? Lin Xiao didn't expect that his shot would hit, and he definitely hoped that the other party would not be hit in the current situation. After all, as long as you are hit, your use of ordinary bullets will be exposed. Alas, it's all my fault for my marksmanship. This scumbag. I can't even dodge bullets, how can I become a 9th level powerhouse? This shot hitting Taylor was a complete accident, and Lin Xiao originally thought that it would be delayed for a while. Now it seems impossible to continue. But this is also a good thing. I have to continue to confuse these people. As long as these people think that their bullets are ordinary bullets, then someone may be unlucky. It seems that you have to think about which guy to choose as this unlucky guy. Lin Xiao changed his position again, replaced it with an ordinary bullet again, and the game had just begun. Taylor nodded at the red mark on his chest. He was already sure it was just an ordinary bullet, and he felt the need to share the news. Hey, guys, the other sniper seems to be a paper tiger. It's just an ordinary bullet, I was shot just now, but this shot didn't really hurt me. Hearing Taylor's words, Aoyama Shin looked at Eric beside him. Let me just say, this is an ordinary bullet, think about it, how precious is the bullet that can kill a 9th level powerhouse? Anyway, I haven't seen it, it would be nice if that guy could have a bullet like this, he must be lying to us. Then what next? Let go of your hands and feet directly? What you said is not unreasonable, but one thing I'm worried about, are you sure he doesn't have that special bullet? What if there is more? Who wants to joke with their own lives? As soon as these words came out, several people present were silent. There is nothing wrong with this, they don't dare to gamble. The conversation here was also heard by Gu Li. While fighting with Chu Wenchen, he shouted to several people. I have a way, even if the other party still has special bullets, I don't think there will be many, most of the bullets he shot over should be ordinary bullets. Emma was killed just now because we didn't expect there to be other enemies around, now it's different, as long as we are prepared, even if it's a special bullet, it's not a simple thing to kill everyone. My suggestion is to carry the bullet directly, of course, everyone should also be careful, the defense is directly turned on to the maximum, we must solve this battle as soon as possible, otherwise, those little guys might really run away. In Gu Li's case, the other people felt that it also made sense. This battle is indeed not suitable for protracted warfare, and many of them came to China to smuggle in. This secret realm is not without adventurers. If abnormalities are discovered and some other strong people are recruited, they will be in trouble. It should indeed be decided quickly. Okay, just do what you said, Gu Li. Everyone will work harder to solve the battle as soon as possible. The battle began again, and this time everyone exerted their strength. Lin Xiao saw all this in his eyes from a distance, and their conversation also reached his ears through the communicator. Lin Xiao admitted that these people opened their defenses to the maximum, and then avoided the key points. Even if it was a spirit bomb, it was almost impossible to kill them. But if you dare to carry it hard, even if you don't die, it is still possible for you to be injured and lose your combat effectiveness. You don't have a treatment department now. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao fired another shot. This time ordinary bullets were still used. Lin Xiao didn't think about using the spirit bomb directly, but who knew if the conversation between these people was to paralyze himself? Let's observe it again, there are only 2 spirit bombs left, so you have to take it easy. Lin Xiao's shot was aimed at Eric. Eric immediately felt that the bullet was coming at him. Although Ghoulie said to carry hard, he still avoided it reflexively. The bullet hit a tree behind him again, and judging from the bullet holes, it was still an ordinary bullet. Because of Eric's dodge, another opportunity for Wayne to be injured was wasted. "Eric, what are you doing? It was said that it was just an ordinary bullet, what are you hiding from?" Eric's face was a little ugly, it was completely his subconscious behavior, and he felt that the sniper in the dark also had that special bullet. He didn't want to gamble. It should be okay now, the other party has never hit a person with 2 bullets in a row, let's see how the person below reacts. This time it's completely a conditioned reflex, not next time. Eric was subdued, and Aoyama Shin couldn't say anything more. Soon, another bullet was fired, leaving Eric speechless. The bullet was still aimed at him. Eric is going to scold his mother. Does this guy know what he's thinking? Why can't you get along with yourself? I just said that I wouldn't hide, and if I hide now, it seems that it is indeed a bit unreasonable. This time Eric also gave up, first turned on his defensive treasure, and then met the bullet with his arm. With a bang, the bullet hit his defensive treasure. Even the defense failed to break through. Eric breathed a sigh of relief, it turned out to be really an ordinary bullet. Don't be afraid, it's really just an ordinary bullet, and it doesn't hurt much. Hearing Eric's words, everyone felt confident. The attack on his hand was also more intense, and Wei and Guo Rulong instantly felt the pressure. And all of this is in Lin Xiao's plan. "Brother Wei, Brother Guo, you hold on, as long as you can hold on, I will give them a surprise." Wei and Guo Rulong didn't speak, and what they said would definitely make the other party vigilant. It seems that Lin Xiao has his own plan, and all they can do now is block the opponent's attack as much as possible. Lin Xiao changed several places again, and each time he changed places, he would shoot a shot. Every shot used ordinary bullets, and those level 9 powerhouses didn't dodge now, they all chose to carry them hard, and ordinary bullets did not cause them any damage. Although Lin Xiao was far away from these people, he could also feel that these people were not as vigilant as before. Then it's time to hunt for yourself. This time Lin Xiao changed to the spirit bomb, and he aimed directly at Eric. From the beginning, Lin Xiao chose the target, this time Eric. Among these people, Ghoulie and Mike are the strongest, and if the target is them, Lin Xiao feels that there is a high probability that he will fail. Eric is a wind type, fast, Lin Xiao must deal with him first. Because he decided to retreat, if he continued, these guys would inevitably not be able to bear it, and if they solved Eric correctly, it would be much safer when they retreated. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't think about killing Eric. Eric was now ready. It was difficult to kill him, but it was still possible to injure him, and his target was Eric's leg. Lin Xiao's eyes were like a torch, and he pulled the trigger again. The spirit bullet roared and shot at Eric. Eric noticed that the other party's bullet was shooting at him again, and he couldn't help but scold his mother. Did this guy soar with him? However, he quickly noticed that this time was unusual. Lin Xiao's bullets were all aimed at his head before. This time it was directly aimed at his lifeblood. Even if it's an ordinary bullet, it will hurt a lot if it gets hit there. You damn guy. It's so disgusting to him. You definitely can't be hit there, forget it, let's use our thighs to block this attack. In Eric's opinion, this shot must be an ordinary bullet. Judging from the current situation, the other party does not have many special bullets, otherwise it would be impossible to interfere with them all the time. If it was that kind of special bullet, the other party would definitely aim at their vital points. Only in this way can the greatest results be achieved. Although it was also a critical point, even if it was hit, it would not be possible to cause fatal damage to him. Since it's just an ordinary bullet, just turn on the defense to the maximum and then block it with your own thigh. This guy is also true. Now knowing that ordinary bullets have little effect on them, he actually came up with such a disgusting method. Eric thought so and did it. At the first moment when the bullet was about to hit him, Eric turned sideways and aimed his outer thigh at the bullet. The bullet hit Eric with precision, and his face changed and became extremely ugly, because he felt the pain of drilling his heart. This bullet is not an ordinary bullet. Although he opened his defense to the maximum, he did not open the defense treasure. How powerful the defense of a Wind Awakener can be, in the face of the spirit bomb, it is still a bit insufficient. The power of the spirit bomb was undoubtedly huge, and the bullet went directly through Eric's thigh. That's all, Eric's lifeline couldn't be saved, and he was directly shattered by the spirit bomb. Eric, you little garbage, you can't afford to play, you have no strength. The severe pain made Eric wail. Eric's scream attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes fell on it as soon as possible. They also saw Eric's tragic situation for the first time. For a while, everyone was silent. No need to guess that the sniper in the shadows used that special bullet again. If Eric had been so seriously injured before Emma's death, it wouldn't be a big deal. Even if the root of life is abolished, the 9th level healing system can restore it. But now it's different, Eric is a useless person. Even if you go out and find a 9th level healing powerhouse, some things will not be recovered. This change silenced Aoyama Shin and others again. The other party really has this special bullet, there are already 2. Will the other party have a third one? As long as you think like this in your heart, it will definitely be impossible to let go of your hands and feet in the next battle. If you want to say that the only one at the scene who was not shocked, it must be Wei An. Wei An had never felt so aggrieved. He was suppressed by Eric and Aoyama Xin. He had long held back a sense of resentment. At this time, seeing that Eric was useless, everyone else was in a stagger. How could he let go of this opportunity? He waved his hand and released his strongest single spiritual skill, Thunder and Purple Lightning. A huge thunder and lightning slashed directly at Eric. Wei An's speed was too fast. Guli and the others didn't react. It was too late to rescue. And Eric has difficulty moving because his legs are crippled, and it is even more difficult to dodge. He could only watch the lightning strike on his body. The powerful lightning ability makes Eric want to die. Of course, he didn't experience too much pain, because his whole body was directly blasted into scum by thunder and lightning. Seeing the death of another person, the faces of Guli and the others were extremely difficult. He never expected that in the case of superior numbers, not only could he not kill the other party, but he was killed by the other party again. And all because of the mouse in the dark. The original big advantage is now about to be erased, even if they still have the advantage. But if they want to win the other party, they are afraid that they will lose a lot of money. Chu Wenchen was overjoyed, and Lin Xiao gave him a big surprise again. He was extremely glad that he brought Lin Xiao out this time, otherwise even if the sneak attack was successful, they would probably have to explain here. Lin Xiao silently saw the situation here. He couldn't help but silently give Wei An a thumbs up. His intention was to hurt Eric, at least to prevent his speed advantage from being exploited. Unexpectedly, Wei An seemed to have discussed it with himself, and took advantage of Eric's illness to kill him directly. Lin Xiao now only had one spirit bomb in his hand, and he had no intention of continuing to use it. It's not because he is reluctant, it's Lin Xiao who knows that there is no chance. The other party will definitely focus on defending against him next, and it is almost impossible to sneak attack. The battle has been going on for so long, it's time to retreat. And the sky has begun to slowly brighten, and everyone's vision has slowly become clearer. At that time, it will be difficult for you to hide. CAIG may easily find him, then he will be in danger. It is already very good to be able to achieve such results now, and you must know how to accept it when you see it. Brothers, it's almost time, the wind is tight. Southeast, I'm waiting for you here. When Chu Wenchen and the four heard Lin Xiao's words, they didn't have any hesitation. They gathered together as soon as possible, and then ran directly towards the southeast. Chu Wenchen had already seen that there was no point in continuing to fight. After all, the other party is still one more level 9 powerhouse than them. They are still at a disadvantage, and of course the current disadvantage is no longer the irreversible one before. With Lin Xiao's containment, they wouldn't be in much danger, but again, it became extremely difficult for them to kill each other. In that case, retreat is the best option. Guli watched Chu Wenchen and the others leave like this, and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood out of anger. This Nima, after killing their 4 9th level powerhouses, wants to leave directly? Are they really soft persimmons? What are you doing in a daze? Chase me. They will definitely go to find those little guys. As long as we kill those little guys, our task is still completed. After Guli finished speaking, he chased after him as soon as possible, and the others could only follow. Lin Xiao stood there, quietly waiting for Chu Wenchen and the others to appear. This time he didn't let Tuanzi take him away. At this moment, CAIG finally appeared not far from him. As soon as he saw Lin Xiao, CAIG almost cried. CAIG has been led by Lin Xiao by the nose, and he doesn't know the situation on the battlefield over there. Now that he has finally caught this mouse, how can he not be excited? Especially when he saw this mouse, his cultivation was only level 3, he was even more worthless. The small scum of the 3rd level is not yet within reach. Ha ha ha, finally let me catch you. Damn it. Today I will definitely make you worse than death. Lin Xiao's eyes were full of pity when he looked at CAIG. If he hadn't been waiting for him here, he would have thought he could find himself? Do you want to guess why I am in front of you? When Lin Xiao said this, CAIG was stunned for a moment. Yes, a level 3 little guy, why couldn't he catch up with him before? Looking at his appearance, he looks completely confident and fearless. This is not being caught by yourself, but waiting for yourself. Does he have the means to compete with himself? Impossible, although he admitted that the other party's marksmanship was good, but it was a sneak attack, and at such a close distance, those methods were useless. Right? Why? As soon as CAIG finished speaking, he felt the sound of breaking the wind in his ears. A sword light directly crossed his body, and his head was directly separated from his body. Because the sword was too fast, CAIG's eyes saw the 4 Chu Wenchen people who rushed over. Oh, it turns out that the other party's support has arrived. In front of the 9th level powerhouse, he was really nothing. It seems understandable to ignore yourself before. As soon as Chu Wenchen and the 4 of them came over, they saw CAIG and Lin Xiao confronting each other. Chu Wenchen was also afraid that Lin Xiao would have an accident, so he swung a sword at Caig at the first time. Beheading Caig did not make Chu Wenchen stop, and after getting close to Lin Xiao, he directly carried Lin Xiao up. Lin Xiao did not resist. His original intention was to let Chu Wenchen and others take him to escape. In front of the 9th level powerhouses, even the teleportation of the group was not as fast as theirs. It's still more cost-effective to take a ride. Brother Lin, we did a good job this time. We still underestimated the strength of the other party. If it weren't for you, we old guys might have to explain here. A few old brothers are polite. Only if you are all alive, we can be safer, right? Although what you said is right, we owe you a favor, and if you have any instructions in the future, just tell us. The other 3 also nodded quickly, especially Wei Yan and Guo Ruolong. Only the 2 of them knew the danger of the battle just now. If Chu Wenchen and Taoist Master Qingxian still had the possibility of leaving alive, the 2 of them would most likely stay here forever. Even now, both of them have a lot of injuries on their bodies. Lin Xiao was carried by Chu Wenchen and did not resist. He tossed and turned in the space ring, and soon found 2 high-level rejuvenation pills. The high-level rejuvenation pill is effective even against the 9th level powerhouse. 2 brothers, high-level rejuvenation pill, the effect is amazing, hurry up and eat it. Wei Yan and Guo Ruolong were not polite to Lin Xiao, and directly took them and put them in their mouths. The effect of the rejuvenation pill was immediate, and the injuries on the 2 of them were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao took out 4 high-level spirit returning pills again and handed them to the 4 people respectively. In the previous battle, the spiritual power consumption of the 4 people should also be quite large, and at this time, it is not the time to feel sorry for the elixir. The 4 of them were basically immune to Lin Xiao having so many treasures, and they all felt that their spiritual power was recovering rapidly after taking it. The injuries have healed, and the spiritual power has almost recovered, and the speed of the 4 of them is much faster. Lin Xiao looked at Gu Li and the others in the rear and frowned. These guys are really annoying, they are all chasing after them. Chu Wenchen is almost recovering his spiritual power now, and he doesn't know if he feels that he is okay again. Brother Lin, why don't you continue to hide, and we will fight them again. Lin Xiao. Brother Chu, you are so old, can you not keep thinking about these fights and killings? Everyone's current state is good, but if you really want to fight, the other party is still a level 9 combat power more than us after all. There is still danger, I don't want any of you to be in danger, let's forget it. Then let them follow? Isn't it a way for them to follow us all the time? Lin Xiao didn't know what to do about this problem. Both sides are level 9 powerhouses, everyone's speed is similar. It is very difficult for Chu Wenchen and the 4 of them to get rid of each other, and it is not a simple matter for the other party to catch up with them. This is also the reason why Lin Xiao wants to solve Eric first. If Eric is still alive, he can interfere with them with his speed advantage, and it is only a matter of time before he is caught. Anyway, the other party can't catch up with us, so let them follow. Then where are we going next? Should I go to those little ones, or what to do? You definitely can't go to those little guys. With these people following, take them there. Can you ensure the safety of those little guys? That's right, I'm stupid, and I don't know what happened to those little guys. I'm a little worried about their safety. Don't worry, with Su Xian here, there will be no problem. Although Lin Xiao was also worried about the situation of Luo Yao and others, he was relieved when he thought of Su Xian's terrifying combat power. As long as the spirit beasts in the core area do not gather together, there should be no problem on Su Xian's side. In this way, Lin Xiao was carried by Chu Wenchen and ran away, while Gu Li and others chased after him. Gu Li and the others were not too far away from Lin Xiao and the others. At this time the sky was already bright, and they also saw clearly that Chu Wenchen was carrying a person. If I guessed correctly, this should be the mysterious sniper. Looking at Lin Xiao's young face, Gu Li felt deeply powerless. It was because of this young man that all their plans were in vain. He really deserves to die. Lin Xiao was carried by Chu Wenchen, with his head behind, just in time to see Gu Li and the others. Anyway, idle is also idle, just tease these guys. Lin Xiao grimaced at several people for a while. A few people gave a fancy middle finger. Carrot, convex, 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 plate, convex, convex 6. Not to mention Gu Li, even the 3 of Wei Yan, who were slightly backward, looked at Lin Xiao's cheap appearance and wanted to beat this guy. After mocking for a while, Lin Xiao may feel a little tired. If it goes on like this, it's not a way, we have to find a way to get rid of these guys. Lin Xiao quickly had an idea, and he took out some grenades and time bombs from his space ring. Although these things can't hurt Gu Li and the others, it's okay to slow them down. Lin Xiao pulled the grenade tab away, then silently counted 5 in his heart, and threw it out when the grenade was about to explode. At the same time, shout, fire in the hole. Gu Li and the others had already seen Lin Xiao take out the grenade, and they had a bad premonition at that time. Sure enough, Lin Xiao began to throw thunder at them. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the explosion was not enough to cause damage to the 9th level powerhouse, but Gu Li and the other steps still paused. At this moment, they were distanced away by Chu Wenchen. Guli, dish. Why is this guy so cheap? Lin Xiao didn't intend to end it like this. Grenades were thrown at them as if they didn't want money, and occasionally there were some time bombs mixed in, and the detonator was in Lin Xiao's hands. The timing of each explosion is very good. The distance between them and Chu Wenchen was widened and farther away. Wei Yan and the three of them quietly watched Lin Xiao's performance, and they suddenly had a feeling. It's great that Lin Xiao is not their enemy. Disturbed by Lin Xiao, Chu Wenchen and the others slowly widened the distance between them and Guli and the others. Guli and the others are somewhat disgraced now. The grenades and bombs didn't really hurt them, but the dust they raised made them look very embarrassed. Mike looked at the distance getting farther and farther away, feeling very uncomfortable. Guli, do we still want to continue chasing? I don't think the other party will take us to those little guys, and they are not stupid. Guli didn't know, but he couldn't swallow this breath. What else can I do if I don't chase it? Is it just like this? When Guli said this, Mike also fell silent. Several people came here with a task, and now the task has not been completed, and half of the people have been folded, so they just go back, as if they can't say anything. Then continue to chase? Continue to chase, not to mention whether I can catch up with the other party. I feel that sooner or later I will be angry with that kid. Mike's words made several other people deeply agree. Lin Xiao is really too cheap. If they continue to chase, they may really be angry with Lin Xiao and have problems. Guli didn't want to look good to Lin Xiao, but he really couldn't catch up. At this time, a grenade drew a wonderful parabola and exploded directly in front of them, interrupting the conversation of several people. Lin Xiao grasped the time too well. When the grenade came in front of them, it just exploded, and they didn't have time to react at all. Bah. Lin Xiao and the others couldn't catch up, but they ate a lot of soil. Just when Guli and the others wanted to continue chasing, Taylor, who had been silent, suddenly asked a question. By the way, why do we have to chase each other? There is only one entrance to the secret realm. Why don't we go to the entrance to block them? Guli equals Mike. Guli now wants to slap himself directly. Why didn't he think of this method? When they entered the secret realm, they once thought about whether to ambush at the entrance. After all, there is only one entrance to the secret realm, just to prevent the night from being long and dreaming, coupled with the fact that they think that their strength can crush the other party, so they decided to enter the secret realm directly. Now that I think about it, I really regret it. If I had stayed at the entrance of the secret realm to ambush at that time, at least there would not have been such casualties now. In that case, the other party would not have discovered their existence in advance, nor would they have been separated from those who participated in the world competition, and when they appeared at the entrance, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties if they were caught off guard. Of course, there are also disadvantages to ambushing at the entrance. On the one hand, because Lin Xiao and others are not the only people who enter the secret realm, and they are also afraid of showing their feet. On the other hand, as long as you leave the secret realm, electronic products such as mobile phones will have signals. If they fail to kill the other party immediately, the other party may immediately call for help, and then as long as they hide and wait for support to arrive, they can only retreat. This is the main reason why Gulai insists on entering the secret realm. But now the situation is different, chasing and not catching up, and those who participate in the world competition don't know where to go. Continuing to chase, it seems that there really is no big meaning. Guli also thought of a possibility. Is there a possibility Chu Wenchen and these people are deliberately luring them in one direction? The purpose is to let those little guys take the opportunity to escape from the secret realm. When he thought of this layer, the more Guli thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He immediately stopped himself. Seeing Guli stop, everyone else stopped. Let's go to the entrance of the secret realm and squat. That is our last chance to make a move, and I have a feeling that those little guys on the other side may be rushing towards the entrance now. At our speed, we can get there before them. If that's the case, it's best. Guli said so, and the other few people had no opinion at all. Instead of continuing to stay here and get angry, it is better to go directly to the entrance and wait for the rabbit. That way, at least you can't see it and don't be upset. Several people hit it off, and they didn't care about Lin Xiao and others, and rushed directly towards the entrance of the secret realm. Chu Wenchen and the others have not yet discovered this situation, and their task now is to bury their heads in the road. Lin Xiao was the first to discover this situation. After all, along the way, he had been staring at Guli and the others. Seeing Guli and the others stop, after saying a few words, he turned his head and left. Lin Xiao was also confused. Just gave up? Impossible. After suffering such a big loss, I just left like this, and I always feel that something is wrong. A few old brothers, don't run away, don't chase the other side, it looks like you should leave. As soon as Lin Xiao said this, Chu Wenchen and the others immediately stopped. Looking in the direction of Guli and the others, he found that these people had indeed left. Chu Wenchen frowned. He could only see the general direction in which those people left, as if they were heading towards the entrance of the secret realm. Are these guys giving up and ready to leave? Not necessarily. They may want to wait at the entrance. The entrance is the exit, and if we want to leave, we have to leave from there. Taoist Master Qingxian seemed to think of something at this time. Oh, fortunately, Brother Lin asked Su Xian to take those little guys to the core area at that time. If they were allowed to go to the entrance, they might really be touched by these people, then it would be dangerous. Chu Wenchen thought about it. It seemed that this was really the case. No, if they had chosen to let Su Xian leave with everyone at that time, they would not be chatting here, but would have chased Guli and the others. Brother Lin, I found out that you are really our lucky star. Did you think of this a long time ago? Lin Xiao, _ This is really not there. He didn't know what would happen to the battle here. How could he be unsure of the profit? The reason why he asked Su Xian to take a few people to the core area was just because he felt that the other party couldn't think of this floor, so everyone would be safer. Just a coincidence. I really didn't think so much. A few old brothers. Now is not the time to talk about this. What should I do next? Now I don't know if the other party has left, or if they are waiting for us at the entrance. We always have to go out, right? Chu Wenchen also felt a little headache. According to the original plan, they could stay in the secret realm for a few days. After leaving the secret realm, there are only a few days left before the world competition. Now the question is how to bring everyone back safely. Do you have any ideas? What are you afraid of? Let them dry for a while. We will find those little guys first. As for the things that will happen later, the big deal is that a few of us rush out. As long as the other party can't kill us, we can seek support, and I don't believe these people can continue to block here. Chu Wenchen thought about it, and now the combat strength of the two sides is not as disparity as before. They want to rush out, but the other party may not be able to stop them. The problem of Guli and the others did not need to be considered for the time being. After Guli and the others left, Lin Xiao controlled a second-level spirit beast. Those people had disappeared from his sight, and he couldn't see each other with his eyesight. Even so, Lin Xiao was still a little uneasy. He asked the flying spirit beast to patrol the farthest distance he could control, and to make sure that the other party really left, Lin Xiao relaxed slightly. It has been confirmed that the other party has really left, and it's time for us to find someone else. Chu Wenchen also nodded repeatedly. After all, it was the core area of the secret realm, and there were many 7th level and 8th level spirit beasts in it, even if he had confidence in Su Xian, but the 9th level powerhouses who didn't have a few of them looked at it, and he still felt a little uneasy. That's right, everyone, hurry up and go. I still feel a little uneasy if I don't see those little guys. Under Chu Wenchen's order, everyone set off. In order to hurry up, Chu Wenchen carried Lin Xiao again, who told this guy to be so slow. Chu Wenchen was at the front, Wei Yan and Guo Ruolong were in the middle, and Qingxian Dao Chang was at the end. In the process of advancing, Taoist Master Qingxian was also responsible for removing the traces they left behind. Now that Guli and the others have left, no one knows if the other party will kill the horse gun. It would be bad if they caught up with them based on the traces they left behind. In short, it's always right to be cautious. Lin Xiao originally wanted to control a spirit beast and help find Luo Yao and others. However, the speed of Chu Wenchen and the others was too fast, and he didn't have time to control the spirit beast. Even if it is controlled, it is useless. Those spirit beasts will soon be out of his control, so let's wait until the core area is searching for the spirit beasts. Not long after, Chu Wenchen stopped at the edge of the core area. In a hurry to leave before, they didn't know where Su Xian and the others entered the core area from. The next step is to search slowly. Lin Xiao's feet finally touched the ground again, although the ride was quite fast, but he still liked the feeling of being down to earth. The inner circle is not small. Su Xian and the others have been away for a while, and it is unknown where they are now. It's not easy to find them, at least I have no clue now. Lin Xiao immediately began to search, and soon found a green lark. Even in the core area, there are many such spirit beasts. Lin Xiao immediately controlled the green skylark and began to search. Several people also began to step into the inner circle of the secret realm. The moment he stepped into the inner circle, Lin Xiao felt that the concentration of spiritual energy around him had increased to a higher level again. The rich aura made his body and mind extremely comfortable. He felt that his bottleneck was loosening a little. In last night's battle, although Lin Xiao was only secretly attacking, his spirit has always been in a highly concentrated state. In this case, Lin Xiao felt that his bottleneck was not as unbreakable as before. This gave him hope of a breakthrough. His goal is to break through to level 4 before the start of the world competition, which is undoubtedly a huge improvement in his strength. It's a pity that now is not the time to try to break through, otherwise Lin Xiao will definitely try. The main task now is to find Luo Yao and the others, and after finding them, try it yourself. Lin Xiao still had a feeling that even if he broke through by himself now, he was afraid that he would still fail. After all, the bottleneck is only a little looser than before, and if you want to really break through, you always feel that something is missing. Unknowingly, Lin Xiao and the others had been in the core area of the secret realm for more than an hour. So far, several people have not found Luo Yao and the others. This made Lin Xiao a little irritable. Could it be that he was looking in the wrong direction? Otherwise, why did it take so long and not find any traces? Lin Xiao also saw the horror of the inner circle of the secret realm, although he did not see the 8th level spirit beasts, but there were many 7th level spirit beasts here. Fortunately, with Chu Wenchen and a few people present, these spirit beasts are not a cause for concern at all. Such a good opportunity, Lin Xiao naturally will not let go. Most of the spirit beasts, he didn't let Chu Wenchen make a move. So many level 7 spirit beasts, even if it was not troublesome to solve, it would still waste some time. However, if he encounters a spirit beast with a spirit bead in his body, Lin Xiao will let Chu Wenchen and a few others take action. The 7th level spirit beast was already a high level spirit beast, and the price of the spirit bead was very expensive. If you don't accept it easily, it always feels like a loss. Chu Wenchen and the others did not refuse. Now they were only Lin Xiao alone. Lin Xiao himself was not the opponent of these spirit beasts, so Lin Xiao made no sense in making a move, and he could not achieve the effect of experience. Besides, now is not the time to practice, plus Lin Xiao helped them so much before. What's wrong with helping him hunt some spirit beasts? Isn't it as it should be? Chu Wenchen is okay, he is clear about Lin Xiao's spiritual skills. Wei Yan and the 3 of them were different. When they saw that every spirit beast they killed had a spirit bead, they were a little uneasy. Of course, they wouldn't think it was their luck. These spirit beasts were all designated by Lin Xiao for them to kill. This must be Lin Xiao's reason. Seeing the shocked appearance of several people, Chu Wenchen's sense of superiority immediately came up. Look at the appearance of a few of you who have never seen the world. Brother Lin has a spiritual skill that is perspective. You can see whether there are spirit beads in the body of the spirit beast. What's the fuss about? Wei Yan and the 3 of them completely convinced Lin Xiao. Is this ability so good? They were all a little envious. What's going on? Of course, killing these level 7 spirit beasts was just a convenient thing, and it didn't waste too much time. After Chu Wenchen and the others were killed, Lin Xiao took the spirit bead, then put the spirit beast's corpse into the space ring and continued to move forward, and now the main task was to find Luo Yao and the others. In this way, several people advanced for 4 or 5 hours, but still did not find Luo Yao and the others. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little worried. What's the situation? According to their speed, their traces should be discovered at this time, and now they are about to reach the deepest part of the secret realm. Here, they even encountered 2 rank 8 spirit beasts. These 2 8th level spirit beasts were killed by Chu Wenchen, and Lin Xiao also got the first 8th level spirit bead of this trip. Lin Xiao was not happy because he had obtained the 8th level spirit bead. He was a little puzzled why he hadn't found any trace of Luo Yao and the others for so long. Could it be that something happened? Lin Xiao didn't dare to think too much, so he could only continue to control the green skylark to increase the scope of the search. He had a feeling that he should be able to find Su Xian and the others soon. At this moment, Lin Xiao vaguely heard a gunshot coming from the front right. The gunfire was light and should be far from their position. If it weren't for the silence around, they would probably have ignored the sound. If nothing else, Luo Yao and the others should be in that direction. Lin Xiao's Qing Skylark was searching in another direction at this time, so he did not discover the situation over there immediately. Now controlling the green lark to pass, the speed is too slow. Without waiting for him to speak, Chu Wenchen immediately carried him in that direction. Finally found you. Little guys, don't have an accident. Chu Wenchen and the others quickly rushed towards the place where the gunshots were heard, and Lin Xiao had explained when he gave those heavy weapons to everyone before. Do not use heavy weapons unless absolutely necessary. Now I actually heard gunshots, indicating that the situation is extremely critical. Sure enough, as Chu Wenchen and the others advanced in that direction, the gunfire became more and more intense. Lin Xiao was extremely anxious in his heart, knowing that there was Su Xian in the team. Since Su Xian said that he could drag a 9th level powerhouse, it showed that his combat power was very terrifying. Even if he was a level 8 spirit beast, he was not his opponent. What kind of spirit beast is it that Su Xian can't control? Could it be that he encountered a group of spirit beasts? Or how many level 8 spirit beasts? Lin Xiao had already turned on the enhancement of his eyesight, and as several people approached, Lin Xiao finally saw Su Xian and the others. At this time, Su Xian and the others were forming a circle, and in front of everyone, there was a thick layer of ice. This is the ice that Su Xian created to protect everyone. Outside the ice, there were densely packed spirit beasts. Lin Xiao glanced at them roughly, at least hundreds. Moreover, the level of these spirit beasts is not low, and the lowest cultivation level is all level 6 spirit beasts. Among these spirit beasts, Lin Xiao's gaze was unconsciously attracted by one of the spirit beasts. No way, this spirit beast looks too dazzling. Under the reflection of the sun's rays, the body of the spirit beast emitted a dazzling light. Lin Xiao immediately recognized what kind of spirit beast this was. The gold-swallowing beast, a rare spirit beast, is very rare. The gold-swallowing beast, as the name suggests, is enhanced by devouring metals and ores. The higher the level of metals and ores, the faster the gold swallower ascends. The gold-swallowing beast in front of him looked like it was not low at first glance. Unlike other spirit beasts, the gold-swallowing beast is not very tall. Its size is about the size of a normal person, but the light emitted from its body makes it impossible to look directly at. Chu Wenchen and the others were still very fast. Lin Xiao had just seen the situation on the battlefield clearly, and several people had already arrived at the scene. Chu Wenchen and the others' eyes also fell on the gold swallowing beast for the first time. A 9th level gold swallowing beast? It's really rare. I didn't expect that in this level 7 secret realm, such a level 9 spirit beast would appear. Hearing Chu Wenchen's words, Lin Xiao was also surprised. Although I felt that this gold swallowing beast's cultivation was not low before, I didn't expect him to be a 9th level spirit beast. Knowing the level of the gold swallowing beast, Lin Xiao's eyes also began to shine. Although the gold swallowing beast is a 9th level spirit beast, it is completely true on its own side. The 9th level powerhouse has 4 on his side, and he can still be afraid that this gold swallowing beast will not succeed. The most important thing is that there is actually a 9th level gold swallowing beast here, which represents one thing. That is, around here, there must be very precious ores. Otherwise, the gold swallowing beast in front of him could not become a 9th level spirit beast. This is really an unexpected gain. Of course, now is not the time to say this. Lin Xiao returned to the team as soon as possible. So Xian and the others also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Xiao and the others. Their pressure was really great, and Su Xian didn't expect that there would be a 9th level spirit beast in the core area of the secret realm. Although he had excellent combat power, he could only passively defend against the 9th level spirit beast. What's more, there are so many other spirit beasts around, and it is very good to be able to hold on until now. Of course, this is also related to the 9th level gold swallowing beast, which has not taken the initiative to attack so far. It seems to regard Su Xian and others as entertainment, and it enjoys this cat and mouse feeling very much. It's just that what it didn't expect was that the other party still had support. These humans who have come now all give it a very dangerous feeling. But even if 4 9th level powerhouses came, the gold swallowing beast had no intention of escaping. It was very confident in its own strength, and it felt that it could still deal with a few human 9th level powerhouses. When Luo Yao saw Lin Xiao, she came to Lin Xiao's side as soon as possible. She looked around Lin Xiao and made sure that Lin Xiao had no signs of injury before she felt relieved. Anla, I've said it, but I'm just watching from a distance. I won't participate in the battle in person. I'll talk about the battle over there later. Let's talk about the situation on your side first. While Lin Xiao was talking, he was also looking at everyone. Everyone's bodies were somewhat embarrassed. Obviously they had been fighting with these spirit beasts for a while. The wounds were not visible from everyone's bodies, but traces of blood could be seen on their clothes. It's not that they weren't injured, but they were treated by Dongfang Shui. The appearance of Chu Wenchen and others made everyone take a reassurance. To be honest, for a moment before, everyone thought they were going to explain it here. After all, there were too many of these spirit beasts in front of him, and there were also 9th level spirit beasts. Even if Su Xian was there, they were not the opponents of the other party. Now that Chu Wenchen and a few others have appeared, they are completely relieved. Luo Yao also briefly told Lin Xiao what happened. After you left, according to what you said, we entered the core area, originally thinking that it would be fine at the edge of the core area, until we accidentally discovered the existence of some spirit stones. Lin Xiao, Sigma, degree mouth degree. Spirit stone? Are you sure it's a spirit stone? Luo Yao took out a spirit stone directly from his space ring, and Lin Xiao took it smoothly. Lin Xiao only took a look and knew that this was indeed a spirit stone, and it was a spirit stone of not low quality, much higher quality than the one he had gotten before. Such spirit beasts, we have found a lot one after another, and for this reason, we accidentally came here, and then we met the gold swallowing beast. After the gold swallowing beast found us, it seemed to be very angry, and directly summoned all the surrounding spirit beasts, and the next thing was to fight with these spirit beasts, but fortunately, the gold swallowing beast hadn't made a move yet. Coupled with Senior Su's superior combat power, we could persist until now. Luo Yao said lightly, but Lin Xiao could also feel the danger. The circle of spirit beast corpses around them was enough to illustrate the tragedy of this battle. At the same time, Lin Xiao also knew why the gold swallowing beast could become a 9th level spirit beast. Since there are spirit stones here, the gold swallowing beast must have eaten a lot. In this case, it would be strange if the gold swallowing beast could not become a 9th level spirit beast. Chu Wenchen had already faced the gold swallowing beast at this time. He also felt a little headache for a spirit beast like the gold swallowing beast. The most terrifying thing about the gold swallowing beast is not its attack, but its defense. Because it has been swallowing metals and rare ores for a long time, the gold swallowing beast itself can be said to be a rare metal, and its defense can be imagined. It is not a simple matter to break the defense of the gold swallowing beast. The gold swallowing beast's defense is amazing, and it is certainly not a simple matter to solve it. But Chu Wenchen did not mean to let go of the gold swallowing beast. The whole body of the gold swallowing beast is full of treasures. Because of the long-term use of metals and rare ores, the body of the gold swallowing beast is the best alloy. This alloy is something that humans cannot synthesize at all, and the body of the gold swallowing beast is the best treasure. If you hand it over to professionals for research, how many powerful treasures can you make? Thinking of this, Chu Wenchen had already thought about it. Even if the gold-swallowing beast was difficult to kill, he must take down the gold-swallowing beast this time. Taoist Master Qingxian, you go protect those little guys. Don't really have an accident. Brother Wei, Brother Guo, you two are with me. Today you have to take down this gold-swallowing beast for me no matter what. Taoist Master Qingxian nodded in agreement, and came to Lin Xiao and the others as soon as possible. Dealing with spirit beasts like the gold-swallowing beast, his melee system is very embarrassing. It's better to just watch from the sidelines. Lin Xiao was also relieved when he saw that Taoist Qingxian had come over. If all four of them went to deal with the gold-swallowing beast, and there were so many spirit beasts, their pressure would still be great. Taoist Master Qingxian looked at Lin Xiao, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Brother, there are so many spirit beasts present, which one do you like? I'll kill you for me. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. Who did Taoist Master Qingxian think of himself? Am I that kind of person? The 8th level Golden Rock Holy Lion in front of me, as well as the Frost Giant Wolf at 3 o'clock, the Wind Blade Leopard at 9 o'clock, and the at 6 o'clock. Qingxian, oh, carrot, oh. This kid is really not polite at all. But I like the little brother's unpretentious appearance. Stop, slow down, come one by one, I can't remember so much. Although Taoist Master Qingxian said it, he still made a move. He looked at Su Xian before making a move. Take good care of these little guys, don't let them have any accidents. Su Xian felt helpless. He had already held back his anger before, and now he wanted to vent it. Now it seems that it is not possible. I am really miserable. Taoist Master Qingxian immediately entered the group of spirit beasts and accurately killed those spirit beasts named by Lin Xiao. Although there are many spirit beasts, except for the gold-swallowing beasts, the highest cultivation level is only level 8, and it is not the opponent of Qingxian Dao Chang at all. Taoist Master Qingxuan's behavior also angered some spirit beasts, and these spirit beasts did not care what kind of cultivation Qingxian was, and directly attacked Taoist Master Qingxian. Qingxian naturally wouldn't get used to them, as long as he dared to take the initiative to attack all of them. The spiritual intelligence of these spirit beasts was very high, and they quickly saw that they were not Qingxian's opponents, and they all had the intention of retreating. When he came here before, he was also summoned by the gold-swallowing beast. At this time, seeing that the gold-swallowing beasts had no time to take care of this side, these spirit beasts would not be stupid to die here. I don't know which spirit beast was the first to escape, and this time, it directly caused a chain reaction. Soon those spirit beasts scattered and fled in all directions. Taoist Master Qingxian did not chase after him, and there was no point in chasing him. The spirit beasts that Lin Xiao focused on naming had already been killed by him, and as for the rest, just run away. On the other side, the battle between Chu Wenchen and the gold-swallowing beast also began. The first to strike was Weian, and the thunder and lightning the thickness of the bucket slashed directly towards the gold-swallowing beast. Such a powerful lightning, even Chu Wenchen did not dare to get too close. If he was struck by lightning, even he would be injured a lot. And in the face of such a strong lightning, the gold-swallowing beast did not have the slightest fear. It even showed a very human joke on its face. The gold-swallowing beast didn't even dodge, and directly carried this wave of thunder and lightning attack with its body. The thunder and lightning struck the gold-swallowing beast's body, failing to cause any damage to the gold-swallowing beast, and even making the gold-swallowing beast more dazzling than before. Weian looked at the sky speechlessly. Is the defense of this gold-swallowing beast so perverted? Guo Rulang originally planned to make a move, but when he saw that Wei An's attack was ineffective, he stopped angrily. He is still better at defense. Wei An's attacks can't work, so it's better not to make a fool of himself. Chu Wenchen saw all this in his eyes, and it seemed that he still needed to take action himself in the end. This time Chu Wenchen did not use those powerful spiritual skills. He knew that those spiritual power long swords could not cause damage to the gold-swallowing beast. At this time, a long sword with a simple style appeared in his hand. This is his weapon. Chu Wenchen took a deep breath and rushed directly towards the gold-swallowing beast. Although Chu Wenchen's long sword looks ordinary, it is actually a top-notch treasure. Even if he fought with Gu Li before, Chu Wenchen didn't take out his long sword, and at this time, he had to show all his skills against the gold-swallowing beast. The gold-swallowing beast looked at Chu Wenchen rushing towards him, and his face showed mockery again. These humans really don't cry when they see the coffin. I am standing here, you can cut me and I will lose. The gold-swallowing beast thought so and did it. It allowed Chu Wenchen's long sword to slash at his body. Chu Wenchen's long sword slashed at the body of the gold-swallowing beast, making a squeaking sound. The moment the long sword fell, Chu Wenchen even saw Mars. Chu Wenchen's long sword was worthy of being the top treasure, and this time, a thin layer of powder fell from the body of the gold-swallowing beast. This is equivalent to a small wound on the human body, the kind that will heal if left untreated. The gold-swallowing beast looked at Chu Wenchen in surprise, but he didn't expect this guy to hurt himself. Amazing! Chu Wenchen took a few steps back at this time. He picked up his long sword, and found that there was a slight gap on it. Grandmas! Is this gold-swallowing beast so hard? Just once, he broke his top treasure. How else can this be played? The gold-swallowing beast saw that it was injured and felt insulted. If you don't show some real skills, these humans really think that they are easy to bully. This time, the gold-swallowing beast took the initiative to attack Chu Wenchen. Chu Wenchen was also ready to fight, but his face quickly became strange. The gold-swallowing beast is a 9th-level spirit beast good, its defense is ridiculously high. Even now, Chu Wenchen doesn't know how to kill the gold-swallowing beast. But the gold-swallowing beast seems to be the most powerful only in defense, its speed is ridiculously slow, and the attack method is also very simple, that is, relying on its own powerful body hand-to-hand combat. If Chu Wenchen thought about it, this gold-swallowing beast would not even want to hit him at all. After knowing the details of the gold-swallowing beast, Chu Wenchen's heart was relieved. The threat of the gold-swallowing beast to them can basically be lifted. But the problem also exists, it is not a simple thing for him to solve the defense of the gold-swallowing beast. It's really tricky. No matter how difficult it was to kill the gold-swallowing beast, it was impossible for Chu Wenchen to let go of the gold-swallowing beast now. What's more, the gold-swallowing beast had no intention of leaving, and the other party had no intention of letting them go. Of course, it's one thing not to want to let go. How to solve each other, Chu Wenchen and the gold-swallowing beast are at a loss. Wei Yan and Guo Ruolong were watching the play directly, not that they didn't want to go up to help, but they didn't know how to start. If you rush up now, it may just cause chaos for Chu Wenchen. Chu Wenchen couldn't control so much now, holding his long sword against the gold-swallowing beast was an output. The gold-swallowing beast did not suffer much damage, but his long sword was broken out of many gaps. When this battle is over, this top treasure may be scrapped directly. When he bought this long sword, Chu Wenchen spent a lot of money. If you can't solve the gold-swallowing beast, it's really a loss to Grandma's family. Only by killing the gold-swallowing beast and using the materials of the gold-swallowing beast's body can he definitely make a better long sword, only in this way can he feel better. The spirit beast group had already dispersed, and Lin Xiao and the others were watching the battle between Chu Wenchen and the gold-swallowing beast. They were all shocked by the defense of the gold-swallowing beast. Especially Su Xian, he was even more shocked into a cold sweat. Fortunately, the gold-swallowing beast didn't make a move before, and with the amazing defense of the gold-swallowing beast, he had no way at all. Although the speed of the gold-swallowing beast was very slow, it was relative to a 9th-level powerhouse. For them, the speed is still very fast. At that time, he shouldn't have brought everyone here for some spirit stones. Fortunately, Lin Xiao and the others came back in time, otherwise they would have become sinners. Lin Xiao's brows furrowed slightly at this time. He didn't believe that the defense of the gold-swallowing beast was so terrifying, there was no flaw at all, and the gold-swallowing beast was too perverted like that. He directly started the weakness survey, wanting to see if he could find the weakness of the gold-swallowing beast. Lin Xiao also just wanted to give it a try. The level difference between him and the gold-swallowing beast was too big, and even if he turned on weakness detection, he might not be able to find the weakness of the gold-swallowing beast. As Lin Xiao thought, his level was still too low in the end. Even if he started the weakness survey, he didn't find any weakness in the gold-swallowing beast's body. Whether it is the eyes, the heart or the head, it is not the weakness of the gold-swallowing beast. Seeing this, Lin Xiao sighed. It seems that it may be difficult to solve this gold-swallowing beast. Such an all-round defense without dead ends, Chu Wenchen is afraid that he can't solve it. Just when Lin Xiao was about to put away the weakness survey, he unexpectedly discovered that a red dot suddenly appeared on the body of the gold-swallowing beast. Lin Xiao had been facing the gold-swallowing beast before, and did not find its weaknesses. At this time, under Chu Wenchen's attack, the gold-swallowing beast turned around. Lin Xiao's weakness survey found a red dot on his back. This is the weakness of the gold-swallowing beast. If you have weaknesses, it's easy to do. Although the gold-swallowing beast is a spirit beast, its current image is similar to that of a human. His weakness is in the lumbar position, which is the lumbar spine of humans. Principal. The opponent's weakness is in the lumbar spine, you attack that place and see. Lin Xiao's voice accurately reached Chu Wenchen's ears, and Chu Wenchen didn't take it seriously at first. But after thinking about it, there is no way to take the gold-swallowing beast anyway, so it is better to give it a try according to what Lin Xiao said. After all, this kid has already surprised himself too much. If I remember correctly, this kid seems to have a spiritual skill for investigating weaknesses, right? Thinking of this, Chu Wenchen began to circle around the gold-swallowing beast. The defense of the gold-swallowing beast is terrifying, but the speed is really slow. It had no way at all about Chu Wenchen circling around it. Chu Wenchen quickly found an opportunity to shoot, and the long sword stabbed directly at his lumbar spine. Bang! The long sword accurately hit the lumbar spine of the gold-swallowing beast. Roar! The gold-swallowing beast let out a painful wail, and its entire body bent down. Chu Wenchen was overjoyed. Lin Xiao was really right, the lumbar spine was this guy's weakness. Although this blow just now failed to kill the gold-swallowing beast, this blow obviously caused damage to the gold-swallowing beast. His blow had obviously broken the defense of the gold-swallowing beast, and transparent blood flowed out from its lumbar vertebrae. The gold-swallowing beast was also a little panicked at this time, that is, it itself may not know its weaknesses. It forgets how many years it hasn't felt such pain. There is one thing to say, this is really fucking painful. The gold-swallowing beast is not stupid, it feels like it continues, and it may really have to explain here. At this time, it also had plans to retreat. Chu Wenchen immediately saw the intention of the gold-swallowing beast. His treasures have been destroyed by you like this, you want to leave now, is it too late? You better stay here. The gold-swallowing beast wanted to escape, and it did the same, and it immediately began to break through in one direction. How could Chu Wenchen let go of the gold-swallowing beast? Just like this, the gold-swallowing beast escaped, Chu Wenchen chased after it, and the gold-swallowing beast couldn't fly. The speed of the gold-swallowing beast was originally a shortcoming, and it was impossible to get rid of Chu Wenchen. Chu Wenchen was unforgiving, and his long sword kept swinging, and the swords were aimed at the lumbar spine of the gold-swallowing beast. That's all. Knowing the weakness of the gold-swallowing beast, Chu Wenchen directly used the 10,000 swords to return to the sect. Hundreds of spiritual power long swords lined up to attack the lumbar spine of the gold-swallowing beast. No matter how strong the defense of the gold-swallowing beast was, it would not be able to withstand its weaknesses being attacked like this. As its injuries became more and more serious, it finally couldn't bear it anymore and was directly killed by Chu Wenchen. The dazzling light on the gold-swallowing beast finally disappeared, revealing its true body. It looks like a metal lump, very ugly. Chu Wenchen was worried that the gold-swallowing beast was deceiving, so he bombarded the gold-swallowing beast a few more times in the distance, and after making sure that the gold-swallowing beast did not react, he believed that he had finally killed the gold-swallowing beast. Looking at the long sword in his hand full of holes, he wanted to cry without tears. If I had known that this guy had a weakness, why would I still rush over stupidly? A top treasure was wasted in vain. Fortunately, he successfully killed the gold-swallowing beast, otherwise he would have really lost a lot. At this time, Lin Xiao and the others also came to the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast. Lin Xiao had already turned on his ability. At this time the gold-swallowing beast had no life reaction, it was indeed dead. In the body of the gold-swallowing beast, Lin Xiao saw the existence of the spirit bead. Principle, the gold-swallowing beast has a spirit bead in its body, cash it out. Chu Wenchen was overjoyed. Lin Xiao said that the gold-swallowing beast had a spirit bead in its body, so it must be there. He immediately walked over with a long sword and slashed down at the gold-swallowing beast. Click! The long sword broke in response. Chu Wenchen was a little embarrassed. After the death of this gold-swallowing beast, it seemed to be harder than before. This is very uncomfortable, knowing that the other party has a spirit bead in his body, but he can't take it out. It seems that the body can only be taken out with it. As for the spirit bead, let the professionals deal with it. Lin Xiao, you also saw it. It's not that I don't want to take out this guy's spirit beads, it's that I can't do anything. Lin Xiao nodded. He also saw the process. The body of this gold-swallowing beast was indeed ridiculously hard. Just when Lin Xiao was about to give up, Tuanzi, who had been quietly in his arms, suddenly jumped up. I have a way to take out this guy's spirit beads, babble. Lin Xiao's eyes immediately fell on Tuanzi's body. Anyway, there is no way to take out the spirit bead of the gold-swallowing beast now. If Tuanzi says it can, let him try it. It doesn't matter if you fail. Chu Wenchen also looked at the dumplings in surprise. Since the dumplings said it could, let it try. Seeing that everyone agreed, Tuanzi immediately ran to the side of the gold-swallowing beast. Tuanzi moved his hands and feet, and under the gaze of Lin Xiao and others, he directly stretched out his hands towards the head of the gold-swallowing beast. Lin Xiao, sigma, degree mouth degree. In other words, Tuanzi wouldn't think that he could directly take out the spirit beads with his hands, right? How is this possible? To Lin Xiao's surprise, Tuanzi's hand seemed to suddenly become nothing, and it passed directly through the body of the gold-swallowing beast. When the dumpling's hand took it out, there was an extra spirit bead in its hand. Everyone didn't know what to say at this time. It turned out that Tuanzi still had such a ability. Level 9 spirit beads are scarce no matter where they are. Not to mention a rare spirit beast like the gold-swallowing beast. The price of this spirit bead will definitely sell for sky high. Although Lin Xiao was very jealous of the spirit bead, he couldn't pull down his face and take this spirit bead as his own. This spirit bead should be handed over to Chu Wenchen and let him hand it over to the person who needs him. Lin Xiao Gang wanted Tuanzi to hand over this spirit bead to Chu Wenchen. I saw the dumpling suddenly put the spirit bead to his mouth, and then ate the spirit bead under the shocked eyes of everyone. The dumplings even chewed, with an expression of enjoyment on their faces. Everyone didn't expect Tuanzi to make such a move at all, and none of them knew what to say. Lin Xiao came directly to Tuanzi's side. It's not that he feels sorry for the spirit bead, he is afraid of some accidents in the dumplings. The spiritual power contained in the 9th level spirit beads is very terrifying. The dumplings are now only level 3, and if you directly eat the 9th level spirit beads, aren't you afraid of exploding your body? Tuanzi, this thing is not fun to eat. Tuanzi didn't seem to hear Lin Xiao's voice, not that he didn't want to, but that the powerful spiritual power in the spirit beads had begun to impact his body. Tuanzi's cultivation broke through directly in an instant. The bottleneck from level 3 to level 4 seemed to not exist, and it was broken through in an instant. Feeling the breath on the dumplings, Lin Xiao choked speechlessly. Tuanzi really entered the 4th level one step ahead of himself. Of course, now is not the time to say this. Lin Xiao looked at Chu Wenchen. Principal, I didn't expect the dumplings to eat the spirit beads. You are well informed. Do you know what the situation is now? Tuanzi's cultivation is too low. Can it withstand the spiritual power contained in the 9th level spirit beads? Chu Wenchen opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. This is the first time he has seen such a situation. He didn't expect Tuanzi's actions, and it was too late to stop them. He didn't know how to deal with Tuanzi's situation. At this time, he could only comfort Lin Xiao. Don't worry too much about this. I believe that since the dumpling dares to eat the spirit bead, it must be sure to eat it. Looking at its current appearance, it is not dangerous. Let's wait and see what happens. Chu Wenchen's words made Lin Xiao's hanging heart relax a little. There is a sentence that Chu Wenchen is right. At least from now on, there is nothing abnormal in the dumplings. It didn't look like he was dying of an explosion, but his cultivation was always growing. Tuanzi's cultivation has been improving since he entered the 4th level. In just a while, he broke through from the 4th level to the peak of the 4th level. Lin Xiao, what about the agreement to progress together? It's okay to reach the 4th level first. Is this preparing to directly become a 5th level powerhouse? I don't know if Tuanzi heard Lin Xiao's heart. Its cultivation suddenly stopped growing, and it stopped directly at the peak of the 4th level. At this moment, the aura on Tuanzi's body slowly stabilized. Lin Xiao scratched his head. That's it? This 9th level spirit bead doesn't seem to be as terrifying as imagined. Chu Wenchen didn't know how to explain this question. In his opinion, if it was someone else or another spirit beast, if he dared to eat the 9th level spirit bead at level 3, it would be certain that he would explode and die. But Tuanzi was not only not burst by the energy of the 9th level spirit bead, but only absorbed the energy by just one level. There are too many questions about this. At this moment, Tuanzi finally opened his eyes. Seeing that everyone was looking at it with concern, he touched his nose a little embarrassed. By the way, why is everyone looking at me like this? It's embarrassing to see it, babble. Looking at the appearance of the dumplings who were cheap and well-behaved, Lin Xiao couldn't hold back and knocked directly on the head of the dumplings. Before the dumpling could cry out in pain, Lin Xiao gasped. Although Lin Xiao was restraining his strength this time, his strength was not small. He only felt as if he had hit the iron plate, and his hand was shaken and painful. Are you embarrassed to say that the 9th level spirit beads are something you can eat if you want to? If something happens to you, how will I live with your mother? Luo Yao also came to Tuanzi's side at this time and hugged Tuanzi. That's right, Xiao Tuanzi, you can't act so recklessly in the future. Tuanzi also knew that he was at fault, so he stuck out his tongue mischievously. I don't want to do that, but after getting the spirit bead, I felt that there was something in the spirit bead that attracted me, and I couldn't help but eat it. Didn't I have any accidents? And I also broke through. Isn't that a good thing? By the way, Dad, I broke through to level 4 before you. You have to do your best. Babbling. Lin Xiao looked up at the sky at 45 degrees, not letting his tears remain. This little guy knows how to kill people. Everyone was relieved to see that the dumplings were fine. For that 9th level spirit bead, although everyone felt a little sorry, it was just that. After all, no one can absorb that spirit bead. Okay, a level 9 spirit bead is gone. Now that the crisis has been lifted, what should we do next? Chu Wenchen's words made Lin Xiao come back to his senses. He suddenly remembered that he still had something important to do. Principal, since this gold-swallowing beast can break through to level 9, it means that there are other treasures here. Senior Su Xian came here because he discovered the spirit stone before. I suspect that there may be a spirit stone mine here. Chu Wenchen was stunned. He had been confronting the gold-swallowing beast before, and he hadn't heard the conversation between Lin Xiao and Su Xian and others. At this time, it was also realized that this was only a level 7 secret realm, and level 9 spirit beasts could appear in it, which was a bit unscientific. And if the gold-swallowing beast wants to advance to become a 9th level spirit beast, it must have eaten a lot of rare metals and ores. If there is a spirit stone mine here, all this can be justified. He was now beginning to worry about a problem, that is, the gold-swallowing beast had eaten up all the spirit stone veins in the process of advancing. If that's the case, the loss will be too great. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and find it. Lin Xiao also knew what Chu Wenchen was worried about. Principal, don't worry too much. On the way here, Senior Su Xian and others have found some spirit stones. I think the spirit stone mine should still be there. At least there should be a lot left. I hope so. Lin Xiao, your spiritual skills are more suitable for searching. Just search well. If you find a spirit stone mine, I will give you a great credit. Even if Chu Wenchen didn't say it, Lin Xiao would definitely be looking for it. After all, it was a spirit stone mine. Even if most of it was confiscated, they could leave some. The price of spirit stones is also very nice. Okay. I'm looking for it now. But there is another question, the corpse of this gold-swallowing beast? You put it away first, and I don't worry about putting it with you. Lin Xiao was not polite and directly put away the body of the gold-swallowing beast. It just so happened that Cao Bo was still at the base, and when he returned to the base, he handed over the body of the gold-swallowing beast to him. You should be able to make a lot of good treasures, and when the time comes, you'll get the moon first, which will be very nice. These are all later words, and the top priority now is to find the spirit stone mine. He turned on vision enhancement and perspective. These two spiritual skills were enough for him to search for spirit stone mines. Lin Xiao quickly discovered the existence of spirit stones, and in the core area of the secret realm, there were many spirit stones. The reason why he didn't find it before was because Lin Xiao's attention was on looking for Luo Yao and the others, and at this time he realized that he seemed to have missed a lot before. What surprised Lin Xiao was that what was found were all some fragmentary spirit stones, and he did not feel the existence of the spirit stone mine. And most of these spirit stones were under the soil, and the spirit stones found by Luo Yao and others should have been washed away by the rain. Although the spirit stone mine has not been found for the time being, those small spirit stones Lin Xiao has no intention of letting go. After all, every spirit stone is worth a lot of money. It's a waste to let it go. There was no interference from the spirit beasts along the way. Maybe those spirit beasts also knew that Xu Wenchen and the others were not easy to mess with, so it was better to take the initiative to avoid their edge at this time. In the process of continuous searching, Lin Xiao quickly found an unusual location. There was a deep pit, and in the pit, there were many scattered spirit stones. When Lin Xiao brought everyone here, they were all shocked by the deep pit in front of them. This deep pit is hundreds of meters long and tens of meters deep. In the deep pit, the existence of some spirit stones can be seen with the naked eye. Looking at the deep pit in front of him, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. At this time, everyone else went to pick up the spirit stone, and only Lin Xiao and Xu Wenchen were left here. Lin Xiao's face was a little unsightly. Brother Chu, why do I have a feeling that this should be the location of the spirit stone mine? But the spirit stones here seem to have been taken away, and the rest are some small pieces that the other party doesn't look down on. Xu Wenchen also felt this way. After searching, in other places, 1 or 2 spirit stones could be seen occasionally, only here there were the most. And the deep pit that appears here can't help but make people think more. When he thought of such a big pit, it might have been a spirit stone before, and Xu Wenchen's heart was bleeding. If you get so many spirit stones, what a fortune it will be. Let's not talk about the value geometry, hand it over to the above. How many useful things can be studied? You damn gold-swallowing beast. In Xu Wenchen's view, this deep pit should be caused by the gold-swallowing beast. It cannot be other humans. After all, there is a gold-swallowing beast, and no one is allowed to be contaminated with these spirit stones. There is a spirit stone mine here, but it has not been discovered. It may also be related to the gold-swallowing beast, and the humans who came here may have been killed by him. Lin Xiao looked at the huge pit and probably had to estimate the number of some spirit stones. He asked a question. Brother, do you feel that the gold-swallowing beast can really devour so many spirit stones? Lin Xiao's words made Xu Wenchen fall into deep thought. That's right. Although the gold-swallowing beast was promoted by devouring metals and ores, its stomach was not a bottomless pit. So many spirit stones, even if they were eaten, they could not be eaten in a short time. He quickly thought of a possibility. What do you mean? I think you thought of it, brother. Do you think there is a possibility that the gold-swallowing beast did not eat all the spirit stones, but moved it to another place? That's right. Then why are you still stunned? Hurry up and find it. Brother, the gold-swallowing beast has been killed by us. If those spirit stones are really still there and will not disappear, there is no need to rush for a while. At least wait until all the spirit stones here are collected before leaving. Xu Wenchen blushed, and he found that he was a little anxious. Lin Xiao was right. If those spirit stones were really still there, they wouldn't run away with long legs. It was he who was a little anxious. Yes. Let's talk about it after collecting all the spirit beasts here. Most of the spirit stones here in the deep pit were taken away by the gold-swallowing beasts, but even the remaining fraction still kept everyone busy for almost half an hour. These spirit stones add up to a lot of them. When everyone knew that these might be just a fraction, they were extremely excited. The more spirit stones, the more benefits they can get in the end. There is no doubt about this. After a simple rest, everyone continued to set off. Lin Xiao was still in charge of the search, and as everyone moved forward, they actually found a low mountain in the core area of the secret realm. At first, Lin Xiao didn't care much, until his perspective found that there was a huge cave in the low mountain. And in the cave, there seemed to be a large number of spirit stones. Lin Xiao knew that he had found the right place, and the gold-swallowing beast really didn't eat all the spirit stones. And now these spirit stones are theirs. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, he couldn't help but want to sing a song. Finally found you, fortunately I didn't give up. Seeing Lin Xiao so excited, Xu Wenchen knew that Lin Xiao should have found the existence of those spirit stones. Should really be happy. Don't be silly, take us to find those spirit stones quickly. Alright. It's in a cave not far away. Speaking of this, Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. No, the spirit stones are indeed here, but in the cave, it seems that there are still spirit beasts. As soon as they heard that there were still spirit beasts in the cave, Chu Wenchen and the others also became cautious. Although with their strength, it was basically impossible for the spirit beasts here to hurt them. But Lin Xiao and the others can't do it. If the spirit beast suddenly attacks, they may still be in danger. There are spirit beasts in the cave. How many are there? What grade? Lin Xiao did not reply in a hurry, but confirmed it again. His face quickly became eccentric. There is only one spirit beast in the cave, and the specific level is unknown. Chu Wenchen breathed a sigh of relief. If there was only one spirit beast, it wouldn't be a problem. There were 4 9th-level powerhouses on their side, and even if they encountered another gold-swallowing beast, they would not be afraid. Chu Wenchen didn't believe that there could be another 9th-level gold-swallowing beast here, which would be too nonsense. If there is only one spirit beast, then it will be easy, so what are you waiting for? Take us to that cave quickly. Lin Xiao immediately nodded in agreement, and it didn't take long for everyone to come to the entrance of the cave. I don't know if it was because there were so many spirit stones in the cave, but the concentration of spiritual power at the entrance of the cave was increased again. Even a 9th-level powerhouse like Chu Wenchen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Be good, it's amazing, how many spirit stones are there in it? The concentration of spiritual energy here is not even inferior to some level 9 secret realms. Stimulated by such a strong aura, Lin Xiao felt that his bottleneck was loosened a little again. Although he didn't feel like he was going to break through immediately, Lin Xiao knew that he might really not be far from breaking through. This is undoubtedly good news for him. The spirit stone is here, everyone be careful, the spirit beast is inside. Chu Wenchen and the others nodded in agreement, and after simple negotiations, Chu Wenchen decided to walk in the front. In this way, even if he encounters danger, he should be able to deal with it. After Chu Wenchen entered, everyone also walked in. The cave was bigger than expected, and as everyone went deeper, it became darker and darker. All this had no effect on Lin Xiao in the slightest. He had already turned on night vision. However, considering that everyone did not have his own ability, he still took out some flashlights from the space ring and distributed them to everyone. With the flashlight, everyone felt a little better. The surrounding spiritual energy also became more intense, and everyone knew that they were getting closer and closer to the position of those spirit stones. After Tang Can's identity was exposed, he was carried by Tang Xing, and he almost woke up several times in the middle, but he was knocked unconscious by Tang Xing without hesitation. At this time, stimulated by such a strong spiritual power, Tang Can had a tendency to wake up again. Tang Xing curled his lips and made up a hand knife without hesitation. This time he used a little more strength, thinking that he should be able to let Tang Can sleep for a while. And at this moment, everyone finally found those spirit stones. Even if you were prepared before, seeing so many spirit stones at this time still felt very shocking. Compared with these spirit stones in the cave, the ones I got outside before were really nothing. At this moment, Lin Xiao found that next to the pile of spirit stones, there was a spirit beast quietly gnawing on the spirit stone. That's right, this is the spirit beast that Lin Xiao discovered before. Chu Wenchen also discovered the spirit beast at the first time, but after seeing the level of the spirit beast, he did not choose to make a move. This spirit beast was only level 5, and it was impossible to pose any threat to them. At this time, everyone finally saw the appearance of the spirit beast clearly. This turned out to be really a gold-swallowing beast. This gold-swallowing beast was obviously in its infancy, but if it was allowed to develop, it was likely to grow into another level 9 spirit beast. After all, there were too many spirit stones here. The gold-swallowing beast also discovered the existence of everyone, but just glanced at everyone faintly, then ignored it and continued to eat the spirit stone in his hand. At this moment, everyone understood. This gold-swallowing beast should be the child of the gold-swallowing beast that was killed before. And judging from its defenseless appearance against everyone, it should still be a cub, having not experienced the outside world, and its level 5 cultivation was also piled up by spirit stones. Chu Wenchen looked at the young gold-swallowing beast and didn't know what to do with it for a while. Let's discuss how to deal with this gold-swallowing beast. Why don't you leave it here? Although humans and spirit beasts are in a hostile state, but let me kill it like this, I really can't do it. It's not a problem to stay here. Let's not talk about whether he can survive. If he survives and lets him grow, I don't know how many people will die at its hands. For a while, everyone had different opinions, and there was no way to deal with it that everyone agreed with. At this moment, when Ji, who had not spoken much, raised his hand. Seniors, I am a summoning department. I have never found my own natal spirit beast. I wanted Tuanzi to be my natal spirit beast before, but I was ruthlessly rejected. I feel that this gold-swallowing beast is not bad. I don't know if I can make it my natal spirit beast. When Ji said this, everyone felt that it was feasible. This not only solves the problem of the gold-swallowing beast, but also improves Ji's strength. After all, the gold-swallowing beast is also a rare spirit beast. If it becomes Wenji's natal spirit beast, it will still be of great help to Wenji. Chu Wenchen thought for a while, but still asked a question. We don't object to this, you can think about it. Although the gold-swallowing beast is very rare, but it is not a simple thing to cultivate. The gold-swallowing beast is really swallowing gold, although I can give you some spirit stones, but most of the spirit stones are to be handed over, and it is definitely not enough for you to make it grow completely. Wenji had already thought of this, and she nodded. The gold-swallowing beast is such a good spiritual pet, she doesn't want to give up. I thought about it, my family is not short of money, and there is no problem in letting a gold-swallowing beast grow up. Wenji said so, and everyone couldn't say anything more. Wenji immediately came to the side of the gold-swallowing beast, and her body exuded an aura that made the spirit beast friendly. The gold-swallowing beast first glanced at Wenji vigilantly, and after feeling the aura on her body, he let go of his vigilance. Wenji easily signed a contract with the gold-swallowing beast, and the gold-swallowing beast became Wenji's natal spirit beast. The help of the summoning department signing the natal spirit beast to Wenji was huge, and as soon as Wenji signed a contract with the gold-swallowing beast, her cultivation improved. At this moment, Wenji's cultivation level directly broke through from level 5 to level 6. Lin Xiao looked at all this silently, speechlessly choking. These guys stimulate themselves one by one. No way. I have to break through myself, otherwise I really can't play. Of course, the most important thing now is to put away all these spirit stones. At this time, only in this way can he calm down his inner resentment. The cave had a lot of space, but it was almost filled with spirit stones. Lin Xiao was frantically loading spirit stones into his space ring at this time. What left him speechless was that even if his space ring was full, there were still many spirit stones left in front of him. Fortunately, he had other space rings, although the space was not large, but he could also fit a lot, and when all Lin Xiao's space rings were full, he found that there were still a lot left. Don't be stunned, if you have a space ring, hurry up and install it. There are too many spirit stones, you can't finish it at all. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, everyone immediately became busy. Even Chu Wenchen and others were no exception. After everyone's space rings were full, there were still a lot of spirit stones left on the scene. Lin Xiao looked at those spirit stones with some helplessness, and the rest seemed to have to wait until they came back to get them later. Just as Lin Xiao was thinking so, the group on the side stood up again. Ahem, Dad, can't you fit it? And me, babbling. Lin Xiao then remembered that the dumpling is a space system, and it has its own storage space. It should be able to hold a lot, but the current situation is that it can fit as much as it wants. After all, now that the gold-swallowing beast has been eliminated, the risk of being discovered here is countless times greater than before. No one knows if anyone else will find out about this place when they come back next time. Tuanzi, then what are you waiting for? Put away as many of these spirit stones as possible. After getting Lin Xiao's permission, the group began to act. Under the shocked gaze of Lin Xiao and the others, Tuanzi put away all the remaining spirit stones. Lin Xiao, Sigma, degree mouth degree. Damn! Do you have such a large storage space in the dumplings? Tuanzi rolled his eyes at Lin Xiao. Dad, I'm a space system, your space rings are all made by us, even if my level is low, the storage space is also very large, it's not good. Babbling. You didn't say it earlier. You didn't ask. Babbling. Lin Xiao had nothing to say, he really didn't ask before. But this is not a bad thing, at least all the spirit stones have been put away. At this moment, Lin Xiao found that there was still a spirit stone left in Tuanzi's hand. I thought the dumplings were just curious and wanted to keep one for fun. But what does he see now? Tuanzi put the spirit stone directly into his mouth like a snack. Tuanzi, didn't I tell you? Don't eat indiscriminately, why did you start eating spirit stones again? It's too violent. I don't know, I didn't have the slightest interest in this kind of thing like a spirit stone, but for some reason, I feel that it is quite delicious now. I just tasted it, it seems to taste really good. I want to think about when I was interested in the spirit stone. It seems that after eating the spirit bead of the gold-swallowing beast, I have this feeling. Lin Xiao was silent, originally seeing Wenji and the gold-swallowing beast sign a contract. He sympathized with Wenji, after all, it was a bottomless pit. I don't know how much to invest to make the gold-swallowing beast grow. Now it seems that his pressure is no worse than Wenji's. Maybe he is worse, after all, the potential of the group is greater. In just this day's work, Tuanzi had already consumed a 9th level spirit bead and a spirit stone, and looking at the casual appearance of it eating spirit stones, it seems that spirit stones are ordinary snacks, and if you want the dumplings to grow, there is really a long way to go. The ghost knows how much more he has to invest in him. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao felt that his heart was bleeding. Why don't you keep more for yourself when you hand over the spirit stones this time? Luo Yao was on the side, as if he could see what Lin Xiao was thinking. She silently walked up to Lin Xiao and patted him on the shoulder. It's okay, I'll raise the dumplings, I'm rich. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. How could he forget that there was still this rich woman at home? When Ji's family can raise a gold-swallowing beast, and with Luo Yao's family situation, there is still no problem in raising a dumpling. Lin Xiao didn't mean to be polite to Luo Yao. After all, the most important thing in Luo Yao's family was money. Bixen, I love you. When the level of the dumpling is raised, you can make space rings. Let it make 10,000 and 8,000, it will definitely not let you suffer. Luo Yao doesn't care about this, she really doesn't lose that little money. Danko, oh, plate, oh. I'm not human. You're a real dog. Be careful if I sue you for using child labor illegally. The spirit stones were found and put away. Lin Xiao felt that it was necessary to discuss the next itinerary with Chu Wenchen and the others. Principal, a few tutors, things here are almost handled, what should we do next? Chu Wenchen was also silent at this time. Originally he was thinking that these little guys would continue to stay here to try and dry Guli and those people, but if you think about it carefully, it is still a bit inappropriate. The Polar Knight sect is now back in the ashes, and what their specific strength is still a mystery. However, in such a short period of time, 9 ninth-level powerhouses were gathered, and the strength of the other party should not be underestimated. If they stay here for a long time, who knows if they will call support. If the other party has some more masters, it seems that he will be more passive on his side. It is better to go directly to it now, plus Su Xian, although Su Xian is not an opponent of the 9th-level powerhouse, but it is still no problem to hold on for a while. That would be 5 to 5, although it was still a bit difficult to clean up the other party, but as long as he spread the news that they were trapped, his support should arrive soon. At least it's faster than the Polar Knight sect. As long as support is reached, the crisis here will be lifted. Thinking of this, Chu Wenchen had a decision in his heart. We're leaving now, it's not a way to stay here, don't worry, as long as we go out and spread the news here, our support will definitely come as soon as possible. Lin Xiao also meant the same. What should be faced is always to be faced, and if you stay here, it will make them passive. It's better to leave now, so that you might be able to catch the other party off guard. There is another reason why Lin Xiao doesn't want to stay here anymore. All his space rings are full, and if he continues to stay here, he won't be able to hold even if he encounters something good. There is no point in staying here. As for the trial, it is almost over now. This is being hunted again, and it is encountering a 9th-level spirit beast. This journey should not be too exciting, okay? Next, as long as you pass the level of Guli and others, this time it will be considered successful. Judging from the current strength, the problem should not be big. Just make sure that all those who participate in the world competition are not harmed. No one objected to Chu Wenchen's decision. Previously, Lin Xiao had briefly told Su Xian and the others about the battle situation over there. Of course, he had some details, like the fact that he killed a 9th-level powerhouse was hidden by him. There are some things that you and those guys just need to know. It's better to keep a low profile. When Su Xian and the others learned that only a few people in Chu Wenchen had killed the 4 9th-level powerhouses and 1 8th-level powerhouse on the opposite side without any casualties, they were all boiling with blood. Especially Su Xian, he only hated that he couldn't be on the scene at that time, and he couldn't personally participate in that kind of battle. And now that the opportunity has come, the other party must have been waiting for them at the entrance. He was going to participate in that battle no matter what. Thinking of this, Su Xian felt his blood burning. At that time, if you can kill a 9th-level powerhouse, it will be perfect. Thinking of this, Su Xian couldn't wait to return to the entrance of the secret realm now and fight those guys for 300 rounds. But this is impossible. After all, the secret realm is still very large. With their footsteps, it will take a few days to rush to the entrance of the secret realm. After all, with Lin Xiao's burdens, their speed will definitely not be too fast. In any case, everyone started the return journey. In order to hurry up, even if he encountered a spirit beast on the road, Chu Wenchen did not let Lin Xiao and others take action. As long as Chu Wenchen emitted the aura on his body, those spirit beasts only hated their parents for giving them 2 legs less, and they ran faster than anyone else. Fortunately, Chu Wenchen did not choose to pursue. Except for the necessary ingredients, everything else was let go. In this process, the most tired person is Lin Xiao. Not only is he responsible for everyone's food, but he also has to pay close attention to the situation around him. Although judging from the current situation, there is a high probability that Guli and the others are waiting for them at the entrance of the secret realm, but the possibility that they are still in the secret realm cannot be ruled out. Therefore, it is impossible for Lin Xiao to relax his vigilance. So he needs to turn on his spiritual skills throughout the whole process and pay close attention to the situation around him. The eye of control is constantly in use to ensure that they do not encounter any accidents as they move forward. Facts also proved that Lin Xiao thought too much, and along the way, he did not find Guli and others. However, Lin Xiao also found some abnormalities, and when he was in the secret realm before, he could occasionally see the existence of other adventurers. It's just that because Lin Xiao's eyesight far exceeds others, he chose to avoid those people. And now, he basically can't see the existence of other adventurers. After discovering this, Lin Xiao had a bad premonition. He felt that these adventurers were likely to be more vicious than lucky. It is likely that he has been poisoned by Guli and others. Those who can enter the 7th level secret realm are almost all masters above the 7th level, and it is not good news that such a strong person is lost. Lin Xiao told Chu Wenchen about this discovery at the first time. What Chu Wenchen could say, he could only tell Lin Xiao that if he encountered adventurers or mercenary groups in the process, he would remind them a little not to leave the secret realm for a short time. That's all they can do now. As for those who have recently entered the secret realm, they are indeed powerless. In this way, it took 3 days for several people to finally come near the entrance of the secret realm. The spirit beast controlled by Lin Xiao arrived at the entrance at the first time to investigate the situation. Searched around the entrance, but did not find the existence of Guli and others. If nothing else, the other party should be waiting for them outside. Principal, the other party is not at the entrance. I think they may be waiting for us outside. What should we do next? Chu Wenchen also guessed the general situation. This kind of thing is the most difficult to deal with. The entrance to the secret realm was right in front of them, but if they didn't leave the secret realm, they wouldn't know what was going on outside. The other party must be waiting for them to go out, and no one knows how the other party is going to ambush them. I can't control so much now, I have to go out sooner or later. Let me briefly talk about the next arrangement. The 4 of us and Su Xian go out together in a while. Lao Guo will add defense to everyone. Be careful of the other party's sneak attack. After going out, we will pass on our current situation as soon as possible, so that our task will be completed. As for whether to fight or retreat after that, it depends on the situation on the scene. Don't go up. Lin Xiao was still very satisfied with Chu Wenchen's arrangement, and Chu Wenchen thought very thoughtfully. The purpose of going out is not to fight those people, but to get the news out. Principal, do I want to go out with you? I know a lot of strong people, shake people quickly. Chu Wenchen glared at Lin Xiao angrily. No one knows what awaits us outside, you can't have any accidents, and your task is very arduous. You should immediately take everyone back a distance now to prevent the other party from coming in and attacking you. Lin Xiao thought about the same situation. Chu Wenchen and the others left, and Su Xian also followed. Their strongest combat power here was only level 6. Even if this is a secret perimeter, there may be level 7 spirit beasts appearing, or it is safer for oneself. And if Guli and the others really rushed in, it would be a great threat to them, and they could at least be safer if they stayed here. Okay. Just do as the principal says. Then why are you still stunned? Hurry up and retreat with people. Lin Xiao immediately led Luo Yao and the others to retreat. Although they were still a few kilometers away from the entrance of the secret realm, they still felt unsafe, so it was better to continue to retreat. After Lin Xiao and the others retreated a few kilometers, Chu Wenchen felt that there was nothing omission. Only then did he look at Wei Yan and the others. Everyone, be careful next, I don't want any of you to have an accident. Everyone didn't speak, only the fighting spirit in their eyes. They also know the importance of this battle and cannot afford to lose it. Seeing that everyone was ready, Chu Wenchen waved his hand, and after Guo Rulang added defense to everyone, the 5 of them stepped out of the secret realm together. Chu Wenchen and the 5 people appeared directly outside the secret realm, and they quickly discovered Guli and the others. Guli may not have expected Chu Wenchen and these people to come out so quickly, and they were leisurely barbecuing at this time. This made Chu Wenchen speechless, and he made such sufficient preparations, but he didn't expect that the other party was not ready for a sneak attack at all. However, Chu Wenchen's face became a little ugly. Not because of anything else, because he found that Guli's side was not the 5 people he imagined, but 6. Judging from the aura emanating from this person, the other party was a 9th level powerhouse. I seem to have miscalculated. The other party was a 9th level powerhouse, and their speed was not comparable to them, and the other party called for support earlier than them. Although the other side only added 1 person, it was enough to change the entire battle situation. Things got a little troublesome. Fortunately, he had already sent out a message for help. The question now is, can they last until then? Chu Wenchen also found that at the entrance of the secret realm, there were many corpses. These should be the strong people who have come out of the secret realm or want to enter the secret realm in the past few days. And now these people have become corpses, and the initiators of all this are obviously these people in front of them. Guli, your target is us, killing innocents so indiscriminately, aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven? Guli smiled disdainfully. Tell me about divine retribution? Isn't our hand stained with blood? Don't you feel funny to say this? Don't think about delaying time, your support can't come so quickly, at least before your support arrives. Those little guys may have been killed by us, Zhou Xing, we are holding these guys here, you go in and find all the little guys, and kill them, no problem, right? Zhou Xing was the new elder of the Polar Knight sect, and he was in charge of the area of Kyoto before. The reason why he didn't enter the secret realm was that he didn't think he needed to make a move, and Guli and the others were completely enough. Unexpectedly, he received another request for help from Gilai. Although I don't want to reveal my identity, I can't control that much now. He arrived here as soon as possible. Zhou Xing is a 9th level power system, but what he is best at is not fighting, but reconnaissance. It was also for this reason that he was arranged to enter the secret realm to find Lin Xiao and the others. As long as he enters the secret realm, any clues cannot escape his eyes. Don't worry, just leave it to me, none of those little guys will survive. After Zhou Xing finished speaking, he went directly towards the entrance of the secret realm. Naturally, Chu Wenchen and the others would not let Zhou Xing go so easily. Although he had thought before that these people might enter the secret realm, and Lin Xiao had made preparations, in order to prevent accidents, if Zhou Xing could be stopped, it would definitely be the best. They would rather have more danger on their side than see Lin Xiao and others in trouble. However, as soon as Chu Wenchen and these people had the intention of making a move, Gu Li and others stopped by their side. Chu Wenchen's combat power was not superior to begin with, and this time, everyone was restrained. Zhou Xing also entered the secret realm directly. As soon as he entered the secret realm, Zhou Xing's eyes began to search. What surprised him was that Lin Xiao and the others could not be seen around at all. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting, it seems that the other party also thought that they might send someone in and hid in advance. But so what? With his means, it was only a matter of time before he found these people. The moment Zhou Xing first entered the secret realm, Lin Xiao got feedback from his side. After all, the spirit beasts he controlled had been squatting at the entrance of the secret realm, observing the situation over there. What surprised Lin Xiao was that this person who came in had never seen it before. Lin Xiao quickly thought of it. If he guessed correctly, this should be the support of the other party. This is the only explanation, which makes that Lin Xiao feel pressured. If this person's level is not surprising, he should also be a 9th level powerhouse. Things seem to be a bit big. Lin Xiao immediately made a silent gesture to everyone. Everyone, be careful, then listen to my command. The other party seems to have support again. It should be a 9th level powerhouse. Now it has entered the secret realm. The principal and the others did not follow up. It should be dragged. This means that we may have to rely on ourselves next. The good news is that the other party has not found us so far, and then everyone must listen to my command. It is impossible to fight hard with the other party. I can only hope that the other party cannot find us. Everyone didn't speak, and they all felt heavy in their hearts. After all, they are level 9 powerhouses. They are very confident in their strength, but level 9 powerhouses, they really have no way at all. Now I can only pin my hopes on that level 9 powerhouse can't find them. After Lin Xiao briefly talked about the situation, he didn't speak again. He needs to pay close attention to Zhou Xing's situation. As long as he finds that Zhou Xing is moving in their direction, he needs to take everyone to transfer immediately. He now understood why Chu Wenchen said that his task was very heavy. Not only is it very heavy, his little shoulders can't bear such a weight. Zhou Xing didn't wait in place. He also knew the importance of time. He only had a few hours at most. At that time the support of Chu Wenchen and others must have arrived. If he couldn't find those little guys at that time, he might have to stay here. He immediately began to search around. I have to say that Zhou Xing still has some means, and he soon arrived at the place where Lin Xiao and the others stopped before. Looking at the footprints on the ground and the trampled grass, Zhou Xing's face showed a smug smile. Little ones, I found you. And all this was seen by Lin Xiao, who knew the danger when Zhou Xing stopped there. This level 9 powerhouse was different from the previous ones. He was very good at tracking. He had already found the traces they had left behind. If nothing else, the other party will soon find them based on these traces. Of course, Lin Xiao would not sit still here. It is difficult to completely eliminate the traces they left behind, but it is still possible to cause some trouble for Zhou Xing. Tuanzi, take so many of us to teleport at the same time, can you do it? Tuanzi nodded immediately. If it was before, although it was possible, it must be a bit difficult, but now that I am level 4, there is definitely nothing wrong with teleporting with so many people, and the distance of teleportation is much farther than before, at least hundreds of meters is no problem, babble. After receiving Tuanzi's affirmative answer, Lin Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, it will be easy to do. Tuanzi took them to teleport, which could cause a lot of trouble to the other party's tracking. Stop talking nonsense, I feel like I'm teleporting away with everyone, and the other party is coming over soon. Tuanzi also knew that the matter was urgent, and immediately took everyone to teleport in one direction. After a few teleportations, he moved away from the previous position. Tuanzi, don't fix the direction, don't let the other party find the law of your teleportation, now time is life. Tuanzi immediately understood what Lin Xiao meant, and its teleportation became arbitrary. On the other side, Zhou Xing moved forward quickly according to the footprints on the ground. The speed of the 9th level powerhouse was very perverted, and after a while, Zhou Xing came to the place where Lin Xiao asked Tuanzi to take them away by teleportation. After coming here, Zhou Xing finally stopped, and he looked around in confusion. Judging from the traces on the ground, there should be more than a dozen people on the other side. But after arriving here, it seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. How is this possible? How did the other party do it? Zhou Xing couldn't figure out how the other party disappeared. For a moment, he wondered if this was an eyesore. But only for a moment he gave up the idea, and judging by the traces left on the ground, these traces were very new. Even if it is an eyesore left by the other party, it should be around here. and the footprints disappeared, and there was not even a trace left around, which seemed a bit outrageous. Does the other party have any special means? And for some reason, he always felt as if the other party could see his whereabouts. Otherwise, how could it be possible to act so quickly? In short, Zhou Xing doesn't believe that so many people will disappear out of thin air, and there must be something tricky about it. Thinking of this, Zhou Xing immediately searched around. The hard work paid off, and soon 100 meters away, he discovered new traces. Judging from the traces here, it was still the dozen or so people before, but Zhou Xing couldn't figure out how the other party suddenly appeared 100 meters away. All he could think of was the space system. But judging from the information obtained before, it seems that there is no space system in the opponent's formation. Since he couldn't figure it out, Zhou Xing didn't dwell on this question anymore. Anyway, as long as he could find the traces of these little guys, it was only a matter of time before he found each other. It's just a waste of time. According to this law, Zhou Xing quickly found traces of Lin Xiao and others 100 meters away. This made him even more sure that the other party was nearby. He can also basically be sure that among these little guys, there may be a little guy from the space department. Judging from the distance of teleportation, the opponent's cultivation level would not be too high. Then things will be easy. With so many people teleporting, his spiritual power should be bottoming out soon, right? Thinking of this, Zhou Xing was not as anxious as before. Zhou Xing was right. With the spiritual power of the dumplings, it really couldn't last too long. Teleporting with so many people was still a bit too difficult for it. But what Zhou Xing didn't know was that Lin Xiaoze had prepared a large number of spirit pills for the group. As long as the group's spiritual power was not good, he would eat one for the group. It doesn't matter if the spirit pill is eaten up by the dumplings, there are a large number of spirit stones in the space ring of several people. Spirit stones are a good thing to quickly replenish spiritual power. Such a huge reserve of spirit stones, Zhou Xing wanted to wait for the spiritual power of the group to run out. It would definitely be impossible. Although the price of the Hui Ling pill was expensive outside, Lin Xiao knew his cost, otherwise it would be impossible to make the dumplings so bad. Anyway, after eating, I'll ask for it when I go back. Zhou Xing didn't know all this. He began to slow down his speed. He was waiting for Tuanz's spiritual power to run out. As time passed, Zhou Xing felt that something was wrong. Although he had always been able to find the traces left by the other party had not appeared in his sight for so long. The main thing is that the direction of the opponent's teleportation is unpredictable, which greatly increases his search time. And the other party seemed to really know his situation, and the direction of teleportation was not his direction, which made Zhou Xing a little impatient. I can't continue like this, and if I continue to drag it out, the support of the other party may come. He can't afford such a result. The battle outside the secret territory is also in full swing. The two sides can be said to be evenly matched, and no one can do anything about it. Only Su Xian's side is more difficult, and his opponent is Aoyama Shin. Qingshan Xian's combat power is considered to be at the bottom among these people, but even so, it is not only the 7th level Su Xian can deal with it. Su Xian was now completely on the defensive, with a thick layer of ice swirling around him. Su Xian, who was concentrating on defense, instead held back Qingshan Xian. At least for a short time, there was no danger. Aoyama Shin's face was very ugly. In his opinion, solving this level 7 guy should be a very simple problem. Who knew that after so long, he couldn't take down the other party? The opponent's ice ability is very difficult. Especially those swirling ice cubes, hard and terrifying. He needed to make all his efforts to break those ice cubes, but as soon as he broke them on his side, the other party condensed new ice cubes. It's very annoying. Qingshan Xian also had a murderous intention towards Su Xian. If it continues to develop, it will definitely become a terrifying existence. Such a threat should be strangled in the cradle. But then again, it doesn't seem to be a simple thing to kill Su Xian. Chu Wenchen and Gu Li fought while observing the situation at the entrance of the secret realm. Chu Wenchen was worried about Lin Xiao and the others, although he had made some preparations, but after all, it was the 9th level powerhouse who entered the secret realm. He could only hope that the other party could not find Lin Xiao and a few people, otherwise it would be really dangerous, and all his previous efforts would be in vain. Gu Li is not stronger than Chu Wenchen, and he has now greeted all of Zhou Xing's ancestors. It's been so long, why haven't you come out yet? Dealing with some little ones, does it take so long? If you don't come out again, we may all run away. If you guessed correctly, the other party's support should already be on the way. Gu Li was anxious. Why not Zhou Xing? At this time, Zhou Xing had already raised his speed to the limit, and he didn't believe that this would not be able to shorten the distance with those little guys. Lin Xiao quickly discovered this situation, and I have to say that Zhou Xing's method is still very effective. Even if it was teleportation, it was difficult to widen the distance with the 9th level powerhouse. If Zhou Xing hadn't put out all his strength before, he might have discovered them. Now that Zhou Xing is moving forward at full speed, he has indeed shortened the distance with them, and if this continues, it will only be a matter of time before he is found. Lin Xiao sighed. It seems that this battle is still unavoidable. Everyone, that level 9 powerhouse is getting closer and closer to us, and it's only a matter of time before he catches up. Hearing Lin Xiao say this, everyone turned pale. The one who steps on the horse bullies people too much, fight with him. That is, if you are afraid of a yarn, you will die and the bird will not die for thousands of years. Fuck him. Looking at the angry crowd, Lin Xiao was speechless. Do a yarn, you are sending you to death. I ask you a question now, do you believe me? Lin Xiao's words made everyone a little confused. Now why ask this? Luo Yao still knows Lin Xiao better. Lin Xiao, you don't want to face that guy alone again, do you? I disagree. We are all sent to death together, and you are even worse yourself. Everyone also reacted. Lin Xiao was preparing to be a lone hero. Why should Lin Xiao be on this kind of limelight? We don't agree, even if we believe you, then after all, it's a level 9 powerhouse. Lin Xiao smiled freely. He didn't think about sending him to death, he had his own trump cards. He was useless in the previous battle with Gu Li and others, but now the situation is too critical and must be used. He knew that it was impossible for them to let themselves go without letting everyone know their trump cards. Then let you see it for a long time. Alas, why is it so difficult to keep a low profile? Now the important thing is to persuade Luo Yao and others to step aside with peace of mind. Everyone, I don't mean to give you a cushion, I'm really sure to hold back the other party, and I know you don't believe it, so I'll let you see my methods. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he saw that everyone looked at him with a surprised expression. He had no intention of continuing to sell Guanzi, after all, Zhou Xing was rushing in this direction, and he had no time to waste. I saw Lin Xiao take out a belt from his space ring. This belt was something Cao Bo gave him to save his life, and when he gave it to him, he had told him not to use it unless it was a last resort. And now Lin Xiao thought it was time to use him. Seeing Lin Xiao take out a belt and wrap it around his waist, everyone has a question mark on their faces. They really didn't see anything special about this belt. Could it be that Lin Xiao wanted to strangle that level 9 powerhouse with a belt? This is a bit nonsense, right? Lin Xiao, what are you thinking? Didn't you say let's see your means? That's it? I think we should continue to run away, maybe we can hold out until support arrives. That's right, don't say that your belt is a transformer, do you want to become a bump man to save the world? Lin Xiao looked at Yin who said this in surprise. Oh, yes, this is all guessed by you, this is really a transformer, but it's not Bumpman's, it's a mecha. As soon as they heard the mecha, all the men in the team lit up their eyes. They believed that it was time for Lin Xiao to definitely not joke with them. Since it is said to be a mecha, it must be a mecha. Which boy doesn't have a mecha dream? Mecha is a man's romance. Boys, red heart Omicron red heart. Really? Lin Xiao, don't be stunned, hurry up and show it. That's right, what are we all waiting for? Luo Yao and the other girls looked at these boys in disbelief. What's going on? What happened to the mecha? Can mecha deal with level 9 powerhouses? Are you boys a little too big-hearted? If it weren't for not wanting to demoralize these boys, they would have said it well. The atmosphere was set off here. Lin Xiao felt almost the same. There was a button on his belt, and he pressed it without hesitation. A brilliant light burst out from his belt, quickly enveloping his entire body, and in the light, Lin Xiao's body was gradually covered by a set of cool mechas. First of all, the legs, the heavy metal armor is tightly spliced, and the joints flash with blue energy, and every movement has a strong sense of power. Then there is the metal plates inlaid with each other, forming a strong protection, as if it can withstand all attacks. Subsequently, the breastplate quickly closed, with intricate and mysterious patterns engraved on it, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The armor on the shoulders unfolded like huge wings, and the sharp edges shone with cold light. The mecha on the arm gradually appeared, and a sharp blade popped out from the wrist, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at any moment. Finally, there was the helmet, and as the helmet fell, Lin Xiao's face was completely obscured, leaving only a pair of eyes that exuded a cold light. The entire transformation process was accompanied by strong energy fluctuations and the roar of mechanical rotation, and when the light dissipated, a mighty and domineering, powerful and technological mecha stood in place, ready to meet the upcoming battle. Lin Xiao is not the first time he has put on a mecha, he has practiced it when he was in a nursing home. However, he only simply transformed and let the mecha move around, and did not really use the mecha to fight. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's Caobo who told him that the energy consumption of the mecha is very large, and the material that is the core energy of the mecha is very scarce, and he only has one piece in his hand. If it runs out, this mecha will be useless. This is also the main reason why Lin Xiao has not used mecha before. Lin Xiao's height was not short, and at this time, with the blessing of the mecha, it reached about 2 meters. Just standing there, it gave people a strong sense of oppression. Lin Xiao controlled the mecha and turned his head, looking at Luo Yao and the others. Now you believe it, I'm not going to die, but I really have the means to deal with that guy. You can leave now, staying here will only distract me. Lin Xiao's voice at this time actually had a metallic texture. This should be some of Caobo's personal hobbies, not to mention, this sound is quite suitable for this mecha. Those boys were even more excited at this time, and they wanted to rush over and study it immediately. A fiery gaze was about to burn Lin Xiao. Not to mention these boys, even Luo Yao and other girls were shocked by the mecha in front of them at this time. This is really handsome. Lin Xiao wanted to say something, but suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation coming from behind. That 9th level powerhouse is still here after all. If I guessed correctly, it should be related to the movement I just made. The enemy is coming, you leave quickly, staying here will only drag me down. Dumplings! Immediately teleport away with everyone. Lin Xiao's words were very unceremonious, and this time everyone did not refute. Tuanzi even teleported away directly with everyone. In Tuanzi's opinion, staying here would indeed only help Lin Xiao, so it was better to leave quickly with everyone. Zhou Xing was confused at this time, and after feeling the strong energy fluctuations, he rushed here as soon as possible. From a distance, he saw Luo Yao and others, more than a dozen people, and so young, he didn't have to think about it to know that these were his goals. Finally found you, since I found you, you all die for me. What is this iron lump at the front? Although it looks quite handsome, what is the use of being handsome? Seeing that Tuanzi teleported away with everyone, Zhou Xing secretly said that this was indeed the case, the other party really had a space system. No wonder it was so hard to find it myself. It's a pity that the cultivation level of this space system is too low, even if it is teleportation, it is only 100 meters away. He had already seen Tuanzi appear in one direction with everyone at this time. That's it? Only you can see it, and it is very easy to catch up with you. In front of the 9th level powerhouse, what if you can teleport? Thinking of this, Zhou Xing ignored Lin Xiao at all and chased directly in the direction of Luo Yao and the others. Lin Xiao, plate, damn! Labor and management have worked hard to transform and wait for you here, and you ignored me like this? Don't I want to save face? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao directly controlled the mecha towards Zhou Xing. The mecha's legs spewed dark blue flames, causing the mecha's speed to reach an astonishing level. The mecha appeared directly on Zhou Xing's route. Lin Xiao was also shocked by the speed of the mecha. At this time, he remembered what Xiao Bo had said when he introduced the mecha. The consumption of mecha is very large, but it is more than enough to deal with ordinary 9th level powerhouses, as long as you clean up the opponent before the energy is exhausted. The mecha suddenly appeared on his own forward route, which startled Zhou Xing. Although he had seen this mecha before, he really didn't take it seriously. After all, mecha seems to only appear in the illusory world, and there seems to be no such technology in reality. He thought that the other party was trying to confuse him. Now he doesn't think so. After all, judging from the speed of this mecha, in terms of speed, the other party is not inferior to himself, and may even be better than himself. Zhou Xing didn't think about it, and directly punched Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was wearing a mecha, but it did not affect his use of spiritual skills. This was the first time he had fought close with a 9th level powerhouse, and it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. His vision enhancement has already been turned on, which can make Zhou Xing's speed look slower. Seeing Zhou Xing punch himself, Lin Xiao also controlled the mecha and punched Zhou Xing. With a loud bang, Zhou Xing's fist collided with the mecha's fist. A huge shock wave that uprooted the surrounding trees directly. The radius of 200 meters directly becomes a vacuum zone. The mecha controlled by Lin Xiao and Zhou Xing took 3 steps back at the same time. Zhou Xing looked at Lin Xiao with some surprise, although the other party was wearing a mecha, but from the other party's eyes, he could see that this mecha was still controlled by humans. You must know that he is a power system, and he knows how terrifying the power of the 9th level power is. Even Chu Wenchen didn't dare to take his fist. But the mecha in front of him did it, and he was evenly matched with him. It's outrageous. Lin Xiao was extremely excited at this time. This feeling of manipulating the mecha was really great. Facing Zhou Xing with this punch undoubtedly made him see the power of the mecha. The impact of Zhou Xing's punch was undoubtedly huge, but almost all the impact was absorbed by the mecha. He himself was in the mecha and basically did not suffer any damage. The mecha withstood such a great force and showed no signs of damage, which gave Lin Xiao's heart confidence. It seems that the material of the mecha is a special alloy. Even if it is a 9th level powerhouse, it is not a simple matter to destroy it. The battle has just begun, and he still has a lot of means that he hasn't used. The only concern was whether the mecha's energy would allow him to last until the end of the battle. Now is not the time to think about this, I can only take one step at a time. Anyway, the worst plan is to hold the other party back, and Tuanzi should be able to take Luo Yao and the others to escape far enough. Zhou Xing naturally thought of this, after being shocked by Lin Xiao. After experiencing a short shock, Zhou Xing guessed Lin Xiao's purpose, and he immediately chased in the direction of Tuanzi and the others' departure. At this time, Tuanzi and everyone had teleported several times, and they were already far away from this side. Every time they appeared, everyone couldn't help but focus on Lin Xiao and Zhou Xing. Just now, everyone saw the scene of Lin Xiao controlling the mecha and Zhou Xing punching each other. They couldn't help but sigh at the strength of the mecha. Wearing this mecha actually made a level 3 awakener fight against a level 9 powerhouse. It was really exciting to think about it. Those boys yearn for Lin Xiao's mecha even more. If they can get out alive, they must let Lin Xiao play with the mecha for them no matter what. Seeing that Lin Xiao did not lie, at least he was not inferior to the scene, and everyone was relieved. Lin Xiao really has a trump card. It's not as simple as saying it. Lin Xiao saw that Zhou Sang actually wanted to chase Luo Yao and the others past him. How could he agree? Wouldn't it be meaningless to stay then by yourself? He immediately controlled the mecha in front of Zhou Sang. Zhou Sang watched the mecha appear in front of him and felt very helpless. Logically speaking, such a bulky mecha should be very slow, but the mecha in front of him was completely different from what he imagined. Judging from the current situation, the other party's speed seems to be still above his own. It is unrealistic to chase those little guys over this mecha. It seems that the only way to solve the mecha in front of you is first. Thinking of this, Zhou Sang was not in a hurry. He looked at the mecha in front of him with interest, and looking at this set of mecha, he suddenly felt a hint of greed. In other words, if you solve the little guy inside, is this set of mecha your own? With this technology alone, if you hand it over yourself, you should be able to get a lot of rewards. Little guy, I really didn't expect you to have such a trump card, but if you're not mistaken, this mecha consumes a lot of money. How long do you feel you can hold me back? Lin Xiao sighed. I have to say that everyone who can become a 9th level powerhouse is a human spirit. Zhou Sang discovered the weakness of the mecha at the first time. But even if Zhou Sang saw it, Lin Xiao would not admit it. He was also happy to argue with Zhou Sang, and the longer he could drag it out, the better, so that Tuanzi could take everyone to hide farther. Of course, the best result is to directly solve Zhou Sang in front of him. It's just that this possibility is very low. Even Lin Xiao doesn't feel realistic. It's been so long, and I don't know if support has come. At that time, Brother Chu should have been asked to directly inform Brother Miron that the 9th level space system should be much faster to get here. It may disappoint you, the consumption of this mecha is not very large, it can even directly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish itself. It may disappoint you. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Zhou Sang was taken aback. His eyes immediately fell on the mecha's body, and he quickly reacted and fell for it. I said, boy, you wouldn't think that the 9th level powerhouse was so easy to fool around, right? I can feel the fluctuations in the surrounding aura, and your mecha doesn't seem to have any intention of absorbing the surrounding aura. Lin Xiao. I wiped. Sure enough, the 9th level powerhouse is not easy to fool. I was thinking that I could make the other party more jealous. If you don't feel it, it doesn't mean that the mecha can't do it. Anyway, this mecha is more than enough to deal with you. If nothing else, there is no problem in supporting it until support arrives. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, he wanted to slap himself. What did I say about this? I originally wanted to talk to this guy more and take advantage of this to delay a little longer. Now remind him that there is support on his side. Don't you ask the other party to take action quickly? Sure enough, when he heard Lin Xiao say that there was support, Zhou Sing's face changed. Thanks to your little guy's reminder, it seems that I want to solve you as soon as possible, otherwise it will be really troublesome when the support from your side arrives. Today I will let you know that in the face of absolute strength, no matter how much external force you use, it will be in vain. Lin Xiao knew that this battle was inevitable, so let's do it vigorously. Let you see how strong this mecha is. This time Zhou Sing took the initiative to attack, and Zhou Sing exerted his strength to the extreme. At this time, his muscles bulged high, and every punch had 10,000 pounds of power. Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't admit it. He controlled the mecha to meet it. Zhou Sing's fist and the mecha's robotic arm kept colliding together, and both of them were affected to varying degrees. But judging from the current situation, no one can do anything to each other in a short period of time. Only Lin Xiao knew how difficult this battle was for him. In order to make the core energy of the mecha last longer, Lin Xiao did not dare to use it rashly because there were many means. He originally thought that controlling the mecha and Zhou Sing's close combat could greatly reduce the consumption of the mecha. It turns out that he himself thinks too much. He commanded the mecha and Zhou Sing to fight closely, consuming not much energy, but Zhou Sing's power was too terrifying, and every time the mecha needed to offset Zhou Sing's strength and prevent Lin Xiao from being injured, it needed to consume a lot of energy. After just a while, the mecha had already begun to call the police. Warning, the current energy value is still 80% left. Hearing the warning sound from the mecha, Lin Xiao was stunned, which was completely different from what he imagined. At this rate of consumption, it is likely that he will not last long. I can't continue to fight with Zhou Sang. Lin Xiao immediately changed his strategy. He had been fighting Zhou Sing before, because Lin Xiao thought he would not consume too much energy, but now that he knew, it was naturally impossible to continue. Under Lin Xiao's control, a sharp blade of about 1.5 meters stretched out from each of the two robotic arms. This should be easier, as long as you don't compete with the opponent for strength. The opponent's strength is not so simple to pass the mecha. Lin Xiao thought well, he said that 1 inch long and 1 inch strong, which was not wrong at all. Looking at the two sharp blades, Zhou Xing's eyes were full of fear. He had already seen the horror of this mecha. Even with his strength, he could not deform the mecha. You don't have to think about it to know that this blade is also made of the same material. He is a 9th level powerhouse, and his defense is not low, but Zhou Xing doesn't want to be cut by a sharp blade. Looking at the sharpness of the blade, even with his defense, there is a high probability that he will be injured. After popping out the blade, Lin Xiao began to take the initiative to attack. He controlled the mecha and brandished a sharp blade and slashed towards Zhou Xing. Although this blade was controlled by the mecha, it was also very successful in Lin Xiao's hands. Zhou Xing didn't want to carry it hard, so he could only choose to dodge. And at this time, his speed disadvantage was reflected. Lin Xiao relied on the speed of the mecha to quickly approach Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing could barely dodge the first few times, but then he was a little powerless. Seeing that the blade in the mecha's hand was wielding faster and faster, Zhou Xing knew that it was only a matter of time before he was cut down. Sure enough, Lin Xiao quickly found an opportunity, and the blade of his right hand slashed directly at Zhou Xing's back. Zhou Xing had no choice but to open his defense to the maximum, ready to carry this blow. He could only hope that he would not be hurt too badly. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This 9th level powerhouse seemed to be nothing more than that. As long as he can hurt him, the balance of victory will slowly tilt in his favor. Killing a level 9 powerhouse in close combat may not be a dream. With a crisp sound, the blade slashed at Zhou Xing's back. Lin Xiao could already imagine the bloody appearance behind Zhou Xing. However, to his surprise, the imaginary scene did not appear, but the blade was directly shattered. Zhou Xing didn't expect this to be the case. He thought that the material of the mecha and the material of the blade should be the same material, and he would at least be injured. Why doesn't he seem to feel much pain? And if he is not mistaken, the weapon is broken. Lin Xiao and Zhou Xing were confused, and they didn't know why this happened. Lin Xiao was the first to react. Shouted in his heart, "Brother Cao, you harmed me." This mecha was given to him by Cao Bo, saying that he could take it out when he saved his life. But Cao Bo didn't tell him that the weapon and fuselage of this mecha are not a kind of material. He can now see that although this blade is also an alloy, it is still sharp, but it cannot be compared with the alloy of the fuselage. There is no problem in dealing with level 6 or 7 strong people, but it is not good to deal with level 9 strong people. This is why weapons are shattered. Cao Bo, oh, I don't carry this pot, such a big mecha, I'll use that rare alloy, and all the materials have been used up. The weapon really ran out of materials, so it was replaced with another alloy. And you have a manual for you, but you didn't read it well. Lin Xiao, who came back to his senses, immediately distanced himself from Zhou Xing. At this moment, the mecha's energy was consumed by 10% again, and the mecha wanted to maintain that speed, and the energy was consumed very quickly. At this time, the scene fell into a stalemate again. Lin Xiao directly put away the sharp blade. If he had known, he wouldn't have cut this guy, but he didn't expect that this weapon was just a paper tiger, and it couldn't break the defense of the 9th level powerhouse at all, which was very annoying. Zhou Xing also understood at this time that the weapon and fuselage of feelings were not the same material, and he was ready to be injured just now. Grandmas, without weapons, I see how you are still scolding. Zhou Xing was really angry. A 9th level powerhouse like them, he valued face very much, and his embarrassed appearance just now was his shame, and he wants to get the field back now. Zhou Xing, who had no worries, took the initiative to attack again. Lin Xiao was now in a dilemma, whether it was carrying hard or using speed to dodge. The consumption of energy was huge, and now the energy was only about 70%. According to the current consumption rate, I can't last long at all. Zhou Xing didn't give Lin Xiao time to think, and he launched a stormy attack on Lin Xiao again. Lin Xiao could only defend passively. He could feel that Zhou Xing's power was becoming more and more terrifying. The energy of the mecha was also consumed rapidly, and in a short time, because of the need to soften Zhou Xing's impact, the energy value was consumed by about 20% again. The energy value consumption was already halfway through, and Lin Xiao was already thinking about whether to give Zhou Xing a big move directly at this time. But if he can't cause too much harm to Zhou Xing, I'm afraid he will be even worse. At this time, Lin Xiao couldn't help but think of Tai Chi. Tai Chi is best at 4 or 2,000 pounds, which is very restrained by this kind of strength player. It's a pity that my level is too low, otherwise I will definitely clean up this guy. I don't know if using a mecha to do Tai Chi will be effective. After having this idea, this thought lingered in Lin Xiao's mind. Lin Xiao also gave up. Gan, it's like this anyway, so why not give it a try? Anyway, I won't lose anything. What if it works? Lin Xiao is an action person, and since he has chosen to use mecha to use Tai Chi, he naturally wants to put it into action. Lin Xiao suddenly shouted, controlling the mecha and throwing a punch, forcing Zhou Xing to retreat. His sudden counterattack caught Zhou Xing off guard. After all, before, he had always suppressed Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao only controlled the passive defense of the mecha. This time, he was caught off guard. Fortunately, his strength was excellent, otherwise he might really be attacked by Lin Xiao. Boy, I didn't expect you to still play Yin. Lin Xiao, Sigma, degree mouth degree. Damn. This guy is afraid that there is some serious problem in his brain, right? Why did you play Yin? Can I only be passively beaten? Can't you even fight back? Is it tolerable and unbearable? Today I will let you see how powerful I am. What are you barking at a dog? The real battle has just begun. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he directly controlled the mecha and made a Tai Chi starting style. The mecha is a bit bulky, but it is very flexible, and under Lin Xiao's control, it really looks like that. Seeing Lin Xiao controlling the mecha in a strange pose, Zhou Xing was also shocked. What's going on? Is this preparing to amplify the move? Thinking of this, Zhou Xing also became cautious. Lin Xiao took a deep breath. He was still relatively confident in Tai Chi, but there was still a problem. Although he knows Tai Chi, if Tai Chi wants to exert its full strength, it needs spiritual cooperation. The mecha is not his body, and he has no ability to control the mecha's actions with spiritual power. But there is no good way now, just give it a try. Even if it is an ordinary Tai Chi, fighting with Zhou Xing should be able to relieve his pressure. Lin Xiao did not take the initiative to attack, controlled the mecha's arm, and made a provocative gesture towards Zhou Xing. Lin Xiao, come here. Although Zhou Xing felt Lin Xiao's unusualness, he was not temperamental at all when he was provoked like this. He had already explored the function of the mecha before. It's nothing more powerful, higher defense, and faster. It's not easy to hurt him. In that case, I am afraid that he will give it to the Der. Hesitation will be defeated, fuck him. And since he entered the secret realm, it has taken a lot of time, he doesn't have enough time. If the other party's support really comes, he will almost have to explain here. Thinking of this, Zhou Xing launched an attack on Lin Xiao again. Lin Xiao watched Zhou Xing quickly approach him. He directly controlled the mecha and used Tai Chi. A white crane bright wings blocked Zhou Xing's attack, retreated to ease Zhou Xing's impact, and at the same time waved the pipa and took the initiative to attack Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing didn't expect that Lin Xiao could still control the mecha like this. In the face of Lin Xiao's attack, he could only choose to carry it hard, and this time, he was shocked back several steps again. Lin Xiao was overjoyed, and the effect of using Tai Chi with a mecha seemed to be better than he imagined. Although spiritual power was not added to it, the effect of Tai Chi was really immediate. Tai Chi can indeed eliminate the impact in Zhou Xing's fist, although it still consumes some energy, but the energy consumed by carrying Zhou Xing's fist is much smaller than that of carrying Zhou Xing's fist, and the attack launched with Tai Chi is much easier than before. Lin Xiao was unforgiving, and before Zhou Xing could react, he controlled the mecha and rushed over. Mecha knows martial arts, no one can stop it. The situation at the scene directly reversed by 2 levels, and after the mecha used Tai Chi, Zhou Xing was passive. Mecha or fist or palm, always attacking him in places he did not expect. The mecha is made of a special alloy, which is different from the previous blades, which is a real good alloy. Hit Zhou Xing's body, although he couldn't kill him directly, but there was no problem in making him hurt for a while. Seeing that the mecha used Tai Chi to achieve such results, Lin Xiao was also speechless. If I had known that the previous weapon was useless, I might as well use my fist directly. That would consume less energy. Lin Xiao temporarily gained the upper hand, but Lin Xiao still felt that something was wrong. After using Tai Chi, the energy consumption of the mecha is indeed not as large as before, but it is not that there is no loss at all. Lin Xiao controls mecha actions in Tai Chi, and consumes very limited energy. Energy is mainly consumed in other aspects. After all, Zhou Xing is a 9th level powerhouse. Even with the assistance of Tai Chi, the mecha will still consume part of the energy to relieve the impact, plus Lin Xiao needs to ensure the speed of the mecha. Under high-speed operation, the energy of the mecha is still decreasing. Lin Xiao roughly calculated, according to the current consumption, he should be able to last for about an hour. If the support is not available after an hour, he may be really in danger. No way. You can't sit still and wait for death, so drag it first. When there is not much energy left, I have to give this guy a big one. After making up his mind, Lin Xiao began to slow down the pace of the attack, so that he could save a little energy. Alas! If you have enough energy, why should you be so aggrieved? If you can get out alive, you must think about how to solve this problem. Zhou Xing was not a fool. He immediately noticed that Lin Xiao was deliberately delaying time. You have been beaten so badly, how can you get what you want? Even if you are beaten into a pig's head, you will run out of energy. Thinking of this, Zhou Xing was also open-minded, anyway, as long as he could save his life. He also saw that although the mecha's attack was very strong, it was almost meaningful to want to cause fatal damage to him. Isn't it just painful to hit your body? I endured it myself. Seeing Zhou Xing attacking Francilli, Lin Xiao knew that his thoughts were seen through by the other party. He can't control that much anymore, it's just that he doesn't have enough energy, and now he still has 40% energy, which is enough for him to last for a while. Since you are looking for a fight, don't blame yourself for being rude. Lin Xiao is really open-minded, and now he doesn't think about any energy consumption. Controlling the mecha to use Tai Chi, he greeted Zhou Xing frantically, and Lin Xiao focused on taking care of Zhou Xing's face. Under Lin Xiao's high-intensity attack, even if Zhou Xing was a 9th-level powerhouse, he couldn't bear it. His face had been beaten into a swollen circle, and he really became a pig's head. But even so, he had no intention of giving up. His idea is very simple: he has been beaten like this, if he gives up now, wouldn't he really be beaten in vain? Hold on for a while. He believes that Lin Xiao will soon be unable to hold on. When he gets the mecha, even if he doesn't have time to find other little guys, he shouldn't be punished. Both of them were a little anxious. Zhou Xing was broken anyway, as long as he couldn't kill him, he wouldn't retreat. Lin Xiao didn't care about the consumption of energy points at this time. He couldn't help but think about a question at this time: if he continued like this, maybe he could really kill Zhou Xing before the energy was exhausted. The two had their own thoughts, and neither of them gave in, and the battle became more and more intense. Until Lin Xiao heard a warning sound from the mecha. Warning: the remaining energy value of the mecha is 20%. Lin Xiao was startled by the sudden sound, and his brain instantly woke up. In about 10 minutes, I consumed 20% of my energy. I thought I could last an hour, but it seems that I was thinking too much. Looking at Zhou Xing, who was still attacking himself like a mad dog, Lin Xiao hurriedly used his speed advantage to widen the distance between him and Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing now has a lot of injuries all over his body, especially his head, which is more than one circle bigger. Now he has become a real big-headed son. But Lin Xiao also saw that it was okay to use Tai Chi to drag Zhou Xing, and it was probably a bit unrealistic to kill Zhou Xing. If only mecha could also use ancient martial arts, then your chances of winning will be greater. No, I use Guo myself. I added spiritual power in the process of using Tai Chi, although the mecha cannot absorb spiritual energy, but it has an energy core. I don't know if I can call out the energy of the mecha, and then achieve the effect of Guo. Lin Xiao was thinking about the feasibility of the matter, and if it was feasible, the power of Tai Chi would definitely increase greatly. But at the same time, the consumption of energy will also be accelerated, and now there is really not much energy that can be squandered by him. Zhou Xing saw that Lin Xiao had distanced himself from him, and took this opportunity to slow down. After all, it is also very uncomfortable to be beaten all the time. Especially now his eyes are swollen and he can't open them, leaving only a slit and can only see the surrounding situation roughly. After a brief pause, Zhou Xing looked at Lin Xiao. If you're not mistaken, the energy value of your mecha should not be much, otherwise you won't take the opportunity to distance yourself from me, and want to get rid of me. How can it be so simple? Today I'm going to give up. Let's see who can hold on to the end. After Zhou Xing finished speaking, he rushed towards Lin Xiao again as if he was desperate. Lin Xiao secretly scolded the madman and retreated for a distance again. Feeling the energy value that was constantly decreasing due to high-speed movement, Lin Xiao still decided to take a gamble. Although you have been dodging, you can hold on for a while. The longer he persists, the better his chances of waiting for support. But Lin Xiao also had a concern: if he just dodged, after his mecha energy was exhausted, if the support had not yet come, he would directly become a fish on Zhou Xing's chopping board, and at that time, he would have no chance to resist at all. Without too much hesitation, Lin Xiao still decided to fight. He still likes to take his fate into his own hands. Lin Xiao controlled the mecha and stopped. Looking at Zhou Xing, who was rapidly approaching him, he did not choose to dodge, but greeted him again. At the same time, secretly, he controlled the energy of the mecha to start running. Whether the mecha can use the effect of ancient martial arts like the human body is in this move. Because he didn't know what the effect was, Lin Xiao didn't dare to mobilize too much energy, only less than 1% of the energy. What surprised Lin Xiao was that with the operation of energy, an energy wall actually appeared in front of the mecha. This is the same as the spiritual wall that appeared when he used Tai Chi, which can be used for defense. It's just that this energy wall is much stronger than his own spiritual power wall. Lin Xiao was overjoyed, but he didn't expect it to be true. Why didn't I find out earlier? Zhou Xing's fist hit the energy wall directly, and to his surprise, his fist failed to break the energy wall, and his hand was shaken so painfully. Lin Xiao saw all this. Those who step on horses call you arrogant. Although I don't have much energy, but before the energy is exhausted, with the mecha of Duo Taijiquan, it is not impossible to clean you up. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao directly began to increase the output of energy. In an instant, an energy mass appeared in front of Lin Xiao, and under Lin Xiao's control, it flew directly towards Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing looked at the energy mass and didn't take it seriously. In his opinion, this attack should be similar to the previous one, although it can cause damage to it, but it is impossible to really kill him. Therefore, he did not choose to dodge. That's too wasted of time, so let's just carry it, and we can't give the other party a chance to breathe anymore. As the energy mass got closer and closer to him, Zhou Xing suddenly had a bad premonition. This energy mass gave him a very dangerous feeling, and he immediately let go of the idea of hard connection, and he had to dodge. But now it was so simple to dodge, the energy mass was about to hit his chest. At the critical moment, Zhou Xing still reacted. The energy mass was aimed at the position of his heart before, and at this time he forcibly moved his body to the side a little, and finally the energy mass hit his arm. After the energy mass hit Zhou Xing's arm, it exploded directly. Under Zhou Xing's disbelief gaze, his arm was directly blown into powder. The severe pain made Zhou Xing can't help but wail. "Ah, my hand! You deserve to die." Lin Xiao saw all this in his eyes. He inevitably felt a little sorry. Why did this guy choose to avoid it? If this blow hits his heart, the battle should be over. But it is not bad to be able to abolish one of the opponent's arms. The only thing that made Lin Xiao unhappy was that although the power of this energy mass was huge, the consumption of energy was also huge. At this moment, he only had 15% of his energy left. Lin Xiao didn't mean to continue to use the spiritual power group. It's not that he didn't want to. The first time he could catch the other party off guard. Now that the other party was ready, it was not a simple matter to hit the other party again. The main thing is that it consumes too much energy, and a few more times, the mecha is afraid that it will go on strike. An arm was abolished by Lin Xiao, and Zhou Xing was also aroused by ferocity. He launched an attack on Lin Xiao again. This time Lin Xiao chose to be tough. After losing an arm, Zhou Xing's attack was much lower than before, at least half the attack frequency. Lin Xiao was not so difficult to deal with, at least the energy consumed was not so much. 20 minutes passed like this, and Zhou Xing was injured more. However, Lin Xiao was also a little irritable. This Zhou Xing is like Xiao Qiang, who can't be killed. Even if he is scarred, he just won't give up. And no matter how he attacks, the other party can always hold on. Just now, the mecha's system told him very bad news again. Warning, the remaining energy value of the mecha is 5%. Is there only 5% left? After so long, why hasn't the support arrived yet? Do you really plan to wait for me to die before coming to collect the body for me? At the entrance of the secret realm, the battle continued. The battle had lasted for 2 hours, and the personnel on both sides were more or less injured, but they were still evenly matched on the scene. So Xian was able to hold on for so long, completely supported by spirit stones. He was really glad that he had received a lot of spirit stones at that time, otherwise he would not have been able to persist now. Qingshen Xian had already discovered this. He had found out, these Chinese people in front of him were really rich, and it was really a waste to eat such a precious thing as a spirit stone one after another. It was also because of this that he couldn't take down Su Xian for a long time. The battles in several other places were also in a state of anxiety. The battle between Chu Wenchen and Gu Li was the most intense, and after fighting for such a long time, Chu Wenchen began to slowly gain the upper hand. However, it is not a simple matter to solve Gu Li, and it will take some time. The other 3 battles were similar. Because of the relationship of the spirit stone, Chu Wenchen and the others had the upper hand in spiritual power, and if they continued, they would definitely win. Gu Li has long discovered this, and the reason why he is still insisting on not leaving is that he is gambling. Bet whether Chu Wenchen's support will arrive first, or whether Zhou Xing will kill those little guys first and come out of the secret realm. Deep down in his heart, he still prefers Zhou Xinggui to come out first. After all, the most left are level 6 little guys, and it would be a bit unreasonable if Zhou Xing couldn't solve it. It's just that he can't figure it out. It's been so long, why hasn't Zhou Xing come out yet? It's really not enough to succeed, more than enough to fail. If Zhou Xing comes out, the battle situation can be reversed immediately. As long as he joins a battlefield casually, the battle situation can be reversed. It's a pity that Zhou Xing hasn't moved so far. After Zhou Xing entered the secret realm, Chu Wenchen felt that things were in trouble. Now I can only hope that Lin Xiao and the others can escape Zhou Xing's pursuit. 2 hours have passed, and Zhou Xing has not come out. No news is the best news for him. I don't know how Lin Xiao and the others escaped Zhou Xing's pursuit. At this moment, the sound of breaking the wind came from not far away. Chu Wenchen's face showed joy, and if nothing else, their support had arrived. According to their guesses, the other party's support should arrive in about 3 hours, and after only 2 hours, the other party's support arrived directly, which disrupted their plans. Gu Li was the first to react, and he suddenly broke out, forcing Chu Wenchen to retreat. Then under Chu Wenchen's astonished gaze, an astonishing speed broke out, and the whole person fled in the opposite direction. He didn't even have any hesitation. Chu Wenchen's support hadn't arrived yet, so he chose to abandon his companions and run away as soon as possible. Chu Wenchen thought for a while and did not chase after him immediately. On the one hand, Gu Li's current speed is too fast. This is not Gu Li's original speed. It should have used a treasure or taken some elixir. According to Gu Li's current speed, he can't catch up with the other party. And compared to chasing Gu Li, he was more concerned about the safety of Lin Xiao and others. It doesn't matter whether Gu Li runs or not. After this incident, the Polar Knight sect already has a way to die. Qingshen Xian and the others also wanted to leave, but they did not have the means of ancient power, and it was impossible for Taoist Master Qingxian and others to let them go. The most important thing is that Chu Wenchen has no opponent now, and in this current situation, even if the support does not arrive, the remaining 4 people will not be able to run. It didn't take long for more than a dozen figures to come out from the sound of breaking the wind, and these people were all level 9 powerhouses without exception. The leader was Hee-Yoon. Hee-Yoon's face turned red at this time, and he gasped heavily. After receiving the message for help, he immediately summoned some level 9 powerhouses in Kyoto, and in order to get here as quickly as possible, he ran over directly. The speed at which the 9th level powerhouse burst out with all his might was not comparable to a car. Seeing that Chu Wenchen and the others were safe, he was also relieved, but he continued to look and did not find Lin Xiao and the others, which frightened him. If something happens to Lin Xiao and these people, he will be to blame. Chu Wenchen saw what Hee-Yoon was thinking. Don't worry, the little guys are still in the secret realm, hurry up and solve these people in front of you, leave a living mouth, kill the rest directly, and then enter the secret realm and quickly find those little guys. Hee-Yoon naturally had no objection, and with a wave of his hand, all the 9th level powerhouses he brought rushed up. This time, Aoyama Shin and the others knew what it felt like to be besieged. They didn't have the upper hand in the first place, and there were so many enemies all of a sudden, and they were not opponents at all. Chu Wenchen had already spoken, just leave a living mouth, so these people who came to support had no intention of staying. One by one, they desperately killed each other. No wonder they are here, whether this is China or near Kyoto. The people of this extreme night sect and the strong men of foreign forces actually did something to the little guy who participated in the world competition in such a place. If they succeed, they will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. It's really unreasonable not to take these people away. Soon Aoyama Xian and Taylor were killed, and even Mike, who was with Qingxian Dao Chang, was also killed. These are all people from foreign forces, and they can't ask anything. Only one Zhou Qing from the Polar Night sect was left, and from his mouth, he should be able to ask about some of the situation of the Polar Night sect. Zhou Qing was quickly captured alive. Chu Wenchen had someone break his limbs, ordered someone to check whether there was poison in his mouth, and after confirming that Zhou Qing could not commit suicide, let Hee-Yoon leave the 2 of them to look at this guy, and the rest of the people all entered the secret realm to find Lin Xiao and others. Of course, Hee-Yoon knew what the focus was now, and after leaving the 2 of them to guard Zhou Qing, the others immediately entered the secret realm. Hee-Yoon still didn't know what the situation was now, so he immediately looked at Chu Wenchen. Uncle Chu, what's the situation now? Chu Wenchen immediately told Hee-Yoon what happened. When he learned that in the secret realm, there was a 9th level powerhouse chasing Lin Xiao and the others, Hee-Yoon's face also changed. Grandmas, these guys, are really impatient. Most of these people brought by Hee-Yoon were people in the army, and many of them were very good at tracking. Everyone immediately searched for me and found those little guys as soon as possible. Be sure to find those little ones before they succeed. Many strong people immediately began to search, and soon someone found a trace. Chu Wenchen and Hee-Yoon immediately began to search along these trails. More than 2 hours have passed, and Chu Wenchen doesn't know if Lin Xiao and the others will be discovered. Now I can only pray that those little ones will not be okay. Looking at the traces on the ground, Chu Wenchen fell into deep thought. The traces here are still very obvious, they can find it, and the other party's 9th level powerhouse should also find it. This made Chu Wenchen even more worried about the safety of Lin Xiao and others. Looking at Hee-Yoon, Chu Wenchen asked a question. Why did you come over first? What about Mirongyu? When Chu Wenchen asked for help, he immediately told Mirongyu the news. In his opinion, time was too urgent. If Mirongyu knew, with his space system's ability, he should be able to get here soon. Unfortunately, after waiting for such a long time, Mirongyu did not appear. Uncle Chu, I know a little about this. Uncle Mirong seems to have left temporarily. He should have gotten some news from the Polar Night sect, and now he can't be contacted for the time being. Other seniors want to rush over, but the distance is too far, so we rushed over as soon as possible. Chu Wenchen's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that Mirongyu had fallen for the Polar Night sect's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Of course, he was not worried about Mirongyu's safety. In this world, Mirongyu was not the strongest, but if he wanted to keep Mirongyu, no one could do it yet. At the same time, Chu Wenchen also developed a deep fear of the Polar Night sect. You must know that the other party's formulation of this plan can be said to be seamless. Under normal circumstances, these people should be killed in the secret realm. But even so, the other party still left Zhou Xing's backhand outside. Now it directly attracted Mirongyu to other places, and this link was set with a link, almost cutting off all their hope of survival. Even now, Chu Wenchen doesn't know if the other party has succeeded. Although he didn't want to admit it, subconsciously, he still thought that Lin Xiao and the others might be more vicious than lucky. After all, their opponents were level 9 powerhouses. The only reason why Chu Wenchen was lucky was Lin Xiao. He hoped that Lin Xiao could surprise him again. Chu Wenchen led everyone to continue searching. After a while, they actually met Luo Yao and others. Luo Yao and the others were stunned for a moment when they saw Chu Wenchen and the others, and then they were all overjoyed. Principal, you are here. Where is Lin Xiao? Did you save him? Chu Wenchen was stunned when asked, "Isn't Lin Xiao with you? Why did you ask me?" "No, isn't Lin Xiao with you? You mean, Lin Xiao is in danger?" Luoyao was stunned. She originally thought that Chu Wenchen and the others had met Lin Xiao first. They were obviously teleported to the depths of the secret realm by Tuanzi. Chu Wenchen had found them. It was impossible not to meet Lin Xiao. Luoyao has always been worried about Lin Xiao in her heart, and now she doesn't know how to explain it. In the end, Wu Hen couldn't stand it anymore and briefly told what happened. After Wu Hen finished talking about the matter, Chu Wenchen had a general understanding of the situation. He looked at the dumplings in Luo Yao's arms speechlessly. "Ahem, next time you run away, it is recommended to let someone command the group. This little guy's sense of direction doesn't seem to be very good. You are turning now. You seem to be teleporting towards the depths of the secret realm. In fact, it should have been a circle. Now your location is actually not far from the entrance of the secret realm, and the place you are staying now is the place where you came before." Chu Wenchen's words made Tuanzi's face turn red instantly. The direction is really difficult to control in the secret realm, and it has been teleporting all the time, and in the end it knows that it can't distinguish the direction. It's all based on feelings. Fortunately, they met Chu Wenchen and others, and did not return to the battlefield where Lin Xiao was, otherwise Lin Xiao's efforts would be in vain. Li Heiren and others also reacted at this time. "No wonder, I explained that Ming Tuanzi said that he was taking us to teleport towards the depths of the secret realm, but we didn't feel that the aura had become strong. Now is not the time to talk about this. According to the principle, Lin Xiao may still be ahead. Hurry up and save Lin Xiao. Yes, yes. Speed up everyone." Seeing that so many people were fine, Chu Wenchen's heart was half relieved, and Lin Xiao was next. According to several people, Lin Xiao has the means to compete with the other party. That means that in a short period of time, Lin Xiao can still persist. Now I hope that Lin Xiao can hold out until they arrive. Lin Xiao really didn't expect the mecha's energy to be consumed so quickly, and now there is only 5% of the energy left. Can he still hold out until support arrives? Now there are only two choices in front of him. One is to rely on the remaining energy to entangle with Zhou Seng as much as possible, and the other is to release all the energy and make a big move. Either Zhou Seng dies, or he dies. Lin Xiao quickly made a decision. He still liked to take his fate into his own hands. He decided to consume the last energy directly, and as for whether he could kill the other party, it was up to fate. "Eat me an ion cannon." Lin Xiao really opened up. He hadn't used it before, just because the demand for energy was too great. Hearing Lin Xiao's voice, Zhou Seng was also startled, and immediately widened the distance between him and Lin Xiao. This move sounds like a very bullish look. "I am scarred now, and I don't dare to carry it hard." It was just that to his surprise, the imaginary attack did not arrive for a long time. The scene fell into a dead silence, and Lin Xiao controlled the mecha and took a posture of 2 out of 10. Zhou Seng. Although I don't know what happened, I feel like I'm being played. If Lin Xiao knew Zhou Seng's thoughts, he would definitely shout injustice. He really wanted to amplify, but there were some accidents during this period. Warning, the current energy is less than 10%, and the ion cannon cannot be released. Lin Xiao, asterisk. Damn it. Be sure to read the manual carefully next time. Lin Xiao was helpless. He couldn't release his ultimate move. His energy was only 5%. Even if he could use Tai Chi, he wouldn't last long. Do you always feel like you're ignoring something? Lin Xiao's brain began to run rapidly, and he began to recall the battle from the beginning to the present. To say that from the beginning of the battle, he had the biggest advantage when he took out his mecha blade. If he could have a handy weapon in his hand now, even if he only had 5% of his energy, it would be enough to kill Zhou Seng. The problem is that he doesn't have a weapon that can kill the 9th level powerhouse. Wait, have you ignored something? Lin Xiao finally thought of what he had forgotten. He didn't have a powerful treasure, but there was something more powerful than a treasure in his space ring. The corpse of the gold swallowing beast. Chu Wenchen's top treasure long sword was shattered by the gold swallowing beast. It should be good to use it to smash people. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. His voice was blessed by the mecha, and the laughter he made was also full of mechanical feeling. Zhou Seng looked at Lin Xiao, who was laughing wildly with a confused face. This guy, can't he be crazy? Otherwise, what is this guy laughing at? Sick, and he is not lightly ill. Now that he had thought of a way to solve Zhou Seng, Lin Xiao didn't bother to continue talking nonsense with him. Quickly took out the body of the gold swallowing beast from the space ring. Controlling the mecha, he held the corpse of the gold swallowing beast in his hand. Not to mention, it's quite sudden. When the gold swallowing beast was alive, it exuded a dazzling light, which was very dazzling. But after death, this appearance is really not flattering. The handsome mecha held the corpse of the gold swallowing beast, full of a strange sense of disobedience. Lin Xiao looked at the corpse of the gold swallowing beast, and his face was also disgusted. It's really ugly and special, that is, it's very ugly. Of course, now is not the time to dislike the corpse of the gold swallowing beast, and now the corpse of the gold swallowing beast is his only hope for a comeback. Lin Xiao played with the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast a few times, not to mention, ugly is a little ugly, but it is still very easy to use. Zhou Xing still understands what is going on. After Lin Xiao finished smirking, he took out this ugly thing that made people look at it indescribably. He didn't know what it was, but it didn't look threatening. This guy wouldn't think that if he took out this thing, he would be able to defeat himself, right? Although he is now scarred and has lost an arm, his current combat power is still level 9. Taking out such a thing, do you want to make yourself ugly? Lin Xiao also discovered a situation, that is, the corpse of this gold-swallowing beast didn't look big, but it was really heavy. He just controlled the mecha and held the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast, which put a lot of burden on the mecha. The energy that was already small began to be consumed rapidly again. According to the current situation, it won't take long for the mecha's energy to bottom. He must solve Zhou Xing in a limited time, otherwise he will really be barbecue. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao controlled the mecha to hold the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast more than 2 meters high and launched an attack on Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing now wished that Lin Xiao would fight against him. He had already seen that the current mecha was already at the end of the strong crossbow. As long as you hold on for a while, you will definitely be able to take it down. He had some thoughts in his heart, although the indescribable thing that Lin Xiao took out was quite disgusting, but after fighting with Lin Xiao for so long, he didn't think Lin Xiao was a fool. At this time, there must be something outstanding about taking out this thing, so it's better to be careful. I have been holding on for so long, and I have been injured like this. If I lose in this last shiver, it will be too much to lose. Therefore, in the face of Lin Xiao's attack, Zhou Xing did not take it hard. Seeing that Zhou Xing actually chose to dodge, Lin Xiao's back teeth were crushed. Why doesn't this guy play cards according to common sense? Are you a level 9 powerhouse? In the face of your own scumbag, how can you choose to dodge? Lin Xiao was indignant, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, the speed of the mecha is above Zhou Xing, and all he has to do is hit Zhou Xing before the mecha's energy is exhausted. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately let the mecha move at high speed. The mecha energy is insufficient. The current energy value is 4%. Lin Xiao heard the mecha's prompt sound and gasped. Isn't this too much consumption? Just for this moment, go down to 1% of the energy. Grandma's legs. Fighting with this turtle grandson, either he dies or he dies. Lin Xiao couldn't control whether the mecha's energy was consumed too quickly, and directly controlled the mecha to maintain the highest speed and continue to attack Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing saw that Lin Xiao was so eager, and he was even more sure that the thing in Lin Xiao's hand was not ordinary. Although he still didn't believe that this thing could directly solve him, it was better to wait for the opponent's energy to run out than to carry such a blow. My scarred body could not withstand a new round of tossing. Zhou Xing's idea is good, but the reality is cruel. His speed was not as fast as the mecha, and he was quickly caught up by the mecha, although he hadn't been hit yet, but according to the current situation, it was only a matter of time before he was hit. The mecha energy is insufficient. The current energy value is 2%. The mecha's prompt sound was still ringing, and in the blink of an eye, there were only 2% left. Lin Xiao completely blocked the mecha's voice at this time. He had never felt so focused. The next battle is related to who lives and who dies between the two, and now that they are close to Zhou Xing's body, it is almost as long as they give Zhou Xing a little more. Lin Xiao's vision enhancement has always been on. Even if it was open before, Zhou Xing's speed was extremely fast in his opinion. It was difficult for his eyes to keep up, but at this time, he actually found that he could capture the trajectory of Zhou Xing's actions. This discovery made him happy, and as soon as his mood fluctuated, the feeling was gone. Lin Xiao immediately forced himself to stabilize, and the feeling soon reappeared. Lin Xiao suppressed the excitement in his heart this time, and began to control the mecha to launch a final attack on Zhou Xing. The mecha energy is insufficient. The current energy value is 1%. Lin Xiao turned a deaf ear to the mecha's prompts, and still kept waving the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast. Zhou Xing found that this mecha seemed to have become smart, and every blow hit on the only way he had to dodge. If he hadn't been flexible, he might have been hit long ago. But even so, it may only be a matter of time before you get hit. Just thinking about it here, he saw that extremely ugly weapon smashing directly into his chest. This time Lin Xiao controlled it very well, and it seemed that he couldn't dodge it from any direction. Zhou Xing knew that he might not be able to avoid this blow, but he could choose to let this blow not hit his vital point. As long as he didn't hit the vital point, he should still be able to carry it. I can also use this power to take the opportunity to distance myself from this little guy, and I have been too passive like this. Thinking of this, Zhou Xing turned around and decided to carry the blow with his back. In this way, the harm to oneself should be minimized. Lin Xiao saw all this in his eyes, and he knew that victory or defeat was in this move. After this blow, I am afraid that I will not have a chance next time. Lin Xiao also opened up and mobilized all the remaining energy. The mecha had less than 1% of its energy, and this time it was all mobilized by Lin Xiao, and all the remaining energy was injected into the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast. With the injection of energy, the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast actually lit up with dazzling light again. The strong light that suddenly lit up caught Lin Xiao off guard. His eyes were directly shaken, but Zhou Xing couldn't see the light because he turned his back on his body. Lin Xiao couldn't control so much at this time, so he swung it out directly according to the original trajectory. Bang! Let's go! Lin Xiao knew that he had hit Zhou Xing. The rest is left to destiny, and everything he can do is done. The mecha energy is insufficient, the current energy value is 0%, and it has been automatically shut down. The last trace of energy of the mecha was also exhausted, and after the mecha's energy was exhausted, the entire body of the mecha fell forward. After losing the last trace of energy, the mecha could no longer bear the weight of the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast. Lin Xiao was very helpless about this. Couldn't he fall back? If you fall forward, your eyes will be black, and you won't be able to see Zhou Xing's situation at all. The strong light that suddenly appeared from the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast just now shook his eyes, and now he had just recovered. Although he knew that he had hit Zhou Xing, he didn't see whether Zhou Xing was dead or alive at all. Therefore, he did not dare to put the mecha away now. Although the mecha has no defense, at least its own defense is still there, at least it is also a layer of protection. Although his perspective is 360 without dead ends, he must be able to see the situation outside, and now all his perspectives are blocked by the mecha, and this feeling of black in his eyes makes him very unhappy. What Lin Xiao wants to know most now is, what happened to Zhou Xing? Judging from the current situation, Zhou Xing doesn't seem to have returned here, and he should at least hurt him seriously this time. Lin Xiao's final blow did hit Zhou Xing. Although Zhou Xing had been on guard, he really couldn't avoid that blow. He had avoided the key points as much as possible, knowing that even the top treasure weapon would be very difficult to kill him without hitting his vital points. Therefore, Zhou Xing felt that he was most likely just injured. But when the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast hit him, he knew he was wrong. First of all, there was a huge impact, which directly sent his body flying. Dozens of big trees were knocked down along the way to make him stop. The corpse of the gold-swallowing beast is no worse than the top treasure, both in terms of hardness and weight. It is very terrifying. His thoracic spine was shattered at the first time, and the fragments of the thoracic spine penetrated directly into his heart. The heart was pierced, and even the 9th level powerhouse could only drink hatred. It's a pity that Lin Xiao didn't see the results of this blow, otherwise he wouldn't be huddled in the mecha now. At this time, Xu Wenchen and others had already found this area. Zhou Xing's final movement was too big, and Xu Wenchen and others also guessed that it might be the location of the battle between Lin Xiao and Zhou Xing. Everyone immediately picked up speed and rushed in that direction. Not long after, a group of 9th level powerhouses took Luo Yao and the others to Zhou Xing's body. Looking at Zhou Xing's body, everyone was a little stunned. They had thought about many situations, but they didn't expect this situation. Lin Xiao actually killed a level 9 powerhouse with his own strength, which was incredible. Zhou Xing still had an incredible look on his face at this time, and he didn't expect that he was fully prepared, and he was finally killed. Luo Yao's focus was not on Zhou Xing, and he immediately began to search for Lin Xiao's figure. Just now, when she heard the movement of the battle, she breathed a sigh of relief. Still fighting, it means that Lin Xiao is not dead yet. At this time, Zhou Xing's body was seen, so Lin Xiao should be fine. And soon, she found Lin Xiao's mecha hundreds of meters away. She immediately ran in that direction. Xu Wenchen and others also discovered this and also ran in that direction. Everyone saw that the mecha was lying quietly on the ground at this time, showing no signs of movement. This gave everyone a bad premonition, and in the end, it wouldn't end together, right? Lin Xiao, you must not be wrong. Lin Xiao was in the mecha at this time, because he couldn't see, he could only perk up his ears. He only hopes not to hear the sound of footsteps now, and hearing the sound of footsteps means that Zhou Xing is not dead. If Zhou Xing is not dead, he will die. And at this moment, Lin Xiao still heard the sound of footsteps. Lin Xiao, is it still a failure? The footsteps soon came to the mecha. Lin Xiao had already resigned himself to his fate at this time. He didn't make any sound, at this time, let himself be a quiet beautiful man. When Lin Xiao was already preparing for the worst, he suddenly heard some footsteps. This made Lin Xiao a little unsure. What's the situation? It seems that more than one person came? Lin Xiao was a little unsure, whether it was reinforcements or Zhou Xing's accomplices. Or did some surrounding spirit beasts rush over? Lin Xiao didn't know what the situation was now, so he decided to remain silent, at least until he knew who was coming. Luo Yao looked at the mecha lying there at this time, and her heart was mixed. She didn't know if Lin Xiao was dead or alive. She didn't cry, but her eyes were already red. She wanted to turn over the mecha one by one, but she used all her strength to breastfeed, but found that the mecha was too heavy and she couldn't turn it over at all. This is not because the mecha is heavy, but because the mecha is still holding the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast in its hand, and the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast is too heavy. Rao's Luo Yao's strength is not small, and he only let the mecha move slightly. Lin Xiao's heart was half cold. Was he ready to get himself out? It seems that it is not his own person. Luo Yao's heart also sank, although he failed to move the mecha, but if Lin Xiao was still alive, he would definitely have discovered his existence, but now Lin Xiao didn't speak. Is it already more auspicious than lucky? Thinking of this, Luo Yao couldn't help but leave 2 lines of tears in her eyes. At this time, Chu Wenchen and others also arrived at the scene, watching the mecha fall silent one by one. Especially Luo Yao's state, they realized something. Are they still one step back? The more silent the scene was, the more Lin Xiao was unsure of the situation. Damn it, are you talking to enemies or friends? At this moment, the sound of the roosters suddenly came. Why don't you all speak? If I heard it right, there seemed to be a heartbeat in the mecha. Lin Xiao should still be alive. Why did everyone have a painful expression? The words of the rooster made everyone present react. Yes, they haven't seen Lin Xiao's situation yet. Isn't it too hasty to announce his death like this? Chu Wenchen and the others immediately thought about it and turned the mecha over. Lin Xiao was also relieved when he heard the sound of the rooster. It turned out that he had arrived. Grandma's, who fought with Zhou Xing and was not killed, was almost scared to death by his own people. At this time, Lin Xiao directly used spiritual power to control his waist and put away the mecha. Lin Xiao's body was slowly revealed in front of everyone. Lin Xiao looked at the people in front of him and showed a kind smile. You are here. Seeing that Lin Xiao was still alive, Luo Yao couldn't hold back any longer, and threw herself directly into Lin Xiao's arms, crying until she cried with rain. Lin Xiao could feel Luo Yao's emotions. He didn't speak, just gently patted Luo Yao's back to soothe her emotions. Chu Wenchen and the others turned around silently. At this time, it was better not to disturb the two of them. After a while, Luo Yao's mood finally stabilized. What do you mean by me? You don't speak when we come, and you're still pretending to be dead there. You want to scare us to death. Lin Xiao was wronged, and he didn't know who was coming? The mecha was his last protection, and when he didn't know who the person was coming, how could he dare to make a sound? If it weren't for hearing the sound of the rooster, he would still be hiding in the mecha now. I really don't blame me for this. I was still fighting with that level 9 powerhouse just now. I only had time to deliver the final blow. I didn't know what happened after that, and then I heard your footsteps, and I didn't dare to speak without knowing whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. Luo Yao also reacted now. Lin Xiao's situation just now, he really didn't know the situation outside. And after she came here, she subconsciously thought that Lin Xiao had an accident and did not make a sound. I don't care, it's your fault anyway. Although Lin Xiao doesn't know much about love, there is one thing he knows, and he can't reason with women. Luo Yao is what he says. Okay. It's all my fault, by the way. What about that level 9 powerhouse? Killed by you? Luo Yao looked at Lin Xiao in surprise, and seeing Lin Xiao's pure eyes, she knew that Lin Xiao really didn't know the final situation. She was really curious about how Lin Xiao killed the 9th level powerhouse in this case. That 9th level powerhouse is indeed dead, but it was not we who killed him, but you killed him, and when we arrived, he was already a corpse. Lin Xiao was stunned. It seemed that his final blow had a surprisingly good effect. At the last moment, he actually killed the other party directly. GG, is this considered a frontal kill of a 9th level powerhouse? I can brag again in the future. And Lin Xiao also discovered that Chu Wenchen and the others looked at him differently now. Especially Li Heiren and other people who participated in the world competition. Lin Xiao's eyes were full of little stars. In the past, at most, it was a recognition of Lin Xiao's strength, but now all that was left for Lin Xiao and the others was admiration. Let's not talk about Lin Xiao leaving himself behind and leaving them behind. The fact that Lin Xiao was able to kill the 9th level was enough to make them admire the 5 bodies to the ground. It's good to be alive, this time, thanks to Lin Xiaozi, otherwise the consequences will be really unimaginable. Chu Wenchen didn't say compliments. This time, Lin Xiao did make a great contribution, not to mention that Lin Xiao took the lead in discovering the other party's plan and made them prepare in advance. In the subsequent battle, he even killed and injured several of the opponent's level 9 powerhouses, turning the tide and falling. If it weren't for Lin Xiao, even he might have to fold here. Now not only is his side unscathed, but the other party except Guli, everyone else has been killed. Even if it is the extreme night sect, it will lose so many strong people at once. I am afraid it will be distressing for a while. Principal, you are wrong, these are all things I should do. Hiyun didn't speak on the side, he looked at Lin Xiao and didn't know what to say. This incident has caused a lot of turmoil in the upper echelons of Kyoto, and if nothing else, my little uncle, another first-class meritorious person, I am afraid that he will not be able to run away. As expected of his little uncle, he is amazing. Okay, things are over. In order to prevent accidents, let's go out now. Don't worry, this time things can't pass so easily. We will definitely seek justice for you. Lin Xiao did not doubt this matter. Not to mention anything else, even if others don't care about this matter, the elderly in the nursing home will definitely seek justice for themselves. Grandmas, this Polar Night sect is too much. Lin Xiao now has a new understanding of the Polar Night sect. this can no longer be regarded as a terrorist organization. The Polar Knight sect is also involved in betrayal, and it is impossible for such an organization in China to allow its existence. It's just that with his current strength, he can't help with these things. When I go out this time, I want to have a good talk with Brother Cao. The mecha's energy has run out, and I don't know if it can replenish new energy. Now he knows the horror of mecha. After the mecha has energy, when it dies, it can also have some whole cards to defend itself, otherwise it will not be at ease in its heart. Under the leadership of Chu Wenchen, a group of people began to head towards the entrance of the secret realm. This time everyone was not very anxious. After all, the danger had been lifted. Coupled with so many level 9 powerhouses, these spirit beasts on the road were not a cause for concern at all. Along the way, everyone kept asking how Lin Xiao fought with Zhou Xing. Lin Xiao naturally couldn't let go of this opportunity to pretend, and told everyone about the battle. Everyone listened with relish, and their eyes looking at Lin Xiao were even more hot. Li Heiren and others almost recognized Lin Xiao as their boss. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't accept all the little brothers. Just kidding, accepting these people as little brothers. Aren't these people making a lot of money? How high is my seniority? Hiyun is still his eldest nephew. Taking these people as younger brothers, isn't it a slap in the face of Hiyun and others? Li Heiren and others wanted to ask Lin Xiao to borrow the mecha to play, but Lin Xiao refused without hesitation. It's not that he is reluctant, it's because the mecha really has no energy at all, and he can't play anymore. In this way, there was talk and laughter along the way, and it didn't take long to come to the entrance of the secret realm. After arriving at the entrance of the secret realm, Hiyun's face changed again. When entering the secret realm, he left 2 people to watch over Zhou Qing, and now Zhou Qing is dead. The 2 9th-level powerhouses who remained also looked depressed at this time. What's going on? Didn't you ask you to take good care of him? Why is this guy dead? The 2 9th-level powerhouses were also very depressed. We can't help it, shortly after you left, a level 9 powerhouse suddenly attacked and killed this guy directly, and then left directly. We couldn't catch up. Chu Wenchen's eyes narrowed slightly. He probably knew what was going on. If I guessed correctly, it was Guli who went and returned. I didn't expect this Guli to have such courage, but I underestimated this guy. It's a pity. I was thinking that I could get some news about the Polar Knight sect from this guy's mouth, but now it seems that there is no drama. Now the other party's only living mouth is Tang Can. How many secrets can a level 5 little guy know? It seems that there is still a long way to go to find the Polar Knight sect. Lin Xiao also found out about the situation here, but he didn't care about those. After leaving the secret realm, he found that his bottleneck was loose. If nothing else, he may be about to break through. This time, it's finally my turn. Lin Xiao found that the secret realm was really his blessed land. 2 breakthroughs in succession seemed to be related to the secret realm. The last time I broke through when I first entered the secret realm, and this time although I didn't break through when I entered the secret realm, I broke through as soon as I left the secret realm, which seems to be good. It was hard to find a feeling, and Lin Xiao naturally couldn't give up this opportunity. Everyone, please help me protect the law. If nothing else, I should be breaking through. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Chu Wenchen and the others immediately looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. They all knew Lin Xiao's situation. It seemed that it didn't take long to break through to level 3. Didn't they expect to break through again so soon? This is naturally good news for everyone. Chu Wenchen consciously surrounded Lin Xiao in the center. So many 9th level strong protectors. Lin Xiao wanted to have an accident, and it was difficult for him to do so. Lin Xiao couldn't control so much anymore, so he sat cross-legged on the ground. Lin Xiao was still looking forward to his breakthrough, and what he was most looking forward to was breaking through to level 4, what kind of spiritual skills he could get. He really wanted an attack spiritual skill now, although the pupil of illusion and the eye of control could barely be regarded as an attack spiritual skill, but he still didn't have any of the pure attack spiritual skills. It's a pity that the spiritual skill of autonomous awakening is not something he can control. He could only hope that this time he could give himself an offensive spiritual skill. In addition to this, he also had a level 7 spirit bead in his hand, and the spiritual skill contained in it was the petrified pupil. You must know that this is a 7th level spirit bead. Brother Cao said that he may absorb it when he is at level 4. This is an unprecedented feat. When he was at level 4, he absorbed the spirit beads of level 7, which no one had done before. If he could really obtain the spiritual skill of the petrified pupil, he didn't know how much improvement it could bring to himself, but one thing was certain, the improvement of the spiritual skill to his strength was undoubtedly huge. In Lin Xiao's expectation, he began his own breakthrough. The reason why Lin Xiao was able to break through so quickly was inseparable from the battle with Zhou Xing. Although Lin Xiao used the power of the mecha, many of the battles were similar to his personal participation, and the battle with the 9th level powerhouse really benefited him a lot. After the battle, Lin Xiao was only one step away from breaking through to level 4. After coming out of the secret realm, the change in the concentration of spiritual energy caused his bottleneck to be impacted, which was also the main reason why he felt that the time to break through had come as soon as he left the secret realm. Lin Xiao immediately controlled his spiritual power and began to hit the bottleneck. Although Lin Xiao has already felt the opportunity, it is not easy to break through the bottleneck. This time it didn't break the bottleneck immediately. Lin Xiao was not surprised. If it was very simple, it would be a bit unrealistic. Although this impact failed, Lin Xiao also felt that his bottleneck was loosened a little. As long as you continue, it is only a matter of time before you break through the bottleneck. Lin Xiao's mentality was very relaxed, and with Lin Xiao's impact again and again, the bottleneck became looser and looser. With Lin Xiao's impact again, the bottleneck from level 3 to level 4 was finally impacted by him. The surrounding aura immediately surged towards him. This is the entrance to the secret realm, and the density of spiritual energy is much richer than other places. Therefore, Lin Xiao's breakthrough was also a lot easier. Lin Xiao didn't check what his spiritual skill was for the first time. He was the first to feel the change in his spiritual power. At this time the total amount of spiritual energy in his body had increased a lot before, and when he used his spiritual skill in the future, he would be even more handy. While protecting the Dharma, Chu Wenchen and others were also observing Lin Xiao, and seeing that Lin Xiao had successfully promoted, they were also happy for Lin Xiao. Everyone, do you feel that Lin Xiaozi has only advanced to the 4th level? Isn't this absorbing spiritual energy a little too much? Did you find it too? Although the level of the ability is different, the spiritual energy absorbed will be different, but I still feel that he absorbs a lot of spiritual energy. That's right, there are also SSS level awakeners among my students, and when they broke through to level 4, they didn't seem to absorb so much spiritual power. I can't figure it out. What do you want to do so much? It's not a bad thing anyway. That's right, the secret journey has gained a lot, not to mention everyone's strength improvement, when Ji and Lin Xiao have broken through, and the certainty of winning this Lingnia competition is a little greater. Lin Xiao couldn't hear everyone's conversation, and he was breaking through with peace of mind. In addition to the change in the total amount of spiritual power, Lin Xiao's strength also increased a lot again, and Lin Xiao didn't know what to say at this time. With each upgrade, his strength will be qualitatively improved, even more than the increase in the strength system. If you say that you are a power system, there will be no one who does not believe it. As for how much his strength has increased, Lin Xiao doesn't know. Anyway, Lin Xiao knows, and the increase must be a lot. After that, Lin Xiao was most concerned about it, and he didn't know what spiritual skills he gave himself after breaking through to level 4. It must be an attack spiritual skill. With apprehension, Lin Xiao began to check his spiritual skills. As soon as he saw his spiritual skills, Lin Xiao's whole person was not good. His own spiritual skill is still not an attack spiritual skill. True, I can see all illusions and resist most spiritual attacks. Lin Xiao, stepping on horseback. I'm so hard. Is it so difficult to get an attack skill? This Eye of Truth looks quite good, but it doesn't seem to be of much use in battle. Seriously. In the subsequent battles, he could meet several opponents who used illusions and spiritual attacks, and this spiritual skill was really tasteless. It seems that his attack spiritual skill has to be placed on the petrified pupil. When I go back, I will go to Brother Cao, I can't wait. After the breakthrough was successful, Lin Xiao also opened his eyes. Seeing that Lin Xiao had successfully broken through, everyone immediately gathered around and congratulated Lin Xiao on his congratulations. Lin boy, you have broken through, why don't you seem to be very happy? What are the new abilities? Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. Did he show so obviously? Alas, I want an attack spiritual skill, but unfortunately I was given an auxiliary spiritual skill again, the real eye, which can see through illusion and resist spiritual attacks. It seems to be useless. Everyone, damn, you kid is really in the middle of a blessing and doesn't know the blessing. The Eye of Truth is so awesome, okay. In many places, your ability is a magic skill. Lin Xiao looked at everyone suspiciously. Look at you who have never seen the world, what is so good about this spiritual skill? Anyway, compared to the real eye, I still want an offensive spiritual skill more. It's so hard for me. Chu Wenchen and the others really envied Lin Xiao, although the Eye of Truth was useless most of the time, but at the critical moment, it was really a good thing to save his life. Okay, don't show off, let's go back home. There is not much time before the world competition, you have a good rest. We also have to go back and investigate the matter of the Polar Knight sect. Lin Xiao, where do you see that I'm showing off? Forget it, spiritual skills are fixed. No matter how uncomfortable you are, you can't change this fact, so it's better to accept it calmly. It's time to go back. Before that, you can try the effect of your own real eye. I don't have a chance to experience illusions and the like, but there are still mental attacks. Isn't Li Heiren's spiritual system right next to me? Li Heiren, give me some mental attacks, let me try the effect of the true eye. Lin Xiao's words were not polite at all. If before, Li Heiren, as Lin Xiao's rival, would be somewhat unconvinced. Now Li Heiren has been completely impressed by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's methods convinced him. Even he was a little ashamed of himself. Only a man like Lin Xiao was worthy of Luoyao. Alright, be careful, I'm going to attack. Lin Xiao nodded, and he directly opened his eyes for truth. This was the first time Lin Xiao had used the Eye of Truth. He had only roughly understood the effect of the Eye of Truth before, and only then did Lin Xiao know the true effect of the Eye of Truth. It is unknown whether he can see through the illusion and resist the spiritual attack Lin Xiao. What he does know is that after using the Eye of Truth, Lin Xiao felt that his whole person was sublimated. His mind has never been clearer. At this moment, Li Heiren's spirit hit. Lin Xiao and Li Heiren had fought before. As long as Li Heiren used mental attacks, Lin Xiao would inevitably be forcibly controlled for a period of time. But this time Lin Xiao only felt a slight dizziness in his head. And this feeling was just a flash, and before he could resist, the feeling disappeared. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. This real eye seemed to be not as unbearable as he imagined. You use your ultimate move, it's just a simple mental impact, and you don't feel it at all. Seeing Lin Xiao's understatement, Li Heiren looked at Lin Xiao and admired him even more. Then be careful, I haven't used this trick before, mental puncture. I don't know if Li Heiren has confidence in Lin Xiao's strength or not, so he directly enlarged the move. Although the mental attack was invisible and intangible, Lin Xiao still felt the danger. This spiritual puncture seems to be incomparable to the previous spiritual attack. Even if this move is an ordinary level 6 powerhouse, if he hits this move, he may become a fool. Although this move was very strong, Lin Xiao had no intention of dodging. The effect of the Eye of Truth is turned on to the maximum. What Lin Xiao didn't know was that at this moment, his pupils turned golden yellow. And just when Lin Xiao's pupils changed color, he found that he could see the mental attack that he couldn't see and touch before. Li Heiren's spiritual attack was directly embodied in Lin Xiao's eyes. In Lin Xiao's eyes, it was a drill-like attack attacking him. Just as Lin Xiao was thinking about how his true eyes would resist this attack, a layer of golden brilliance appeared beside him. After Li Heiren's attack encountered the golden brilliance, it seemed to be blocked, and the drill bit was constantly weakened, although it finally broke through the golden brilliance, but it was also the end of the strong crossbow. In the end, the aftermath fell on Lin Xiao, and the attack was not even as good as the previous mental impact. At this time, Lin Xiao had a deeper understanding of his true eye. This should be Li Heiren's ultimate, and in the face of such an attack, he could still block it. It is enough to show the strength of the real eye. You must know that there is a gap between the two of them. If nothing else, if you beat Li Heiren in the future, it won't be too simple. Li Heiren saw Lin Xiao so easily and took his attack, giving Lin Xiao a thumbs up. Amazing, this is already my strongest attack. Thank you, I know almost everything about my spiritual skills. Chu Wenchen and the others were watching from the sidelines, and they were also shocked by Lin Xiao's true eyes at this time. The golden brilliance that Lin Xiao saw, they couldn't see, they could only see Lin Xiao's pupils turn golden. This kind of invisible battle is the most dangerous. Okay, I almost understand the spiritual skills, can I go back? Yes, it's time to go back. Just as everyone was about to go back, a soft snort suddenly came from the scene. Everyone's eyes were involuntarily attracted to the past. Soon found the source of the sound. Who else could it be if not Tang Can? Tang Can has always been in charge of Tang Xing, and since the start of the battle, in order to prevent Tang Can from mischief, whenever Tang Can has signs of waking up, Tang Xing will not hesitate to knock him unconscious. Tang Xing looked at the crowd and prepared to give Tang Can another knife. Chu Wenchen stopped him. Okay, let him wake up, take this opportunity to interrogate him properly. Tang Xing stopped angrily, not to mention, he has been used to knocking recently, and he is still a little addicted. Tang Can woke up and saw the situation in front of him clearly as soon as he opened his eyes. He felt very uncomfortable seeing so many people's eyes fall on him. Although he was in a coma the whole time, he almost understood the general situation from the situation at the scene. It seems that their plans have failed. These people participating in the world competition are fine. Not only that, even Chu Wenchen and others don't seem to have been harmed in any way. There are so many strong people on the scene, how is this possible? Isn't their plan foolproof? Chu Wenchen had already come to Tang Can at this time. Little guy, we already know your true identity, now give you a chance to tell us about the situation of the Polar Knight sect that you know, you may be able to suffer less. Tang Can was completely awake at this time, and he did not answer Chu Wenchen's question immediately, but swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Give me water and food. Chu Wenchen didn't expect that Tang Can's first sentence turned out to be water and food. Lin Xiao only then realized that Tang Can seemed to have lost a lot of weight compared to before. He seemed to remember something. Tang Xing, you won't have been giving this guy food and water, will you? Tang Xing was stunned for a moment and thought about it carefully. It doesn't seem to be there. I took this guy with me all the way. Anyway, every time there is a tendency to wake up, I knock him unconscious, and I really didn't give him a sip of water. Lin Xiao covered his face. From Tang Can being knocked unconscious to now, it seems to have been 3 or 4 days, right? Think about it, either fleeing or rushing. Even if you are hungry, you will take some dry food to satisfy your hunger. Who will pay attention to such a prisoner? It's a miracle that this guy is still alive. Chu Wenchen and others also thought of this, and they were all a little embarrassed. Although Tang Can's behavior is despicable, there is still a place where this guy can be used, and he doesn't give him any water, which seems to be really unreasonable. Although he thought so in his heart, Chu Wenchen did not immediately give this guy water and food. At this time, it was Tang Can's psychology at its most fragile, and maybe in this case, he could ask something. Tang Can, as long as you answer my questions, whether it's food or water, I will give it to you. Tang Can swallowed his saliva, but he became rarely hard. He regretted waking up. If he was still in a coma, at least it wouldn't be so uncomfortable. Humph. If you want to kill or chop casually, it is impossible to get information from my mouth. God bless my teaching, and the polar night will last forever. Chu Wenchen didn't have any surprises about Tang Can's hard mouth, and after fighting with the Polar Night sect for so many years, he knew a little about the Polar Night sect. There is a reason why the Polar Night sect is so difficult. It is that these people have very tight mouths. Even if their cultivation level is not high, it is difficult to get useful news from their mouths. If Tang Can directly told him something about the Polar Night sect, Chu Wenchen would suspect that there was fraud. Since you don't want to say it, then you are still hungry and thirsty. We don't raise idlers here, Lin Xiao. I originally thought about going back now. I suddenly changed my mind now. I suddenly felt a little hungry. I haven't eaten well before. I think you are hungry too. Just take advantage of the free time now. Have a good meal. When Chu Wenchen said this, everyone immediately nodded and looked at Lin Xiao with hopeful eyes. After returning to the base, Lin Xiao probably won't cook for them. They have to seize this opportunity. Lin Xiao did not object. He knew what Chu Wenchen meant. Sometimes using punishment may not have any effect on dealing with people like Tang Can, and there may be unexpected gains from other aspects. It seems that everyone is hungry. Just eat here and then leave. Tang Xing, tie this guy to the tree over there. You come over and help. Okay, let's do it. Tang Xing quickly tied Tang Can to a tree, then came to Lin Xiao's side, and began to work under Lin Xiao's command. Lin Xiao felt the direction of the wind and found a place to set up a stove. Coincidentally, the place where Tang Can was tied was the tuyere, and he might not be able to eat what Lin Xiao made, but he must be the first to smell it. Tang Can also tasted Lin Xiao's craftsmanship, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva at this time. He felt hungrier and thirstier. Damn, these people don't think they can't even stand this, right? Just use this to test the cotters? Who do you look down on? It is definitely impossible for you to give in. This time, because there were more than a dozen 9th-level powerhouses, Lin Xiao's meals naturally had to be cooked more, and soon the aroma of the meal would spread out. At the beginning, those 9th-level powerhouses of the military department didn't understand why they had to eat here, except for Yun. Now they don't think about that. The meals just smell like an appetite. I think it must be delicious. It seems like a good idea to have a meal here. Lin Xiao spent nearly 2 hours just cooking this time. There was no way. There were a lot of things that needed to be done, and it naturally took more time. And Tang Can also suffered from a fragrance attack for 2 hours. The aroma of the food stimulated his nerves, and he felt even hungrier, wanting to swallow but feeling that he was out of saliva. This feeling is really worse than being tortured. After the meal was ready, everyone quickly started moving. After those 9th-level powerhouses of the military headquarters took a bite, they couldn't stop anymore. Mom, what kind of fairy delicacy is this? Are the ones I ate before really eaten by people? Lin Xiao took a roe deer leg at this time and casually came to the vicinity of Tang Can. I nibbled on the roe deer meat and kept pouting. Tang Can had never felt so uncomfortable. He knew that Lin Xiao was torturing himself, but he really had no way at all. He felt like he was about to run out of steam. I said, what are you still insisting on? Anyway, it's all like this. Your end is already doomed. Why bother to work hard for the Polar Night sect? Tell me everything you know, although you may still die, but at least you can be a dead ghost and not be tortured, right? Oh, this meat is so tender, so fragrant. Tang Can, plate, stepping on horseback. This guy is a real dog. He had to admit that he was moved. Tang Can also knew that since he had now fallen into the hands of Lin Xiao and others, the final result would be death. The crimes he committed were indeed difficult to atone for. He was not afraid of death, and when he took on this task, he was also ready to die. It's one thing not to be afraid of death, the key is how to die. If he was starved to death like this, he felt that he really couldn't bear it. Tang Can's heart has begun to waver. Lin Xiao quickly discovered this, and his pouting became louder. Tang Can persisted for a while, but finally couldn't hold on. As long as you promise me to give me food and drink, and give me a good time later, I will tell you everything I know. Lin Xiao waited for this sentence. He knew that Chu Wenchen had been paying attention to his situation here. He waved his hand at Chu Wenchen. Brother Chu, I'll leave the rest to you. Chu Wenchen smiled. He just wanted to try, but he didn't expect it to really succeed. This Tang Can is even more fragile than he imagined. Chu Wenchen immediately walked over and began to ask about Tang Can's situation in the extreme night sect. Lin Xiao didn't leave too far, and he also wanted to know some of the situation of the Polar Night sect. Unfortunately, although Tang Can has good talent, his cultivation is still too low, and he doesn't know much about the situation of the Polar Night sect. Like where the headquarters of the Polar Night sect is, Tang Kan doesn't know. He and CAIG were both lurkers, but they were suddenly awakened and came to carry out the mission. Where the headquarters of the Extreme Night sect is, Tang Kan is not qualified to know. From Tang Kan's mouth, he still knew something useful. The place where Tang Kan was located was an orphanage, said to be an orphanage, but in fact it was a branch of the Polar Night sect. In addition to this, Tang Kan also knew some other branches, all of which were orphanages and the like. Lin Xiao only felt that there was a nameless fire when he heard this. He was also from the orphanage, and the Polar Night sect actually regarded the orphanage as a branch of the training cultists. What a damn it! That's all I know. You should fulfill what you promised me, right? Chu Wenchen did not embarrass Tang Kan and let him have a full meal. After his hearty meal, he was sent on his way. When Tang Kan explained just now, he also said some evil things he had done, and those things were enough for him to die several times. Before he died, he could eat a meal made by Lin Xiao, and he would have no regrets. Tang Kan's problem has been solved, and now he really wants to go back. Chu Wenchen and the others first collected the bodies of innocent people who were about to enter the secret realm but were killed by Gu Li and others. Speaking of which, these people are also implicated by them. When I return to Kyoto, let the families of these people collect the bodies. Chu Wenchen would not treat these people badly, and those level 9 powerhouses he killed all had space rings on their bodies. The things inside are worth a lot of money, and those things are regarded as compensation for these people. It's just a pity that the rings of the few strong people killed in the secret realm have all been taken away by Gu Li, and Gu Li has now escaped, otherwise the harvest this time can be more. But even so, these are enough to compensate the families of those who died. Lin Xiao and the others came by car, He Yun and these strong people ran over on 2 legs in order to hurry up, and in this situation, they definitely couldn't let them run back on 2 legs, right? Fortunately, everyone found the transportation of the Extreme Night sect nearby, so everyone was arranged properly. At this time, Lin Xiao had already gotten into the car returning to Kyoto. In the car, Lin Xiao took out his mobile phone. As soon as I turned on my phone, I saw that the information on it was 99+. He immediately opened his green bubble and found that the people who sent messages were all old people who loved each other. The old man already knew his situation. Because Mirangyu was not there, even if they wanted to support them, they couldn't do anything because of the distance. Seeing the old people's consternate himself, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little moved. I reported peace in the group as soon as possible. Brothers and sisters, you have come out of the secret realm, the danger has been lifted, don't worry. Seeing Lin Xiao bubbling, the group exploded directly. Lin boy, it's great that you're okay, we're all worried to death. The fucking Polar Night sect is really bold, and sooner or later it will destroy this group of bitches. Are the others okay? You are all the baby's pimple of the country. Looking at the old people's gossip, the corners of Lin Xiao's mouth slowly began to rise. Anla, everyone is fine, but the other party has died a lot. For these old people, Lin Xiao had nothing to hide, and told the old people what happened. During this period, he said something about his own performance. Between the lines, it means to ask for praise. Although Lin Xiao said it lightly, and he downplayed some dangers, none of these old men were human beings, and they all heard the dangers from it. The old people didn't point it out, and began to line up to shout 666 to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's vanity was instantly satisfied. After chatting with the old man for a while, Lin Xiao ended the call. Unknowingly, he had arrived in Kyoto. After arriving in Kyoto, the group separated. Chu Wenchen took Lin Xiao and others to the base, and He Yun took those strong men to other places. Now he has a heavy task, and sending back those who have been killed innocently can be arranged to the people below. Their main task is to find trouble with the Polar Night sect. From Tang Ken's mouth, he knew some branches of the Polar Night sect, and in order to prevent the night from being long and dreaming, he had to make a lightning raid. Otherwise, after the other party reacts, they may lose the opportunity to attack the Extreme Night sect. Although Tang Ken didn't know much, no one knew if there would be big fish in these branches. If you follow the vine, it is not impossible to find the news of the headquarters of the Polar Night sect. Of course, these things have nothing to do with Lin Xiao. He wants to return to the base immediately now, and then find Cao Bo. He has too many things to discuss with Cao Bo. When he was in the group just now, Cao Bo didn't speak, which made Lin Xiao a little itchy. It didn't take long for Lin Xiao to come to the base of the Special Spiritual Martial Forces. As soon as he arrived at the base, Lin Xiao saw Cao Bo. Cao Bo was standing at the gate of the base at this time, and when he saw Lin Xiao and the others coming back, a smile finally appeared on his face. Lin Xiao was about to get out of the car as soon as possible. Cao Bo looked at Lin Xiao carefully and made sure that there were no wounds on his body, and then slowly spoke. "It's okay. Brother, now is not the time to talk about this. I have too many things to tell you. Let's go to your laboratory to talk." "Okay. I have seen everything you said in the group, and I am also very curious about the gains of your trip." Lin Xiao and Cao Bo went to the laboratory like this, and the others thought about it and followed. After arriving at the laboratory, Cao Bo looked at so many people behind him and frowned. I have something to talk about with Lin Xiao. Why are so many of you following me? Although Lin Xiao was anxious, he also knew that his affairs could not be rushed, and Chu Wenchen and others also had something to talk to brother Cao. Chu Wenchen saw that Cao Bo was a little impatient, and he immediately coughed lightly twice. Lao Cao, don't worry, let's simply say some things and leave, it won't bother you for too long, you are an expert in research, we found the spirit stone mine, and we brought it back, don't you want to show you how about these spirit stones? Regarding the situation of the spirit stone mine, Lin Xiao and the group didn't say anything, he just talked about the situation of fighting with those people. Knowing that a spirit stone mine had been found in the secret realm, Cao Bo's eyes also lit up. What are you still stunned for? Take out all the spirit stone mines. Chu Wenchen looked at the laboratory and said slowly. It's not that I don't want to take it out, it's that your laboratory is a little too small to take out, and most of it is with Lin Xiao and Tuanzi. This time Cao Bo was really shocked. Did he get so many spirit stones? I can't take out that much, won't you take out a few pieces for me to study first? Chu Wenchen immediately looked at Li Haoshan and the others. You little guys, take out your spirit stones first. Li Haoshan and the others nodded. As long as they had space rings, they all took out the spirit stones. Not everyone has a space ring, but even so, the spirit stones taken out have crowded the laboratory a lot. Cao Bo's eyes were immediately attracted by those spirit stones. He picked up the spirit stones and observed them carefully. Well, the quality of these spirit stones is not bad, they are all middle grade spirit stones, although the grade is a little lower, but they can't stand the large amount, and they can be studied for a while. Then all this will be left to you, Lao Cao, little guys, you all go back and rest, there is nothing to do with you here for the time being, of course we will not treat you badly, one person brings back a flat spirit stone, it is your hard work. Everyone was overjoyed, yipping spirit stones were really a lot, enough for them to use for a long time. I knew before that they would share some, but I didn't expect Chu Wenchen to be so generous. Cao Bo did not object. He had already seen that there were a lot of spirit stones he got this time, these little guys worked so hard, there was nothing wrong with one person giving it to one party. Those with space rings immediately began to get busy, and each took a spirit stone, and a few who don't have space rings are a little embarrassed. There are not many spirit stones on this side, but there are definitely a lot of them, they can't just move it back, right? Lin Xiao saw the dilemma of these people. He directly took out a few space rings, poured out all the contents, and then threw these rings to a few people. These are the smallest space rings, here for you. Several people were overjoyed, and their eyes on Lin Xiao were different. Even the space ring with the smallest space can be sold for sky-high prices outside, and the key is that there is no market. And Lin Xiao gave it to them without blinking. This is not good, why don't we pay for it? Why so much nonsense, hurry up and leave, what about my business? Seeing Lin Xiao's wealthy appearance, everyone couldn't say anything more, and the spirit stones that had finished pretending to be one side left one by one. After having the ball, Lin Xiao no longer attaches so much importance to the space ring. When the level of the dumplings is raised a little more, the space ring itself does not want as much as it wants. Who cares about that little money? After Li Haoran and others left, only Chu Wenchen and a few people were left at the scene, as well as Luo Yao and Tuanzi. Luo Yao stayed here, it was Lin Xiao's permission, and he would ask Luo Yao for benefits later. How many spirit stones haven't been taken out? Lin Xiao roughly estimated. Brother, there are almost more than 1,000 square meters. Rao Cao Bo was prepared, but he was still shocked. You must know that Lin Xiao and the others only went to the 7th level secret realm this time. It would be good to find spirit stones in the 7th level secret realm, and it was incredible that they even found such a large spirit stone mine. Cao Bo seemed to think of something, and searched among the remaining spirit stones at the scene. After discovering that these spirit stones were all middle-grade spirit stones, he took Lin Xiao and a few others to the next door. Next door to the laboratory is a large warehouse. Although there are a lot of things in it, there are still a lot of empty spaces. Lin Xiao was a little unclear, he didn't know what medicine was sold in Cao Bo's gourd. Although the spirit stone is a good thing, there is no need to be so anxious. He was still waiting for Cao Bo to help him see what to do with his level 7 spirit bead, as well as the corpse of the gold swallowing beast, and also to see if it could be made into a weapon. Brother, although there are a lot of spirit stones, they can't run, we still have business. You know what a fart, hurry up and take out all the spirit stones. Seeing Cao Bo's excited appearance, Lin Xiao couldn't say anything more, so he could only take out all the spirit stones. Tuanzi was no exception, taking out all the spirit stones in its storage space. Soon the huge warehouse will be filled with spirit stones, so many spirit stones, so that the surrounding spiritual energy becomes rich. Although Cao Bo was prepared, he was still a little excited to see so many spirit stones. He held back the excitement in his heart and began to search in the spirit stone. Lin Xiao didn't know what Cao Bo was looking for, but it should be a good thing to make Cao Bo so cautious. And Cao Bo's laughter soon came. Ha ha ha, as I expected, there really is. Cao Bo found almost a few hundred spirit stones in a pile of spirit stones, and when he saw these spirit stones, Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. After feeling it carefully, these spirit stones seemed to contain more spiritual power than other spirit stones. Brother, isn't this? That's right, it is not scientific in itself to be able to find middle-grade spirit stones in the 7th level secret realm, plus the area is so large, there can only be one reason for this, that is, among these spirit stones, there may be higher-grade spirit stones. I have checked it, among these spirit stones, there is a top-grade spirit stone and 300 high-grade spirit stones. When collecting spirit stones before, there were too many spirit stones, and Lin Xiao directly collected them all before he had time to check them. I didn't know that there were top-grade spirit stones and high-grade spirit stones in it. Otherwise, he will have to keep a few pieces for himself. At this time, Cao Bo was holding a unique spirit stone in his hand, and this one should be the only top-grade spirit stone. For some reason, Lin Xiao felt a familiar aura on this spirit stone, but he couldn't remember when he had come into contact with the best spirit stone, which made him puzzled. Is there only one top-grade spirit stone? Cao Bo, oh, are you talking about human language? I'm so old, and I've gotten a top-grade spirit stone before. You can get one in the 7th level secret realm, just have fun, what else do you want? When Cao Bo said this, Lin Xiao knew the rarity of the best spirit stone. I understand, for some reason, when I see this top-grade spirit stone, I have a familiar feeling. I don't seem to have touched this top-grade spirit stone before? Why haven't you been in contact? How do you think the mecha I gave you works? Relying on the best spirit stone, I was thinking about how to repair the mecha, so you sent the best spirit stone yourself, and quickly took out the mecha. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. He said how he thought this top-grade spirit stone was familiar. It turned out that the energy of the mecha came from the top-grade spirit stone. Lin Xiao didn't think much about it, and directly took out the mecha. Cao Bo tinkered with the mecha for a while, and quickly took out a spirit stone from the mecha that had run out of energy, put a new top-grade spirit stone in, and then handed it to Lin Xiao again. The mecha has been repaired. There is only this one of the best spirit stones, or that sentence, don't use mecha unless it is a last resort in the future. Lin Xiao, Sigma, degree mouth degree. There is only one top-grade spirit stone. Is it really good to give it directly to yourself like this? I'm still a little embarrassed to do it. Chu Wenchen walked up to Lin Xiao and patted him on the shoulder. Take it, you deserve it. Wei Yan and the others also nodded frequently. They didn't have any opinion about Lin Xiao getting this top-grade spirit stone. Lin Xiao was no longer pretentious. He really needed this top-grade spirit stone. This was a good thing to save his life. With it, he could have the capital to fight with the 9th level powerhouse. Then thank you. Don't mess with these useless things. If you really want to talk about it, we still have to thank you. After Cao Bo finished repairing the mecha, he looked at the mountain of spirit stones again. With these spirit stones, he felt that he could study it for a while. Lao Cao, these spirit stones are placed here with you, and the spirit stones can only play their role in the hands of people like you, and we can only replenish some spiritual power when we lack spiritual power. Cao Bo rolled his eyes. It's good to know. I don't plan to give it to you. Chu Wenchen, if you are a little polite, you will die. Cao Bo didn't care what Chu Wenchen thought. He continued to talk to himself. The spirit stones you sent can be regarded as a great help to me. I have been researching supernatural weapons before, although supernatural weapons have been successfully researched, but how to quickly charge has always been a problem. With these spirit stones, this problem has barely been solved. Lin Xiao was also overjoyed. If the spirit stone could solve the problem of rapid charging of supernatural weapons, it would give him another trump card. After all, he couldn't meet any enemies on the mecha. He didn't have so many top-grade spirit stones to ruin. Brother, it's really good to say this. The supernatural weapon in my hand, please give priority to the transformation. It's a small problem. As long as the spirit stone is used as a backup energy, it can only be used in critical situations, and if you are not in a hurry, let it absorb energy and charge it yourself. Lin Xiao recognized this very much, so that it could indeed be wasted. The problem of the spirit stone was almost solved, and with Cao Bo's permission, Lin Xiao took some more spirit stones and put them into his space ring. I don't know when these things will be used, and there is nothing wrong with taking some of them myself. The remaining spirit stones are placed in the warehouse, and it is absolutely safe here. Several people returned to the laboratory again, and the next thing was the highlight. Cao Bo also knew what Chu Wenchen was here for a few days. Okay, take out the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast. Lin Xiao nodded and took out the body of the gold-swallowing beast. As soon as he saw the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast, Cao Bo's saliva flowed down directly. This is a rare material. Cao Bo directly threw everyone aside and began to study it himself. From time to time, some treasures appeared in his hands, and Cao Bo took them and knocked on the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast. Those treasures that were not surprising could not cause any damage to the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast, and that's all. His treasures were damaged a lot because of this. Chu Wenchen couldn't see Cao Bo being so violent. You must know that many of the treasures that Cao Bo took out were top-notch treasures, and they were destroyed like this, and he was heartbroken. Lao Cao, you don't have to try, the top long swords I bought with a lot of money have all been shattered, and these treasures of yours are naturally no exception. The corpse of this gold-swallowing beast is definitely the best material. Do you want to say? Can't I see it myself? What do you want to express? Ahem, I mean, in order to kill the gold-swallowing beast, I wasted a top treasure. You have to give me back somewhat. I am not greedy. The corpse of the gold-swallowing beast is so big, you can just make me a long sword. You look ugly and think it's quite beautiful, not to mention that I haven't thought about how to deal with the gold-swallowing beast now, how to make it into a weapon. It's a big problem. After all, it's too hard. Even if you can handle it, it's impossible to make a long sword for you. At most I'll make you a long sword, plus some materials on the gold-swallowing beast. It's a deal. Wei-yin and the others couldn't stand it anymore. The reason why they stayed here wasn't just for this moment? What about us? What about us? Okay, there are both, but you have to wait until I succeed in my research. It's okay, get out of here, except for Brother Lin and his younger siblings. You all leave, look upset. Chu Wenxin and the others have achieved their goal, so naturally they will not stay here for long. One by one, they left happily. Cao Bo put away the corpse of the gold-swallowing beast, wanting to make it a weapon. It would take a while to study, and now there are other things, obviously not the time to study. Brother and sister, what weapons do you all use? When I succeed in my research, I will give priority to building weapons for you. I have seen it just now. The current gold-swallowing beast is the best alloy for corpses. It is already very perfect, and the materials will be used for you when the time comes. Lin Xiao, degree. And there you have it. What is differential treatment? Lin Xiao is not polite to Cao Bo. They are all their own people, and if they are polite, they will be divided. Brother, I use a long sword, and Yao Yao uses a spear. Okay, I know, but it may take some time. After all, the gold-swallowing beast is too hard. I don't know how to deal with it now. I may need to find some old brothers to help. When I succeed in researching, I will fix it for you. Brother, I'm not in a hurry. I have other things to look for you. For that 7th level spirit bead, right? When I first saw you, I found that you had broken through. To be honest, I didn't expect you to break through so quickly. When I first saw you, you had just awakened, and it was only a few months, and you were all level 4. It's not that you taught me well, brother. Don't talk about this, brother. Tell me, how can I absorb this spirit bead? Lin Xiao said as he took out the 7th level spirit beads in the space ring. Luo Yao didn't speak all the time, and she was also confused when she saw Lin Xiao take out the 7th level spirit bead. Judging from the aura on this spirit bead, it was definitely not a level 4 spirit bead. Lin Xiao wouldn't want to absorb the spirit beads across levels, right? This is something that no one has ever done before. Lin Xiao, you want to absorb the spirit beads across levels? Isn't it too dangerous? Don't worry, Brother Cao will take care of it for me. At most it will be a failure, I won't be in any danger. Hearing Lin Xiao say this, Luo Yao was a little relieved, but she still felt a little unreliable, and it was such a simple thing to absorb the spirit beads by leapfrogging. If it was really that simple, someone would have already leapfrogged and absorbed the spirit beads. I still feel a little unreliable. Why don't we be more stable and find a level 4 spirit bead to absorb? Although Lin Xiao knew that Luo Yao would worry about him, how could he agree? You must know how long he has been greedy for this petrified pupil. Although the petrified pupil sounds like a control technique, but Lin Xiao has seen the power of the petrified pupil, saying that he has an attack skill is also good. After all, the opponent has been petrified, and he will not be slaughtered after that. Even if there was a risk, he had to absorb this spirit bead. Yao Yao, don't worry, I know it in my heart, so don't persuade me anymore. When Luo Yao saw Lin Xiao say this, she also knew that it was useless to persuade her. At this time, I can only trust Lin Xiao. The most important thing is that even if Lin Xiao is unreliable, Cao Bo should not joke about Lin Xiao's life. Thinking of this, Luo Yao was also a little looking forward to the effect of Lin Xiao leapfrogging and absorbing the spirit beads. If so, I wonder if she can do it too. Her current cultivation is already at the peak of the 5th level, and she may break through at any time. At that time, he would be able to absorb 2 more spirit beads. If you can leapfrog and absorb, can your combat power be improved a lot? This trip to the secret realm made Luo Yao realize the lack of her strength. She desperately wants to become stronger. Lin Xiao didn't know what Luo Yao was thinking, his eyes were on Cao Bo's body. He was also curious about what Cao Bo would do with these 7th level spirit beads. After Cao Bo took Lin Xiao's spirit bead, he began to study it directly. He had been studying this issue for more than a day or two. After all, Lin Xiao had talked to him about this issue before. The reason why he hadn't asked for Lin Xiao's spirit bead was because there weren't many I-type spirit beads, and he was also afraid that this level 7 spirit bead would be directly scrapped by him. During this period of time, in addition to the necessary research, he was tinkering with the spirit beads. The spirit beads that he has been abolished these days are not 100 or 80. By now, he was almost able to perfectly handle the spiritual power in the spirit beads. The only question at this time is whether Lin Xiao can absorb it. After he reduced the spiritual power of many high-level spirit beads, he found some volunteers to experiment, but unfortunately, even if the spirit beads were dealt with by him, these people could not absorb them successfully. Of course, this was also expected by him. If it was so easy to succeed, then someone would have succeeded long ago. The only thing that made him happy was that although this method wasted a lot of spirit beads, those volunteers did not lose anything. Even if it failed, it was equivalent to absorbing the energy of the spirit bead power, which was why he was relieved and dared to let Lin Xiao experiment. Xiao Lindsay, I still have something to tell you. Although I can reduce the spiritual power in the spirit bead to reach the level of almost the 4th level of the spirit bead, but after my recent experiment, those people have not been able to successfully absorb the spiritual skills in it. After all, the I-type spirit beads are more absorbed. If you fail, the 7th level spirit bead will be gone. Are you sure you still want to absorb it? Lin Xiao had been looking forward to this day for so long, so naturally it was impossible to give up like this. Brother, I know what you said. Naturally I have to absorb it, not to mention I don't know when I will be able to reach level 7. At that time, maybe I will be able to get better spirit beads. Cao both thought about it, and it was the same thing. You make sense. Although I have been experimenting for so long, no one has succeeded, but I just feel that you are different from others. That's necessary. I can definitely succeed. When Luo Yao heard the conversation between the two, she felt a little unreliable again. Brother Cao, is there really no danger? Brother and sister, don't worry about this. I have been experimenting for so long, and no one has been in danger. Even if it fails, it is only equivalent to absorbing the spiritual power in the spirit bead. When Cao Bo said this, Luo Yao was completely relieved. Okay, you two wait here for a while. I want to do some necessary processing of the spirit beads. If you absorb them directly, it will definitely not work. I am afraid that this kid will be directly burst. Lin Xiao nodded. He had been waiting for so long, and he didn't care about waiting for this time. Under the gaze of Lin Xiao and Luo Yao, Cao Bo began to deal with it. To Lin Xiao's surprise, Cao Bo actually took out a needle-shaped item and inserted it directly into the spirit bead. Such a thing as only Cao Bo can come out. Others did not have such a technique, and they extracted the spiritual power from the spirit beads without destroying them. Cao Bo had been busy there for a long time, and when he stopped, the luster of the spirit beads was much darker than before. Lin boy, it's almost over. You can start absorbing it now. If you don't absorb it, the spirit bead will be useless. Lin Xiao nodded, immediately took the spirit bead from Cao Bo's hand, then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb it directly. The spirit bead was held by Lin Xiao in his hand, and as Lin Xiao absorbed it, the light in it became dimmer and darker. Lin Xiao didn't feel the existence of spiritual skills, he only felt that he had absorbed the spiritual power in the spirit beads. He was not in a hurry and absorbed the spirit beads by leapfrogging, but it was unprecedented. If it was so simple and successful, it would be strange. After the spiritual power entered his body, Lin Xiao felt the fury of the spiritual power. Even if the total amount of spiritual power was reduced by Cao Bo, this was also the spiritual power of the 7th level spirit bead after all. As that spiritual power raged in Lin Xiao's body, even if Lin Xiao's ability to resist blows was very strong, he couldn't help but look bitter in pain at this time. This is torture from the inside out, and it is different from the pain before. Seeing Lin Xiao's face change, Luo Yao couldn't help but be a little worried. This is a normal situation. People who have experimented before will also go through this level. I think whether you can persevere, it is also the key to whether you can absorb the spirit beads. Half of the people before can't hold on here. Don't worry, even if you can't hold on, there will be no danger. Cao Bo said this, and Luo Yao felt a little relieved. Looking at Lin Xiao's current situation, it may take some time to absorb the spirit beads. Luo Yao also took this opportunity to ask the question he wanted to ask. What about the other half who persevered? Why did you fail if you persevered? I don't know this either. If you persist, you will absorb the spiritual power inside, and then you won't be able to absorb the spiritual power in it anyway. I don't know the specific reason. That's right, brother Cao. If Lin Xiao succeeds, does it mean that humans can leapfrog and absorb spirit beads? Theoretically, yes, but after these days of testing, it is not so easy to succeed. The reason why I am optimistic about this kid is because this guy is different from others. Let me tell you so. His ability level awakening stone cannot be tested, which is why I think he may succeed. Then if he succeeds, can I try it after I advance? Cao Bo didn't expect Luo Yao to ask like this, and he immediately began to calculate the possibilities. Luo Yao is an SSS level light and dark dual system, and it seems that it is possible to succeed. I can't give you an answer to this, because I don't know, but I feel that there is a drama, that is, whether it is a light or dark spirit bead, it is ridiculously expensive, and the loss is too great if it fails. Luo Yao was overjoyed, as long as there was a play. Brother Cao, money is not a problem, as long as it can be absorbed. Cao Bo then reacted. Yes, why did she forget the identity of this girl? The most important thing in her family is money. Let's not talk about this for now, let's look at Lin Xiaozi's situation first. If he succeeds, everything is easy to say. If he can't succeed, I suggest you give up. Luo Yao nodded. Let's see if Lin Xiao can leapfrog and absorb it first. Lin Xiao couldn't hear those words outside. Although the spiritual power in the spirit beads was violent, he could still persevere. The only thing that puzzled him was that there was no sign of spiritual skills until now. Is it going to fail? Absorbing spirit beads by leapfrogging is simply impossible? As the spiritual power in the spirit beads became less and less, Lin Xiao's heart also sank. He felt that he was likely to fail. Otherwise, why has there been no reaction at all so far? Just when Lin Xiao was about to give up, the remaining spiritual power in the spirit bead suddenly began to change. The spiritual power in the spirit bead turned into the appearance of an Optimus Stone beast in Lin Xiao's body. Lin Xiao didn't know what was going on now. Obviously the spiritual power in the spirit bead turned into the appearance of the Optimus Stone beast in his body. Although the Optimus Stone beast was transformed by spiritual power, it seemed to have its own spiritual consciousness. At this time, he was curiously looking at the world in front of him. Maybe he felt that the world in front of him was a little interesting, and the Optimus Stone beast roared and punched directly on the ground. You must know that this is in Lin Xiao's body, and this sudden punch caught Lin Xiao off guard. Lin Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. Luo Yao and Cao Bo were both shocked. How is that possible? After testing so many times, I have never encountered vomiting blood? Could it be that there was an accident? Cao Bo really doesn't know what's going on? None of those people before were like Lin Xiao. This is beyond his cognition. Lin Xiao was also confused at this time. Grandma's originally thought it was just a phantom, but she didn't expect to attack. That's in your own body. You are so unreasonable. Do your parents know? If he continued to let the Optimus Stone beast wreak havoc in his body, he was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear it. Lin Xiao's brain started running quickly and began to think about countermeasures. The Optimus Stone beast seemed to have found fun, constantly destroying Lin Xiao's body, and the blood in Lin Xiao's mouth kept spraying out as if he didn't want money. Lin Xiao was angry. This was in his own body, and he could still make you so presumptuous. If only I could enter my body. Lin Xiao just thought so, and in his body, a little Lin Xiao appeared. Lin Xiao was stunned. He just thought about it, but he didn't expect it to really work. He began to try to control the little man, and to his surprise, he controlled it very easily. Looking at my hands and feet, it seems that there is not much difference from reality. Lin Xiao's sudden appearance attracted the attention of the Optimus Stone beast, and it no longer attacked indiscriminately, but focused on Lin Xiao's body. Lin Xiao had long been upset about this guy. Although he didn't know why this guy appeared, he had a feeling that whether he could get spiritual skills or not depended on whether he could clean up this guy. In his body, can this guy still be allowed to run rampant? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately controlled the villain in his body to launch an attack on the Optimus Stone beast. He found that this villain controlled the same as his body, and some of his methods, this villain could use it perfectly. In that case, I'm still afraid of it. It's over. The Optimus Stone beast transformed by spiritual power saw the villain Lin Xiao attacking him, and a very humane playful smile appeared on his face. Before Lin Xiao got close to it, he directly used his spiritual skill, Petrified Pupil, at Lin Xiao. The villain was petrified at the first time. After Lin Xiao was petrified, the Optimus Stone beast slowly came to Lin Xiao's side, and with a gentle knock on the villain, Lin Xiao's villain was directly crushed like powder. At that moment, Lin Xiao really felt the feeling of death. The villain is controlled by him, and the feeling of death is exactly the same as being killed. When Lin Xiao came back to his senses, he found that he was still alive, but he felt that his headache was so severe that it seemed as if someone had hit him in the head. His mental power seemed to have consumed some of it. At this moment, Lin Xiao understood that if he guessed correctly, that villain was part of his spiritual power. Now that the villain has been killed, it means that part of his spiritual power has been erased, which is the main reason why he has a headache. Lin Xiao, who knew this, was not angry but happy. All he consumed was his mental power. Just now, he only thought he was going to be killed. At that moment, he also realized the horror of the petrified pupil. This also made him even more sure that he had to get this spiritual skill in his hands no matter what. Lin Xiao's mind moved, and a villain appeared again. Seeing that Lin Xiao appeared again, the Optimus Stone beast was obviously stunned for a moment. However, he quickly reacted, let out a roar, and used his petrified pupil on Lin Xiao again. Lin Xiao's villain had no power to resist and was petrified again. Lin Xiao, Damn! I'm afraid this guy isn't sick, right? Can you still play happily? Lin Xiao only felt that he had a splitting headache, and 2 spiritual villains were defeated in a row, and his mental power loss was still very large. With his mental strength, I am afraid he won't be able to hold on a few times. Lin Xiao didn't believe in evil, and once again condensed a spiritual villain. This time, as soon as the spiritual villain appeared, the petrification attack of the Optimus Stone beast arrived. Lin Xiao drank hatred again. This time, Lin Xiao could see that this Optimus Stone beast transformed by spiritual power did not enlarge at the beginning, but it would only use petrified pupils. Then there is no solution at all. But at this time, it doesn't seem to be good to do anything. After all, if he doesn't do anything, this Optimus Stone beast seems to be going to destroy it in his body again. The spirit of cohesion is damaged in spirit, and if you don't cohesion, your body will be damaged, as if no matter what, you will suffer a loss. At this moment, Lin Xiao also felt a little poor in donkey skills. How can I solve this guy? Seeing that the Optimus Stone beast was about to destroy it in his body again, Lin Xiao suddenly thought of a way. The biggest problem now is that the spiritual villain he has condensed has not been able to launch an attack before he is attacked by the Optimus Stone beast. What if you gather two spiritual villains at the same time? Will there be a chance to make a move? Only then can you have hope of victory. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately began to practice. Obviously, Lin Xiao guessed right. In his body, there were really two identical spiritual villains. Of course, this is not without any cost. Lin Xiao only felt a needle-like pain coming from his brain. Previously, 3 spiritual villains were destroyed by the Optimus Stone beast, and his spiritual power was seriously damaged, and at this time, the 2 were condensed again, and his spiritual power was almost exhausted. Lin Xiao knew that victory and defeat were a fight here. If he doesn't succeed, he may have to say goodbye to the petrified pupil. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't control so much, concentrating on controlling the 2 spiritual villains. Sure enough, after seeing the spiritual villain, the Optimus Stone beast directly used the petrified pupil. A spiritual villain was directly petrified, and taking advantage of this gap, Lin Xiao finally found an opportunity. Controlling another villain, he directly used the Eye of Control. Although the Optimus Stone beast was transformed by spiritual power, it seemed to be able to maintain some characteristics in front of it, and its strength was very strong, but its spiritual power was very weak, and Lin Xiao easily controlled it. Lin Xiao knew that his opportunity had come. If you can't take down this guy, you really deserve not to get this spiritual skill. This villain can be said to be the last spiritual villain that Lin Xiao can condense. Lin Xiao must destroy this supernatural stone beast transformed by spiritual power before his spiritual power is exhausted. Seeing that the Optimus Stone beast was controlled, the spiritual villain rushed over as soon as possible. It was a punch and kick to the Optimus Stone beast. Although it was transformed by spiritual power, the Optimus Stone beast seemed to have a feeling, and under the attack of the spiritual villain, there was a tendency to wake up. How did Lin Xiao wake him up? He gave the Stone Beast leader another illusion pupil at the first time. Seeing that the Optimus Stone Beast was controlled again, the spiritual villain continued to output. Lin Xiao found that the defense of this Optimus Stone Beast was outrageously strong, and in the face of his attack like this, it was only a little weaker. Lin Xiao and the Optimus Stone Beast soared, and then it depended on who couldn't hold on first. The Optimus Stone Beast was completely in a state of passive beating, and the spiritual villain kept releasing the pupil of illusion and the Eye of Control. In short, it was impossible to awaken it. In this pull, the figure of the Optimus Stone Beast became more and more blurred, and Lin Xiao's spiritual villain also became a little illusory. Lin Xiao was also not sure whether the spiritual villain disappeared first, or the Optimus Stone Beast was destroyed first. The battle continues. At the moment when the spiritual villain was about to disappear, in the end, Lin Xiao was slightly superior and eliminated the Optimus Stone Beast first. Seeing that the Optimus Stone Beast was destroyed by himself, the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth finally showed a smile. Then he fell into a coma. Without him, his mental strength was also lost, and he really couldn't hold on. Luo Yao and Cao Bo were both startled, and Cao Bo felt very guilty at this time. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. He had obviously experimented many times, and there was no accident. Why did it become like this on Lin Xiao? He didn't understand. Cao Bo immediately began to check Lin Xiao's situation, and after finding out Lin Xiao's situation, he breathed a sigh of relief. Brother and sister, don't worry, he's fine, it's just that his mental power consumption is a bit high, he passed out. Just take a break. Alas, I don't know if he has gained spiritual skills. Although Cao Bo said this, his heart was full of questions. He didn't know why Lin Xiao's mental power was consumed so much, which completely overturned all his previous experiments. After knowing that Lin Xiao was only in a coma, Luo Yao was also relieved. Brother Cao, what should we do next? Wait for him to wake up, wait for his mental strength to recover a little, and he will wake up, and I also have some questions I want to ask him. Luo Yao stopped talking, just looked at Lin Xiao quietly. Lin Xiao did fall into a coma because his mental power was exhausted, and after he fell into a coma, his mental power slowly began to recover. It didn't take long for his mental strength to recover somewhat. Lin Xiao only felt that his eyelids were extremely heavy at this time, and he really wanted to get a good night's sleep, but when he thought that Cao Bo and Luo Yao would be worried, he still opened his eyes with difficulty. Seeing that Lin Xiao was awake, Luo Yao came to Lin Xiao's side as soon as possible. Are you okay? How does it feel? I'm fine, I'm just a little weak, just relax for a while. When Lin Xiao said this, the big stone in Luo Yao's heart finally landed. Cao Bo couldn't wait to ask the question he was thinking about. Lin boy, have you gotten that spiritual skill? Lin Xiao immediately reacted. He had just woken up and hadn't had time to check. He immediately began to check his spiritual skills, and his eyes quickly lit up. It seems that he is right. As long as he kills the Optimus Stone beast transformed by spiritual power, he can obtain the spiritual skill of petrified pupils. He immediately began to check out this spiritual skill. Pestylized pupil, there is a chance to petrify the enemy. The lower the level, the higher the chance of petrification, and the probability of petrification is 100% for those with a lower level than themselves, and the petrification state can be chosen by the releaser to cancel or not. Looking at the introduction of the petrified pupil, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. This is still a bit different from what he imagined. Petrochemical actually has a chance, not completely 100%. Although the probability of being lower than one's own level has reached 100%, what is the use of that? I am about to participate in the world competition. If nothing else, he may have the lowest cultivation level in this world competition. I'm afraid this is 100% useless. I just don't know what the chance of petrification is for a cultivation level higher than my own. Think about it, if you can also petrify 100% of those with a higher cultivation level than yourself, then this spiritual skill is too good. If the 4th level can petrify the 9th level powerhouse, then it is not against the sky. What satisfies him the most is that he can choose to remove the petrified state. If you use this ability, you will turn the opponent into stone, which is too cruel. If that's the case, I wouldn't dare to use this spiritual skill blindly. Well, brother, I have obtained the pupil of petrification. Hearing that Lin Xiao had really obtained spiritual skills, Cao Bo was very happy, which was a big breakthrough for him. Quick, tell me what happened just now. This has never happened before. Why do you vomit blood? In the end, the mental strength was exhausted. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. Can't he let himself take a good rest? I'm really tired now. Seeing Cao Bo's anxious look, Lin Xiao knew that if he rested, he was afraid that Cao Bo would be itchy. He could only patiently tell Cao Bo what happened to him. In the process, his mental strength was also constantly recovering, and he finally felt a lot better. After knowing what happened to Lin Xiao, Cao Bo was even more confused. Why is this so? Those people have never had such a thing happen before. What is the problem? Cao Bo couldn't figure it out, but he wasn't in a hurry. After all, this is a topic that has troubled many people for many years, and it would be unrealistic if he could easily solve the puzzle. What happened to Lin Xiao was already a big discovery for him. To be honest, he wasn't sure that such a thing could really be achieved by leapfrogging absorption. Now that it has really succeeded, he feels a little unrealistic. And this alone is enough to make him famous in history. Just study it slowly later, at least he sees some hope now. Now that you have obtained the spiritual skill, do you want to try it? When Cao Bo said this, Lin Xiao was a little moved. Although his spiritual power has bottomed out now, his spiritual power is still very sufficient. It is still possible to release the petrified pupil. His eyes were directly on Luo Yao's body. He also wanted to know what the chances of petrification were against opponents higher than his own. Luo Yao looked at Lin Xiao a little speechlessly. I'm fine with your test subject, but can you do it now? It looks very weak. Lin Xiao. With this said, how can a man say that he can't do it? Okay, it must be done. Lin Xiao said this, so Luo Yao naturally couldn't say anything more. Because they just wanted to try the power of the petrified pupil, they weren't really competing, and the two didn't plan to change places, so they could just be in this office. I'm coming, are you ready? Luo Yao nodded. He also wanted to know what kind of effect the petrified pupil had when it was absorbed by Lin Xiao as a 7th level spirit bead. Seeing that Luo Yao was ready, Lin Xiao was not polite and used the petrified pupil directly on Luo Yao. As soon as the spiritual skill was activated, Lin Xiao felt that this spiritual skill was unusual. The most intuitive manifestation is the consumption of spiritual power. Lin Xiao's previous spiritual skills did not consume much spiritual power, so suddenly consumed so much spiritual power, which really made Lin Xiao a little uncomfortable. Just released a spiritual skill, and the spiritual power in Lin Xiao's body was consumed by a full third. Lin Xiao was not uncomfortable because of the large consumption of spiritual power, but was very happy. The greater the consumption of spiritual power, the greater the power of spiritual skills. Luo Yao did not resist this time. She wanted to try the effect of the petrified pupil. When Lin Xiao released his petrified pupils, Luo Yao kept staring at Lin Xiao. She found that Lin Xiao's pupils had changed color again, this time to dead gray, looking very cold. Luo Yao was a little speechless. Lin Xiao's spiritual skills seemed to have their own beautiful pupils. In addition to the normal pupil color, she had already seen Lin Xiao's pupils turn purple and gold, and now there was another dead gray. I really don't know if it will become other colors when the level is high in the future. Not to mention, there is a little bit of handsomeness. Luo Yao was still thinking wildly, and she felt that her body could not move. I wanted to look down at my situation, but found that my body was completely out of control. With the launch of the petrified pupil, Luo Yao had already been petrified. Xiao Bo saw all this in his eyes, and he was also shocked by Lin Xiao's spiritual skill, worthy of the spiritual skill attached to the 7th level spirit bead, and the leapfrog challenge could directly petrify the opponent. Seeing that Luo Yao was petrified, Lin Xiao was also a little surprised. Didn't he say that the leapfrog challenge, petrification, is probable? Is this a direct success? Is Luo Yao's luck too bad? He immediately walked up to Luo Yao. At this time, Luo Yao directly became a 1-to-1 stone sculpture. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao immediately lifted Luo Yao's petrification. Luo Yao felt that her body could move. Only when she was petrified in person did Luo Yao know how terrifying it felt. Yao Yao, tell me how you felt just now. Luo Yao took a deep breath and then slowly spoke. Your spiritual skills are very terrifying. I was petrified before I could react, and after being petrified, I had my own thoughts, but I couldn't control my body at all. That feeling was very bad. When Luo Yao said this, Lin Xiao understood a little. This petrified pupil is indeed quite terrifying. As long as the other party is petrified, it may be the fish on your own chopping board, let it be slaughtered. Then can you remove this petrification effect yourself? Luo Yao thought for a while and finally nodded. I feel that it should be possible, although the person is petrified, but the spiritual power can still operate normally. I just want to remove the petrification by myself. It will take a lot of time, and this time, it is enough for you to defeat me. Lin Xiao secretly said that this is indeed the case. Even if the probability of petrification is 100%, this spiritual skill is not omnipotent. Otherwise, wouldn't I be invincible? Yao Yao, I see that you were not prepared at all before. In my spiritual skill introduction, there is a chance of petrification. The higher the level, the lower the chance of petrification. The reason why you can be petrified may be related to your lack of defense. This time you open your defenses, I will see if I can petrify you. Luo Yao sighed, a little helpless. It seems that today I am going to be Lin Xiao's sparring partner. Okay, I'm ready, come on. After Luo Yao finished speaking, an aura of spiritual power emerged from her body. Although she did not use spiritual skills, she was wrapped in spiritual power, which could also improve her own defenses. Seeing that Luo Yao was ready, Lin Xiao used the petrified pupil again. In just a moment, Luo Yao was petrified again. Lin Xiao was a little surprised. Didn't he say that there was a chance of leapfrog petrochemical? This probability seems a bit high. Once again, Luo Yao's petrification was lifted, and Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. He didn't know if it was because he was just one level over, but in fact, the odds were still very high, or because he was lucky. Yao Yao, why don't you work harder and let me test a few more times? Luo Yao was already numb. Anyway, it was twice, it didn't matter how many more times, there was no loss anyway. After that, Lin Xiao used the petrified pupil on Luo Yao several times again, and in the process, Lin Xiao's spiritual power had already been consumed several times. Lin Xiao used the spirit pill to use the petrified pupil so frequently. What surprised Lin Xiao was that every time Luo Yao would be petrified, the probability was a bit outrageous. This time, Yao Yao, you can choose to dodge. Luo Yao nodded. Seeing that Lin Xiao was about to use the petrified pupil, she immediately used her shadow escape to dodge. This time the petrified pupil failed to hit, and Lin Xiao's petrified pupil failed for the first time. For this result, Lin Xiao is acceptable. If the petrified pupil cannot be avoided, it will be too perverted. After so many experiments, Lin Xiao had a general understanding of the petrified pupil in his heart. He was still quite satisfied with the effect of the petrified pupil. The probability of petrification at different levels is still unknown, and this requires more experiments. What I know now is that as long as Luo Yao doesn't dodge, the chance of being petrified is 100%. The petrified pupil can be removed by itself, or it can be broken through with spiritual power, but it takes time, and from the current situation, the higher the level, the shorter the time it takes to be controlled. And the petrified pupil also has many shortcomings. The first is that the consumption of spiritual power is too great. With Lin Xiao's current situation, even if his spiritual power is exhausted, he can only use it 3 times. In addition, the petrified pupil can be avoided. The advantages and disadvantages of the petrified pupil are very obvious, and the key is to see how to use it. At this time, Lin Xiao's eyes were on Xiao Bo's body. Xiao Bo is a level 8 powerhouse, and I don't know if the petrified pupil has any effect on him. Anyway, idle is also idle, so why not experiment? Brother Cao, I don't know if you are interested in experiencing my petrified pupil. I want to see how effective the petrified pupil is. Cao Bo didn't expect Lin Xiao to hit all the ideas on him. He didn't refuse, he was also quite interested in this petrified pupil. If Lin Xiao's petrified pupil could control him, then this petrified pupil can indeed be said to be a divine skill. No problem, just let the horse go. Although Xiao Bo was ready to be Lin Xiao's test subject, to be honest, he didn't take Lin Xiao seriously. It's not that he looks down on Lin Xiao, it's really that the gap between the two is too big. Lin Xiao only has a level 4, he is a level 8. The difference in strength was so big, he didn't believe that Lin Xiao's spirit skill worked for him. Seeing that Cao Bo agreed, Lin Xiao immediately wanted to try. He didn't use his spiritual skills on Cao Bo at the first time, but first took out a spirit pill and ate it. His spiritual power has bottomed out. This spiritual skill is good, but it is too lazy. At this moment, he had already consumed several of his spirit return pills. After the spiritual power was full, Lin Xiao immediately used the petrified pupil on Cao Bo. Cao Bo shook his head, not feeling much. Lin Xiao sighed. Sure enough, he thought too much. The odds did exist, at least his petrified pupils did not play any role in Cao Bo. Lin Xiao was not discouraged. He originally planned to try, but he didn't think about a success. If you don't do it once, just come again. Lin Xiao used the petrified pupil towards Cao Bo again. This time Cao Bo still didn't feel it, and yawned boredly. Lin Xiao was helpless. It was not a simple matter to control the 8th level powerhouse. There was another opportunity to use spiritual skills. Lin Xiao had already thought about it. If he didn't succeed this time, he would give up. Although the Hui Ling pill is not expensive, it can't be so ruined. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao used the last petrified pupil on Cao Bo. To everyone's surprise, it worked this time. Cao Bo's body began to show signs of petrification, but the speed was much slower than Luo Yao's. Without waiting for Cao Bo to completely petrify, Cao Bo's spiritual power surged, and the petrification was directly interrupted. Cao Bo's heart was extremely complicated. He really didn't expect that Lin Xiao's petrification could really have an effect on him. Although he forcibly terminated it, the petrification effect did appear on him. If he hadn't interrupted just now, he would definitely have been completely petrified. You must know that Lin Xiao is only level 4 now. What if he is level 8 like himself? Then there is a high probability that he will be petrified. Lin boy, you spiritual cow. Lin Xiao also looked incredible at this time. He didn't expect to really succeed, which was completely beyond his expectations. I just wanted to try, but I didn't expect it to really succeed. Cao Bo thought for a while, and finally slowly expressed his opinion. Let me tell you my opinion. Although the spiritual power in the spirit bead has been made out a lot by me, but there is one thing to say, the spiritual skill is still a real 7th level spiritual skill. This should be one of the reasons why I can be petrified. The 7th level spiritual skill can play a role in me, so it is not so unacceptable. After that, you can go to a few other little guys to try it. I feel that those 6th level little guys, there is a high probability that they will not be able to escape the fate of being petrified by you, and the chance of petrification is likely to be the level of the spirit bead, not your level. When Cao Bo said this, Lin Xiao also felt that it was very likely. Otherwise, Luo Yao's 100% petrification is somewhat incomprehensible. When you have time, it's time to pull a few other people to experiment well. Of course, forget it today. Lin Xiao is too tired now and urgently needs a good rest. I'll go to those guys tomorrow and have a good discussion. Brother, then that's it for today. I'm a little tired and need to go back and have a good rest. Cao Bo nodded. He also saw Lin Xiao's fatigue. It was time for him to go back and have a good rest. Okay, you go back. It just so happens that I still have to study the problem of the gold swallowing beast, and I still want to make your weapons before the world competition, so that at least it can increase your chances of winning. That's a hard work, brother. Let's go back. After saying goodbye to Cao Bo, Lin Xiao separated from Luo Yao. Lin Xiao was really tired, although his mental strength recovered some at this time, but the consumption was still not small, and the best way to recover his mental strength was to get a good night's sleep. After going back and taking a simple shower, Lin Xiao quickly fell asleep. He was really tired. Lin Xiao slept soundly here, but many places had already fallen out. Miranyu had already returned to the Red Sun nursing home, and this time he got the news of the Polar Night sect, and he was dispatched as soon as possible, and he also brought a lot of strong people from the nursing home. But when I really got there, I found that there were only 2 or 3 small fish there, and every time they want to leave, there is always something new. He was dragged there for a long time. During this period, he didn't even realize that the signal in that area was blocked. When he came out, he learned that the Polar Night sect had launched an operation against Lin Xiao and others. This was something he never expected, and it completely ignited Mirangyu's anger. Fortunately, Lin Xiao and the others were safe, otherwise Mirangyu wouldn't know how crazy he would have done. And at this moment, He Yun's phone called. From Tang Ken's mouth, he learned the location of some branches of the Polar Night sect. These divisions are distributed in different places, although He Yun can also make a move, but the location of some branches is relatively remote, and he cannot guarantee that the news will not be leaked when he makes a move, which is not what he wants to see. What he wants now is to catch all these people and try to catch as many people as possible to see if he can ask for more information. After thinking about it repeatedly, He Yun still found Mirangyu. After Mirangyu learned the news, he agreed without thinking. He was now trying to find trouble with the Polar Night sect, but he couldn't find where the Polar Night sect was. but he didn't expect Hyun to come to the door by himself. Such a good opportunity, he naturally won't waste it. After learning the news, the elderly in the nursing home also asked to go. Miranyu did not stop him, his original intention was so. He knows the skills of these old brothers, and there are many places he can use. Hitting it off, Miranyu set off with the people from the nursing home, and he found Hyun at the first time. Hyun also gathered a lot of good hands. When he saw Miranyu bring so many strong people, his jaw was about to drop. No, if I had known that you had brought so many strong people, I would have come here by myself. Bringing so many people is purely redundant. Of course, Hyun is still very satisfied with this result. There are so many seniors, this action must be foolproof. This can also be regarded as a joint operation. In any case, it will also deal a heavy blow to the Polar Night sect. Let them know that this is China. As long as they dare to be demons, they must pay the price of blood. Miranyu still had murderous intent on his face at this time, and he looked at Hyun. Xiao Hezi, hurry up and tell us where the target is, I can't wait. Although Hyun also wanted to take action immediately, some things still had to be explained clearly. Seniors, now we have the news of the 5 Polar Night sect branches. I mean whether to disperse and strike together. If it only targets one branch, I am afraid that the news will be leaked. Miranyu also knew what Hyun was worried about. These divisions were scattered in different places. As long as a little news was missed, it might make the other party run away in advance. That's not what he wants to see. Attacking at the same time does seem to be the best way. But that was in normal times, and now it's not necessary. No, go directly to the other party's first branch. I promise that the other party won't be able to get any news out. Hyun opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he shut up obediently. The old people here are at least his uncles, and he also believes that Miranyu will not talk nonsense. He dares to say that the other party can't get any news out, and he will definitely be able to do it. Okay, I'm going to trouble the seniors. Our first stop is an orphanage in Jinmen, where there is a branch of the other party, and it is also a place to train believers, and the address is. After Hyun finished speaking the address, Miranyu waved his hand and disappeared directly with everyone, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared in Jinmen. This is not far from the position Hyun said before, and the position where they appeared was very good, and this position just did not arouse the other party's alertness. Miranyu's eyes fell on Liang Kixing for the first time. Lao Liang, before you make a move, the matter of information blocking will be left to you. Liang Kixing smiled. He is an expert in this area, and professional things must be left to professional people. No problem, leave it to me. I will make it look like everything is normal, and at the same time it is impossible to send any message to the outside world. Miranyu nodded. He was still very relieved about this. In addition to explaining Liang Kixing, Miranyu did not make any other arrangements. In his opinion, this was enough. After Liang Kixing's side got it done, Miranyu directly led people into the orphanage. Miranyu also discovered that although this place was a branch of the extreme night sect, it was in the middle of a busy city, and the surroundings were very prosperous. Hyun couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Who would have thought that the Polar Night sect would dare to put the branch in such a conspicuous place, and he had to admit that if he was not completely sure, he really didn't dare to do it here. After all, it is too easy to hurt the innocent. The Polar Night sect is really damned. Putting the branch in this place, I don't think it's arbitrary. As soon as the group entered the orphanage, someone found them on the side of the orphanage, and someone immediately greeted them. Who are you? Is this a place where you can break into it casually? Miranyu glanced at the man faintly. There was no one in the orphanage. They were all level 6 awakeners. If he wanted to say that this was a simple orphanage, he wouldn't believe it. Do it directly, leave a living mouth, and solve the battle as soon as possible. After Miranyu finished speaking, he took the lead. He appeared directly behind the man who spoke before and knocked him unconscious with a hand knife. The other old people also began to act, and the old people didn't speak, but the speed of doing it was really fast. Before long, everyone in the entire orphanage was under control. Although this is a branch of the Polar Night sect, there are not many real strong people. The strongest is an 8th level powerhouse, and there are many young people among them, all of whom are orphans in this orphanage. After controlling everyone gathered together again. Miranyu glanced at everyone and said lightly, "Tell me about your findings." He let his old brothers act, not only to control everyone, but also to discover all the useful information here. He believed that the methods of these old brothers, no clue could escape their eyes. This is indeed a branch of the extreme night sect, with a total of 451 people, all of whom have been controlled. There is a cellar in the courtyard. There are more than 50 children in it. They should be real orphans. These children have traces of being beaten. They should not have become members of the Polar Night sect, and the Polar Night sect may also use this method to absorb believers. I found an account book here, which records some adoption records in detail. Those who were adopted are all members of the Polar Night sect, which means that many Polar Night sects may have been hidden in ordinary families. This is just a branch. This problem must be solved first. I have also discovered some of the pickled things that the Polar Night sect has done secretly, and their crimes are too numerous to record. The old people talked about their findings, and as more and more news came together, everyone's faces became more and more ugly. This is just a branch of the Polar Night sect, and it has done so many crazy things. You can imagine how terrifying the night cult is. Miranyu sighed, and he first threw one of the ledgers to Hiyun. Here is the information of the adopted extreme night cultist. These are all left to you to solve, find some reasons to control them, and don't arouse the alarm of others. Hiyun also knew the importance of this matter. He never expected that the Polar Night Church would use this method to infiltrate. Although there are not many people who have been adopted, if these people are not solved, it may be a big hidden danger in the future. Guaranteed to complete the task. Miranyu nodded and continued to instruct the others. Leave a few people who are good at interrogation, see if you can get more branch information. It is best to ask where the other party's headquarters is to prevent them from committing suicide. Although the brainwashing ability of the Polar Night sect is very powerful, but I don't believe that every mouth is so hard. Can it be done? Several people who were good at interrogation were immediately listed. No matter how hard their mouths are, we have a way to pry them open. Okay, I'll leave it to you, let's go to the next place. In this way, Miranyu led everyone and swept away several branches of the extreme night sect in one day. As time went by, more information about the Polar Night sect branch was asked from those who were arrested. In the entire territory of China, there are hundreds of branches of the extreme night sect. Some were newly built, some were lurking before, and in short, these branches were found. In order to prevent long nights and dreams, Miranyu eliminated all these branches in 2 days. The only thing that upset him was that in so many branches, no one knew where the headquarters of the extreme night sect was. This made Miranyu more afraid of the Polar Night sect. This time, the Polar Night sect has revived, and it seems to be much more cautious than before. It seems that it is not so easy to completely eradicate the extreme night sect. Miranyu was not in a hurry. This time he destroyed hundreds of parts of the Polar Night sect, and the Polar Night sect was also painful. He believed that sooner or later he would find the Polar Night sect. It's just a matter of spending a little more time. When Miranyu and others were in full swing cleaning the branch of the Polar Night sect, Lin Xiao finally slept a full night. After waking up, Lin Xiao became alive again. There is still some time before the start of the world competition. Because of the Polar Night sect, they came out of the secret realm early. The original plan was to go directly to the world competition after coming out of the secret realm, but now because he came out early, he had a few more days to rest. After Lin Xiao woke up, he went to the cafeteria to forage for food as soon as possible. I went to bed early yesterday, and now I'm really hungry. They have all returned to the base. It is impossible to cook by yourself, and it doesn't matter if the taste is bad. He originally wanted to call Luo Yao together, but when he arrived at Luo Yao's room, he found that Luo Yao was no longer here. Lin Xiao didn't think much about it. There were only a few places Luo Yao could go, just wait for him to find it after eating. After eating and drinking, Lin Xiao immediately went to the martial arts arena. If nothing else, Luo Yao should be there. Not only him, but everyone else should be there. Although Chu Wenchen said that everyone had a good rest during this period, this trip to the secret realm made everyone feel a sense of urgency, and they all wanted to take this opportunity to improve themselves. If nothing else, everyone should be in the martial arts arena. When Lin Xiao arrived at the training ground, sure enough, everyone was here, just as he thought. And he is very conscious of one-on-one practical training. Among these people, Lin Xiao saw a familiar figure. The rat was actually among this group. Seeing Lin Xiao appear, everyone stopped and greeted Lin Xiao warmly. Now Lin Xiao's prestige among these people is definitely strong. Zimuz, why are you here? Didn't Tang can be kicked out? There is a vacancy here, I will make up for it. Lin Xiao knew how he had forgotten this. After Tang Can's death, a position was indeed vacated, and someone would definitely fill this position. The mouse made up for this position, and there was indeed no problem. That's a good thing, we can fight side by side again. Alas, just make up for it like this. I feel a little unpleasant in my heart, and I always feel like I'm going through the back door. Okay, don't be pretentious, wait until the world competition, just perform well. When Zi Mouse thought about it, it was the same thing. This time he must seize the opportunity. Lin Xiao looked at the people present. Chu Wenchen and the others were not here. Su Xian was there. Su Xian was about the same age as them, had a common language, and his combat power was outstanding, so he could give you some opinions here. Everyone is here. It just so happens that I got a new spiritual skill, and now I want everyone to help test it. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, everyone became interested. They all knew that Lin Xiao had broken through, and they had seen the effect of the true eye. Now Lin Xiao said that the effect of testing spiritual skills is definitely not the real eye. It seems that Lin Xiao has absorbed the 4th level spirit beads. They were also very curious about what Lin Xiao's spiritual skills were, and they were all eager to try them. Lin Xiao saw that everyone wanted to be his target, so naturally he would not be polite to them. He thought about it and decided to let Li Heiren try it first. Who made this guy once covet Luo Yao? Li Heiren, come first. Li Heiren immediately came out, and he looked at Lin Xiao with clear and stupid eyes. What should I do? No need to do anything, just turn on your defense to the maximum, and then resist my spiritual skills. Okay, just let the horse go. Lin Xiao was not in a hurry to make a move, and after Li Heiran put on a defensive posture, he immediately used the petrified pupil on him. Although Li Heiran was ready for defense, he was still petrified as soon as possible. Lin Xiao saw this, and his heart was almost clear. If I guessed correctly, this petrified pupil might really not see his level, but the level of the spirit bead. The 6th level awakener was also successful in one go. As for the level 6 awakeners, whether it is 100% successful or not, you will know after a few more attempts. Li Heiran had become a stone sculpture at this time, and he was still relatively active in his thoughts and could not do anything at all. Lin Xiao had no intention of relieving him of his petrification. If you're right, you should be able to use my spiritual power to break away. You try. I want to know how long it will take for a level 6 awakener to unlock my petrification. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Li Heiran knew what he should do. He immediately controlled the spiritual power in his body and began to attack. Lin Xiao stood aside and counted the time. It took about 30 seconds for the petrification on Li Heiran's body to begin to fade. Lin Xiao was still very satisfied with this result. It is already very good to be able to control the time of a level 6 powerhouse for 30 seconds. In battle, 30 seconds was enough for him to kill Li Heiran hundreds of times. Li Heiran had just finished petrification, and Lin Xiao once again threw a petrified pupil. Li Heiran was petrified again. Li Heiran choked speechlessly. Since you still want to petrify me, why should I rush away by myself? Seeing that Li Heiran was petrified again, Lin Xiao confirmed his conjecture even more in his heart. He didn't care about the petrified Li Heiran, but set his sights on other people. Another level 6, I want to try what my petrification chance is. As soon as Lin Xiao's words fell, the rat raised his hand. Let me come, Lin Xiao. If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be a petrified pupil, right? This seems to be a level 7 spirit bead, right? How did you leapfrog to absorb the spirit beads? Zi Mouse's words made everyone present look at Lin Xiao in surprise. This spirit bead was obtained by Zi Mouse and the others together with Lin Xiao, and he naturally knew the existence of the spirit bead. Seeing Li Heiran petrified so easily before, everyone was still a little puzzled. After all, the two were 2 levels apart, and everyone was even more surprised to hear that this spiritual skill was the spiritual skill contained in the 7th level spirit bead. Can the spirit bead still be absorbed by leapfrogging? If you think about it carefully, it seems that this is the case. After all, only this can explain why Li Heiran was controlled so easily. Lin Xiao didn't hide it from everyone. It's indeed that spirit bead, but leapfrog absorption is not a simple thing. It's still in the research stage. It's a flip that I can succeed. You guys should not think about it for the time being. Eat me a petrified pupil. Lin Xiao directly used the petrified pupil on the rat, and the rat was also petrified without any surprise. At this time, Lin Xiao was sure that for a level 6 powerhouse, as long as he could hit, the chance of petrifying the opponent should be 100%. In this case, this trick can be used in the world competition. After all, I haven't heard of any contestants reaching level 7. If you say that, are you invincible? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but stand there and smirk. World competition, I'm here. Contestants from other countries. Sorry, you all wait to become a stone sculpture. Lin Xiao had no intention of removing the petrification from the rat. He wanted to see if the time for different people to remove the petrification would be different. In fact, as he thought, there was still a gap between the time it took for the rat to release the petrification in Li Heiran, and the time it took was less, almost 25 seconds. Lin Xiao didn't know what caused such a gap, which required him to continue experimenting to find results. Taking advantage of the rat's own petrification effort, Lin Xiao took out a spirit pill and ate it. The spiritual skill of the petrified pupil is good, but it consumes too much spiritual power. Lin Xiao's eyes quickly fell on the other people. It's time to do this. No one wants to run away. Come one by one. Lin Xiao began to use the petrified pupil and petrified all the 6th levels of the several. At this moment, Lin Xiao could basically confirm that as long as his petrified pupil hit, the chance of petrification against the 6th level powerhouse was 100%. After petrifying a few people, Lin Xiao began to calculate the time for these people to release their petrification. He quickly discovered the pattern. The stronger the physical fitness, the shorter the time to release the control. But even so, it took almost 20 seconds to undo the petrification the fastest. 20 seconds is enough. However, his petrification failed on Dongfang Shui. It's not that petrification is useless, it's that the healing department has a spiritual skill called purification, which can remove the effect of petrified pupils. Not only can you relieve yourself, but you can also help others relieve it. Lin Xiao was not surprised by this. It would be strange if even the treatment department had no effect on petrification. After scrambling all the 6th level people, Lin Xiao already had a general understanding of the effect of the petrified pupil. Lin Xiao had no intention of stopping there. His eyes were on Su Xian's body. He didn't plan to try the 9th level powerhouse. and it was difficult for the 8th level Cao Bo to be petrified, let alone the 9th level one. But the 7th level self hasn't tried it yet. Isn't Su Xian the best target? Seeing Lin Xiao set his sights on himself, Su Xian was a little surprised. This guy really doesn't stop at all. Senior, I want to try my spiritual skills to see if it is also effective against the 7th level powerhouse. Su Xian smiled slightly. His junior wanted to try it, and he was still happy to help. After all, he also wanted to know if Lin Xiao's spiritual skills had any effect on him. Junior, let the horse come over. Seeing that Su Xian agreed, Lin Xiao immediately used his spiritual skills on him. The petrification pupil accurately hit Su Xian, but unfortunately Lin Xiao's luck did not seem to be very good this time, and he did not succeed in petrification. Junior, your spiritual skills don't seem to work on me. Lin Xiao did not answer, but used his spiritual skills again. He had already thought of the possibility of failure, and he didn't think that he would be able to succeed 100%, he just wanted to use Su Xian to practice his hands and see how much the chance of petrification could reach. This time Lin Xiao succeeded, and Su Xian's body began to have a trend of petrification. Su Xian could actually lift this state before he was petrified, but he didn't do this, and only after he was completely petrified did he begin to use spiritual power to impact. It only took 2 seconds for him to break Lin Xiao's petrification. Yes, Junior, your spiritual skills are very interesting, so much level difference from me, you can actually control me. If you shoot when you are just controlled, I can be controlled for about a second, completely petrified, it takes 2 seconds, our level difference is so much, it is already very good to be able to do this. Su Xian had already given Lin Xiao the result, and to be honest, Lin Xiao was not very satisfied with this result. It seems that the petrified pupil is still a bit difficult to deal with the 7th level powerhouse. But think about it, although this spirit bead is a 7th level spirit bead, but when he obtained the spirit bead, the leader of the Optimus Stone Beast had only just broken through the 7th level, and when he was absorbing it, Cao Bo extracted a lot of spiritual power from it. The effect is somewhat discounted. It is already very good to achieve such an effect in this case. Su Xian seemed to see that Lin Xiao was a little dissatisfied. Junior, your spiritual skills are really powerful, you must know that I am different from ordinary level 7 powerhouses, I need this time, and other level 7 awakeners should take a lot longer than me. Lin Xiao was stunned, it seemed to be like this. Su Xian's level is only 7, but his combat power is very perverted. After all, when he fought before, he held out for a long time in the hands of the 9th level Aoyama Nobu. If you really want to talk about real combat power, maybe Cao Bo, who is level 8, is not Su Xian's opponent. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's mood improved a lot. It seemed that this spiritual skill might not be useless for the 7th level powerhouse. The effect of the spiritual skill is now completely understood by Lin Xiao. I have to say that this is a divine skill. Just with this petrified pupil, when the world competition begins, there will be few people who are his opponents. Seeing that the others were still looking at him, Lin Xiao waved his hand and asked them to continue training. Lin Xiao looked at Su Xian. He had some questions he wanted to ask Su Xian. There was not much time left before the world competition, and Lin Xiao suddenly remembered a question. He didn't even know where the world competition was played. Senior, do you know where this world competition is held? Su Xian looked at Lin Xiao with some surprise. He didn't expect Lin Xiao to ask such a childish question. You don't know? Didn't the venue of the competition be decided a year ago? Lin Xiao, I haven't been in this world for a year, I definitely don't know. Ahem, I haven't paid attention to this issue before. Lin Xiao's appearance didn't look like a fake, and Su Xian shook his head helplessly. Among so many people, Lin Xiao may be the only one who doesn't know where the competition is. The venue of this world competition is a private island in the Pacific Ocean, which is a private domain and does not belong to any country, and it has been built since a year ago, and now it is unknown what it will be built, and we should set off in a few days, and we will know when we get there. Lin Xiao didn't expect that the venue of the competition turned out to be an island, which was a bit unexpected for him, and he found that Su Xian used us. Senior, do you want to go with us too? That's natural, I'm one of your coaches, so naturally I'm going to go with you. The location of the competition is a private island. Why do I feel a little unreliable? Is it safe? Haha, don't worry, there are rules for the world competition. If someone makes trouble, it will become a global public enemy, and no one dares to risk the world's disapproval to make trouble there. Hearing Su Xian say this, Lin Xiao was relieved. Lin Xiao was also looking forward to that private island. In the days that followed, all those who participated in the world competition did not choose to rest. In addition to eating and sleeping, it is to stay in the martial arts arena to practice, and seize all the time to improve yourself. Lin Xiao found that he hadn't seen Chu Wenchen and others in the past few days, and he didn't know what he was busy with. Of course, Lin Xiao can't control so much now, he is pulled as a sparring partner, except for Dongfang Shui, the treatment department, others have to compete with Lin Xiao a few times a day. Lin Xiao has just broken through, and there will be no big improvement in a short period of time. Lin Xiao didn't have any opinions on being a sparring partner, after all, he was still very happy to help them improve Lin Xiao. Competing with these people, Lin Xiao's winning rate was very high, except for Luo Yao and him, who also won and lost each other, and the others basically lost. Who would have thought that among the people participating in the world competition this time, the strongest were Lin Xiao of the 4th level and Luo Yao of the 5th level? In the past few days, Lin Xiao has been talking about one sentence the most. Do you know how cheap you have earned? My sparring is very expensive, it was 100 million a day before. At first, others thought Lin Xiao was just talking about high. Finally, after Luo Yao admitted it, everyone was not calm. Although there are not a few of these people who are short of money, is it too easy for Lin Xiao to make this money? But because of this, everyone cherishes the opportunity to spar with Lin Xiao more. There are also a few people who are not long-sighted, secretly found Luo Yao, and asked Luo Yao if there was still a lack of sparring. They don't need 100 million, just give a discount of 50 million. Luo Yao naturally unceremoniously rejected these guys, jokingly that although she had a lot of money, not everyone was worth her money. On this day, Lin Xiao came to the martial arts arena again. The others had all arrived, and what surprised Lin Xiao was that this time he actually saw Chu Wenchen and He Yun. They haven't seen each other for almost a week. The moment he saw Chu Wenchen, Lin Xiao knew that it might be almost time to set off. Lin Xiao and Luo Yao were the last to arrive, and Chu Wenchen saw that everyone had arrived, so he immediately asked everyone to gather. Little guys, there is still a week left until the official start of the world competition. We can't go over then. Today we will set off and get used to the venue in advance. Everyone was stunned, and before they knew it, there was only a week left before the world competition. Everyone has no objection to starting early. After all, there may be a time difference, and you always have to get used to it. Principal, when are we leaving? How to get over? You can set off after a while, take a plane over, we have a special plane to pick you up, and the time to sleep will be there. As soon as he heard that he was going to take a plane, Lin Xiao couldn't help but get a little excited. You know, he has never flown in a plane. And in this world, planes are not just flying around, there are many secret realms in this world. Even outside the secret world, the existence of spirit beasts is not ruled out. There are relatively few spirit beasts on the ground, and as long as the spirit beasts on the ground are discovered, there will be strong people to clean them up. But the sky is different, there are many flying spirit beasts that fly at a very high altitude, and if they don't land, the strong humans can rarely hunt them. The sky is their territory, which greatly increases the danger of flying. Therefore, airplanes are slowly decreasing. However, in many cases, it is still necessary to use an aircraft. In order to ensure safety, the plane must be guarded by some strong people. This time I went to participate in the world competition, and there was a special plane to pick me up, which is exciting to think about. After Chu Wenchen finished speaking, he asked everyone to go back and pack their things. Lin Xiao didn't move, because he had nothing to pack, and everything he needed to bring was in his space ring. Lin Xiao didn't need it, it didn't mean that others didn't need it, and a few people immediately went back to pack their things. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xiao came to Chu Wenchen's side. Brother, what are you busy with during this time? I haven't seen you in days. It's not a big deal, didn't we find some news about the branches of the Polar Night sect from Tang Ken's mouth before? We found more branches of the Polar Night sect. These branches are not troublesome to solve, and some of the problems they left need to be solved by us, and we have been busy with this matter these days. Such a fun thing, why don't you take me with you? Chu Wenchen, epsilon equals omicron asterisk, alas. I know that you kid didn't tell you until you stopped. You should focus on the world competition now. Those people in the Polar Night sect are crazy. What if something happens to you? And this time they are all strong people. Why are you going to join in the fun? Lin Xiao stuck out his tongue. Brother, I'll just say that, you just listen to it, why be so serious? I'm going abroad soon, when the time comes, you kid give me some rest, don't cause trouble everywhere. Brother, what you said, am I that kind of person? Aren't you? Lin Xiao, underscore. For a while, Lin Xiao didn't know how to refute. He could only forcibly change the subject. Don't talk about this, brother, didn't you say that there was a special plane transfer? Where do we go to fly? It's my first time flying. It's here, our base has a ramp, and the special plane should arrive soon, just wait with peace of mind. After that, the two did not speak again, and those who went back to pack their things soon returned. At this moment, a huge roar came from the sky over the base. Soon a luxurious private jet landed on the tarmac of the base. Chu Wenchen immediately took everyone to the tarmac. When everyone arrived, the hatch of the plane had already opened, and under Chu Wenchen's arrangement, everyone got on the plane. After getting on the plane, Lin Xiao found that there were 3 elderly people in the nursing home on the plane, Sun Zaiwen, Lu Jiao, and Shang Wanxi. Lin Xiao was very happy to see the 3 of them, and immediately greeted them. Brother Sun, Sister Lu, Sister Shangguan, why are you here? Nonsense, naturally I will go with you, Old Man Sun is responsible for security, and the 2 of us are your logistical support. As long as we are here, we guarantee that you will not have any accidents. Lin Xiao had no objection to Lu Jiao's words. A 9th-level treatment department, one of the most famous surgeons in the country. In the competition, no matter what accident occurs, as long as there is still a breath, they can save people back. The three of them can also see the importance that the country attaches to this world competition. Lu Jiao and Shangguan just said hello to Lin Xiao and threw it aside. They went directly to Luo Yao. Lu Jiao unceremoniously took the dumplings from Luo Yao's arms. The ball was speechless and choked. I can't afford to mess with it, I can't bear it. The others looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. They didn't know Lu Jiao and the others, but they knew that these three were not simple just by looking at their age. And Lin Xiao actually talked about the same generation as these old people. How many secrets Lin Xiao still has that they don't know? Lin Xiao also reacted at this time, obediently, so excited, that he forgot that these people were still there. When they were there before, they were called Principal Chu Wenchen, and only when there was no one was they called brother. This time, I'm afraid I can't hide it. Forget it, they know it, it's not a big deal anyway. I hope that there are no elders among those old people, otherwise I will be super old. After everyone got on the plane, the hatch closed directly. Dear passengers and friends, the plane is about to take off. For the safety of you and everyone, it is prohibited to use any electronic products when taxiing, taking off and landing. For your safety, we recommend that you always fasten your seatbelt during the flight. This time the plane was a private jet, not as big as a passenger plane, but even so many people were not crowded. Everyone had already found a place to sit down at this time. Lin Xiao naturally sat with Luo Yao. To be honest, Lin Xiao was still a little nervous. After all, this was his first time flying on a plane. Hearing the voice announcement, he immediately fastened his seatbelt. Luo Yao saw all this in her eyes, and she felt a little funny. It was the first time he had seen Lin Xiao so cramped and restless. Don't worry, it's safe. Lin Xiao didn't expect that even Luo Yao could see his nervousness, and he was a little embarrassed. Ahem, I'm not nervous. Seeing that Lin Xiao was still dead and the duck was hard-mouthed, Luo Yao didn't say anything. The plane took off quickly. Lin Xiao didn't feel any discomfort. With his physical fitness, those minor side effects were almost negligible. After the plane stabilized, after seeing Luo Yao unfasten the seatbelt, Lin Xiao also learned to unfasten the seatbelt. Look, it's not as scary as you think. Lin Xiao, asterisk. I never felt afraid of being good or not, I was just a little nervous. Lin Xiao didn't bother to explain. At this time he looked at the scenery outside the window, and couldn't help but be a little distracted. Not to mention, what you see from this perspective is really different. At this time, the plane had entered the stratosphere and had completely stabilized, and everyone began to chat one after another. Sun Zaiwan and the three of them sat next to Lin Xiao. Probably they hadn't seen Lin Xiao for a while, and they all greeted Lin Xiao one by one. Lin Xiao already knew that the old people of the Polar Night sect branch had also participated this time, so he took this opportunity to ask about the specific situation. Several people chatted happily, but unfortunately this situation did not last long. There are traces of spirit beasts ahead, please fasten your seatbelts and prepare your combatants. Hearing the sound of the broadcast, Lin Xiao was stunned. Did he encounter a flying spirit beast so soon? Lin Xiao opened perspective and strength enhancement at the first time. As he searched, he soon found a spirit beast in front of the left, and Lin Xiao recognized what kind of spirit beast it was. Red Flame Sky Eagle, a fire attribute flying spirit beast, was very fast. Judging from the size of this Red Flame Sky Eagle, it should be a spirit beast above level 7. Hearing that a spirit beast was attacking, many people unconsciously became nervous. Lin Xiao was originally a little nervous, but seeing the relaxed appearance of Sun Zaiwan and the others, Lin Xiao was relieved. Several old people were so calm and had no intention of making a move, which showed that there was no danger. He continued to observe the Red Flame Skyhawk, and also wanted to see what the plane would do with this spirit beast. Lin Xiao quickly knew the answer. This time no one made a move, and some weapon ports appeared on the plane. The bullet didn't need money, so it launched an attack on the Red Flame Eagle. It may be that the Red Flame Eagle found that this big guy was not easy to mess with, and hovered in the distance for a while, and finally left. The danger was lifted. Chu Wenchen got the news that the crisis was lifted as soon as possible. Don't worry, the spirit beast has left. This is a common thing, and this situation will often be encountered along the way, and there will be no accidents. Chu Wenchen said so, and everyone was relieved. Lin Xiao looked at Sun Zaiwan on the side. Brother Sun, can you often meet spirit beasts by plane? Sun Zaiwan knew that Lin Xiao was flying for the first time and had no experience, so he immediately explained to Lin Xiao. Yes, this is why basically passenger planes are out of service now. The flying spirit beasts have a strong sense of territory. After the plane enters their territory, they will think that the plane is an intruder. It is common to attack. The speed of the plane is not slow, but in front of the flying spirit beast, it is somewhat not enough to see, so in the case of absolute safety, the plane is not allowed to take off. When Sun Zaiwan said this, Lin Xiao understood. The speed of the plane is not slow. The normal flight speed can reach 900 km per hour, but such a speed, in front of the flying spirit beast, is indeed not fast. It seems that flying is really a dangerous thing. Lin Xiao was still thinking about it, and the broadcast sounded again. Discover the flying spirit beast again. With the previous incident, everyone is not as nervous as before. This time it was still not too powerful a spirit beast, and Sun Zaiwan and others forced it back without making a move. Soon the plane had taken off for an hour, and in an hour, 5 flying spirit beasts were encountered. Although they were all forced to retreat, Lin Xiao knew how terrible flying was. The airspace is too dangerous. Fortunately, these spirit beasts did not forcibly attack, otherwise, it would be somewhat troublesome. Lin Xiao was just thinking about it, and the broadcast sounded again. Found the spirit beast. The type of spirit beast has been determined. For the 9th level dragon sparrow, please prepare for battle. Hearing the broadcast, Sun Zaiwan and others immediately stood up. Level 9 flying spirit beasts were not so easily scared away, and if nothing else, they might have to make a move. Little guys, don't worry, you won't be in danger, it's just a level 9 flying spirit beast, just leave it to us. After Sun Zaiwan finished speaking, he took several other 9th level powerhouses to the cockpit of the plane. The line of sight there is the best, and Sun Zaiwan can decide how to fight after understanding the specific situation. Lin Xiao didn't move, but he closely observed the situation over there. The spirit beast was discovered by radar, and the detection distance of the radar was not comparable to Lin Xiao's, even if it was strengthened. So far, he has not found any trace of the flying spirit beast. At this time, Sun Zaiwan and others were observing the airborne radar, and on the radar, there was a small spot that was rapidly approaching them. As the dragon bird approached, Lin Xiao finally saw the figure of the dragon bird. It was a huge spirit beast with a body of tens of meters, and it had obviously discovered the traces of the plane long ago, and it was rapidly attacking the plane at this time. While Lin Xiao was still thinking about how Sun Zaiwan and others would respond, someone made a move. It was Chu Wenchen and Shangguan Shi who took the shot. They didn't leave the cabin and used their abilities directly inside the plane. Outside the plane, hundreds of flying swords and scalpels formed by spiritual power appeared. Under the command of the two, they quickly attacked the dragon bird. The dragon sparrow seemed to sense the danger and immediately began to defend. The flying sword and scalpel hit its body, although it failed to kill it, but its speed slowed down. The plane took the opportunity to widen the distance from the dragon bird. Seeing this, Lin Xiao frowned. After all, in the air, flying spirit beasts have a natural advantage. I'm afraid it's not that simple to get rid of it. Lin Xiao was right, although Chu Wenchen and Shangguan Shi's attacks slowed down the speed of the dragon sparrow. But after their attack, the dragon sparrow seemed to be enraged. Accelerated again towards the plane. Chu Wenchen and Shangguan Shi repeated their old tricks again, and a large number of flying swords and scalpels continued to shoot at the dragon sparrow. In the face of the attack of the two, the dragon sparrow did not dare to despise it, so he could only slow down and defend. In this way, the dragon sparrow and the plane fell into a stalemate. In short, the plane fled, the dragon bird chased, and after the dragon bird approached, Chu Wenchen and Shangguan Shi launched an attack, and the plane opened the distance. In this way, although the plane seems dangerous, the dragon sparrow just can't catch up. The battle lasted 10 minutes, and I don't know if it was because the plane went out of the dragon sparrow's field. The dragon sparrow stopped pursuing. After confirming safety, Sun Zaiwan and others returned to the cabin. It's safe. Don't be nervous. The others didn't have Lin Xiao's vision, and they didn't know what was going on outside, because Sun Zaiwan and the others didn't come back, and they didn't know how the battle was going. At this time, when I saw Sun Zaiwan and others coming back, I was completely relieved. Lin Xiao now completely understands the horror of airspace. The 9th level flying spirit beast seems to be much more troublesome to deal with. Brother Sun, can you only use long-range attacks to deal with those flying spirit beasts? Sun Zaiwan glanced at Lin Xiao in surprise, and quickly realized that this guy's ability is vision enhancement. Others may not be able to see it, but this guy should see the battle in his eyes. Well, under normal circumstances, but there are also special circumstances. If it really reaches a critical moment, we need to go out of the cabin to fight, as long as the 9th level powerhouse goes out and drags the spirit beast. Out of the cabin to fight? This is high in the sky. I know, but so what? The 9th level powerhouse is not as simple as you think. Even if you fall from this height, there is a way to save your life. You are afraid of falling into a place where birds don't poop, and it will be more troublesome when you go back. What else can Lin Xiao say? He could only hope that such a thing would not happen now. Just as Lin Xiao thought, along the way, he encountered many flying spirit beasts. But there was no danger, and most of the flying spirit beasts retreated after seeing the strength of the plane. A few iron-headed ones were also killed. Except for the 9th level dragon sparrow, I never saw any other 9th level spirit beasts. In this regard, Sun Zaiwan called them lucky. Lin Xiao kept rolling his eyes on the sidelines. Is this still called luck? Basically, every 10 minutes or so, you will encounter a spirit beast. Isn't this frequency too high? In this way, the plane flew for 5 hours and was finally about to arrive at its destination. Before the plane landed, a message came from the tower on the island. This is the Xiaoao Island Tower, please identify yourself, otherwise we will forcibly shoot you down. We are a team from China to participate in the world competition and have submitted an application. Identity confirmation, landing permitted. The conversation between the tower and the plane was also heard by Lin Xiao and others. Although Lin Xiao already knew that the venue of this competition was an island, he really didn't expect that the name of this island would be Xiaoao Island. The name seems to be a bit oriental, or is it because it is a translation problem? And the previous dialogue was all in Chinese. This surprised Lin Xiao. This island will not be Chinese, right? Lin Xiao originally wanted to find someone to ask, but the plane had already begun to land, and Lin Xiao could only give up temporarily. After the plane lands, everything should have an answer. The plane quickly landed smoothly, and under the leadership of Sun Zaiwan and others, a group of people got off the plane one after another. Lin Xiao looked around curiously. This is the airport, there are many planes parked around, and the national flag is printed on many planes. If you guess correctly, this may be the team of other countries participating in the world competition. It seems that they are not the only team that arrived early. The airport is large and the buildings inside are very modern. In the distance, there are many high-rise buildings, and you can't see the edge at a glance. To Lin Xiao's feeling, this place doesn't look like an island at all. He looked at Chu Wenchen on the side. Didn't you say it was on an island? How come I didn't see that this was an island? Chu Wenchen rolled his eyes. That's right, this is an island, but the area is a bit large, almost the same as our Kiangsu Island. Lin Xiao, degree, is the area so big? Do you call this a private island? Such a big island, can you build a country, right? The owner here doesn't want to establish a country, let alone abandon his original nationality, he just wants to be a businessman, which is the main reason why he can become the owner of this island, don't you think so, Luo Yao? Luo Yao rolled her eyes, and finally nodded. That's right. Lin Xiao looked at Chu Wenchen a little confused. What he said well here, why did he suddenly ask Yao Yao? Although he was a little confused, he still didn't ask. The group quickly walked out of the airport and were surprised to see the prosperity around them. Lin Xiao looked at the surrounding scene with an incredulous face. It's just that there are high-rise buildings around, but what is the situation where the signboards here are all Chinese characters? Shopping malls, auction houses, and playgrounds are all available. Are you sure you are going abroad? Why do you feel like you are still in China? If it weren't for the pedestrians on the street who had all skin colors, Lin Xiao really thought he was still in China. Could this be the legendary Chinatown? Although they knew more than Lin Xiao, they didn't expect that it was built so luxuriously. Sun Zaiwan looked at the surrounding scene and felt a little incredible. If I'm not mistaken, I came here a few years ago, when it was still very deserted. I didn't expect it to develop like this in just a few years. No wonder the location of the world competition will be held here. I understand a little now. Lin Xiao, what? Brother, do you mean that this island has developed like this in recent years? How much money do you have to throw into it? Whose family has so much money? Isn't it good to give it to me directly? It's really waterlogging. Lin Xiao didn't pay attention, and when he said this, Luo Yao's face beside him became a little strange. She couldn't help but cough twice. Lin Xiao glanced at Luo Yao in surprise. What's wrong, Yao Yao? You won't catch a cold, will you? It shouldn't be. The physical fitness of the awakened person should not be cold. Luo Yao stroked her forehead with her hand. She didn't know how to explain this question to Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao saw the owner of this island, he should understand. As soon as Lin Xiao and the others left the airport, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. This is only near the airport, and I don't know what other facilities on the island will look like. As soon as a few people left the airport entrance, someone greeted them. It seems that this person is also a Chinese, with black eyes and yellow skin, and he looks very kind. Are you the ones who came from China to participate in the world competition? Chu Wenchen nodded immediately. That's right, may I ask who you are? We are the reception staff of Xiaoao Island, just call me Lefu. Since you are Chinese contestants, please come with me, we have people waiting for you here. Chu Wenchen's face showed a look of suddenness, and he probably guessed who was waiting for them. Okay, please lead the way. Lai Fu made a gesture of invitation to everyone, and then led the way in front. Lin Xiao nodded secretly. The service attitude of this Xiaoao Island is still very good, making people feel at home. And this guy's name is Lai Fu, a very Chinese name. It seems that he is right, this should be a Chinese person. Hearing what Fu Hua meant, someone was waiting for them, which was a bit unexpected. Since entering Xiaoao Island, he has always felt a little strange, and he doesn't know what the problem is? Forget it, it may have been arranged by Chu Wenchen and others, just follow it. Under the leadership of Lai Fu, everyone soon came to a hotel. The hotel is not far from the airport and looks very luxurious. Lin Xiao felt that this hotel was at least 7 stars. At the entrance of the hotel, there was a young man who was pacing back and forth. Seeing everyone appear, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Lin Xiao's eyes were also attracted by the man for the first time. The man's age doesn't look very big, just in his 20s, but seeing the man, even if Lin Xiao is very confident in his appearance, he has to admit that this man is very handsome, and he is not far behind him. The man is like a beautiful picture from the master's handwriting, and every line is just right. The sword eyebrows are slanted into the flying temples, like a sharp blade, but they are uninhibited and uninhibited. The eyes are as deep as the bright cold stars in the night sky, bright and beautiful, and with just one glance, people can sink into it. The tall bridge of the nose is as straight as a mountain, outlining the resolute contours of the face. Thin lips purse lightly, with a faint smile, as if it could charm all living beings. The short black hair is refreshing and neat, and the slightly messy hair adds a bit of casualness. If you want to say whether this man has any shortcomings, there must be. His outfit can be described as jeweled, with a thick and exaggerated gold chain around his neck, shining with an unbearable light in the sun. Wearing a vulgar floral shirt, the colors were as if they had overturned the color palette, and several buttons were unbuttoned, revealing the same golden pendant on the chest. A pair of big pants on the lower body, paired with a pair of diamond-encrusted slippers, looked so strange and strange. He was wearing a watch studded with diamonds on his hand, and the light almost blinded everyone. The whole person is piled up from head to toe with all kinds of expensive but tasteless accessories, vividly resembling the image of an upstart. The first time Lin Xiao saw this man, he had the idea of robbing him. With this outfit, you can sell for hundreds of thousands, right? As soon as Lin Xiao was about to say something, he found that several girls in the team were looking at the man with a squint. What made Lin Xiao most upset was that Luo Yao seemed to be one of them, and at this time, Luo Yao's eyes were staring at the man tightly, and her eyes were about to shine. Lin Xiao's fist stiffened, and he admitted that he was jealous. "Are you still here? What's going on with you looking at another man like this? I admit that this guy is very handsome, but if you look at his clothes, even if you don't know how to dress, you feel that he is unbearable. Do girls like this one now?" Just as Lin Xiao was about to remind Luo Yao, the man had already walked towards them. Before everyone could react, they hugged Luo Yao directly. That's it, he also picked up Luo Yao and turned around. Lin Xiao, plate, stepping on horseback. Is it tolerable and unbearable? In front of yourself, hug your girlfriend, do you really think you don't exist? Let you know why flowers are so red today. Lin Xiao thought so in his heart, and he did so. He walked directly towards the man. He had already thought about how to torture this guy in his heart, and it was a light beating. Peel off all the clothes on his body and throw them directly into the crowd, making him completely famous. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's face showed a gloomy smile, but when he saw that Luo Yao did not object, and there was still a smile on his face, he was like a knife. How is this possible? Luo Yao has a dual personality, no matter which personality, she shouldn't be allowed to hold her like this. It must be the man in front of him who used some means he didn't know. Forget it, just beat it up. Lin Xiao had already come to the side of the two at this time, because the man turned his back to Lin Xiao and did not notice Lin Xiao's existence. But Luo Yao saw it. Luo Yao's eyes narrowed slightly at this time, and the smile in her eyes couldn't be hidden at all. This made Lin Xiao feel even more uncomfortable. His hand was already raised, ready to teach the man a lesson he would never forget. Luo Yao naturally couldn't let Lin Xiao succeed, and when Lin Xiao was about to make a move, Luo Yao finally spoke. "Brother, long time no see, you want to kill me? Let me introduce to you, the one behind you is my boyfriend Lin Xiao." Lin Xiao's hand was about to fall, and when he heard Luo Yao's words, he stopped urgently. What did Yao Yao call this guy just now? Elder brother? By the way, Luo Yao has two brothers, one is called Rocky and the other is called Luo Tian. The boss Rocky is developing abroad, if nothing else, this one in front of him is Luo Yao's eldest brother Rocky. This. Fortunately, Luo Yao spoke in time, and almost opened the scoop for her brother-in-law. Rocky finally let go of Luo Yao at this time, and when he heard Luo Yao's words, he immediately turned his head. "I've heard my parents say a long time ago, let me see who it is. Hook my sister's heart away, boy, don't think you're stable. If I don't want to, there are 100 reasons why you can't catch up with my sister. Oh, I'm going. What do you want to do with your hand raised so high? Want to hit me?" The expression on Lin Xiao's face was very rich at this time. From anger to shock and then to flattery, the realistic version of the face change. His hand immediately withdrew and touched his hair. "Ahaha, big. Uncle, what did you say? How could I hit you? My hairstyle is messed up, tidy it up a little." Rocky looked at Lin Xiao suspiciously, but in the end he still didn't pursue it. "What are you shouting? Who is your brother-in-law? Do I recognize you?" Hearing Rocky's words, Lin Xiao's face immediately drooped. Although he believes that even if his brother-in-law doesn't like him, it won't have any impact on him. What he likes is Luo Yao, not Rocky. But after all, it is Luo Yao's eldest brother, and the relationship still needs to be better. You have to find a way to get Rocky's favor. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's brain began to work rapidly. Before he could think of how to please Rocky, Rocky left him aside. Sister, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I have a lot to say to you, and I have prepared a lot of gifts for you, but now is not the time to chat with you. So many seniors are here, I can't neglect the guests. After Rocky finished speaking, he walked directly to Chu Wenchen and the others. Seniors, welcome to Xiaoao Island. I have prepared the hotel for you, that is, the hotel in front of you. The entire top floor has been reserved, it is all yours. As for the room and the like, everyone can allocate it freely. Hearing Rocky's words, Chu Wenchen and others did not object. Although the hotel in front of you is definitely worth it if you stay in it. The top floor is the most expensive place, but if this is prepared by Rocky, then it is not surprising. Xiao Luo has worked hard. Since you are ready, we will be disrespectful. Anyway, the whole island is yours. We stay, you just make less money. Lin Xiao finally reacted at this time. It turned out that this Xiaoao island belonged to Rocky. In this case, all this can be explained. Why are the whole streets Chinese characters? Why is everything here Chinese style? This is all deliberately built by Rocky. Senior, what you said, this is all a trivial matter. I believe everyone is hungry. The meal is ready. Let's go to dinner together. Rocky was so enthusiastic that it was not easy for everyone to refute his kindness. Under the leadership of Rocky, a group of people entered the hotel in a grand manner. As soon as I entered the hotel, I hadn't gone to eat when I heard someone arguing in the hall. Hearing the quarrel, Rocky frowned. Who is so blind that he dares to make trouble here? Especially when he brought his family over, he encountered this kind of thing. Isn't this a slap in the face? Rocky's face immediately darkened. The hotel service staff had long known that Rocky was here, and in front of the big boss, they didn't want anything to happen. But these people insisted on looking for trouble, and they had no way. Rocky frowned and looked at the nearest waiter. What's going on? Who is so blind? Actually making trouble here? Boss, these are the people who came to participate in the world competition. We have clearly informed that all the rooms on the top floor have been booked, but they still have to stay on the top floor. We don't agree. They made a fuss. Hearing the waiter's words, Rocky's face became even more ugly. Grandmas, what kind of cat and dog dare to make trouble on their own territory? Rocky was not a good-tempered person. He stepped forward directly, and he was a burst of output to the group of Asan. I'm yen hashtag %. Who gave you the courage to make trouble on my turf? Lin Xiao looked stunned from behind. His brother-in-law, is he so grumpy? That is, you speak Chinese, can this group of people understand? It's a pity for those beautiful words. Lin Xiao was still thinking. A person came out of the team of the Three Kingdoms and sprayed Rocky in broken Chinese language. Lin Xiao, sigma, degree mouth degree. Damn! The essence of the country has leaked. I'm circled around you. What are you? How dare you meddle in your own affairs? Do you know who we are? Believe it or not, we can make you disappear at any time. Rocky's face darkened, and there was a rule on his Freedom Island. Except for his people, except for some specific locations, no private fights are allowed. The guy in front of him actually said that he would disappear. This matter is a big deal. This is already challenging the rules of his Xiaoao Island. On Asan's side, the one who could speak Chinese was not only spraying with Rocky, but also translated the current situation to other personnel, and for a while, everyone's eyes on Rocky became a little unkind. Among them, there were several 9th-level powerhouses, exuding a strong momentum and pressing directly towards Rocky. Chu Wenchen and the others were about to make a move when they saw several people suddenly appear beside Rocky. These people are not all Chinese, they have all skin colors, but one thing can be confirmed, these people are very strong, each of them is a 9th-level powerhouse, and the most important thing is that the number of 9th-level powerhouses here is much more than that of Asangwo. At this time, the people on the side of the Three Kingdoms did not dare to be arrogant. Ahem, misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. Rocky was unforgiving, so he came directly to Asan, who could speak Chinese, and gently patted him on the face a few times. It is not very harmful and extremely insulting. Let me tell you, on my Xiaoao Island, it is the dragon that you coil for me, it is the tiger that you lie down for me. If you don't want to live here, you can leave at any time. If you embarrass the staff here, I guarantee that no hotel on the whole island dares to accommodate you. Get ready to sleep under the bridge hole. Rocky's actions can be said to be very insulting, and Asan's face became very ugly. But he didn't dare to show it. After all, they were at an absolute disadvantage now. Especially Rocky's words made him understand that he might have messed with a big man. I don't know what your excellency is. The labor bank does not change its name and does not change its surname, and the owner of Xiaoao Island is also. After knowing Rocky's identity, Asan really knew that he was afraid this time. His grandma's, there is an old saying in China, that the strong dragon does not suppress the snake, they are the biggest snake in the beginning of the game. He now knows that Rocky's words are true. If they really offend Rocky, they may really have to live in the bridge hole. Misunderstandings, we check in normally, we don't want the top floor. Humph. Counting your acquaintances, the one who tripled their house prices, can't stay in love and can't get out, except here, who dares to let them stay, don't mess around on my Xiaoao island. Okay big boy. Asan's face became even more bitter, but he didn't dare to say anything more, so he could only pay the room bill with tears. Seeing that these Asan were honest, Rocky didn't go to trouble them anymore. A group of little Karami, who dare to be arrogant on their own territory, can't tell who is the big and small king? Okay, it's all gone, the good interest has been ruined by you. By the way, one last word, I still like your unruly appearance before. Although Rocky said this, the group of Asan didn't dare to really become unruly. After all, there was a group of level 9 powerhouses over there who were eyeing them. They dare to confirm that as long as they have any changes, the other party will definitely take action immediately. They are not enough to see. Seeing the appearance of this group of Asan's confession, Rocky felt a little bored. He didn't bother to pay attention to these people, and went directly back to Chu Wenchen and the others. Lin Xiao came to Rocky for the first time and gave him a thumbs up. Uncle is powerful. Rocky impatiently pushed Lin Xiao aside, completely ignoring him, and then came directly to Luo Yao's side. Sister, brother is doing a good job. Luo Yao's eyes were full of smiles, not to mention whether Rocky's performance was good or not. Just looking at Lin Xiao's deflated appearance, it was enough to make her happy. Just let your eldest brother tease this guy well. So. Is it just so? Why don't I ask my group of men to beat them up? In fact, I have wanted to do this for a long time. Luo Yao covered her face. Her eldest brother was still so impulsive, although she really wanted to see such a picture, but she still forgot it. After all, this is a team that came to participate in the world competition, and it was beaten as soon as it came, which could easily have a bad impact on Rocky's side. Forget it, brother, I'm hungry. Didn't you say that the meal was ready? Let me tell you, my mouth is very tight now. If the food is not delicious, I will turn my face. Hey, don't worry, sister, I know you're here, I'm sure I'll prepare the best, I guarantee it's delicious. You swallow your tongue, we'll go over now, and a few of you, what are you doing there? Hurry up and disappear for me, don't get in our way. Those Asan from the 3 kingdoms are checking in, and I have to admit that the consumption here is still very high. Even the cheapest room costs 100,000 Chinese dollars a night, and they doubled, directly 200,000 a night, but they had to choose to stay again. Finally, after some discussion, they only wanted the cheapest room. The waiter glanced at a few people disdainfully. Just want to live on the top floor? Do you know how terrifying the consumption is there? What kind of big-tailed wolf are you pretending? Hearing Rocky's words at this time, the Chinese-speaking Asan looked at Rocky speechlessly. We checked in here, it's not a hindrance to you, right? Isn't it a bit too much to say that we are in the way? Just as he was about to speak, he saw the 9th level masters beside Rocky speak. Okay boss, we'll disappear now. Boss, have a good meal, we are always by your side, and if you have any instructions, just tell us as soon as possible. After the group of 9th level powerhouses finished speaking, they disappeared directly without any drag. Lin Xiao and the others looked at each other. You must know that the 9th level powerhouses are very precious no matter where they are, and Rocky is so shouting about these people. Is this guy really not afraid that one day he will make these powerhouses anxious and chop him up? Lin Xiao also found another problem that made him very puzzled. By the way, is Chinese so popular now? These foreigners speak Chinese more and more than the other. Chu Wenchen smiled. Xiao Lin, you don't know, because this time the competition of the world competition is Xiaoao Island. As the owner Rocky is qualified to put forward some conditions, Xiao Luo is still very sensible. He stipulates that Chinese is the official language of this competition. Each team must have one person who can speak Chinese, no matter how bad it is. You have to bring a translator. As for those who protect Rocky, I also know some. This is a mercenary group formed by Rocky. The mercenary group is called Dragon. It is one of the few SS-class mercenary groups in the world. Don't look at Rocky yelling at those people. Those people are very loyal to Rocky. After all, Rocky has given too much. Lin Xiao, _ my uncle knows how to be patriotic. And if you have money, you can really do whatever you want. That is, how can I get this uncle to change his opinion of himself? His eyes quickly fell on Luo Yao. Judging from Rocky's performance, Rocky undoubtedly loves Luo Yao very much. Let Luo Yao say some good things to himself, it should be better. This is done, and I will have a good talk with Luo Yao when I have time. Under the leadership of Rocky, a group of people entered the elevator directly, and after entering the elevator, the people of the 3 kingdoms relaxed. Sushma, is that the one who was here just now? He is quite handsome, but his dressing style is really unflattering. Anania, keep your voice down, there are their eyes and ears everywhere here. If we anger each other, we may really have to sleep in the bridge hole. Let me also tell you, it seems that the team with him is also participating in the world competition, right? It should be the Chinese team. Have you noticed it? There are a few beauties in it, if you can. Hey, SHH, Johari, just think about it. If you mess with someone you shouldn't, no one can save you. Johari agreed, but the lewdness flashing in his eyes still exposed his true nature. The waiter at the front desk looked confused at this time. Although these people spoke English, what was going on with this mouthful of curry smell? She is now in English level 8 and Chinese level 10, and she didn't understand what these people were saying. Fortunately, she didn't understand, otherwise if Rocky knew, some people might be unlucky. On the other side, Rocky led everyone directly to the top floor of the hotel. The top floor of the hotel is the most luxurious place in the hotel, which includes not only accommodation, but also eating, drinking and entertainment. After getting out of the elevator, even among so many people present, none of them were short of money, and they were shocked by the luxury in front of them. Rocky saw all this in his eyes, and it seemed that his efforts were not in vain. If someone comes to the family and he is not well prepared, it is his fault. Now it seems that everyone is quite satisfied. Everyone comes with me, I believe everyone is hungry, the meal is ready, I will let them serve. Everyone followed Rocky and walked to a large round table. The table was very large, and it did not seem crowded for 20 people, and soon everyone was seated in turn. Lin Xiao originally wanted to sit with Luo Yao, but Rocky sat between the two very unceremoniously. Lin Xiao was helpless, but he could only accept it. Who called the one in front of him his brother-in-law? Under Rocky's instructions, the food was delivered one after another. Seeing those ingredients, Lin Xiao was also a little surprised. This is an island, and the most natural is seafood. All the food that came up was rare food, and Lin Xiao had only seen some things in books. For example, the deep-sea spirit trout in front of him is very rare, and there are many spirit beasts in the sea, which is more dangerous in the sea than in the air, which is why he chose to take a plane instead of a boat. From this, it can be imagined how difficult it is to catch this fish in the deep sea. And the food in front of them didn't seem to be cheaper than deep-sea spirit trout. My brother-in-law is really rich.